With a shrill scream, Zhou Shuwan jolted upright in bed, her face deathly pale. After the great earthquake, the surviving humans had been left to wander in misery. To seize the very last compressed biscuit, her boyfriend Lin Yuyang had joined hands with her best friend Zhao Shanshan, plunging a sharp dagger viciously into her temple as blood gushed forth. What was happening? She was clearly already dead. She glanced around. The decoration of the room carried a strange sense of familiar strangeness. After thinking carefully, she realized this seemed to be the apartment she had rented off campus in her junior year of university. On the bedside table lay a pink cell phone, the very one she had used in college. Later, when the apocalypse came, she had gone out during the floods to search for supplies, and the phone had fallen into the water and been completely ruined. She hurriedly lit up the screen. It clearly displayed 1112 a.m. March 23, 2024. Zhou Shuan's eyes trembled. Could it be that she had been reborn? She got out of bed and walked to the balcony. Below, children were playing noisily while a group of retired elders sat not far away chatting and playing cards. It had been so long since she had seen such a prosperous, peaceful scene. Suddenly her phone rang. Zhou Shuwan answered in a rush, tears streaming down at once. Mom. She was studying in the southern city as far from home. After the apocalypse descended, she had not even had time to return. At first, communication was still intact, and she could intermittently contact her parents in J City. But later, when the floods came and swallowed the coastal cities, all communication and transportation collapsed. Her father spent all his savings to buy an assault boat and headed south to find her, but from then on there was no further news. Her mother, taking her younger brother, had stayed in their hometown apartment on the top 6th floor. Because it was an old-style building, there was an extra half-floor attic above, and when the apocalypse approached, her cautious parents had filled it to the brim with supplies. Not long after her father left, a vicious neighbor joined with a gang of thugs to break into the home and drive her mother and brother out. Soon after, the two of them died outside under the corrosive acid rain, leaving no remains behind. She had only learned all this from the people downstairs after the acid rain ended, and she finally stumbled her way back. Traveling north, she had seen far too much of the darkness of the apocalypse and was no longer that naive university girl. After several days of meticulous planning, she killed every villain and neighbor who had occupied her home. Her ferocious, merciless demeanor terrified the remaining survivors in the neighborhood. She gathered the skeletal remains eroded by acid rain and believed to be her mother and brother and buried them with care. Then she resolutely left for the survivor base established by the government. It was there that she encountered Lin Yuyang and Zhao Shanshan, who had long been secretly involved and who, after the apocalypse, had seized all her supplies and thrown her out of her rented room. What is it, little one? Have you been wronged? Did you quarrel with your classmates? Hearing her choked voice, Zhong Tiyun grew anxious, at once even calling her by the childhood nickname she had not used in years. No, Zhou Shuwan wiped her tears and drew in a breath. Mom, I just missed you. Missed you so very, very much. 8 years had passed, and she was finally hearing her mother's voice again. The joy of regaining what had once been lost was enough to make a person weep with happiness. I thought it was something serious. You're already a junior in college and still so attached to home. How will you manage when you get married in the future? Zhong Tiyun scolded her lightly. Still a little nasal, Zhou Shuwan replied, I'm not getting married. I want to stay with you and Dad for my whole life. All right, you can be our old, unmarried girl forever. Zhong Tiyun laughed heartily. In her heart, however, Zhou Shuwan made a vow. In this lifetime, she would protect her parents and younger brother no matter what, drive away every evildoer, and let her family live safely and happily even in the apocalypse. Wan Yu and Yuyang went traveling in Hainan. You must have spent almost all your money, right? I'll transfer you some more living expenses, her mother said. Only then did Zhou Shuwan recall that in her previous life, after the new year, she had gone to Hainan with Lin Yuyang. Lin Yuyang had said that his allowance was almost used up, so she should cover the travel expenses for now, and he would pay her back after they returned. Perhaps because she was the one paying, Lin Yuyang spent extravagantly throughout the trip, demanding high standards for both food and lodging. So in just 8 or 9 days, the two of them had spent more than 20,000 yuan. On top of that, there was another 10,000 for a jade Pichot pendant he fancied at a tourist attraction. She felt its quality was mediocre and not worth the price, but Lin Yuyang insisted on borrowing money from her to buy it. She had no choice but to give him the last 10,000 yuan she had. Lin Yuyang was tall and handsome, but his family background was ordinary. Because of the birthmark on her face, she had always been somewhat self-conscious and yielded to him in everything. In their year-long relationship, she had been the one to pay for most things. After she was admitted to a key university, her parents had held a banquet in her honor and given her all the gift money they received. Together with the extra cash from relatives, it amounted to a full 50 to 60,000 yuan. Yet after she started dating, it was all squandered. On this trip alone, although Lin Yuyang had called it borrowing, both of them knew the money would never return. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuwan said, I am out of money, Mom. Please transfer me a bit more. Also, I want to follow a senior from the 4th year to look for internship opportunities at big companies. I'm thinking of buying a car to make things more convenient. Jobs are hard to come by nowadays. It's good to start learning and gaining experience early by following others. After a brief hesitation, Zhong Tiyun added, buying a car is a big matter. I'll discuss it with your father later. Just a few days ago, he was saying that electric cars have gone down in price. Let him help you decide. Okay. Across the phone line, Zhou Shuan did not know how to tell her parents about her rebirth, but the matter of stockpiling supplies was urgent. She could only use such excuses to ask them to send her more money. After she hung up, a cold smile curved at the corner of her lips. Over the past year, and with the travel expenses, Lin Yuyang owed her far more than 50,000 yuan. If she did not make him pay it back, she was not worthy of the surname Zhou. Today was March 23rd. There were still a little over 10 days before the apocalypse descended. She had to hurry and gather supplies. She turned back into the room, changed clothes, and was about to head out. Passing the full-length mirror, she glanced at it and froze. On her left temple, there had originally been a dark birthmark. Shaped like a map of undulating mountains and about the size of a walnut, it had been with her since birth. Because of this birthmark, even though her family was comfortably well off, her parents doted on her, and her features were delicate, she had always felt inferior. Aside from Lin Youyang, no one had ever taken the initiative to pursue her. That was probably why she had so quickly fallen for the web of sweet words Lin Youyang had woven. But now that birthmark had actually vanished. What she saw was a fair, flawless cheek. Where had the birthmark gone? Suddenly her vision blurred, and before her eyes appeared a space of about 70 to 80 square meters, perfectly square, like a large white shipping container. Zhou Shuan usually enjoyed reading online novels. As she gazed at this strange place, she could not help but for some reason think of the vanished birthmark. Could it be that her birthmark was actually a hidden space? In her previous life, she had died when her temple was pierced and her blood flowed out. Had that triggered this hidden space? Was the birthmark merely the key to enter this space? Spoken melancholy. Bai Jing and the others stood quietly behind them, watching with quiet amusement. She then tried taking it out again. In the blink of an eye, the coat reappeared in her hands, completely unchanged. Zhou Shuan restrained the surge of excitement in her heart, her eyes sparkling like stars. Previously, she had been troubled that even with foreknowledge of the coming apocalypse and the ability to stockpile supplies, humanity would still experience floods and tsunamis, extreme heat, acid rain, severe cold, drought, eternal night, earthquakes, and more. The survivors would be displaced with scarcely any truly safe place to be found. Even if she and her parents hoarded huge amounts of supplies, where could they possibly store them, and how could they guard against the cold waves and searing heat? Now the problem was solved. As long as she could be sure that everything inside the space would remain perfectly preserved, she would no longer need to worry about storage. She picked up a pen and began sketching, listing the supplies needed to survive the apocalypse in order of urgency. Then she put on a mask and headed out. The apartment complex she rented was very close to the university. After walking out for only a short while, she reached the university town. It was Saturday, and the campus district was particularly lively, crowded with countless spirited college students strolling in groups of 2s and 3s, some holding hands as they wandered along the streets. Every small eatery was packed to the brim, delicious aromas wafting for what felt like miles. At first, Zhou Shuan had not felt anything, but the moment the fragrance of food reached her nose, her stomach immediately began to rumble in protest. It had already been many years since she had last eaten a proper, satisfying meal. In the hardest of times, even tree bark, wild roots, and rat meat had been supreme delicacies to her. Saliva flooded her mouth as she headed to the wonton shop she used to frequent. She ordered a large bowl of wontons, aruggiamo stuffed with meat, and a heaping plate of pan-fried buns, then immediately devoured them ravenously. Only heaven knew how many hungry nights in her previous life she had spent yearning for the taste of these wontons. After finishing her meal, she had the remaining 4 pan-fried buns packed to go. She rode her electric scooter to a quiet, secluded spot, then placed the buns into her spatial dimension to test how well it could preserve food. Just as she was about to set off again on her electric scooter, a text message notification chimed. It was an alert for a deposit of 60,000 yuan in cash. Along with the text came a concise WeChat message from her mom: go check out some car models first, but don't buy yet. Your dad has already bought the ticket and will arrive at your place tomorrow. Her dad was coming tomorrow. He was clearly worried about her and was specially making the trip to help her buy a car. A wave of excitement surged through Zhou Shuan, and her eyes grew slightly sore with emotion. Parents were the ones who loved her most in this world. In her previous life, her greatest regret had been failing to return in time to reunite with them. In this life, she would never allow that regret to happen again. She thought for a moment, then changed her plans. She had originally intended to return to J City once she had bought enough supplies, but she had too little money in hand. Tens of thousands of yuan were merely a drop in the bucket. Since her dad was coming, she might as well have her mom come along too. The 3 of them could stockpile enough supplies in S City first, then return to J City together, avoiding drawing the attention of anyone with ulterior motives. Once the apocalypse arrived, communications would be cut off and transportation paralyzed. Between the south and the north stretched more than 1,000 li. Even if someone noticed their large-scale hoarding of supplies, they would be powerless to do anything about it. She dialed her mother directly. Thanks, Mom, I got the money. Mom, why don't you come with Dad tomorrow too? On the other end, Zhong Tiyun indeed wanted to come as well, but still refused. Can't I be gone for 2 or 3 days at least? There'll be no one to pick up and drop off your younger brother for school. If I go, what will he do? Zhou Shuwan had indeed forgotten about that. After thinking briefly, she suggested sometimes Mumu eats at Grandma Pang's place anyway. Why don't we trouble her to pick him up and drop him off for a few days? In any case, school would soon be suspended. Grandma Pang downstairs had been on good terms with the Zhou family for many years. Her grandson Little Yu was 6 or 7 years older than Zhou Shuwan. When Grandma Pang was too busy, he would come over to eat at their home. Later, when Zhou Shuwan started school and her parents were busy running their business with no time to come home and cook, she would go to their place to eat instead. Their families were very close, so entrusting Mumu to them was something she could completely trust. Zhong Tiyun immediately sensed that something was wrong and pressed on Wanwan what happened. Why do you keep trying to get Mom? There was no need for Zhou Shuwan to force herself into sounding sad. It was just thinking of the days in her previous life when their family had been separated made her nose sting and a choke naturally crept into her voice. Mom, there is something going on. Please come with Dad as soon as you can tomorrow and remember to bring the family passbooks. Zhong Tiyun's voice grew urgent. What's wrong? What exactly happened, Wanwan? Could it be that you're pregnant? She quickly felt that was off. If it were only a pregnancy, there would be no need to bring the passbooks. Mom, I'm sorry, there really is something, but it's not convenient to explain over the phone, Zhou Shuwan said. But you and Dad don't have to panic too much. Just be careful on the road tomorrow and we'll talk when we meet. With that, Zhou Shuwan hung up the call. She knew her parents would be extremely anxious after hearing her words, but this was also the quickest excuse to make them come. She silently apologized in her heart, then changed course to rent a warehouse first. After that, she went to the used car market and rented an old beat-up minivan, had the back seats removed, and drove straight to the largest farmer's market in N-City. On the way, her parents called her 5 or 6 times in succession. Each time she answered only to urge them to come as soon as possible before promptly hanging up. At the farmer's market, she walked around the entire place, once carefully feeling out the prices before finally settling on a grain and oil shop with the largest flow of customers. Although she did not have much money, she pretended to be stocking up for her family's business and casually ordered 2 tons of rice, 2 tons of flour, and 2,000 jin of corn grits, sorghum flour, cornmeal, red rice, black rice, koik seed, and other assorted grains. Seeing that they also had millet and glutinous rice, both staples she often ate, she ordered another 2,000. As for beans, her dad loved red bean steamed buns during the new year. Soybeans could be made into tofu, and soy milk mung beans could be sprouted or boiled into soup to relieve summer heat in high temperatures. She used those most frequently, so she also ordered 1,000 jin of each, then another total of 1,000 jin of other varieties. All were at wholesale prices, costing her just over 30,000 yuan in total. The proprietress was a straightforward woman. With a generous wave of her hand, she said, "Girl, with an order this big, I really can't give you a further discount, but I'll throw in 2 extra 50 jin bags of rice for you." Even a mosquito was still meat, so Zhou Shuwan agreed readily. Though this sounded like a lot, she could move nearly everything with just 2 trips back and forth. The warehouse she had rented was large. She drove the minivan straight inside, locked the doors, and then transferred all the goods into her spatial dimension. By now, 3 hours had passed since she had stored the pan-fried buns. When she took them out again, they were exactly as when she had put them in, even still giving off a faint warmth. Her spatial dimension could preserve freshness. A great weight finally lifted from her heart. Her mom had transferred 60,000 yuan, and she herself had a little over 2,000 in her bank card. After securing the most important staples of rice flour and cooking oil, she withdrew the remaining 28,000 yuan in cash from her card and headed to the area that sold all kinds of seasonings. Afraid that buying too much at once would arouse suspicion, she split her purchases among several shops, first buying 500 jin of salt, then spending 5,000 yuan on various cooking seasonings and spices. In the end, she bought 500 jin of white sugar for 2,500 yuan. With only a few thousand left, she simply spent all of it on soybean paste, fermented bean curd, canned fish, canned meat, and the like. In the later stages of the apocalypse, condiments like these jarred side dishes and canned foods became extremely expensive and were what people most wanted to trade for in store. They were hard to spoil, just a little bit could greatly enhance the flavor of food while saving on salt. In her previous life, by a stroke of luck, Zhou Shuwan had traded for 2 bottles of mushroom sauce and had eaten them sparingly for a very long time before they were finally gone. But now she had run out of money and could only stare longingly at the neatly arranged rows of sauces and canned goods on the shelves, her mouth practically watering. Shelving itself was something she badly needed as well. Otherwise, with the already limited space in her dimension, if she did not plan and store things properly, it would soon become insufficient. She firmly noted these 2 items in her heart, then started up the minivan and delivered the fully loaded haul back to the warehouse. Just as she was pondering how to get her money back from Lin Youyang, her phone suddenly rang. One glance at the caller ID. Who else could it be but him? Zhou Shuwan let out a cold laugh. Because of the birthmark on her face, she had always been deeply self-conscious. So when she was admitted to a university ranked among the top 10 in the country, and the tall, handsome student union president from her department, Lin Youyang, launched a fierce pursuit of her, she quickly fell for him. If she had not lived through an apocalyptic lifetime in her dreams, she would never have seen the selfish, twisted nature hidden beneath that handsome face. She pressed the answer button. Lin Youyang's voice came through the line, "Baby, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll cook something and bring it over to you." Lin Youyang was generous with himself, but stingy towards others. He felt embarrassed to always ask Zhou Shuwan to pay for things, so he would occasionally cook rice or stir-fry vegetables in the dormitory, or make tomato and egg noodles, and grandly deliver them to her. He called it a homemade love meal from a good boyfriend, earning him a great reputation. Everyone in the department praised Zhou Shuwan, saying she was incredibly lucky to find such a gentle, considerate, and talented cook. Zhou Shuwan looked at the time and realized it was already evening. Suppressing the chill within her, she forced a smile, saying, "I'm not hungry, dear. Thank you. By the way, my parents said they would come tomorrow. Let's have a meal together then." Lin Youyang was somewhat surprised. "Why are they coming?" Zhou Shuwan intentionally acted coy, of course, to see their prospective son-in-law. Lin Youyang became uneasy. Last year, Zhou Shuwan's father, Zhou Jianghai, had come to assess him. His expression showed clear disapproval with hints that he was spending his daughter's money. During that trip, it was agreed that he would pay for everything, but he still found various excuses to make Zhou Shuwan pay. In the end, he even got a high-quality jade for free. After all, her family was wealthier than his, and she was not particularly attractive, so wasn't it right for her to spend money on him? Otherwise, who would want her? Tomorrow I need to go find an internship with other classmates, so I won't have time." Zhou Shuwan feigned a soft and innocent tone. "Youyang, my parents are coming to buy me a car. Didn't you always say you wanted to buy an Audi around 200? How about I transfer the money to you first, and you buy it?" Lin Youyang's voice immediately became excited. "How much are your parents planning to give you?" "Buying a car would cost at least 100, right? He'll negotiate with them tomorrow to get them to give me a bit more." Lin Youyang hesitated again, "But if they're coming, they must want to help you buy the car before they leave, right?" Zhou Shuwan couldn't help but sneer. This was the selfish and greedy Lin Youyang. She really didn't know how she had been blind in her previous life to fall for him. "Of course the car will be in your name, which is also mine, right? He'll tell them to just take me to look at some cars tomorrow, and then he'll go buy one myself. Then we can go together." "Youyang, I don't need a car right now. Once I start working, you can buy me another one," she said shyly. "Well, who else is closer to?" Lin Youyang's voice sounded exceptionally gentle and patient. "Be good after you graduate. Well, go get our marriage certificate." Zhou Shuwan shyly responded. "Youyang, my dad said he would buy me a car, but I also need to contribute some of my own money. He knows I have 500 in my account, and will check my balance tomorrow. What should I do? Considering the expenses from last year and the trip, my balance is 0 now." Lin Youyang paused for a long time before saying dryly, "Your dad is really something, buying a car for his daughter and making her pay half. So stingy." Zhou Shuwan hesitantly said, "My dad is afraid he'll spend all my money on you. He also said if I run out of money, he won't take care of me anymore." Her tone was that of a child who had done something wrong. This time Lin Youyang hesitated for a long time without responding. Taking advantage of others had always been his way, but this time he truly felt reluctant. Zhou Shuwan changed her tone. "Youyang, hasn't your family sent you money yet? Why don't we just forget it and buy it later? After all, we haven't graduated, yet we don't really need a car right now." "How can that be?" Lin Youyang became anxious, pausing before continuing. 500. "I can't gather that much all at once. Wanwan, don't you have a borrowing app? Just borrow a bit, and he'll think of a way on my end. My limit is too low. Besides, do you think my dad would only check my Alipay balance? He would definitely want to check the borrowing app too." Lin Youyang thought to himself, complaining that Zhou's dad was not giving his daughter any privacy, but he didn't dare say a word. After weighing the options, he gritted his teeth and agreed, "Fine, I'll find a way to lend you 500. Once your parents leave." Zhou Shuwan quickly replied, "Then he'll give it to you." "Youyang, don't you know me?" This is true. After more than a year together, Zhou Shuwan was quite generous with money and never stingy. After all, her family was better off than his. Lin Youyang felt sour inside and reminded Zhou Shuwan several times that the 500 was a loan and that she must remember to pay him back. He hesitated for a long time about writing a loan note, but ultimately didn't speak it out. Zhou Shuwan was merely ugly, not foolish. If she were to write a loan note, the promised Audi would likely fly away. After hanging up the phone, she felt disgusted with herself for what she had just done. In her previous life, after the apocalypse struck, she was trapped in City S by flooding. Her parents were worried about her and sent her 500 repeatedly, reminding her to stock up on rice flour oil and other necessities for at least 3 months. She ended up spending all the 500, filling her living room with rice flour oil, instant noodles, vegetables, and dried goods. The apartment she rented was on the 19th floor, a 2-bedroom unit, much more convenient than the dormitory. So when Lin Youyang and Zhao Shanshan proposed to stay, she agreed readily. However, as the flooding persisted and an unprecedented tsunami struck, globally the government was unable to provide assistance. Their supplies ran out. The scheming Lin Youyang gradually changed his attitude. Not only did he secretly become close to Zhao Shanshan, but the two also consumed her food and drink while deliberately manipulating and PUing her. When the three of them had to expel one, Lin Yuyang said to Zhou Shuan, Wanwan, you are capable and smart, but not pretty. It will be safe for you to go out and look for supplies. Shanshan is too pretty, it would be dangerous for her to go out. Yes, Wanwan, you are a strong woman while I am just a delicate flower. I can't go out to look for supplies. Back then she was so naive, thinking that she wasn't doing enough, she doubled her efforts to be good to them. Seeing that the supplies were insufficient for the three of them, her boyfriend and best friend wanted to expel her. She held back her anger and went out in the rain every day, paddling a small boat made from mineral water bottles to find supplies. Until one day, 6 months later, she returned home early and caught the two of them in bed together. She was furious, but to her surprise, the two immediately turned on her, accusing her of being unkind and jealous like a spoiled young lady who's hard to please. But she had already woken up trembling as she demanded they leave, saying she never wanted to see them again. Lin Yuyang then revealed his true nature, giving her a hard slap that made her head spin and her nose bleed. He called Zhao Shanshan to help, locking her in the smallest bedroom. Then he called his friends from society, all of whom had lost their homes due to flooding or were homeless from out of town. The group feasted in the living room, boasting that they would form a team from now on. Using this place as their base, they would grow strong together, no longer suffering from others' disrespect, sharing meat and women. Hearing Lin Yuyang voluntarily offering her to those men for exploitation, she didn't hesitate. She frantically rubbed her hands against the ropes, barricaded the door from the inside, broke the window glass, and jumped down from the 19th floor. The rain pounded against her face as blood mixed with rainwater on her face, and she climbed down the balcony railing layer by layer. She fought desperately to escape that hellish place. A senior from her department, Zhang Jia, and her boyfriend also lived in this neighborhood, and they had teamed up to look for some. Now more than half a year had passed since the apocalypse began. She had nowhere to go and had long lost contact with her family, so she tentatively went to seek help. Fortunately, the senior was kind-hearted, and upon hearing her story was filled with righteous indignation and accepted her. The senior's boyfriend was somewhat reluctant, but didn't say anything. She temporarily stayed in the apartment rented by the senior. However, as life became increasingly difficult and supplies dwindled, they struggled to find food. The senior's boyfriend Zhao Kueishu colluded with Lin Yuyang's gang, intending to send the two of them out in exchange for supplies. She and the senior fought desperately against him, killing Zhao Kueishu before finally escaping. But the senior still died on the way to the north with her. Recalling the past, Zhou Shuan's heart filled with desolate sorrow. Her senior, so kind and righteous, had suffered the same fate as herself, betrayed by a despicable man and meeting a tragic end. In this life, she would help her. A notification chimed on her phone, a transfer of exactly 50,000 yuan. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuyang sent her a WeChat message. Baby, I borrowed this from all my friends. I've got to pay them back ASAP. Zhou Shuan gave a cold, contemptuous smile and blocked him without hesitation. What Lin Yuyang owed her extended far beyond this paltry sum of 50,000 yuan. This was still a law-governed society. Murder demanded retribution with one's life. For now, she would spare his. But when the apocalypse arrived, she would demand an eye for an eye. Still, Lin Yuyang had unwittingly reminded her she urgently needed capital, and platforms like Alipay and Huobi were viable options. After all paper currency would become worthless post-apocalypse, creditworthiness would cease to matter. Zhou Shuan applied to every conceivable lending platform and ultimately withdrew over 120,000 yuan in cash. As a student, her credit limit was modest. This amount was already an unexpected windfall. She locked the warehouse door securely and drove her van to the university district, heading first to a noodle shop. She ordered a large bowl of fiery, fragrant chopped chili noodles, then added 2 portions each of braised noodles, spicy savory noodles, chongqing small noodles, knife-cut noodles, pig intestine noodles, and oil-poured noodles, totaling 30 servings. Her excuse: a group of female classmates in her department would be watching a projected movie in their dormitory that evening, and these were snacks for the occasion. The shop owner beamed with delight, and the kitchen instantly bustled into action. Given the high foot traffic in the university district, 30 bowls posed no challenge. By the time Zhou Shuan finished her chopped chili noodles, most were already prepared. This noodle shop had been one of her favorites in her previous life. Rich in flavor, generous in portion, and widely praised by university students. Carrying 30 servings proved unwieldy, so she neatly stacked all 30 containers into 2 empty cardboard boxes and carried them out herself. Perhaps this body retained memories from her past life. Zhou Shuan now felt markedly stronger and more agile, her reflexes sharpened. Pretending to place the boxes inside the van, she secretly transferred them into her spatial realm. To avoid drawing attention, she visited 2 more streets, ordering 30 servings of clay pot dishes on one, 30 of spicy hot pot on another, and 30 portions, each of sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, and a panji, a trio of hearty main dishes. She then returned to the dumpling shop, where she'd eaten lunch, ordering 30 servings of wontons and 30 steamer baskets of pan-fried buns. Like a diligent little bee, she made several trips between shop and van, each time discreetly stowing everything into her spatial realm. These purchases totaled over 3,600 yuan. While waiting for food preparation, she withdrew 5,000 yuan in cash and visited several small supermarkets, buying 50 kilograms of white sugar and 20 packages of ginger ambrounture mix, spending over 2,300 yuan. By now it was past 9 o'clock at night, and she prepared to drive home. Suddenly, from a shabby hotel adjacent to a karaoke bar ahead, two figures emerged side by side. Beneath the dim streetlight stood Lin Yuyang and Zhao Shanshan. The wretched pair. Zhou Shuan felt no inner tremor, only a glacial, disdainful smile. So they had already entangled themselves at this early stage. The night was dark, her van looked worn and unremarkable. Neither noticed her sitting silently within, observing them with icy detachment. Lin Yuyang half-encircled Zhao Shanshan's waist and kissed her cheek. Shanshan, you're far more obedient than that old virgin Zhou Shuan. Men adore your soft, alluring charm. Oh, senior brother. Zhao Shanshan feigned melancholy, offering a brittle smile. How could I ever compare to Wan Wan? Her parents dote on her, spending lavishly, excelling academically. I'm just a pitiful orphan, unloved by anyone. She couldn't hold a candle to you. Lin Yuyang's scoffed voice dripping with contempt. An ugly hag. Just looking at her face makes me nauseous. The only thing I tolerate is how much her parents are willing to spend on her. Be good. Once her family buys me an Audi, I'll dump her and make you my girlfriend. Really? That would be wonderful. Had she not heard it with her own ears, Zhou Shuan would never have known how Lin Yuyang truly saw her, an old virgin, an ugly hag. And Zhao Shanshan, whose divorced parents had tossed her between households like a rag doll, had grown up solely under the care of her elderly grandmother, sustained by the meager income from selling scrap. Upon entering university, the two were assigned to the same dormitory. Zhao Shanshan often clung to Zhou Shuan's arm, affectionately calling her Wan Wan, accompanying her to class meals, shopping, clothing stores, and cinemas, never letting her out of sight. Born with a facial birthmark, Zhou Shuan had never enjoyed close friendships throughout her childhood and adolescence. When Zhao Shanshan approached her with such warmth and initiative, and especially given her striking beauty, Zhou Shuan felt flattered, even overwhelmed, and genuinely regarded her as a confidant with whom she could share her deepest thoughts. Whenever Zhao Shanshan claimed financial hardship, Zhou Shuan generously handed over her entire living allowance, never once mentioning repayment. When Zhao Shanshan expressed admiration for her skincare products or clothes, Zhou Shuan gifted them without hesitation. Zhao Shanshan would then embrace her joyfully, declaring them lifelong sisters, bound together forever. Now, reflecting upon it, the irony was devastating. In her past life, not only had her eyes been blind, but her heart too. Utterly incapable of discerning true character, she had been manipulated effortlessly by these two. Zhou Shuan drew a slow, steadying breath, calmed herself, saved the video she had just recorded, and drove home. After washing up, she collapsed onto her soft bed. Though utterly exhausted, she dared not sleep. Less than 2 weeks remained before the apocalypse. Every moment must be seized to stockpile supplies. She opened Taobao and selected a reputable flagship store specializing in polar-grade down jackets. The seller claimed their jackets were engineered for expeditions to the South and North Poles, capable of withstanding extreme cold down to minus 40 degrees Celsius, with prices ranging from 3 to 5,000 yuan. In her past life, the extreme cold lasted nearly 2 years, plunging temperatures as low as minus 70 or 80 degrees. Countless perished overnight, frozen solid in their beds. Before the deep freeze descended, she had reached a survival base, surrendering all provisions she had gathered en route to earn the right to live in its heated factory halls. The facility had been converted from an old industrial plant, divided into 4 vast zones, each housing nearly 5,000 people. Individuals were allotted barely 3 square meters. Poor ventilation, severe overcrowding, relentless noise. Yet it offered survival to those like Zhou Shuan, who possessed insufficient thermal protection. She owned no down jacket at all, and scarcely stepped outside those factory walls for nearly 2 years. Even now the memory choked her. She ordered 9 adult-sized polar-grade goose down jackets, 3 per. She also selected 3 jackets sized for her younger brother's projected growth over the next 3 to 4 years, plus 12 pairs of goose down trousers, spending over 50,000 yuan in total. From a home textiles flagship store, she purchased 4 polar-grade goose down comforters for 3,200 yuan. From an outdoor sports flagship store, she ordered 3 models of tents and 6 insulated sleeping bags. She also acquired essential expedition gear: miniature flashlights, headlamps, climbing ropes, binoculars, windproof lighters, fire-starting kits, utility knives, backpacks, first aid kits, compasses, survival whistles, and signal flares, purchasing 4 full sets totaling over 4,000 yuan. For the extreme cold, she refrained from overstocking, acquiring only the absolute essentials. Post-apocalypse zero-cost acquisition would prove both more economical and more comprehensive. She would reserve further procurement for the aftermath, when scarcity would render such resources freely obtained. Zhou Shuan purchased a dehumidifier, dryer, hairdryer, desiccants, and household quicklime blocks needed for the flood, spending a total of 380 yuan. Seeing the quicklime, she bought another 100 yuan worth of quicklime heating packs and a heated lunchbox, making it convenient to boil eggs and prepare instant noodles when there is no electricity or gas. She also bought protective clothing against acid rain, goggles, gloves, shoe covers, and gas masks, purchasing a total of 12 sets for her child's size, costing 500 yuan. Additionally, she prepared 12 fire extinguishers, fire blankets, and fireproof cloaks, spending another 420. So far she had spent nearly 700 yuan, and Zhou Shuan quickly decided to stop. She still needed to buy the most important medications: meat, eggs, milk, fruits, and vegetables. With over 100 yuan remaining, she needed to make careful purchases tomorrow, looking forward to her parents arriving soon. She filled in the warehouse address for the goods so that she could pick them up later. Zhou Shuan was contemplating what supplies to buy next and what could wait for later free purchases. Lost in thought, she eventually fell asleep. The next morning, Zhou Shuan was awakened by a series of urgent calls. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she frowned slightly but pressed the answer button. "Zhou Shuan, why the hell did you block me?" Lin Yuyang's frantic voice came through the line. Zhou Shuan, uninterested, hung up the phone and blocked him. Then she pulled up the chat groups of her university student council, her major, and their shared club, posting the video she recorded last night. She also compiled the transfer records she had sent him over the year, travel expenses, and records of the jade she bought, stitching them together into a long image and sending it. Next, she privately sent her leave of absence application to her counselor. This should keep Lin Yuyang and Zhao Shanshan busy for a while, preventing them from disturbing her. After washing up, Zhou Shuan ate a few pan-fried buns and then drove to the agricultural market she had visited. The morning vegetables are the freshest. The agricultural market in the southern district is renowned for its agricultural products, with astonishing quantities of fresh produce arriving daily from the south to the north. Someone like Zhou Shuan was just a small player in this market. Therefore, she did not hesitate and headed straight to the space she did not have planting functions. It was merely a storage area. Vegetables, meat, and eggs were consumables, so Zhou Shuan decided to buy enough for a family of 4 for 30 years. She ordered 500 jin each of eggplants, tomatoes, green peppers, okra, Buddha's hand, gourds, garlic, sprouts, onions, lotus roots, asparagus, broccoli, cabbage, purple cabbage, and bok choy, spending a total of 4600 yuan. For easy toaster vegetables like white radishes, carrots, and cabbages, she ordered 200 jin, costing over 500 yuan. She ordered 100 jin each of starchy foods such as chestnut, pumpkins, yams, potatoes, sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, and taro, spending a total of 2300 yuan. She ordered 400 cobs of glutinous corn, enough for her family of 4 to eat twice a month, costing 320 yuan. She also ordered 500 jin each of ginger scallions and garlic, costing 7500 yuan. The total spent on vegetables was 84700 yuan. As she was paying, Zhou Shuan's heart trembled. Money truly does not last long, and she still hadn't bought fruits, meat, and dairy. Only less than 200 yuan remained in her card. She informed the shop owner of the warehouse location, asking them to prepare the goods for delivery before the evening and to call her when ready. With 200 yuan, it wasn't enough to buy much, so she went to a canned goods wholesale store, purchasing 300 cans each of various meat, fish, kidney bean, corn, and fruit cans. As she was loading the car, she received a call from her mom saying they had just landed and would reach her rented apartment's entrance in half an hour by taxi. Zhou Shuan was very happy and quickly told them where the agricultural market was, asking them to come directly to the south gate to find her. Her parents were confused, not understanding what she was doing at the agricultural market, but they still instructed the driver to change routes. At the south gate of the agricultural market, the side facing the main road was lined with restaurants at very reasonable prices. Zhou Shuan chose one and requested a private room, ordering several dishes and asking the restaurant to wait until everyone arrived before serving. She then went to wait for her parents in the van. The agricultural market was already in the suburbs closer to the airport, and they would arrive in 20 minutes. Zhou Shuan looked at her parents, who bore no difference from her memories, holding back tears as she helped them into the van. The back seat of the van had already been cleared and was cluttered with various supplies. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun exchanged surprised glances, not knowing what their daughter was doing with the van. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan had placed a stool in the van beforehand, plus the passenger seat, providing just enough seats for 3. Zhong Tiyun, looking anxious, took Zhou Shuan's hand as she sat in the passenger seat and asked urgently, "What happened to you, my child? You scared your dad and me to death with this sudden situation." She scrutinized Zhou Shuan, seemingly checking for any signs of injury. Upon seeing her face, she suddenly realized, "Wan, where did your birthmark go?" Zhou Jianghai, not as anxious as Zhong Tiyun, furrowed his brows and asked, "Did you have surgery to remove your birthmark?" Yet he felt something was off. Even if she had cosmetic surgery, it wouldn't have healed so naturally. Feeling her parents' long-lost concern, Zhou Shuan smiled through her tears and said to Zhou Jianghai, "Dad, when I was little, you always told me that the birthmark was a gift from the heavenly deities. It seems that was indeed the case." Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun both wore puzzled expressions. Zhou Shuan wiped her tears, looked around to ensure there were no vehicles or pedestrians nearby, and said, Dad, Mom, please listen carefully to what I have to say. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun became serious at her alert demeanor, exchanging a glance as they waited attentively. Zhou Shuan pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Dad, Mom, please pay close attention to my actions. The back of the van was filled with cans as she touched some with her hands, storing them in her space. As she moved her hand, a small portion of the cans in the rear compartment vanished without a trace. Zhong Tiyun exclaimed in surprise, Wan, is this a magic show? She looked around, feeling that there was no extra space for Zhou Shuan to store so many cans. Zhou Shuan shook her head with a smile, continuing to retrieve the stool her dad was sitting on into the space. Zhou Dad could only crouch there, but at that moment he didn't care about not having a seat, he just watched calmly. Zhou Shuan smiled again, and sequentially brought out all the cans and the stool. Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom looked on in shock. Dad, Mom, I just stored these items in my space. When I woke up yesterday morning, my birthmark was gone, but I gained a personal space that only I can see. Inside, time is frozen. Oh, it can store items, and whatever is placed inside remains unchanged when taken out. To prove it, she retrieved 2 bowls of wontons she bought yesterday, which were still steaming. These were what I stored yesterday, and they look exactly the same as when I put them in after a day. Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom were completely stunned. Wan, are you saying that your birthmark has turned into a storage space? Zhou Dad was the first to react, showing his vast experience. Zhou Shuan nodded yes. Dad, Mom, please listen carefully. When I woke up yesterday morning, I had a long dream that foretold the apocalypse arriving in early April. First it rained, then it gradually turned into a torrential downpour, continuing day and night. Within just 2 months, floods occurred worldwide, and soon some island nations were completely submerged. The water was approximately 4 to 5 stories high. Initially, the government had rescue operations, but when the tsunami struck, it destroyed most of the electrical infrastructure, leading to a nationwide communication blackout, and there were no more large-scale rescue efforts afterward. At that time, I was trapped in City S. As the flood situation worsened, Dad spent a large sum to buy a speedboat to find me, but I never heard from him again. Mom, you were left alone with Moo staying in the old house, which was on the top floor and safe from flooding. After the floods came the tsunami, an overwhelming wave that destroyed countless high-rises, and as the floodwaters receded, it was replaced by extreme heat. Because you hoarded a lot of supplies before the heavy rain, the neighbors took note of it. Later, when order collapsed, a group of people broke into your home and drove you and Moo out. After the extreme heat, acid rain began to fall, and you and Moo both. Zhou Shuan recalled the 2 skeletons she had collected from her past life, her voice trembling. The departure of her family in her past life was her greatest regret. Wan you. Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom looked at her in disbelief, as if they were hearing something incomprehensible. This is just a dream. Zhong Tiyun patted Zhou Shuan's back, saying, your dad, your brother, and I are all fine, there's nothing to worry about. Zhou Shuan couldn't hold back her tears again. In fact, after her parents' passing in her past life, she seldom cried, knowing that no one would care, even if she did. But at this moment, she transformed back into that university student who had yet to enter society, someone who had not experienced the trials of the apocalypse, only wanting to rush into her mother's arms and cry her heart out. However, she still managed to control herself. She took a deep breath, looked at her thoughtful dad and concerned mom, and said solemnly, Dad, Mom, I know you think this is just a dream, but I am very clear that this is my past life and everything happened for real. If you don't believe me, at 2 o'clock this afternoon, the president of the foreign country of Kars will be assassinated and the news will flood the internet. Wan. Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom were extremely shocked. Zhou Shuan smiled through her tears. Dad, Mom, you know me. I've never been abroad, and my social circle is quite simple. How could I know about such a major news event as the assassination of a national president in advance? Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom were left speechless. Well, let's go eat first. We can talk more after dinner. Zhou Jianghai coughed lightly. When an array of delicious dishes was laid out before her, she couldn't help herself and started devouring the food. This was a habit formed during the apocalypse. After years of scarcity, her appetite was like a bottomless black hole, wanting to stuff every edible item into her stomach. She ordered 6 dishes and a soup along with 3 bowls of rice. But the amount she ate alone was equivalent to 3 people's worth. Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom stared at her in shock. Zhou Mom suddenly choked up, pushing her nearly untouched rice toward her. One, eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Zhou Dad hurried to pour her some water, saying, daughter, drink some water. Zhou Shuan buried her head in her food, smiling at her parents in between bites. After she finished everything on the table and let out a big, satisfied burp, she felt a bit embarrassed and said, Dad, Mom, I was just too hungry. The plates on the table were completely clean, even the fatty meat and Shanghai greens that she usually didn't like had all been. Zhong Tian wanted to say something, but in the end she just affectionately patted Zhou Shuan's back again and again, just like when she was a child. Zhou Shuan first stiffened for a moment, then gradually relaxed, tentatively leaning on her mom's shoulder. Inhaling the familiar and comforting scent of her mother, her eyes became a bit moist. Zhou Jianghai said nothing, stood up, and went out. A little while later he returned, handing Zhong Tiyun a bag, saying, "This is digestion liquid. Let our daughter drink a couple of doses later. Eating so much I hope she doesn't get stuffed." He glanced at the clean plates and swallowed the rest of his words. Zhou Shuan indeed felt quite full, a bit uncomfortably so, but inside she felt a twisted sense of satisfaction. By the time they finished eating it was already 1:30. They hardly waited long before it was 2 o'clock. At 2:10 Zhou Jianghai began browsing major news websites. There was no need to search deeply, such a massive global news event was prominently featured at the top. The glaring red headline was hard to miss. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun fell silent. In fact, they had already believed her when they first saw their daughter's storage space. But there still remained a flicker of hope in their hearts, wondering if their daughter had merely experienced a bad dream. Zhou Dad had started his business with a hardware store and owned 2 branches in the south and north of the city. He had seen quite a bit, took a deep breath, and said to Zhou Shuan, "Wan, let's go back to the car. You need to explain your plans in detail." Zhou Shuan nodded. Once the family was back in the van, she explained one by one. "I know that the apocalypse lasted at least 8 years, starting with floods, high temperatures, acid rain, drought, then extreme cold, eternal night, earthquakes. So the most important thing for us is to hoard supplies, food, water, necessities, future transportation, and various materials needed for natural disasters. After the apocalypse, social order will be chaotic and everyone will be struggling to survive. There won't be large-scale factories producing supplies, so we need to buy these materials as soon as possible. I have already purchased some, but most still need you, Dad and Mom, to buy. As for our old house, in my past life, it could withstand the acid rain. Only the top floor was pocked and corroded, but the 6th floor remained solid. We will live there in the future. We could sell our elevator apartment. The new neighborhood is at a low elevation and will soon be submerged. If we want to live on the 6th floor, we need to encase the 7th floor entirely with tempered glass and replace all the windows. Additionally, we need solar panels, large capacity batteries, air conditioning, heating equipment, etc. In the event of a disaster, these will not last long and will need to be replaced, so we need to buy spares. What have you bought these past 2 days? Zhou Shuan handed her parents a list of supplies clearly documented. Zhou Dad glanced at it and felt reassured. However, there was one more important matter. He looked up at Zhou Shuan and asked, Wan, how large is your space? How much can it store? Zhou Shuan smiled wryly. It's only about 80 square meters, not much can be stored in it. However, I used to read online novels about spaces. Some spaces can devour gold and jade, allowing for upgrades and increased area. Zhou Dad turned to Zhong Tiyun. Zhong Tiyun wore a transparent violet jade bracelet, an heirloom of great value. After many years of marriage, she understood her husband's meaning at a glance and immediately took off the bracelet, handing it to Zhou Shuan. Wan, give it a try. If the space does not consume, it merely stores. Besides, in the post-apocalyptic world, jewelry will be of no use in the future. How many people after the apocalypse hold gold bracelets and necklaces just to exchange for a meal? Zhou Shuan placed the bracelet into the space, and in the blink of an eye, the white space expanded dramatically like a shipping container. Estimating, she opened her eyes and smiled. Indeed, it has expanded by about 50 square meters. The Zhou family members breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, as long as the area can expand, that's all that matters. Zhong Tian also wore a gold necklace and a pair of gold earrings, and simply took them all off, handing them to Zhou Shuan. Wan, you should try these too. After Zhou Shuan put the gold ornaments into the space, she nodded after a moment. It has expanded, but not by much, probably just a few square meters. A few square meters would suffice. After all, the amount of gold ornaments put in was quite small, just a few dozen grams. The value is far inferior to that of the jade bracelet. Zhou Jianghai then asked Zhou Shuan about the exact time of the apocalypse, nodding. Indeed, there isn't much time left. In that case, let's split into 3 groups. They'll go back today to list our elevator apartment and the storefront on Bai Street for sale and start renovating our house. Wan, please tell me the important points later. I know 2 pharmaceutical agents. They'll contact them to buy the medicines. Tiyun, you and Wan stay here to gather supplies. Most importantly, you 2 must go to the bank today and withdraw all the precious metals we bought to upgrade one. The storefront on Bai Street occupies 2 rooms and is used for their hardware store. Zhou Dad's intention is to close it down quickly. Zhong Tiyun felt a bit apprehensive, but seeing her determined husband and supportive daughter, she nodded in agreement. If the elevator apartment and the storefront sell smoothly, that would provide an additional 2 million in funds, which would greatly help in stockpiling supplies later. Zhou Shuan reminded, Dad, once we have the items in our store, they can be exchanged for quite a bit of supplies. Don't sell them too cheaply. Zhou Jianghai responded affirmatively. The 3 did not waste any more time and immediately set off to take action. It wasn't peak hours, and Zhou Dad bought the fastest ticket back to J City. Zhong Tiyun made an online reservation and learned that they could only withdraw the precious metals tomorrow, so she continued to gather supplies at the farmer's market. The 2 separated into different paths. Zhang Tiyun went to order shelves and continued to buy various dried goods, fruits, and seafood, then waited at the warehouse for the deliveries. Knowing that her daughter had only stockpiled 2 tons of rice and 2 tons of flour, she waved her hand generously and first bought 30 tons of rice and 30 tons of flour. Then she went to buy other things. Zhou Shuan drove a van to a rural breeding farm, where she ordered 50 fat pigs, spending a total of 15700 yuan. She also paid for processing, asking them to help cut the pigs into pieces and to prepare the blood and intestines. This was extra cash, no reason not to earn it, and the owner called 2 relatives to help, and they could finish it in half a day. Then they would deliver it to the warehouse, waiting for her to pick it up in the evening. She also ordered 2,000 chickens, 2,000 ducks, and 1,000 geese from the poultry farm, all of which were processed and delivered to the warehouse. These cost about 3500 yuan. Zhou Shuan also ordered 1,000 jin of chicken eggs, 1,000 jin of duck eggs, and 3,000 jin of salted duck eggs, spending 500 yuan. Goose eggs were too expensive at 5 yuan each, so Zhou Shuan only bought 300, feeling reluctant to buy more, spending 1,500 yuan. The Zhou family is from the north, and the whole family likes to eat century eggs, but the south is more accustomed to salted duck eggs. She simply ordered a famous brand of century eggs directly on Taobao, ordering 100 boxes for 80. Considering the future, she also bought several trays of fertilized chicken, duck, and goose eggs from the breeding farm, along with several incubators. If conditions permit, she could try to hatch and raise them herself, ensuring a continuous supply of meat products. She also ordered 2,000 jin of beef and 2,000 jin of lamb, spending 12600 yuan. On her way back, she passed by a dairy factory and stopped in. After the apocalypse, people suffer from various nutritional deficiencies, and Mumu and her parents were also at the age where they needed calcium supplements. Zhou Shuan bought 300 barrels of fresh milk, each 30 liters, spending 600 yuan. She also bought a batch of new Rexbury packaged milk that the factory was processing at a very low price, totaling 800 boxes, spending 280 yuan. By the time she returned to the city, it was already dark. Zhang Tiyun was in the warehouse receiving goods, and she didn't even greet Zhou Shuan when she saw her come back. Zhou Shuan hurriedly parked and helped to sign for the unloading. A delivery manager saw the commotion and smiled, greeting. "Are you preparing to open a supermarket? Such a big operation." Zhang Tiyun had been running a store with Zhou Dad for over 10 years and was most adept at social interactions. She smiled and replied, "My daughter is about to graduate, and with the current employment situation, we, the 2 families' elders, decided to invest in a supermarket for her. It's better than her working outside for 996 hours and only earning a few thousand." "That's true," the manager shook his head and sighed. "It's hard to find a job these days. My son graduated and is now unemployed, just staying home to take civil service exams." Zhang Tiyun also sighed along with him as the other drove away in his small delivery truck. Zhou Shuan brought over dinner, which consisted of 2 large portions of fried rice noodles and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. The 2 of them took a break to eat and continued to receive goods until after 9 in the evening, finally finishing the items purchased that day. There were still many goods to be delivered tomorrow, and they needed to spare 1 person to receive the items. The 2 of them also had to move all the items in the warehouse into the space tonight. There was no time to rest. Zhang Tiyun drove the van in and out repeatedly, pretending to transport goods outward. Zhou Shuan remained in the warehouse to organize supplies. She first cleared out the chaotic mess in the space, then placed all the shelves her mother bought today inside, arranging. She then organized the purchased supplies onto the shelves in order: grains and oils, vegetables, fruits, seafood, and daily necessities. Today, Zhang Tiyun bought more than 20 kinds of fruits, including apples, peaches, pears, dragon fruits, oranges, pomelos, pineapples, tangerines, bananas, grapes, watermelons, cantaloupes, lychees, blueberries, cherry, tomatoes, mangoes, longans, coconuts, and durians. She bought 500 jin each of the commonly eaten fruits, while others were bought in 300 jin increments. For expensive fruits like durians and jackfruits, she bought over 300 of each. The total cost was 153,000 yuan. For dried goods, she ordered 300 jin each of shiitake mushrooms and dried tofu, and 100 jin each of wood ear mushrooms, silver ear mushrooms, tea tree mushrooms, dried kelp, and red dates, costing 40,000 yuan. Today, Zhou Shuan forgot to buy tofu, so Zhang Tiyun bought another 200 boards of tofu, each weighing around 20 jin, costing over 1,000 yuan. For seafood, she selected 1,000 common freshwater fish, including grass carp, and base, plus 500 crucian carp for soup, and 600 jin of freshwater shrimp, and 300 jin of lobster, costing a total of 7,400 yuan. For cooking oil, she bought 300 barrels of various common oils like peanut oil, soybean oil, and olive oil, costing over 4,000 yuan. By the time they returned, it was already midnight. The 2 were exhausted as Zhang Tiyun drove, while Zhou Shuan calculated today's expenses, letting out a long breath. "Mom, we spent just over 9,000 today." Adding what she bought in the morning, it was enough to reach 1 million. Money really doesn't last long. Although she wasn't quite sure how much savings they had, spending 1 million at once would definitely be a significant hit. However, looking on the bright side, she had stocked enough food and drink for the four of them for the next 30 years in her space. The sense of crisis that had been hidden in her heart since she woke up finally eased a little. Zhang Tiyun remained calm, saying, "Once we sell the house and the storefront, there will be enough money left." She glanced at Zhou Shu and hesitated for a moment and still asked, "Wan, you haven't mentioned Lin Yuyang you too." Zhou Shuan's phone had been ringing incessantly today, but whenever it was Lin Yuyang calling, she immediately hung up. She also did not answer calls from other counselors or classmates. She did not want to worry her parents too much, but after thinking for a moment, she still reminded her mother. Mom, Lin Yuyang is not a good person now after the apocalypse. He is with a group of villains specifically oppressing the weak, and he is also involved with Zhao Shanshan. So I have already broken up with him. Zhang Tian furrowed her brows tightly, asking, "Isn't Zhao Shanshan in the same dormitory as you?" Zhao Shanshan had even shamelessly followed Zhou Shuwan to J City to play Zhou's parents had met her. Without waiting for Zhou Shuwan to respond, Zhang Tiyun gritted her teeth in anger, saying, "What a pair of wayward dogs, Wan. Don't feel too bad. Oh, when Mom sees them, I will definitely seek justice for you." Zhou Shuwan had long been determined to kill Lin Yuyang after the apocalypse, but at this moment, hearing her mother's support, warmth surged in her heart. She leaned against Zhang Tiyun, happily nodding, "Thank you, Mom." After returning home, it was too late, and there were hardly any people in the community. The mother and daughter slept soundly until dawn. After breakfast, the counselor called Zhou Shuwan again. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Shuwan still answered. The counselor, surnamed Wang, had only been working for a few years, and there wasn't much age difference between them. He could get along well with Zhou Shuwan, and was usually very serious and responsible. On the phone, he earnestly advised Zhou Shuwan for a long time, saying, "The situation with Lin Yuyang has already caused a huge uproar at school. Rest assured, our department has established an investigation committee, and in the end, he will definitely face consequences. So Shuwan, you don't need to suspend your studies because of him. The pressure of employment in society is already significant, and many public service exams have age restrictions. Taking a year off means losing a year of opportunities. Therefore, the teacher hopes you can consider continuing your studies." His tone was very sincere. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment and replied, "Thank you, teacher, I will consider it. But I would like to take a few days off to go home." "All right, take your time and relax. You must consider the matter of suspending your studies seriously." The counselor let out a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. Zhou Shuwan hung up the phone, remaining silent, thinking of her senior sister and the counselor, who was worried about her employment. She felt that although there were many scoundrels and bad people after the apocalypse, there were still many good people in society. In her past life, she had traveled north, having been harmed by some, but helped by many. Human nature is complex. Everyone has both good and evil within them. When living in a peaceful society, goodness is magnified. But if one has nothing, evil will completely drive a person's true nature. In this life, she was fortunate to be reborn and needed to do something without exposing herself. After much contemplation, she made her decision. In her previous life, during her survival in S City, she met someone who specialized in marketing before the apocalypse. Listening to him boast about those marketing tactics was like a magic trick. She didn't know his real name, only hearing others call him Xiaohua. Zhou Shuwan searched online and found several videos under forums with similar names. Zhang Tiyun had already gotten up early to order takeout. She knew that Zhou Shuwan only ordered 30 portions each time she went to a restaurant, so she shook her head, saying it was too slow. Today she would pretend to be a logistics sister from a big company to order takeout. After she returned, they would go to the Zhou Shuwan dressed up in disguise. The birthmark on her face was gone, and anyone who recognized her would be puzzled. She had already been wearing a mask when going out these past 2 days. Today she changed into a summer sun protection outfit along with a hat covering her head and facial features tightly except for her eyes. She put on sunglasses, found her mother's more conservative clothes, tried them on in the mirror, and once she was unrecognizable, she left the house. She went straight to a small internet cafe in the university town where management was lax and hygiene was poor. She registered an account and privately contacted the other party on a forum. Xiaohu was probably always online, and he immediately replied, "Hello, big boss." Zhou Shuwan's account had a male avatar. "Handsome rich boss, I need you for marketing promotion with compensation. Are you in?" Xiaohu was starry-eyed. "Yes, big boss, as long as the money is enough, I will do whatever you ask." Zhou Shuwan felt a shiver and sent him the outline she had prepared, then added, "Deposit of 2,000, final payment of 3,000, if views exceed." The other party quickly replied with an okay gesture. "Handsome rich boss, send me your address, and I will deliver the deposit to you." Xiaohu flattered, "Big boss, WeChat transfer is fine." "Handsome rich boss, I don't use WeChat, I prefer cash payments." After hesitating for a long time, the other party finally sent an address. It was in the city center, a place Zhou Shuwan had visited many times with her classmates. It took about 40 minutes by subway to get there, and the address given was a cafe. "Handsome rich boss, 2 o'clock in the afternoon." Xiaohu was marveling at how cool the big boss was while replying, "Okay, looking forward to your generous support, starry-eyed." Zhou Shuwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She logged off and exited the internet cafe, intending to find a restroom to change out of her odd outfit. Suddenly, she spotted a few individuals in camouflage uniforms a few hundred meters ahead looking around and inspecting something. Having just done something significant, Zhou Shuan immediately felt guilty, but after thinking about it, the other side had not acted yet, so she shouldn't expose herself so soon. She forced herself to walk past them calmly. Just as she was about to walk by, a sudden shout rang out, "Stop!" Zhou Shuan froze in place. One of the soldiers approached, and Zhou Shuan noticed his waist and long boots were bulging. In her previous life, she had seen countless troops rescuing disaster victims, and new weapons were concealed there. However, she appeared even more composed. The other party came to her side and scrutinized her. He first showed his identification, his voice low and magnetic. "Hello, comrade. We belong to the XX Corps 905th Unit and would like to ask you a few questions." Zhou Shuan quickly glanced at the ID and felt more assured after seeing a symbol in the lower right corner. They were Special Forces. Soldier. The person in front of her was actually quite young, at most 25 or 26 years old, with broad shoulders and long legs, standing tall, like a pine tree. Soldier. The person in front of her was actually quite young, at most 25 or 26 years old, with broad shoulders and long legs, standing tall, like a pine tree, and his features were strikingly handsome. Perhaps having undergone different training in the army, his handsome features did not appear effeminate. Instead, they exuded decisiveness and firmness, radiating heroism. The other party paused for a moment before handing her the photo. "Have you seen this person? What's wrong with him?" The other party replied calmly, "This person is extremely dangerous. If you see him, you must report it to the police." Zhou Shuan quickly nodded, pretending to be frightened. Okay, that's terrifying. Thank you, Uncle Bing." Seeing that the other party scrutinized her again with a solemn gaze, and the several soldiers beside him had their hands on their waists watching her intently, she realized her outfit was suspicious. After some thought, Zhou Shuan proactively pulled open her sunshade and took off her hat, smiling shyly. "It's too sunny, I'm afraid of getting tanned." Though still quite beautiful, radiating the unique vitality and innocence of a college student, she was not the woman in the photo. The group retracted their gaze, and the handsome soldier nodded at her, signaling that she could leave. Zhou Shuan sighed in relief and walked away, glancing back at their bulging weapons, feeling envious. After the apocalypse, resources were scarce and chaos reigned. Humans fought each other for survival, not to mention abroad. In the country, due to strict weapon regulations, those who could wield firearms after the apocalypse were all big shots. Ordinary people like Zhou Shuan could only manage to buy a sword, a bow, or a dagger. Many relied on kitchen knives or fruit knives as self-defense weapons. However, in her past life, during her journey north, she had encountered a group of women forming a resource scavenging team. Their leader, Chun Fun, had retired from the military and somehow acquired a batch of stun batons and crossbow arrows. A team of women could not compete with men in strength. But during conflicts, those with crossbows defended from the back, while those with stun batons attacked from the front, working in harmony, and they managed to retreat unscathed each time. At that time, since Zhou Shuan and Zhang Jia had helped greatly, Chun Fun had even wanted to invite them to join the team, but both were determined to return home and declined. However, they stayed behind to learn how to shoot crossbows for a while, and before they left, Chun Fun gifted them each a crossbow and a bundle of arrows as a token of gratitude. It was thanks to this crossbow and arrows that Zhou Shuan could stumble back home safely. Later, when the arrows ran out, she learned to make them from bamboo. Although they weren't as sharp as those given by Chun Fun, they still had a deterrent effect. However, the firing rate of the crossbow was too slow, and its accuracy needed adjustment after some time. One time, when they were besieged by a group, she and Zhang Jia were overwhelmed and ultimately defeated. Zhang Jia was stabbed in a vital area, and with no medicine or medical equipment, she quickly succumbed. Looking back now, if only senior sister Zhang Jia had stayed with that team, she might not have lost her life. A twinge of pain flashed in Zhou Shuan's heart as she shook her head, dismissing those sorrowful memories and turning her thoughts back to weapons. In fact, aside from these weapons, she later saw that most of the cold weapons used by the military and militia at the base were bows, not crossbows. Bows had a fast shooting speed, were easy to make, and were more suitable for fighting multiple opponents. At that time, the base militia had recruited 2 batches of people, but Zhou Shuan, being a girl with little strength, could not even pull back a bow, so she was naturally eliminated. In this life, to survive in the apocalypse with her family, she needed not only to stockpile enough supplies, but also to train herself and have self-defense capabilities. Although the firing speed of the crossbow was slow, it required less skill, allowing even children to master it easily. Therefore, she had to find ways to prepare some crossbows and arrows for her parents to practice, ensuring their safety in the future. Ordinary stun batons were easy to buy, so she planned to purchase more and keep them charged. As for the bow, she was the main force at home, and this time she had to practice early and prepare in advance. Zhou Shuan sighed, lightly found a restroom to change clothes, and met up with her mother. First, she stored the 100 takeout meals purchased from 3 or 4 restaurants into her space from her mother's van. Then they went to the bank to withdraw all the over 800 grams of gold that the family had intermittently bought over the years. On the surface, it looked like it was in her backpack, but in reality, she had quietly transferred it to her space. In an instant, the space expanded by 40 square meters. Zhou Shuan felt overjoyed. Now the space was already over 170 square meters. However, she had used up all the gold and jade at home. Unless she found an opportunity for a zero-cost purchase after the apocalypse, they had no means to upgrade the space. Therefore, moving forward, the utilization rate of the space needed to be increased since there were still many supplies to collect. Zhong Tiyun continued to return to the warehouse for more goods. Zhou Shuan drove the van to a factory on the outskirts. She had already purchased most of the rice flour, cooking oil, meat, eggs, milk, vegetables, and fruits. Next, the most important thing was water sources and coal. To secure enough drinking water and water for daily use for a family of 4 for the next 30 years, she needed to store over 10 tons of water, which her current space could not hold. Fortunately, her family was in the hardware business and had a dedicated procurement channel. Yesterday, Zhou Jianghai had already contacted manufacturers in J-City. They ordered 30 water tanks with a capacity of 20 tons, 50 with a capacity of 10 tons, 50 with a capacity of 2 tons, and 51-ton plastic food-grade water tanks. They also purchased water purification tablets and filtration devices for 5,000 yuan. Additionally, they rented a large warehouse on the outskirts of J-City to store the water tanks, planning to fill them once the mother and daughter returned. The previous 2 years were flood seasons, so water resources were not that scarce yet. Zhou Jianghai was meticulous and also bought 20 inflatable swimming pools measuring 15 m x 10 m x 2 m online, along with 500 barrels of 30 liters of drinking water from the water plant. Just these purchases cost over 3,000 yuan. It was unavoidable as the prices for large-capacity water tanks were exorbitant. Zhou Shuan went directly to the coal factory. Although it was the south, the province where S-City was located was also a major coal-producing province similar to buying in J-City. Due to the limited space, she only bought 50 tons of coal and honeycomb coal, enough for 2 years, and planned to stock more when the opportunity arose. She also purchased 3 coal stoves with chimneys and 10 camping canister stoves, compact and well-wrapped. With this in mind, she bought heating equipment online, including warm air machines, oil-filled radiators, electric blankets, and electric heating tables, purchasing 5 of each. Electric blankets are very convenient. They keep warm once plugged in. There are still 4 or 5 old electric blankets at her home, which are enough for rotation. She also ordered 5,000 yuan worth of thermal insulation cotton online, planning to wrap her house with a layer of it to achieve substantial insulation. She filled in the delivery address for the online purchases as the warehouse in J-City, so her father could receive them later. She arranged for the coal factory to deliver the coal to the warehouse, while she drove southwest, where most of the province's electric wholesale factories were concentrated. Zhou Shuan bought many large-capacity solar charging panels, high-power solar panels, solar batteries, solar water heaters, and solar flashlights under the pretense of her family's procurement, along with diesel and gasoline generators. These were all highly sought-after supplies after the apocalypse, with no telling how many years it would take to produce them again. However, in the extreme cold and heat of the apocalypse, heating and air conditioning were absolutely essential, so Zhou Shuan purchased all according to her family's maximum capacity, spending a total of 3,000 yuan. As for gasoline and diesel, Zhou Shuan also discussed it over the phone with her father. Zhou Jianghai straightforwardly said, "You, a young girl, are in a place where you are unfamiliar. Buying these things will take a lot of effort. Just let Dad handle it." After so many years in business, Dad still knows a few people. Zhou Shuan had survived alone in the apocalypse for 8 years and was already accustomed to doing things by herself, relying on no one. However, spending these days with her parents made her feel as if 2 mountains were supporting her from behind. No matter how harsh the apocalypse became, she would no longer feel afraid. By the time she returned, it was already past 7 in the evening. She came back with a large portion of spicy chicken and 2 bowls of rice, sitting down with her mother to devour the meal quickly. The 2 of them closed the warehouse door and organized the goods they had collected today, neatly placing everything in the storage space. Looking at the fully stocked space, she felt both happy and a bit troubled. Today, I arranged with the coal boss and the electricity boss to deliver goods tomorrow. But how to store them is indeed a challenge. Those solar panels and generators could just be squeezed onto the upper shelf. However, the 50 tons of coal would occupy 60 square meters of area. Squeezing her space would barely suffice, but there was no room left for other supplies. Zhong Tianyan said, "After we finish collecting the goods in the next couple of days, we should tidy up and head back. We can take everything that doesn't need refrigeration out of your space and store it in the J-City warehouse, prioritizing the items that require refrigeration." Zhou Shuan nodded and sighed. There's no other choice. Since it had to be stored in the warehouse, the remaining supplies would need to be bought again. She also needed to tell her father to rent a warehouse in a high area that wouldn't be submerged after the apocalypse, gradually moving the supplies over. Moreover, she had to pay attention to safety and discretion so that they wouldn't be robbed by others if they delayed moving the supplies after the apocalypse. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. Zhong Tianyan suggested, "Why not rent a place in our neighborhood? It's close and easier to keep an eye on. Many people have moved to elevator buildings in our old neighborhood. It's easy to rent." Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and shook her head. Mom, when the floods submerge most of the city, most people will have to relocate, and all the high-rise buildings and office areas and residential districts will be requisitioned by the government to accommodate disaster victims. Will our house also be requisitioned? Zhong Tianyun asked in surprise. That won't happen. If there's truly no room, community staff will communicate with us. As homeowners, our opinions will be prioritized, but those vacant houses will definitely be requisitioned. Keeping our supplies in the community is too risky. Then we can only rent another warehouse. Zhong Tianyun hesitated for a moment, but then looked at Zhou Shuan. Wanwans, I've been wanting to discuss something with you. Should we inform your second uncle and third aunt about this apocalypse? And what about your dad's close families? Should we let them know too? Zhou Shuan's maternal grandparents had passed away in recent years, leaving only 4 siblings, but her eldest uncle and Zhong Tianyun had never had a good relationship, and they had cut off contact after the elders' deaths. Zhong Tianyun treated her eldest brother as if he didn't exist, but she had a close relationship with her second uncle and third aunt. Her second uncle's family lived in the countryside, and her cousin used to stay at Zhou's home when he attended high school in the city. Zhou Shuan's maternal grandparents had passed away in recent years, leaving only 4 siblings, but her eldest uncle and Zhong Tianyun had never had a good relationship, and they had cut off. Suddenly Zhou Shuan remembered something, but after glancing at her worried mother, she swallowed her words. Mom, let's wait a couple of days. Once it starts to rain, we will have a reason to remind them. There are still 2 months from the start of the rain to the floods, which should be enough time for them to store some supplies. Others, unlike Zhou Shuan, do not have storage space. Even if they were informed in advance, how much could they stockpile? Especially food and drink, which all have expiration dates. Zhong Tianyun thought about it too and set aside her worries. All right, let's wait a few more days, and we will discuss what to say with your dad so that you don't leak anything. Although she was also concerned about her second brother and third sister, she prioritized protecting her daughter above all else, ensuring that outsiders would not discover Wanwan's secret. Although she was also concerned about her second brother and third sister, she prioritized protecting her daughter above all. After parking the car downstairs, they had barely gotten out when someone suddenly charged at Zhou Shuan, grabbing her and angrily cursing, "Zhou Shuan, you wretched woman." Lin Yuyang's eyes were bloodshot, his face pale under the streetlight, resembling a frenzied lion. One hand grabbed her while the other swung a hard slap toward her. Amidst Zhong Tianyun's gasp, Zhou Shuan stepped aside and didn't even see how she moved. She struck Lin Yuyang's neck fiercely with her elbow, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhong Tianyun hurried over, scanning Zhou Shuan from head to toe. "Wanwans, are you all right?" Zhou Shuan smiled reassuringly. "Mom, don't worry, he can't hurt me." In her past life, after arriving at the survivor base, the base strictly controlled the use of weapons. However, to protect the weak, they published many self-defense techniques and even offered crash courses taught by experienced veterans. Zhou Shuan wasn't selected for the militia, but she worked hard to learn these skills. She had survived for 8 years in her past life, thanks to her crossbow skills and agility. But after the earthquake, she was ambushed by Lin Yuyang and Zhao Shanshan, due to having not eaten for a long time, injuring her leg in the quake and losing her crossbow, which led to her demise. In her past life, Lin Yuyang had survived for 8 years in the apocalypse and had learned quite a bit. But right now he was still just a weakling, making it perfect for Zhou Shuan to vent her frustrations. Zhong Tianyun looked Zhou Shuan over, and upon seeing that she was fine, she turned to Lin Yuyang with disgust. "Lin Yuyang, you are a college-educated person. How can you lay hands on a girl?" "Mom, don't waste your breath on him. Just call the police." Zhou Shuan had no intention of going easy on him, dialing 110 and briefly explaining the situation before hanging up. Lin Yuyang felt as if his throat was being crushed, and after a long moment he barely managed to stand up, pointing at Zhou Shuan with bloodshot eyes. "You venomous woman, give me back my money." After he transferred 50,000 yuan, Zhou Shuan had directly blocked him and shared those videos and screenshots in the school group. Lin Yuyang realized that she had discovered his affair with Zhao Shanshan long ago, deliberately deceiving him with sweet words to get money and then seeking revenge. What a venomous heart. What deep schemes. What a despicable act. Lin Yuyang thought about the disdain and ridicule he had faced these past few days, along with the criticisms from the department leaders and counselors. Thinking about that 50,000 yuan felt like having his flesh cut. Burning with anger, he swung his arm and charged forward again. Zhong Tiyun exclaimed, "1-1." Zhou Shuan, however, was already prepared. With a swift turn, she kicked the opponent's waist, sending him flying. Lin Yuyang fell to the ground, looking at her with uncertainty. They had been in a relationship for over a year, and he had no idea she was this capable. It was only a little past 9, and many residents were still walking downstairs, having heard the commotion and gathered around. Zhou Shuan coldly regarded this man who was all show but rotten inside, feeling a murderous intent rising within her. In his past life, he had snatched her resources, forced people to betray her, caused the death of a senior, and finally conspired with Zhao Shanshan to kill her, yet he was still living well after 8 years of the apocalypse. Not even that catastrophic earthquake could take his life. Could it really be that a villain lives for 1,000 years? Since heaven would not take him, she would act as the agent of justice. Zhou Shuwan's expression was as cold as ice, her hands tightly clenched into fists. 1-1. Perhaps her expression was too terrifying, causing Zhong Tiyun to hurriedly grasp her hand, looking at her with concern. Zhou Shuwan let out a long breath. There were so many onlookers here, and the order and laws still existed until the apocalypse triggered a tsunami. She couldn't sacrifice herself for this scum. Not worth it at all. She coldly smiled, raising her voice so everyone could hear. Lin Youyang, how dare you come looking for me? You were secretly involved with my good friend behind my back, discussing how to make me ask my parents for money to buy you a car, and then you kick me aside. It's a pity that heaven has eyes and I just happened to stumble upon your conspiracy. Now I kick you first to pave the way for you and my friend to be together, and you don't even appreciate it, instead coming to trouble me. With that, she clarified the whole situation, and the crowd immediately cast scornful and disgusted looks at Lin Youyang. Nowadays, scumbags rely on a pretty face to deceive women. Such scumbags deserve to be beaten to death. He must not have gained any advantage from the women, which is why he's causing trouble. Lin Youyang was both furious and agitated, roaring at Zhou Shuwan, completely losing the demeanor of the handsome senior. You poisonous woman. Bitch. Ugly freak. Unwanted old virgin. I won't let you go. Pay me back my money. Watch your mouth, Lin Youyang. You dated my Wan for a year, secretly flirted with her good friend, deceived her for money and favors, and now you insult her so harshly. Zhong Tiyun couldn't hold back anymore and loudly reprimanded, Mom, don't get angry with this kind of person. It's not. Zhou Shuwan smiled slightly. In the hearts of such scum, what is reputation? Only that little money is what he cares about the most. I've already posted the transactions I've made to you over the past year in the group. How much did you spend of mine, and how much did you borrow? Don't you have any idea in your own heart? I only asked you to return the money, not even adding interest, and you're acting like you've lost your mother. How ridiculous. Zhou Shuwan's words were sharp as knives, and combined with her disdainful expression, it nearly drove Lin Youyang mad with rage. The onlookers pointed at him and whispered, You filthy bitch. He gritted his teeth, stood up unsteadily, and rushed over. Zhou Shuwan showed no mercy, locking his arm and directly slapping him several times. Lin Youyang's head spun, and he turned several circles in place, his ears ringing. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Well done. That felt so satisfying. Scumbags like this deserve a good beating. Hitting him truly brought a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Shuwan slapped him several more times, feeling a lot of her pent-up anger dissipate. Shuwan, what's going on? A young and beautiful girl squeezed through the crowd, glanced at Lin Youyang, and then asked Zhou Shuwan with concern. Senior. Zhou Shuwan's eyes lit up. It was her senior, Zhang Jia. The situation between Lin Youyang and Zhou Shuwan had spread throughout the school, and Zhang Jia was a woman with a strong sense of justice, otherwise she wouldn't have extended a helping hand to Zhou Shuwan in her previous life. Thus she looked down on Lin Youyang and walked over to see what help she could offer. However, her boyfriend disagreed with her, intervening, fearing trouble, and had been trying to dissuade her, without success, now hiding in the crowd. Shuwan, there's no point in arguing with scum like him. Oh, just call the police. Also inform the counselor. I heard they're currently holding a meeting about what to do with him and Zhao Shanshan. If they know he's causing a scene here, they might just expel him. Zhou Shuwan couldn't help but smile. She had forgotten how, despite her senior's delicate appearance, she was actually quite straightforward and decisive. Yes, I've already called the police. The crowd was growing larger, and some even started a live stream filming Lin Youyang's face while introducing the situation with exaggerated commentary. Lin Youyang could no longer stay, realizing he couldn't win in a fight and was alone. He gritted his teeth and issued a fierce threat. Zhou Shuwan, wait for me. He said this, ready to flee. Stop. Zhou Shuwan called out. What do you want? Lin Youyang had been beaten a few times, and now his whole body ached. Seeing Zhou Shuwan approach, he was so frightened that he took a step back. Zhou Shuwan sneered, walking over and grabbing the jade pendant around his neck. This was given to you by me, and now it should be returned to its rightful owner. Without hesitation, she yanked the pendant off and coldly stared at him. Now you can leave. You? Okay, Zhou Shuwan, I will never let you go. Wait for me. Lin Youyang trembled with anger, ready to say something, but suddenly heard the sound of police sirens. He jolted, realizing that he would definitely be taken away by the police. He knew what rumors would spread in school. He couldn't possibly be expelled, could he? He dared not delay any longer, pushing through the crowd and running away. Zhou Shuwan knew that in this situation the police would only educate him a bit, and it wouldn't have much effect, so she didn't stop him. Zhang Tian hurried to meet the police, recounting the events and expressing her gratitude several times. The two police officers reminded her to be cautious and not return too late at night, then dispersed the crowd before leaving. Zhou Shuwan chatted with Zhang Jia for a few moments. The latter advised her, I think that Lin Youyang is a ruthless person with no bottom line when it comes to doing things. Shuwan, you must be careful. Zhou Shuwan nodded, smiling. Senior, don't worry. My parents are worried about me and have flown in to accompany me for the next few days. That's great. If you need any help, just let me know. Zhang Jia waved goodbye and left with her boyfriend Zhao Kueishu. Zhou Shuan watched Zhao Quishu's figure, her gaze darkening. What bad luck. I should have stopped him earlier and let the police take him in, but it's too lenient on him. Zhong Tian still felt furious as she and Zhou Shuan went upstairs. Zhou Shuan smiled. Mom, although he came looking for trouble today, he was beaten to the point of losing his teeth. If the police really ask, they will probably just educate me a bit. Furthermore, I also took a necklace worth 10,000 yuan from him. The police might even make me return it. Although this jade is of poor quality, it can be used to expand my space, right? She whispered the last sentence in Zhong Mama's ear. To outsiders, Lin Yuyang merely seemed to be causing trouble for his ex-girlfriend after a breakup, not lifting a finger against her, yet he ended up being beaten badly, and naturally the police could do nothing about it. Zhong Tiyan nodded hastily, saying, that's true. I'll try it out as soon as I get home and see how much I can expand. Remembering the imposing figure of Zhou Shuan earlier, Zhong Tiyan couldn't help but smile. Wan, when did you learn those moves? They're really impressive. Facing a big man without losing ground at all. Zhou Shuan smiled. I learned these during my time at the base, they're quite useful. Mom, when we go back later, I'll teach you, and Dad, as well as Moo, we all need to have self-defense skills. Zhong Tiyan nodded earnestly. The jade pendant was bought at a scenic area, overpriced, and after being thrown into the space, it only expanded by a few square meters, but that's still better than nothing. Zhou Shuan said to Zhong Tiyan, Mom, you're still sorting goods at the warehouse these days. I'll make a trip to the countryside to collect some seeds and saplings. Zhong Tiyan nodded. That's right, we can't just be idle, we need to buy more seeds and plant them on the rooftop of the 7th floor for self-sufficiency. Zhong Mama also came from a rural background, and later followed Zhou Jianghai to the city to make a living. Previously, her grandparents raised 4 children by growing vegetables in greenhouses. Zhong Mama learned a lot about planting from a young age, as she may not boast about it, but no one in the family could match her in farming and gardening. She had grown vegetables on the balcony at home before, and they thrived well, often giving some to her friendly neighbors. Zhou Shuan smiled. Mom, after the apocalypse, the acid rain has eroded the land. We'll need to stockpile some soil, or else we won't be able to grow anything. Zhong Tiyan was taken aback and couldn't help but curse. This damn weather, really leaving no room for... Without land, there would be no food, and with the numerous disasters overwhelming the apocalypse, it would be incredibly difficult for humanity to survive. Zhou Shuan's expression was also grave, recalling something she advised. Mom, let's hold off on ordering takeout in bulk until I get back. Otherwise, without space, it won't be easy to store it. Zhong Tiyan nodded repeatedly. I'll order first and have them prepare it for tonight. We can pick it up when you return. The next morning, the mother and daughter set out, each taking their separate paths. On the way, Zhou Shuan received a call from her counselor, who informed her that Lin Yuyang's disturbance from last night had gained some attention on a live streaming platform, and the counselor asked if she was all right. After chatting for a bit, Zhou Shuan hung up the phone. She drove to the city center first, donned a mask, hat, and sunglasses, and headed to the cafe, where she had a meeting with Huang Xiaoxia. She handed the contact information and deposit to the waiter, asking them to pass it on. Then she went to the farmer's market to buy seeds, purchasing a batch of various seeds available. She also managed to get some saplings. After visiting several places, she bought 50 of each type of fruit tree sapling, spending a total of 5,000 yuan. In fact, seeds and saplings were quite abundant in the farmer's market. The reason Zhou Shuan told her mother to go to the countryside was that after encountering those special forces, an immature idea had formed in her mind since her rebirth. Firearms are extremely difficult to acquire in Huaxia. One can only wait for the post-apocalyptic chaos to see if there is an opportunity to stockpile some. However, bullets are consumables, and each use diminishes their quantity. Therefore, in the apocalypse, it's best to rely on cold weapons. Buying some tools allows one to create them at home. However, cold weapons lack sufficient lethality, which is why ancient people coated arrowheads and sword edges with various poisons, with aconite being one of them. A small amount of aconite can cause the enemy's heart rate to slow, body to tingle, and in severe cases lead to confusion, coma, and ultimately heart failure. In her past life, some who understood traditional medicine at that time, she remembered a classmate from her university. Zhou Shuan recalled encountering this twice. At that time, she remembered a classmate from her university who was from the countryside. Hearing her say she worked part-time in the summer to pick aconite to sell, she had someone to collect it. One person could earn 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a month. Zhou Shuan thought about visiting her classmate's hometown, but didn't tell her mother the truth for fear of worrying her. Last night, she chatted with her class monitor to inquire about her classmate's hometown name, and then search for the route, which was not far. She set her navigation, got on the highway, and arrived in just over an hour. Walking around this unfamiliar town, she indeed saw many shops collecting aconite and other agricultural products. Some were on the main street, adorned luxuriously, while others were in the alleys of the village with small storefronts cluttered with several large bags, bustling with people. Zhou Shuan originally planned to purchase directly from local individuals, but it was more efficient to buy from these shops. After asking at several shops, she learned that it was not the season for collecting aconite, but if she needed it in bulk, there was stock available for 60 yuan per jean. Zhou Shuan inquired about the precautions and ordered 500 jin, totaling 3,000 yuan. The quantity she wanted was not large, and a small shop easily gathered it for her, packing it into several large bags onto the van. During this trip, she also roamed around the town purchasing some other traditional herbs for clearing heat, reducing fever, treating coughs, and herbs for external injuries. Unfortunately, they did not produce sanchi here. Now traditional medicine prices have risen considerably. Although the quantities of other herbs Zhou Shuan collected were small, they still cost over 2,000 yuan combined. By mid-afternoon, she finally drove back. On the road, she thought about finding a renowned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in J City to ask for some prescriptions and then procure a batch of traditional medicines according to those prescriptions. After the apocalypse, many medical devices became ineffective and traditional medicine would be utilized even more. Just as she was lost in thought, suddenly rain began to patter down outside the car. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. In her memory, the apocalypse began slowly with rain during the Qingming festival, yet it was still more than a week away from that date. Why was it raining so early? The rain was quite heavy. Could it be that the apocalypse had come early? Zhou Shuan felt a surge of panic. Although she knew that life would be difficult after the apocalypse, having experienced it once, she was still relatively certain, thinking, since it has come, I will face it calmly. But what if this life turns out differently from the last? If the sequence and timing of various natural disasters in her memories were altered, how could she protect her parents and Moo? Just as she was in a fluster, her phone rang. Zhong Tiyan asked anxiously, "Wan, where are you? Are you back yet?" Zhou Shuan steadied herself and replied, "Mom, I'm on the highway. I'll be back in about an hour. You must be careful. I just saw on the news that some places are experiencing hail. Is it hailing where you are?" Zhou Shuan's heart tightened. In her past life, when it rained during the Qingming festival, some areas suddenly experienced hail, which damaged vehicles on the road and injured many pedestrians who failed to take cover in time. The apocalypse had truly begun. "Mom, please don't." Before she could finish her sentence, hailstones the size of walnuts came crashing down on the car. The sound of brakes screeching was followed by the sound of a collision and people's screams. In this critical moment, Zhou Shuan's emergency skills, honed through countless life-and-death situations in her past life, came into play. Her car was also hit from behind, but she remained calm and stable, keeping the vehicle steady. Seeing that a tunnel was ahead, she slammed on the brakes and pushed through the torrential hailstorm. Once inside the tunnel, she parked the car in the emergency lane. Apart from her, some other quick-thinking drivers also drove into the tunnel, sequentially stopping in the emergency lane. The anxious voice of Zhong Tianyun could still be heard through her Bluetooth headset. Shuan. However, after entering the tunnel, the signal became intermittent. Zhou Shuan shouted several times. After confirming that the other party heard her, she hung up the phone, took out an emergency light and a glow stick from her supplies, and got out of the car to assess the situation. The car windows had 2 holes smashed in them and the body was pockmarked, but the damage was not too severe. It was still drivable. Others also got out of their cars to check the situation, the air filled with murmurs and curses resonating in the dim tunnel. Zhou Shuan placed the emergency light and glow stick not far behind her car. Suddenly, 2 military-looking men marched over. "Miss, do you have any more glow sticks? Can we borrow a couple?" Zhou Shuan looked over and was surprised to find it was the Special Forces soldier who had stopped her that day. The other party seemed to recognize her as well, quickly sizing her up. Although he found it strange that a college student was driving a clearly cargo van on the highway, perhaps for a part-time job, he didn't voice his thoughts. The other young soldier following him also remembered her and smiled. "Oh, it's you, Captain. This is the college student we met outside XX University Town. What a coincidence for a top student." Zhou Shuan remained silent. Noticing her guarded expression, the captain explained, "There's hail outside and the accidents are too numerous. My teammate and I need glow sticks to maintain order. Don't worry, we'll return them later." Zhou Shuan noticed that several other Special Forces soldiers had already gone out to maintain order, with 2 of them even standing dangerously in the middle of the tunnel, waving their emergency lights outward. The tunnel was now crowded with cars and people, and if an accident were to occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. There were things Zhou Shuan couldn't do, but that didn't stop her from admiring those who could. The soldiers of Huaxiao, both in her past life and the present, earned her sincere respect. Without hesitation, she replied, "Just a moment." She pretended to rummage through the cargo area of the van, but actually took out 3 glow sticks and 2 flashlight lanterns from her supplies. She didn't dare take too many lest others become suspicious. The leader accepted them and said sincerely, "Thank you." Zhou Shuan saw the team working in an orderly manner, with some maintaining order in the tunnel, while others took precautions and rushed out to rescue people. Feeling a surge of emotion, she pretended to go back to the car and retrieved several emergency kits. These were outdoor survival kits she had purchased online, containing alcohol, cotton swabs, gauze, hemostatic clamps, etc., ready for immediate use. She couldn't do much, but providing these supplies was her way of contributing. Whatever was used could be replenished later. She delivered the emergency kits to the captain, who was speaking into his earpiece about the situation here. He paused, looking at the items in Zhou Shuan's hands. Zhou Shuan hurriedly smiled and found an excuse. I'm an outdoor survival enthusiast. Take these and see if they're useful. Qi Mingyu immediately snapped a salute. Thank you. Zhou Shuan was startled and then felt a bit embarrassed quickly, saying compared to you all this isn't much. Qi Mingyu didn't say much. He glanced at her, accepted the items, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to deliver the supplies to his teammates. Many injured individuals were being carried into the tunnel for placement, and numerous people with first aid knowledge joined in the rescue, during which ambulances braved the hail to arrive and gradually transport patients to the hospital. The unfortunate souls who had perished were placed on the other side, their heads covered with clothing or bags. At that moment, those present had never witnessed anything like this. Survivors huddled together, either frightened or crying, the atmosphere heavy. Zhou Shuan had also studied first aid and had experienced numerous life and death situations in her past life, so she didn't take a break, instead participating in the rescue efforts. However, medical supplies were indeed scarce. There was little they could do except to try to stop the bleeding for the injured while waiting for ambulances to arrive to take them away. Zhou Shuan acted quickly, and compared to other flustered rescuers, she was much more composed, performing both bandaging and emergency procedures flawlessly. Yet there were still a few seriously injured individuals who slowly lost their breath under her care. She bit her lip and silently moved to the next patient. Suddenly someone shouted, "The hail has stopped! The hail has stopped!" The survivors immediately cheered. They had been trapped here for over an hour, stuck with the dead and the moaning injured, feeling as if they were in hell, eager to leave. More ambulances arrived, taking the injured away. More professional doctors also joined in the rescue efforts. Zhou Shuan was fine, but outside there had just been a major car accident causing a traffic jam, and only a barely cleared passage was available for ambulances, so the survivors still couldn't leave. Zhou Shuan simply sat by the roadside to rest, listening to the painful groans and screams of the injured, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. The apocalypse had truly begun. Such tragedies would frequently occur in the future. Fortunately, she was lucky enough that the perilous situation just now only resulted in her being hit from behind, and she was unharmed. Otherwise everything she had prepared since her rebirth would have been in vain. If she died, her supplies would likely vanish as well, and her parents and Moo, lacking adequate survival resources, would surely repeat the tragedies of her past life. Zhou Shuan crossed her arms, warning herself once more that the apocalypse was different from her previous life. She could no longer take things for granted. She needed to consider everything carefully before acting and be cautious in all matters. Here you go. A bottle of water was handed over along with a few compressed biscuits. Zhou Shuan looked up to find it was the Special Forces captain from earlier. Now that doctors, traffic police, and other professionals were in place, they could step back. Thank you. After tirelessly working for more than 2 hours, Zhou Shuan finally realized she was exhausted and hungry, her throat parched, so she took the water and drank a large gulp. Qi Mingyu sat beside her, tearing open the compressed biscuits and handing them to her. You did really well earlier. Have you received special first aid training? Aside from the professional rescuers, she had performed almost as well as the Special Forces soldiers. But they had been trained through life and death experiences while she was just a young college student. How could she be so well prepared? Zhou Shuan glanced at him and noticed that the curious expression on his handsome face held no ulterior motives, so she nodded slightly. I am an outdoor survival enthusiast and have attended training courses before. Qi Mingyu nodded thoughtfully. By the way, did you catch that person? He asked, puzzled. Weren't you looking for a beautiful and dangerous woman in the university town that day? Qi Mingyu smiled and nodded. The person has already been handed over. We were supposed to leave today, but we didn't expect to encounter this situation. He looked towards the tunnel exit and sighed. I never expected it would really hail, causing so many casualties. Zhou Shuan's heart skipped a beat as she subtly examined him, wondering what he meant by that. Could he also be aware that the apocalypse is approaching? But he seemed to merely sigh casually and stared outside in silence, his expression grave. Zhou Shuan pondered his words carefully and felt she might be overthinking. He could also mean something else. Perhaps he had seen the weather forecast. It was just her being overly cautious. Qi Mingyu reviewed the information he had heard in the past few days and made a firm decision. It was time to retire. He looked at Zhou Shuan, and due to her actions today, he had a good impression of her, so he deliberately asked, classmate, you study at S City. Where is your hometown? Zhou Shuan found it strange that he asked such a personal question, but still replied, in the north. My hometown is also in the north, Qi Mingyu said with a smile. What happened today is truly unpredictable. With Qingming Festival approaching, you might as well take a leave and go home early. Your parents must be very worried about you. Zhou Shuan looked into his eyes, calm and gentle, yet carrying the resilience forged in battle. She looked at him questioningly. Qi Mingyu's expression was steady, showing no signs of anything unusual. The information we received internally suggests that the weather will not be good in the future. It might be inconvenient for you to return home during the Qingming Festival. If you encounter hail like today. He paused, but the implication was clear. Zhou Shuan suppressed the turbulent thoughts in her heart, smiled, and thanked him. All right, I will discuss it with my parents. Qi Mingyu nodded, ate 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, thought for a moment, then took out his phone and said, I will return the glow stick to you, but the emergency kit has already been used. How much did you spend? I can transfer it to you on WeChat. Zhou Shuan was taken aback and quickly shook her head. No need, I was just helping out. You are still a student, and your living expenses come from your parents. Besides, you have already saved many people today. He was quite persistent. Zhou Shuan had already confirmed that these special forces must know some insider information. Thus, adding him on WeChat could allow her to inquire about some matters. Without hesitation, she readily exchanged contact information with him. Qi Mingyu asked a couple more times, but couldn't determine the cost, then transferred 500 to her. Zhou Shuan didn't accept it, but seriously thanked him as she left. Regardless of how he obtained the information, the fact that he reminded her to return home quickly to reunite with her family was worthy of her gratitude. On her way back, she received several calls from Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun. If it weren't for their repeated persuasion, Zhong Tiyun would have rushed over by taxi. This hailstorm only affected the suburbs. The city was not impacted, but there was still widespread rainfall, and there were few pedestrians on the road. Zhou Shuan returned to her family's warehouse, where Zhong Tiyun anxiously looked around while receiving goods. When she saw Zhou Shuan's van, she hurriedly opened an umbrella and ran over, anxiously checking her from head to toe. Wanwans, are you alright? Her voice faltered. Zhou Shuan had just participated in the rescue and had blood on her clothes. Zhong Tiyun turned pale. Zhou Shuan quickly explained, Mom, I'm fine. There were too many accidents due to the hail over there. I helped carry people and bandage wounds. This blood is just from being on me. Zhong Tiyun finally let out a breath, complaining. You child really worry me. I kept regretting while talking to your dad on the phone today. You've only just learned to drive for a few days. That should have been me going while you stayed home to guard the warehouse. But in reality, it was because Zhou Shuan had space, making it most convenient to go out and gather supplies. She smiled and reassured her mother a bit. Zhong Tiyun had a lot of questions to ask, but there were several unloading trucks in front of their warehouse, so she had to hold her. By this time, it was already nearing evening, and the weather was bad. After the delivery people unloaded their goods and left, the mother and daughter closed the warehouse door. Zhong Tiyun eagerly asked her, Wanwans, what's going on with today's hail? And is this rain related to the apocalypse you mentioned? She whispered the word apocalypse very low. Zhou Shuan nodded. Mom, in my past life, it started raining on Qingming Festival, beginning with light rain, gradually turning into heavy rain, and soon becoming a torrential downpour followed by several small hailstorms. But now it's different from my memory. It's directly torrential rain with hail. Could it be that the apocalypse is coming faster and doesn't give people enough time to prepare? Her expression was slightly dazed. Zhong Tiyun was a bit anxious. Then, Wanwans, should we hurry back? Your dad and Moo are still at home. We can't afford to be unable to return. The apocalypse she mentioned left a deep impression on her. Her family was fragmented, each trying to survive, which was terribly tragic. In her mind, even if the apocalypse was difficult, as long as the family was together and worked together, there was nothing to fear. Zhou Shuan quickly nodded. Mom, don't worry. I already bought high-speed rail tickets. We will go back tomorrow afternoon. How many shipments do we have left? Now the high-speed rail is faster and more convenient. Zhong Tiyun then felt relieved, looking at the list and counting the goods. There are still 3 shipments left. It's fine, I will call them now and let them deliver early tomorrow morning. It just started to rain, affecting people's travel, but deliveries are not significantly impacted. 2,000 takeout orders have already been placed, just waiting for Zhou Shuan to come and pick them up. It would be too wasteful if they didn't go get them. However, Zhong Tiyun insisted that Zhou Shuan shouldn't go alone, so Zhou Shuan had no choice but to drive with her mother again. While sitting in the car, Zhong Tiyun noticed that the car windows had 2 holes, indicating how urgent the situation had been, making her grip her daughter's hand tightly out of fear. Zhou Shuan also felt a bit frightened and recalled the words of the Special Forces soldier, so she shared it with her. Zhong Tiyun nodded repeatedly. Indeed, with such a significant matter as the apocalypse, abnormal weather, and climate disasters, how could the country not have monitored it at all? The Special Forces soldier you mentioned must know some insider information, which is why he reminded you. If the shipment doesn't arrive tomorrow, let's not take it and leave quickly. Zhou Shuan, however, was lost in thought. Did the country really know about the apocalypse in her past life? Then why didn't they warn the public? Or is this life different from the last? Even though the country detected the recent abnormal weather and took precautions, countless cities were submerged and numerous advanced facilities were destroyed after an overwhelming tsunami. Humanity could only barely survive on high ground and in tall buildings, and the nation and government no longer had the resources to monitor future natural disasters. She began to batch the 2,000 takeout orders into her space. Zhou Shuan and her mother had just returned, and after taking a good shower, she found her mother already packing. This house was originally planned for her daughter to live in from her freshman to senior year, so after renting it, Zhou's father and mother came to redecorate it. The living room, sofa, bedroom, air conditioner, desk, and kitchen utensils were all newly bought by the family, and discarding them would be a waste. These would be non-renewable resources in the future. Zhou Shuan simply stored everything in her space. There was no more room left, so she piled them on coal and used a layer of waterproof cloth to separate them. She couldn't dismantle the air conditioner. Zhong Tian, being more experienced, finally managed to take it apart after much exploration. The mother and daughter teamed up to carry it down and stored it in the space. The blankets and clothes in the cabinet, computer chair, books, and so on. Having a space made everything convenient, and in no time it was all tidied up. Zhong Tian grinned. Your space is truly convenient for moving. Zhou Shuan took her phone, thought for a moment, and called her senior sister Zhang Jia. She had sent a package to her when she went to the city yesterday. Inside were 2 bags of 50-pound rice, 50 packages of noodles, as well as 10 bags of dried mushrooms, kelp knots, and 50 bottles of sauce. There were also 5 bottles of alcohol, 5 emergency kits, several boxes of fever-reducing medicine, and antibiotics. It was enough for one person to use for a long time. Zhang Jia was probably receiving the goods today. She hadn't figured out how to remind her. But with the words of that special soldier today, she deliberately made her tone very serious. Senior sister, do you know about the hailstorm in the suburbs today? Shuan, I've heard about it. The news said many people died. It's truly tragic. Senior sister, I was actually present at that time. There was a gasp from the other end, and Zhou Shuan continued. I participated in some rescue work, and there were several special soldiers maintaining order at the time. After all the injured were taken away, one of the special soldiers told me to hurry and buy a ticket home, saying they had received internal news that the weather would be bad for a long time and hail like today might fall again. We are all studying out of town. It's better to take a leave and go home first. We'll return when the weather improves. Zhang Jia hesitated a bit and asked skeptically, is it really that serious? Yes. Zhou Shuan knew that anyone hearing this news would not believe it immediately, so she said directly, I told my mom, and she said that when the hail was falling I scared her to death outside. She would rather let me take a leave for half a year than not let me go home with her first. Really? Your mom wants you to take a leave? Yes, we've already bought our train tickets, and we're leaving tomorrow. Shuan, it can't be that serious. It just rained heavily for a day. Zhou Shuan sighed inwardly. It was precisely because the rain had lasted such a short time that she knew no one would believe it, so she had been hesitating about how to remind her senior sister. She thought for a moment and imitated the special soldiers, meaning, senior sister, didn't you also want to travel? Why don't you ask for a few days off from your counselor and go home to wait until Qingming? After Qingming, come find me, and he'll take you around our J City. J City has mountains and waters. It's a famous scenic area. Zhang Jia and she were both from the same province, just not from the same city. That's why in her past life, she helped Zhou Shuan without hesitation, not just because she was righteous, but also because they were both from the same hometown. Coming from the same province made them feel like close compatriots outside. Zhang Jia was somewhat tempted, but still hesitated. Senior sister, just take a few days off first. Anyway, we have to go home for the Qingming festival. After we go back and check the weather, if it's fine, we can return. My mom also said it's better to believe it exists than to not believe it at all. This last sentence indeed moved Zhang Jia. She thought for a moment and said to Zhou Shuan, actually Shuan, I'll let you in on a secret. I'm also a bit worried. I received a large package at noon today. It was heavy, and I had to call Kuei Shu to help me carry it back. When I opened it, guess what was inside? Rice noodles, sauce, and emergency kits, but the sender was unknown and the phone was a dead number. It seems like someone knew the weather was bad and couldn't go out, specially sending emergency supplies to me. Zhou Shuan pretended to be surprised. Really? That's right, if the weather really is bad, it makes sense to stock up on supplies. My mom and I will also mention it, and buy some rice and flour to keep at home after we get back. Zhang Jia nodded. If it were just one person, it would be fine. But now that she had received emergency supplies and was reminded by her junior sister, it showed that the special soldier's warning to Shuan definitely had its basis. She decided to do the same as Zhou Shuan and go home first. All right, Shuan, I'll ask for leave from my counselor and then buy a ticket to go back. But what about Kuei Shu? He probably won't want me to go back. Zhao Kuei Shu is from the same province, but not from the same city as Zhang Jia. Zhou Shuan narrowed her eyes and advised his family is local. If something really happens, he can just take a taxi home. We are too far away, and I think we should go back to check the situation. Besides, it's not like we won't come back. Oh, just tell him you're going back to find me for a trip. By the way, senior sister, that special soldier repeatedly instructed me not to spread this outside for fear of causing chaos, so be careful too. I'm alright, Shuan, thank you. They'll think about how to tell Kuei Shu. When the weather improves after we go back, I will really come to find you. Yes, my mom said you would be warmly welcomed. Thank you to your mother for me. Zhang Jia laughed heartily on the other end before hanging up. Zhong Tiyun had been sitting beside Zhou Shuan listening since she started the call, and after she hung up she asked, is this the senior sister who helped you yesterday? Zhou Shuan nodded and recounted how in her past life the other accepted her to stay for half a year and they had traveled north together. Mom, the journey north was too dangerous. The senior sister was later injured by a group of people robbing supplies and died quickly. I returned to our home, but she died on the way. So I want to help her, but she seems a bit reluctant to leave her boyfriend. Zhou Shuan only mentioned it lightly, but from the fact that the senior sister was injured and died, one could see how perilous the apocalypse was. She had always been cherished and raised gently. How could she endure such hardships? In these days, Zhongtian didn't show it during the day, but at night, when she was alone in bed, she couldn't sleep for thinking about these things. Worried about how to live in the apocalypse, she felt heartache for the suffering her daughter would endure in her dreams. Wan, just do your best. When we return, if the weather doesn't improve, then call her more often to persuade her. Zhou Shuan nodded. It was late after Zhong Tian fell asleep. Zhou Shuan went out of the room. Dressed in a neat sports outfit, she tied her hair into a bun at the back, put on a mask, and took an umbrella as she went out. During the day, she contacted Lin Yang's roommate and learned that he had been staying out all night these days, either playing games at an internet cafe or drinking at night market stalls to drown his sorrows. There were only a few internet cafes in the university town. As he looked around, it was easy to spot the man engrossed in gaming, wearing a look of despair. Zhou Shuan glanced at the surveillance cameras around her, narrowing her eyes. Before long, Lin Yuyang stood up to make instant noodles and accidentally bumped into two fierce-looking young men with tattoos on their arms, spilling an entire bucket of noodles all over them. Lin Yuyang was startled and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Before he could finish, a fist came flying at him. "You're looking for death." Lin Yuyang fell to the ground, seeing stars and bleeding from his nose. He was furious and shouted, "I told you it was an accident. Why are you hitting me?" "Hitting? I'm hitting you. Damn it, seeing you like this makes me unhappy." Another young man cursed as he squatted down and yanked Lin Yuyang's hair, slapping him several times. Lin Yuyang was dazed from the beating. He struggled to fight back a few times, but was quickly pinned to the ground and beaten. Onlookers varied from spectators to those trying to mediate, and some even called the police. Zhou Shuan stood in a dark corner, her expression unchanged throughout. By the time the police sirens sounded, Lin Yuyang's face was already beaten into a swollen mess, and he had lost 2 teeth. The 2 young men had already fled at the sound of the police sirens. Lin Yuyang, covered in blood from his mouth and nose, could barely speak, and the police had to ask the onlookers for details. What details could there be? He simply provoked 2 thugs by accident. Those thugs were quite experienced in fighting. Although Lin Yuyang looked severely injured, a hospital examination would reveal only minor injuries, which couldn't be held against them. Zhou Shuan tossed the agreed 0 yuan to the other party, saying, "Brother Zhao, this 0 is not just for the beating today." The young man named Zhao had a simple... Zhou Shuan tossed the agreed 0 yuan to the other party, saying, "Brother Zhao, this 0 is not just for the beating today." The young man named Zhao had a simple face with narrow eyes, but when narrowed, they carried a menacing glint. "That won't do. The police are watching us right now. Oh, we can't hit anyone again." "Not now," Zhou Shuan said easily. "Along with this 0 yuan, I also sent Brother Zhao some things. You just need to collect them. After 6 months, I hope you can help me teach that Lin a lesson again." "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Chong frowned. "What do you mean by wait 6 months? Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. "I've heard people say that Brother Zhao is the most loyal and doesn't want to owe anyone a favor. So in 6 months, I hope Brother Zhao remembers to show gratitude for the help." Zhao Chong listened, even more confused. "Rest assured, Brother Zhao, my request is simple. The reward I'm offering is enough to buy Lin Yuyang a leg." Zhao Chong frowned, and another young man immediately shouted, "We don't hurt people. Hitting someone and hurting them are 2 different concepts." Zhou Shuan smiled. "If at that time you 2 feel troubled, it's fine. You just go with Brother Zhao's wishes. I won't force you." With that, she turned to leave. "Wait, can you tell me what grudge you have against Lin Yuyang?" Zhao Chong suddenly called out. Zhou Shuan paused for a moment before saying, "It's a blood feud. I can't take revenge myself, so I can only trouble Brother Zhao." Zhao Chong and his companion were left in confusion, feeling they did not understand what Zhou Shuan was saying at all. This was truly a confusing task. Zhou Shuan made her way home with ease. Zhao Chong was a young man from a nearby village, very poor, but after the apocalypse, he formed a gang called the Flame Gang with some young men from the village, and he was the leader. Although they also robbed supplies and set up checkpoints at the entrance of the village to charge tolls, they couldn't be considered good people. However, in her past life, Zhao Chong was known for being loyal and repaying kindness with great gratitude. In stark contrast to Lin Yuyang's treachery, there had been many conflicts between the 2 sides due to territory. After Zhou Shuan was reborn, besides gathering resources, she secretly sought out Zhao Chong, knowing which village he lived and making it easy to find him. Especially knowing that he was currently making a living as a thug, she gradually devised a plan in her mind. It was still a law-abiding society with surveillance cameras everywhere. She wanted to kill Lin Yuyang for revenge, but she couldn't risk exposing herself. By the time the apocalypse arrived, she and her mother would have long since left, and their reunion might not even happen for another 8 years. A blood feud cannot be avenged in an uncertain future. Thus, Zhao Chong was the person she chose to help her with her revenge. The things she sent to Zhao Chong were all long-lasting food items like compressed biscuits, canned meat, instant noodles, and dried goods, enough for him and his 9-year-old sister to last 2 years. In her past life, she had heard rumors that due to poverty after the apocalypse, Zhao Chong's sister, being very young, quickly became malnourished and passed away. Therefore, she also specifically sent 2 boxes of milk powder. Not much, but enough to ensure the child's nutrition. She wrote a note on the package asking not to disclose the source. She wrote it 3 times, emphasizing the important message 3 times. If Zhao Chong could remember the true meaning of when you drink water, don't forget who dug the well. In 6 months, then Lin Yang's doom would arrive. She would not kill him for the time being, just break one of his legs and see how the once mighty Lin Youyang, who ruled with fear and malice, managed to survive in this life. The next day, mother and daughter tidied up, but as they went downstairs, they encountered an unexpected person. It was she looked somewhat haggard, standing under an umbrella at the entrance of the community. As soon as she saw Zhou Shuan, she rushed over, hesitatingly calling out, "Wanhua." The weather had been warming up, but with the rain these last 2 days, it had suddenly turned chilly. If Zhou Shuan didn't come down soon, she felt she would burst. Her delicate tone and timid expression were reminiscent of how she had often used such tactics to manipulate Lin Youyang in her past life. A wave of indescribable disgust and frustration surged within Zhou Shuan as she ignored her and walked straight out. Mom Zhong recognized her as the girl who had tried to steal her daughter's boyfriend and sneered, "Today's college students look all clean and pure, but who knows what disgusting things they do behind the scenes." And Zhong. Zhao Shanshan's eyes turned red immediately, with glistening tears rolling down her delicate. Zhang Tiyun immediately became defensive, saying, "I'm not a man, nor do I have a habit of pitying the delicate. You can keep your seductive performances for men to yourself." Mom Zhong's tone was far from courteous. Even though Zhao Shanshan was skilled at acting, she felt a burning embarrassment at this moment. Seeing that Zhou Shuan was indeed unwilling to say a word to her, and was walking straight out, Zhao Shanshan gritted her teeth and chased after her, tugging on her arm. "Wanhua, let me explain." Slap. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Shuan slapped her across the face. Covering her face, tears truly started. Zhou Shuan coldly stared at her and said, "Zhao Shan, although you have been deceiving me for over a year and are universally condemned as a mistress, I believe the greater wrong lies with the man who flirts with your best friend while having a girlfriend. So while I was solely focused on dealing with Lin Youyang, why didn't you quietly stay in the corner, but instead came out to... Did you think that by coming to me crying and acting cute, I would forgive you as I did before? Wanhua, no, it's not like that. I didn't mean to. It wasn't you who seduced Lin Youyang, was it he who sweet-talked you and tempted you? Or did he use violence to force you?" Zhou Shuan's expression was filled with ridicule. Zhao Shanshan stammered, unable to articulate, "Wanhua, no, it's not. I." Zhou Shuan was utterly out of patience and gazed coldly at her. In her eyes there was a kind of indifference and coldness tainted by the apocalypse. Somehow encountering such a gaze made Zhao Shanshan shiver. She was originally here to retrieve Lin Yang's jade pendant. The latter had been beaten badly twice in the past few days, limping and too embarrassed to ask for his belongings, so he sent her. She didn't want to part with the jewelry worth 10,000, yet she came with a thick face. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Zhou Shuan's temperament had drastically changed. Compared to before, she seemed like a different person. She felt a bit scared of this new version of her. The words of returning the pendant rolled around her mouth, but couldn't be spoken. "Wanhua, stop wasting time with her, let's go. The rain is getting heavier." Both mother and daughter had most of their things stored away. However, for convenience on the road, Mama Zhong still packed 2 backpacks to carry while holding an umbrella. "Zhao Shan, take care of yourself." Zhou Shuan cast her a complex glance. At this moment, the beautiful and gentle her overlapped with the haggard and aged woman she had become 8 years after the apocalypse. She had clung to Lin Youyang willingly, being the mistress, but did she truly live well? Zhao Shanshan stared blankly as they left, suddenly realizing that with their demeanor it seemed like they were leaving. Zhou Shuan and her mother cast it aside and hurried to the warehouse to collect supplies. Fortunately, the merchants kept their promises. Despite the bad weather, they still delivered the goods early in the morning. After tidying up the warehouse one last time, Zhong Tiyun braved the rain several times to pretend to transport goods. It wasn't until 11 o'clock that the two of them ventured out into the heavy rain to the high-speed rail station. Once on the train, Zhou Shuan sent a WeChat message to Zhang Jia, "Senior, my mom and I are on the train, see you back home." Zhang Jia quickly replied, "Shuan Kuei Shushu doesn't agree with me going back. I'm negotiating with him right now. Wishing you and your mom a smooth journey." Zhou Shuan sighed softly. In her past life, before Zhao Kuishushu revealed his true self, her senior indeed held him dearly, caring about his every move. Thus, she had long suspected that her senior's return wouldn't be easy. In fact, not just her senior, she herself, after falling in love in her past life, had completely lost herself, becoming ensnared in the web of love woven by another. But later, when Lin Youyang locked Zhou Shuan away, and to recruit team members actively brought people to LJ, her ex-girlfriend. In fact, Zhao Shanshan had been very shocked at that time. In her past life, she had once harbored a deep hatred for Zhao Shanshan for being the mistress and stabbing her in the back. But later, when Lin Youyang locked Zhou Shuan away, and to recruit team members actively brought people to LJ, her ex-girlfriend. In fact, Zhao Shanshan had been very shocked at that time, but she dared not defy Lin Youyang's orders. When the latter went out to search for supplies, she even secretly gave Zhou Shuan some food, yet she did not dare. Later, Zhou Shuan and her senior Zhang Jia escaped from their rented community heading north, but Zhao Shanshan continued to cling to Lin Youyang. She didn't know what he had done to her, but But 8 years later when they met again, Zhao Shanshan had long lost her youthful beauty. She was emaciated as if aging over 20 years, and her obedience to Lin Yuyang was less about loyalty and more about deep-seated fear. Hearing him say to corner, Zhou Shuan, her numbed and dazed eyes flickered, but quickly she boldly grabbed a dagger and rushed forward. Thus Zhao Shanshan didn't need her to take revenge, and just spending 8 years by Lin Yuyang's side during the apocalypse should be akin to living in hell for her. The high-speed train was fast, and after transferring in the provincial capital by 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Dad was waiting at the train station exit as scheduled. "Where's Moo?" Having not seen her younger son for a few days, Zhong Tian was quite worried. "He's at home watching TV." Zhou Jianghai chuckled and scolded. "This little rascal, I've been busy with renovations these past few days and couldn't keep an eye on him. He's been glued to the TV since he got home. You should keep an eye on him. Oh, at such a young age, watching too much TV will ruin his eyesight." Zhong Tian habitually nagged. Yes. Now that you're back, someone can look after this little rascal." Zhou Jianghai replied good-naturedly. Since her rebirth, although her mother stayed by her side, they had been busy hoarding supplies and had little communication.
Pay for all of it. They really thought highly of her. She was just a newly graduated girl. Where would she get that kind of money? The only explanation—
She smiled at the scene. As soon as they opened the door to enter the house, before she could even take a look at the messy living room, a warm and soft little figure jumped into her arms. Only 80-year-old Moo suddenly pounced over, burying himself in her embrace. "Sister, you finally came back. I missed you so much." Zhou Shuan was over 10 years older than Moo and had always pampered him at home, so Moo was very close to his sister. But that was before the apocalypse. For Zhou Shuan, it was her first time seeing Moo after 8 years of the apocalypse. Her body tensed up, unable to accept someone else's closeness, yet tears had already fallen. She squatted down, gently stroking Moo's head, carefully examining him from top to bottom. He was fair and tender with the characteristic baby fat of a child, yet he also displayed the appearance of a big child. Moo took after Zhou Dad with long limbs and striking features, a charming little boy that aunts adored. "Sister, why are you crying?" Moo reached out his small hand to wipe her tears, his large eyes filled with confusion and panic. Zhou Dad and Mama Zhong exchanged glances, the latter giving him a slight shake of her head. She looked at Zhou Shuan's tense and rigid body and sighed heavily. It was only at night, when going to bed, that she would share her thoughts with Zhou Jianghai. "Jianghai, you need to be mentally prepared. Wan. What happened?" Zhou Jianghai had just taken a shower and was drying his hair when he turned his head to look at her, the speed so fast it seemed to twist his neck. He rubbed his neck a few more times, his tone frustrated. "What are you trying to say? You suddenly come out with this and startled me." Zhou Shuan was the first child in the family and a girl most cherished by Zhou Jianghai. Zhong Tian pondered her wording, thinking as she slowly began, Wan may have that thing. Post-traumatic stress disorder. I looked it up online, and that seems to be the term. Zhou Jianghai furrowed his brows tightly, even forgetting to dry his hair. Zhong Tian sighed. "I have been living with Wan these past few days and found that she intensely dislikes or is afraid of being touched. If someone accidentally brushes against her, she shivers all over. She also doesn't talk much anymore. At night, she sleeps restlessly, and a few times I woke up in the middle of the night thinking of going to check on her and cover her with a blanket. As soon as I opened the door, I found she had already been disturbed, holding a kitchen knife and watching me warily, the knife hidden under her pillow. Unable to hold back any longer, she quietly cried. Jianghai, seeing her like that, my heart aches, as if it were being cut by a knife. I don't know how much suffering she endured alone in the apocalypse, how much pain she has suffered, and how many people bullied her, which is why she has become this way. I just want to help her, to talk to her heart to heart, or to let her see a psychologist, but I don't dare to speak up. What do you think we should do?" Zhou Jianghai remained silent for a long time before speaking. Ayun Wanwan has survived alone in the apocalypse for 8 years. She must have changed and developed some psychological stress disorders, which is normal. Look at those small countries abroad that are at war. Even adults have some psychological issues, let alone children. Wanwan has simply been alone in the apocalypse for too long without parents or friends, so she may seem a bit withdrawn, but that is also normal. Don't show it either, so the child won't feel uncomfortable. Oh, let's just treat her as we usually do. Last time during dinner, Wanwan looked as if she hadn't eaten enough for many years. When you have time, cook more of her favorite dishes. This time our whole family is together and won't let Wanwan face those things alone again. I believe that slowly she will return to normal. Zhong Tian wiped her tears, thought for a moment, and nodded in agreement. You're right. From now on, we should pay more attention to Wanwan. If she talks about the continuous rain in the future, I will stay at home and tinker with food. In the future, if anything happens, we as parents should be the first to step forward, while also paying attention to our own safety, but we can't leave the 2 children alone. Zhou Jianghai nodded firmly. By the way, Grandma Pang helped us take care of Moo for a few days. We should bring something to thank her. Do I need to remind you? I have already sent 2 boxes of milk and 2 boxes of fruit. That's good. The next day, Zhou Shuan got up and looked at the progress of the house renovations. It was a short time, but Zhou Dad had thought it through. Considering the rain would come later, he prioritized outdoor work. Thus, the tempered glass for the 7th floor platform and the 2 large balconies on the 6th floor had all been installed. The custom glass is precisely what the manufacturer described as heat-resistant acid rainproof and tsunami-proof glass. The top floor also had 2 thick layers of thermal insulation cotton added. At this moment, the floors of the 7th and 6th floors had all been lifted to install electric floor heating equipment. In extreme cold, centralized heating is not to be relied upon. One can only think of ways to generate heat at home. Joe's dad works in a hardware store and has some experience with repairing machines. In the future, all these devices at home will depend on him. Additionally, the ceilings and walls of the 6th and 7th floors were also lined with a layer of thermal insulation cotton. We bought a lot of thermal insulation cotton. The leftovers are stored in the warehouse. We can still use them a few more times in the future. Zhou Shuan nodded. When they reached the 7th floor, they saw that the 2 large terraces had a standing air conditioner, 3 wall-mounted units, a double-door refrigerator, as well as a sofa, dining table, and chairs, and several large beds and mattresses. I don't know how they got all this up here. The furniture and appliances for our elevator apartment were originally sold very cheaply. I figured it wouldn't be easy to buy these things in the future, since our old house's items are all old. If they break down, they will need replacing. So we simply hired workers to disassemble and transport them here. His voice lowered. Wan, from now on you can put them in your space. Zhou Shuan smiled. Okay, Dad. She also asked her dad to call the merchants to buy 2 large freezers for convenient freezing in the future. After scheduling the delivery, Zhong Tiyun asked again, Dahai, how is our elevator apartment and storefront? Is anyone interested? The storefront is in a good location. Many people were envious before. We are discussing the price and signing a contract today. Our elevator apartment is listed cheaply and several agencies are promoting it. They have already shown it to several potential buyers over the past few days. I didn't have time to go see it, so I just gave the keys to the agency and let them show it to people themselves. However, they are only paying the down payment, and few are paying in full. Zhou Shuan calculated the time and shook her head. Dad, if it doesn't work, we should lower the price by a few tens of thousands and sell it for cash. If we go through the loan process, it could take 2 to 3 months, and even if we get the money, it will be too late. She feared her parents would be reluctant. Dad, Mom, in a few months, money will lose its value. In the first few years after the apocalypse, holding a fistful of cash couldn't even buy a mouthful of dry food. So we need to spend it quickly. Zhou Zhenghai nodded. Okay, I will listen to Wan. I will call the agency later and lower the price by 500,000. The family then began to discuss the location for renting a warehouse. Zhou Zhenghai had also been thinking about this issue these past 2 days. Wan, I have thought it over. You say that our storage space is insufficient and we need to find another place to store supplies. However, when the apocalypse truly arrives and floods and tsunamis submerge half the city, how many people will have nowhere to live? At that time, any high ground will surely be occupied by others. Even warehouses chosen in the suburbs would not be safe. Zhong Tian followed up. I have also been worried about this. Even places within sight are not safe, and if it's too far away, we wouldn't even know if someone took everything. Therefore, I was thinking we should take out 200 to buy gold and expand our space. Okay. They divided several banks and gold purchasing stores, purchased 200 worth of gold, and stored it all in the space, which then expanded by dozens of square meters. Now they could store much more supplies. But the remaining money still needed to buy supplies that couldn't be hoarded post-apocalypse, and the savings absolutely couldn't be touched. However, after the apocalypse, gold will lose its value. In her past life, when she went to find supplies, many stores had retreated in haste and didn't manage to transport their stock, nor had there been any ships to transport them, so various gold jewelry and jadeite were left soaking in the water. No one wanted them. Zhou Shuan was waiting for the apocalypse to bring about a zero-cost purchase to expand the space. But now, then let's find a house in the community to store some supplies. Zhou Zhenghai said. But Wan mentioned that it might be forcibly requisitioned. Zhong Tiyun replied. Wan, what if we borrow 200 from your second uncle to buy it? Houses in the old district are not worth much. A 100 square meter house could be topped at 30,000, and the top floor would be even cheaper, and 200 would be enough to secure it. Zhou Zhenghai had clearly thought this through and continued. We will say it's a loan at first. After the apocalypse, we can let your second uncle and third aunt move in. This house would then belong to them, and they wouldn't be at a loss. Zhong Tian's eyes lit up. Zhenghai, this idea is good. Our family needs to hoard supplies now, and indeed we don't have the extra money to buy gold, nor to buy a house. It would be better to borrow 200 from my second brother. We can use it to hoard supplies first, and after the apocalypse they can move in, which will also provide them with a place to stay. It's their own house, so there wouldn't be as much pressure living there. She was actually quite worried about her second brother and third sister's 2 families, thinking of ways to remind them to hoard supplies in case the flood comes, and there's nothing they can do. They would at least have a place to arrange for them. Yes, that's it. Wan, if we buy the house, will the government forcibly requisition it? Zhou Zhenghai looked at the latter, shook her head. There might be cases where homeowners are unreachable, allowing disaster victims to be placed directly inside. But since we live in this community, our opinions will carry weight, We can just say it's reserved for relatives. Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom both showed relaxed smiles. Zhou Shuan genuinely admired her dad, as experience indeed brings wisdom. He had considered everything. 2.0 could now buy a top-floor unit, but after the apocalypse, who knows how many people will be unable to buy even a restroom in a high-rise with a fistful of cash. Zhou Jianhai then said, I saw on the weather report that it's going to rain heavily for half a month. The apocalypse Wanwan mentioned is probably about to begin. We need to discuss how to remind our relatives it's not too late to start hoarding supplies now, but we must not mention Wanwan's situation at all. Zhou Shuan did not oppose reminding more people as long as it was within her capacity. Just like that special forces captain, she voiced what she wanted to say to her senior Zhang Jia. Zhou Jianhai was also quite surprised, since it's someone from the military speaking, their words carry weight. It's clear that our country has detected unusual weather patterns. But why not alert the public? He murmured, gazing out at the torrential rain. In Zhou Shuan's memory, the apocalypse began with a light rain, which gradually escalated into a downpour, quickly leading to floods and tsunamis. However, in this life, it started with a torrential downpour. She felt that this beginning seemed to raise the difficulty. How can we alert them? If it's truly like Wanwan said, once we make it public, chaos will ensue. We need to prioritize stability. Zhang Tiyun said our country is manageable, but what about abroad? It would be complete chaos there. Zhou Jianhai thought for a moment and sighed. Until now, both he and the mother of his child hoped that their daughter was just having a dream. They would gladly sell their house and spend all their money if it meant the apocalypse didn't come. Ayun called Ergu and San Jie to inform them. Zhou Jianhai was the only son, and his grandparents had long passed away. Only Zhang Tiyun had two relatives. Zhang Tiyun picked up her phone. I'll call your second uncle first, your third, and is not worried yet. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said to her mother, Mom, the quality of the relocation house at my third aunt's place isn't good. In my dream, I couldn't return, but at first we could still contact each other. Later, when the tsunami occurred, you told me that the water had submerged for months. Although the tsunami didn't hit there, their elevator building still collapsed. Zhang Tiyun was stunned and hurriedly asked, what about the person? Zhou Shuan shook her head. After that, we lost contact and don't know what happened to the person. Zhang Tiyun gritted her teeth. Wanwan, we need to quickly tell your third aunt to move. But would third aunt agree? Zhang Tiyun fell silent. Zhong San's family also lived in the village. San Yifu was lazy and had never saved any money. Their two sons didn't study hard and dropped out of school early to work, facing immense pressure when they grew up and wanted to buy houses in the county. Just when they were worried, their old home was unexpectedly included in the county's new area plan, and they received compensation for 2 houses, one for each son. With houses, marriage would no longer be a challenge. The elder son married 2 years ago, and now their child is over a year old. Due to financial constraints, San Ani and San Yifu gritted their teeth to renovate one house, cramming the entire family into one place. As a result, the elder daughter-in-law often complained about the crowded living situation. There were 3 bedrooms with the young couple in one, San Auntie and San Yifu in another, and the younger son in the last. Now that a child was born, there were no spare bedrooms, and the family argued daily. Zhang Tiyun called Zhou Shuan's second uncle and third aunt in succession, gradually conveying the message. We don't know when this rain will stop. You all need to stock up on food and water for the whole family. The special forces person spoke with conviction. There's likely a disaster coming. Don't spread it around, just stock. Her second uncle, who grew vegetables in the old home, depended on the weather for meals. Upon hearing this, he immediately responded, little sister, don't worry. I'll go buy rice and flour with my sister-in-law right away. Buy more dried goods like bean curd sticks, shiitake mushrooms, and wood ear mushrooms. In the future, vegetables may not be easy to come by. Don't skimp on the money. Dried goods won't spoil and can last a long time. And various seasonings too. The second uncle agreed, and when he heard Zhang Tiyun needed to borrow money, he immediately consented without hesitation. He reassured her that no one would know about stocking supplies, and then hung up the phone. However, things did not go as smoothly with the third aunt. Little sister, we still have a whole bag of rice and half a bag of flour at home. It's enough to eat. Last time we were told to stock up on salt, we stored 3 boxes, and we've only consumed half a box so far. Whenever my brother-in-law brings it up, he scolds me. I can't just stockpile things randomly. Zhang Tiyun was a bit anxious. Third sister, this news is real. It's from someone in the military. Their information is more reliable than ours. Besides, rice and flour won't spoil, and it's better to stock them at home than to find there's no place to buy food later. The third aunt thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I'll discuss it with my brother-in-law and buy another bag of rice and flour. You need to buy dried goods too. The call was already picked up by San Yifu. Tiyun, don't worry about your sister. They've already said not to stock up on goods, so why spend that money on it? Zhang Tiyun hadn't had the chance to speak when he impatiently hung up. Zhang Tiyun almost couldn't catch her breath with his temper. How much suffering has your third aunt endured? Even now, as they age, he still doesn't work or earn money, ignores advice, and has delayed both children, yet won't allow relatives to say anything. The next generation of all their relatives has gone to university, yet the 2 children in the third aunt's family dropped out of school early. This is related to the children's lack of ambition, but more so due to family education issues. San Yifu has always lamented about the costs of schooling, stating they can't afford it. The two sons were just there to demand debts. So as soon as they started junior high, they both dropped out to work. Mom, you know what kind of person Uncle San is, so don't be angry anymore. Aside from Uncle San, my aunt and two cousins are quite nice. Buying a house in the community, renovating it, ordering takeout, stockpiling other supplies. My second uncle transferred 2,000 yuan to Zhong Tiyun, and Zhou Jianghai called the agency, saying they wanted to buy a penthouse in their own community. Many houses in the old district are listed for sale online, and the transaction rate for mid to low floors is quite high, but penthouses are harder to sell and may not go off the market even after 6 months. Therefore, when Zhou Jianghai mentioned the cash of 2,000 yuan, the agent quickly sent over listings for 3. Zhou Shuwan and her dad followed the agent to view the 3 options. The old houses were all fairly similar. In the end, they chose the building closest to their home, arranged to meet the owner, signed the contract, and paid in full. Zhou Jianghai called a locksmith to come and change the locks while he went with the agent to their office to sign the contract for the storefront, keeping himself busy. After changing the locks, Zhou Shuwan tightly closed all the doors and windows before releasing some supplies from the almost overflowing space. Food must be securely stored in the space. However, solar equipment and coal could be temporarily taken out. She had prepared a large tarpaulin in advance, laid it on the ground on the 7th floor, and moved the coal and honeycomb coal there. Along with the solar equipment and tents, this cleared out about 60 to 70 square meters. Zhou Dad soon returned looking a bit emotional. Our storefront has been sold for 9,500 yuan. The selling price was already quite good. The Zhou family's hardware store is 2 stories tall, nearly 200 square meters in size, which is spacious enough. After buying a penthouse, they were left with no money. The money from the hardware store was a timely blessing. Yet even so, Zhou Dad still felt a bit sad and reluctant, having poured most of his life's work into it. Dad. Zhou Shuwan felt a bit guilty. Silly child, it's not your fault, it's just that the old heavens don't leave people with a way to live. Zhou Jianghai originally intended to pat his daughter's head, but recalling what Zhong Tiyun had said, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. Wanwans, we also need to find time in the next few days to clear out the stock from the hardware store. Okay. After lunch, the family split up to take action. Zhong Tiyun stayed home, with Mumu supervising. Zhou Shuwan drove out with her dad, preparing to deal with the oil car and buy a second-hand electric car. In addition to the electric car, they bought 2 second-hand bicycles and a pedal tricycle. Since they already had 2 electric tricycles for their hardware store, they didn't buy any more. They also had an electric bicycle for daily commuting. The things they bought would be enough to rotate through later. With this in mind, Zhou Shuwan bought 10 sets of batteries for future use. Batteries are prone to damage, and in the future, when oil and electricity are scarce, the most common sight on the roads will be human-powered vehicles. Bicycles and pedal tricycles, which are almost submerged in history, have unexpectedly become the most important means of transportation. Zhou Shuwan drove the electric car, while Zhou Dad, dressed in a raincoat, rode the tricycle. They first placed the bicycles and pedal tricycles in the trunk, planning to put them in the space once they reached a remote area. They went to the warehouse to fetch several water tanks, put them in the space to transport water back, taking turns to fill them, and return to the warehouse. The filled water tanks were heavy. Even if the warehouse was occupied in the future, no one would be able to carry them. Now that they have workers at home, they could only collect water from the newly purchased house. Zhou Shuwan instructed Zhou Dad to take care of other matters. Zhou Dad left the car for her and took the electric tricycle out. She spent the entire afternoon driving back and forth to fetch water. Halfway through, she suddenly slapped her forehead, thinking how stupid she had been. Half of these water tanks were for drinking water, while the other half was for daily use. There was no need to rely on the faucet of a residential building to fill them drop by drop. Right now it was pouring rain outside, so they could just place the tanks outside the warehouse to collect water. The water outside hasn't been polluted yet, and during the upcoming drought, people won't even be able to drink this water, so there's nothing to complain about. She simply set up 15 large tanks of 20 tons each and 5 tanks of 10 tons outside, opened the lids, and let the heavy rain pour in. She also took out 10 inflatable swimming pools, inflated them, and placed them outside to collect water. By the time she returned in the evening, the heating cables would have already been installed, and they could lay the floor tomorrow. Last night she could still sleep, but today she wouldn't be able to. The family had no place to step, so they simply went to the newly bought house where there was a ready table. Zhou Shuwan avoided Mumu and brought out a pot of spicy dry pot fish, a serving of braised eggplant, a portion of sauced ribs, and a serving of sesame mashed cabbage, making a particularly sumptuous meal. Mumu ended up with oil all over his mouth. Zhou Shuwan also had a big appetite, finishing 2 bowls of rice. Zhong Tiyun smiled lovingly, helping her daughter and little son with their dishes, while saying, slow down, that's plenty for both of you. Zhou Jianghai also chuckled, saying, daughter, give me 2 bottles of beer so I can drink with the ribs. Zhou Shuwan couldn't help but laugh. Oh no, I forgot to buy that. After dinner, Mumu was doing homework and reading while Zhou Shuwan and her mother fetched water together. Zhou Jianghai was looking at the reference books his daughter bought, figuring out how to install the air conditioning and solar equipment. From now on, the installation of household appliances would be his responsibility, so he needed to learn in advance. Fortunately, he had a foundation and self-study wasn't too difficult. After a whole night of work, the 3 faucets had connected 20 tons of water. After a quick wash, they laid out their bedding, and the family of 4 went to rest. At around 3 in the morning, Zhou Shuwan suddenly heard a noise and opened her eyes wide. Zhou Dad was afraid of scaring her, so he stood far away by the door, turned on the light, and said gently, "Wan, it's Dad." "What's wrong, Dad?" Zhou Shuwan asked softly, her vigilance fading. "Come on, let's go out for a bit," Zhou Dad said. Zhou Shuwan changed her clothes and was about to go out with her father when Zhou Jianghai remembered something and told her, "Clear out the things in your space. We'll go fetch something later." Zhou Shuwan nodded, thought for a moment, went to the 7th floor, and took out the tricycle and bicycle along with several racks holding rice flour, oil, and household items. The rain outside was still heavy and the space was shrouded in a misty rain, making it hard to see anything clearly. Zhou Dad drove out of the city and took several turns on a mountain road that Zhou Shuwan had never been on, stopping after more than an hour. The road conditions and weather were bad along the way, making Zhou Shuwan quite anxious. They parked in a remote area and Zhou Dad took an umbrella and got out of the car. Zhou Shuwan followed him out, and as she looked around, Zhou Dad suddenly pointed to a spot obscured by a few large trees and said, "Here." It turned out to be a small delivery truck. Zhou Dad opened the back door, took a look, and came down with a smile, saying, "Great, Wan, you drive our car, and he'll drive the truck. Let's go back together." In the back of the truck, there were more than 10 large barrels of oil, estimated to be about 7 or 8 tons of gasoline. Zhou Shuwan nodded and repeatedly reminded Zhou Dad to drive carefully. It was not easy to drive a truck on this mountain road, especially in the rain. Zhou Dad whispered in her ear, "After a while you can put everything into your space." Zhou Shuwan immediately agreed. They drove on the mountain road for half an hour, confirming that there was no one around in the desolate area, before Zhou Shuwan entered the back of the truck and put all the large barrels of oil into her space. "Let's go," we agreed. "That'll park the car on XX road in the city and leave the keys on the wheel. Someone will come and drive it away." Zhou Shuwan admired how meticulous her dad was, avoiding any direct contact with the other party for added safety. By the time they returned, it was already past 5, but they had managed to secure the Hoard stock gasoline, and both Zhou Shuwan and her dad were very excited, not feeling tired at all. When they got home, Mom Zhong was already up, anxiously waiting for them. Seeing the father and daughter, she hurried over with a towel, saying, "Such heavy rain, I'm glad you two are back safely. My heart has been racing." Zhou Jianghai mumbled, taking the towel to dry his hair. Zhou Shuwan's hair was already wet. She wiped it randomly and told her parents that they had collected 14 barrels of oil today. Mom Zhong looked pleasantly surprised. "Isn't this enough?" Zhou Jianghai pondered, "If we save it, it should be enough if we don't drive too much. If it's not enough, there's nothing we can do. I had to pull all my connections just to buy 8 tons privately, and it cost 10,000 per ton, twice the market price, plus an extra 20,000 for the trouble. But it's not cheap," Zhou Shuwan thought. Although it was a bit less, gasoline was different from other things. You couldn't buy it in bulk. She was quite satisfied to have acquired 8 tons. "We can stock up more next time. With these we can do a lot." After chatting for a while, they were all very tired, washed up, and went to take a nap. The next day, Zhou Shuwan woke up late in the morning, and the large capacity hard drive she bought on Taobao had also arrived. She had one more task to do, as there was no internet in the post-apocalyptic world. She had to prepare some spiritual nourishment for the family of 4, especially for Moo Moo, who wouldn't have school to attend. She needed to download some learning resources for him, so he could self-study when he had the time. She used their 2 laptops and a tablet to download resources. After lunch, Zhou Shuwan drove with her dad to a canning factory outside the city, wholesaling 2,000 cans of food, including fruits, meats, fish, and beans, and had them delivered to the warehouse in the city, costing about 2,000. They also wholesaled 1,000 bottles of sauce, costing 1,000. They then ordered a batch of compressed biscuits from a food processing factory, totaling 10,000 jin, costing 1,500. On their way back to the city, Zhou Shuwan saw a stretch of vegetable greenhouses and remembered her mother's longing. The soil in the greenhouse was also soaked by the rain, but it was only shallowly wet due to the shelter of the greenhouse. She squatted down and tried to extract soil from below the plants. Unexpectedly, everything went dark, and she almost fell into the mud pit. 1-1. Luckily, Zhou Dad was right behind her and quickly grabbed her. "It's fine, Dad. I'm just trying to see if I can stock up some soil. It'll be more convenient for planting on our terrace later." Zhou Jianghai looked at her with worry. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment and felt that her space was too small and her ability insufficient, so she couldn't extract soil on a large scale. She only tried to take the soil from her palm. It worked. Like a small fountain, soil continuously appeared in the space. In her busy state, Zhou Shuwan laid out a layer of oilcloth in the space, then pressed her palm down in one spot for a while before moving to another spot. Zhou Shuwan continued until the remaining 70 or 80 square meters of space were completely filled before stopping. By then several hours had passed, and it was already dark. Zhou Dad urged her a few times, but seeing her focused expression, he didn't dare to disturb her and carefully kept watch. Zhou Shuan was sweating profusely, breathing heavily, and her vision was fading in and out, feeling nauseous. It felt like running a marathon. Wan. Zhou Dad called out anxiously. Zhou Shuan gasped and weakly said I'm fine. But she felt like she was about to collapse. You child. Zhou Dad couldn't hold back his frustration and quickly picked her up and carried her to the car. There was water in the car. He fed her a few sips and peeled a chocolate for her to eat. On the way home, Zhou Jianghai repeated the words in his mind several times before speaking as gently as he could. Wan, you can't be so reckless in the future. Although resources are important, they are not more important than people, right? If something had happened just now, your mother would have scolded me to death when we got home. Zhou Shuan still looked lethargic and forced a smile, saying, Dad, it was my carelessness this time. I will definitely be more careful in the future. Let's not tell Mom about this. We don't want her to worry. Okay. The man was not fond of nagging, so once he said his piece, that was it. Seeing her in a daze, Zhou Jianghai turned on the heater and played a soothing song. Today the flooring in the house was completely installed and the workers were very efficient. Zhou Shuan went with her dad to their newly purchased penthouse 5211, where the 7th floor terrace was not enclosed. Therefore, more than half of the area on the 7th floor couldn't be used, and it was already piled high with items. Zhou Shuan spread a tarp in the living room and poured out the soil. Tomorrow, when the canned goods and compressed biscuits arrive at the warehouse, she would move the bed from the second bedroom of 5211 to their 7th floor, freeing up space. The next day, Zhou Jianghai went to the warehouse to receive the medicines. He had purchased this batch of medicines from 2 agents, paying a deposit of 100 yuan, with another 200 yuan due upon delivery. Although expensive, the truck was filled to the brim with anti-inflammatory, heat-clearing, fever-reducing, gastrointestinal medicines, alcohol pads, and more. Zhou Shuan had considered all possible medication scenarios in the post-apocalyptic world, so she bought a comprehensive supply. Zhou Jianghai also spent an additional 500 yuan on calcium tablets, vitamins, zinc, iron supplements, and other medicines. Not buying the expensive ones, he opted for those priced at 2 yuan a small bottle, which were equally effective. The 500 yuan purchase was sufficient for the entire family. Zhou Jianghai placed the medicines in the warehouse, waiting for Zhou Shuan to come and store them quickly, as the medicines were moisture-sensitive and needed to be stored promptly. Zhong Tiyun took their son to school and, as usual, ordered takeout. Zhou Shuan went to the local sanitary napkin factory, purchasing enough sanitary napkins, sanitary pants, and sanitary pads to last her and her mother a lifetime. There were no tampons available locally, but the person in charge said that if she needed a large quantity, they could help source them and deliver them. This was much more convenient than going to buy them herself. Additionally, tampons had various uses. In emergencies, they could serve as bandages to stop bleeding. Zhou Shuan ordered 200 boxes of tampons, which cost 700 yuan. Together with the sanitary napkins, sanitary pads, and sanitary pants, she spent over 130 yuan. Although this expenditure was substantial, Zhou Shuan felt that for a girl, not having to worry about menstrual issues for a lifetime was definitely worth it. In the final years of the last days, the price of a pack of sanitary pads was comparable to gold. Many people reverted to ancient methods, sewing cloth strips filled with ash or cotton. Zhou Shuan was no exception. Whenever those days came, she dared not go anywhere and curled up in her little nest, unable to go out in search of supplies, enduring those days in hardship. So now that she had the opportunity, she certainly wanted to stock up heavily. Relying on her father's connections, Zhou Shuan obtained over 20 prescriptions from a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor and had them mass-produced into pills, all stored in her space. In addition, she collected 2 truckloads of mugwort. When Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianghai asked her what mugwort was for, she replied seriously, it's for treating illnesses. However, she did not elaborate. Just for the traditional medicine, she spent over 300 yuan. The rain continued for several days, and some areas experienced hail multiple times. Many regions had their wheat flattened, and it was certain that this year's grain harvest would be poor. Moreover, due to the torrential rains, various fruits and vegetables were affected, leading to a rapid increase in the prices of rice flour, vegetables, and fruits. Some foresight individuals immediately stockpiled a batch of rice flour and vegetables. Zhou's second uncle's family lived in the countryside, relying on vegetable greenhouses for their livelihood, and truly felt the rapid rise in prices. Originally, in the 2 days after receiving the call, their family had already purchased some grain. Later, seeing that some areas were even experiencing hail, they hurried to buy several hundred jin of rice and flour. Living in the countryside, they would place a portion of their harvested grain in the grain exchange store, so they did not need to go outside to buy flour, but directly exchanged several hundred jin at the grain exchange. Zhou's second uncle also called Zhong Tiyun, asking if they needed him to exchange some flour for them. The Zhou family stockpile of rice and flour was already enough to last for decades. However, considering that the grain stored at the grain exchange would not be replaced in the future, Zhou Shuan asked her second uncle to help exchange 500 jin of white flour and 500 jin of corn flour for her family. She also had her second uncle arrange for a delivery service to bring it to the warehouse in the city. She planned to store these in her space and gradually distribute them to her second uncle's family or exchange them for other supplies. However, her third aunt's family still had not stockpiled grain due to her third uncle's stubbornness. Zhou Shuwan asked her mother to call her cousin Tao. Cousin Tao, being a young man who often watched videos online, said on the phone to Zhong Tiyun, "Annie, don't worry. There's a popular video on stockpiling supplies for the apocalypse that has over 1 million views. I didn't even discuss it with my parents, so I've already started preparing supplies according to the video." Zhong Tiyun was confused, not knowing what apocalypse video he was referring to. Zhou Shuwan listened from the side, knowing it was the video made by the renowned young hero Huang, which had become popular online. He initially said the 200 yuan was just a deposit with the remaining payment to be made later. However, she hurried away and forgot about it. Last night, she specifically logged into her account to contact him, but young hero Huang seemed unconcerned, casually saying, "Big shot, it's fine, I made quite a bit from these millions of views. There are many merchants wanting to collaborate with me. He even said if I have any new ideas I should seek him out for a friendly price." Zhou Shuwan smiled, logged out of the account, and left the internet cafe. Zhong Tiyun continued to remind cousin Tao, "Don't mind the spending, you first make sure to buy enough rice flour and dry goods. Also stock up on medicines, alcohol, and the like." Cousin Tao nodded, but since his dad was unwilling to move, their family couldn't do anything about it. School had also been suspended the day before yesterday, and Mumu was attending online classes at home. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment and said, "The apocalypse is clearly arriving ahead of schedule. Even I can't say when their building will collapse, but based on the timeline from my dreams, we can hold out for at least a month or two before the tsunami comes." Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment and said, "The apocalypse is clearly arriving ahead of schedule. Even I can't say when their building will collapse, but based on the..." Zhong Tiyun sighed. Early that morning, Zhou Shuwan braved the rain to accompany her father to purchase a speedboat, an inflatable boat. In the coming 2 years, the entire continent would be submerged, making boats the most crucial means of transportation. Online shopping was too slow at that time, but fortunately Zhou Dad found a specialty store online. They had both speedboats and inflatable boats available, and with little selection, they ordered a high-quality chromium alloy speedboat and 2 inflatable boats. The total cost was 8,000. They provided the warehouse address and arranged for delivery the next day. Just as they were about to leave, Zhou Shuwan noticed a tall, slender young man stepping out of a nearby car. He walked with a brisk and agile demeanor, exuding a sense of stability, and headed straight into the store. Due to the umbrella, his face was not visible. However, that back figure seemed somewhat familiar. Zhou Shuwan pondered. On her way back, she suddenly realized that this was the Special Forces soldier who had reminded her to stock up at home. Could it be that he was also from the city? Was he also there to buy an inflatable boat? By evening, she would find out the answer. When she returned from the warehouse, she overheard her mother chatting with someone in the hallway, her tone full of astonishment. "Grandma Pang, I never expected that after so many years Xiaoyu has grown up so much. Look at his height and demeanor. He truly is worthy of having served in the military." Grandma Pang chuckled in response. "Xiaoyu served in the military for a few years, worried that I would be alone without anyone to take care of me, so he retired to live with me. That's truly filial." Zhou Shuwan, puzzled, called out from the third floor, "Mom." The young figure standing in front of Zhou Mama turned around, his calm and composed expression slightly surprised upon seeing her, then became enlightened. Zhou Shuwan was equally astonished. This young man was indeed that Special Forces soldier. He was originally from the north. Could it be that he was Grandma Pang's grandson? Xiaoyu. Grandma Pang lived on the 5th floor directly beneath Zhou's home, and the two families had been close. Zhou Shuwan often heard her mother mention how unfortunate Grandma Pang's life had been. Her husband passed away early, raising her son alone, and then marrying a beautiful daughter-in-law, who gave birth to a grandson, Xiaoyu. However, unexpectedly, Xiaoyu's father went into business and became unfaithful, taking multiple mistresses. Xiaoyu's mother was also quite strong-willed. Upon discovering this, she caused quite a ruckus and resolutely divorced him to move south. Since then, she never returned. It was said that she was beautiful and quickly remarried in the south to a man of good standing, having another child. However, as the saying goes, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Initially, the stepmother pretended to be kind, and Initially, the stepmother pretended to be kind and caring towards Xiaoyu, but after having her own son, she began to dislike Xiaoyu immensely. Although Xiaoyu's family was wealthy, he himself was as thin as a skeleton. Grandma Pang, having conflicts with the stepdaughter-in-law, did not want to endure the mistreatment in the villa and chose to live alone in the old community. Seeing her grandson often mistreated by the stepmother who received no care from his father, she took him back to raise him herself. Thus, Xiaoyu lived in the old community until his teenage years, before going to school in the provincial capital and later joining the military. He was 6 or 7 years older than Zhou Shuwan. When he left the community, she was only around 8 or 9 years old and had long forgotten the appearance of this older neighbor. She herself had changed significantly, so while in S City, neither recognized the other. At this moment Zhong Tiyun waved her hand beckoning Zhou Shuan over Wanwan. This is your Xiaoyu brother, do you remember? You used to follow him around to play when you were little. Zhou Shuan's face turned crimson. In her memory Xiaoyu was a very handsome big brother, and she had felt very self-conscious about her birthmark on her face, not liking to go out to play. However, due to her family's close relationship with Grandma Pang, there were times when her parents were busy with business and could not care for her, so she would eat at Grandma Pang's house, which allowed her to become familiar with Xiaoyu and particularly enjoy following him around to play. Mom, she called out feeling a bit embarrassed. Grandma Pang smiled. Xiaoyu, this is Wanwan. It's been so many years since you returned. Ooh, do you remember her? Qi Mingyu was also surprised that the college student he randomly bumped into turned out to be the younger sister of his upstairs neighbor who used to pester him for treats when they were kids. After a moment of surprise, he smiled slightly. This is Wanwan, huh? She has grown up so much that if I saw her outside, I wouldn't dare to recognize her. He stood tall and broad-shouldered, exuding a handsome aura filled with strength and resilience. Zhou Shuan glanced at him and then quickly looked away. Indeed, as they say, a girl changes greatly after 18. Wanwan has become even more beautiful now. Grandma Pang remarked, and then asked, did you have the birthmark on your face removed surgically? That surgery truly made you a beautiful girl. During these days back, acquaintances in the community were also curious about the birthmark on Zhou Shuan's face. To this, Zhong Tian's consistent response was the child was being mischievous, she didn't tell me, or her father, and just went abroad for the surgery on her own. Now that the children have grown, they have their own ideas. Removing it is good. Oh, look how beautiful she has become. Grandma Pang lovingly patted Zhou Shuan's shoulder, and with her grandson's support went downstairs. Now in her 60s, she appeared a bit aged due to the hardships of her early years with white hair, wrinkles on her face, and a slight hunch, yet her spirit remained vibrant. Zhou Shuan and her mother quickly stepped aside, and Zhong Tiyun cheerfully said, Grandma Pang, shall you come by? All right, Grandma Pang replied. Qi Mingyu nodded, appearing quiet and steady. However, when leaving, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Shuan. As Zhong Tiyun and her daughter ascended the stairs, she sighed. This person has indeed changed after joining the military. Xiaoyu, though good-looking as a child, was always thin and frail. Now, after his training in the military, he is much more handsome and appears much more stable and solid. Zhou Shuan remained silent. Zhong Mama had gone shopping at the supermarket carrying 2 heavy bags and an additional jug of oil. Zhou Shuan stepped forward to take over while she recalled in her previous life whether this special forces soldier, Xiaoyu, had returned. After thinking for a moment, she concluded that he probably hadn't. At that time, her parents occasionally updated her about the neighbors and acquaintances in the community. Grandma Pang's son and daughter-in-law were in the provincial capital, and she lived alone on the 5th floor. Every time she went out to buy supplies, she struggled to carry them upstairs, and Zhou Dad had helped her a few times. Later, some scoundrels from the neighborhood came to rob supplies, driving out not only Zhong Mama and Mumu, but also those who were weaker in the building. Only those with young and strong family members managed to escape. When Zhou Shuan returned to collect the bodies in her next life, she heard that Grandma Pang had passed away soon after being driven out. Therefore, it was certain that in her previous life, Qi Mingyu had not returned. In this life, why is it different? Did he not receive inside information in his past life, but knows it in this one? Is that why he returned home after retiring? Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment and did not tell her mother that Qi Mingyu was that special forces soldier. Moreover, she glanced at their neighbor 3112, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The family at 3112 has the surname Dong and has long been engaged in business outside. Later, they bought a villa and moved out. However, the head of the family, Dong Jianhua, is a visionary man. Not long after the floods, he decisively brought his wife and children back to live. At first, he could still put on a facade of piety, actively participating in community and building affairs, and help building 3 gain many benefits, especially when many disaster victims were arranged to the community. However, after being elected as the building leader, he gradually revealed his true colors, looking down on others, oppressing the weak, and extorting resources. As the government suffered heavy losses, many staff and soldiers died in the disaster, and order was completely chaotic. Dong Jianhua then no longer held back, calling in his gang of thugs from his business days, and first looted the He seized resources, drove away the weak, coerced, and tempted the young and strong to submit, and finally, once he had the entire building under his control, he began to expand his influence building by building. In her past life, when Zhou Shuan returned, almost half of the community was within their territory. She did not know how much energy she expended to kill Dong Jianhua and his family. In this life, facing the malicious neighbor, Zhou Shuan decided to do nothing and just quietly wait for his return. His return would mark his demise. After the Zhou family's house price dropped by 1,000, it was finally sold. The 1 million was transferred the same day. Once the money arrived, Zhou Dad rented a remote warehouse located on the northern highland. Then he bought 200 tons of coal and honeycomb coal, arranging for the supplier to deliver directly to the warehouse. This alone cost 25,000. Zhou Shuan bought too little. If the extreme cold weather continued for several years, the whole family would freeze. So the family discussed and rented another warehouse far away, but designated for storing coal and planting soil, which made them less worried about theft. In the past few days, the rain had intensified, pouring down like a broken dam, flooding low-lying areas. Therefore now there is an additional service charge for delivery to the door. Zhou's dad didn't mind and just instructed them to deliver as soon as possible. Zhou Shuan took the opportunity to run to a higher place, stocking up on several batches of soil around 70 or 80 square meters, including the rooftop, to be delivered to the warehouse in batches. She also thought about future planting. How could it be done without fertilizer? So she bought 2 trucks of urea compound fertilizer as well as wheat and corn seeds, each one's of zero gene, and arranged for them to be sent to the warehouse. The warehouse rented by her father had a faucet, so he had his daughter move a few large water tanks into this warehouse, standing by to receive water while waiting for the goods. When Zhou Shuan returned in the evening, she was drenched. She parked the small tricycle in the shed, went upstairs while taking off her raincoat, and wrung out her dripping hair. Then she encountered Qi Mingyu, who had also just returned. He was dressed in camouflage, wearing black leather boots with his shirt tucked into his pants, his belt cinched at the waist, accentuating his broad shoulders and long legs and his tall figure. His hair was also slightly damp, but probably due to driving he did not look as disheveled as Zhou Shuan. Only the tips were wet, sticking to his high, smooth forehead, which eliminated his usual sternness and added a touch of handsomeness. The two stared at each other for a moment. Qi Mingyu scrutinized her and frowned slightly. Why didn't you drive out? This day felt like it had a hole in the sky, and it was impossible to go out without a car. Last time she was already confident enough to drive on the highway. Zhou Shuan smiled and said, my dad went to the suburbs, it's far, so I let him take the car. Qi Mingyu hesitated for a moment and then tilted his head towards the shed. Can we talk for a moment? Zhou Shuan did not refuse and followed him to the shed in front of building 3. She was only wearing a raincoat, and Qi Mingyu gentlemanly adjusted the umbrella towards her. Zhou Shuan noticed that half of his body was drenched by the rain. However, he remained calm, gazing ahead as if he felt nothing at all. Fortunately, the path was short, and Qi Mingyu closed the umbrella and looked down at her. I've bumped into Aunt Zhong a few times these days. She's been shopping at the supermarket. Many residents in the community have started hoarding supplies, just like they did before with salt and medicine. Vegetables and fruits were the most purchased, followed by rice flour and cooking oil. Zhong Tiyun also followed the trend, fetching water at home, taking care of Moo, and then shopping at the supermarket, not hiding it from anyone, answering openly when asked. This was to prepare for an endless supply of resources for their family in the future. Zhou Shuan nodded, somewhat frightened, and said yes. I haven't thanked you yet, shall you go? Fortunately, you persuaded me back then, or I wouldn't have taken leave to return home. Now the news says that many places in the south are already flooded. Qi Mingyu smiled faintly. No need to thank me. If I had recognized you, I would have brought you back all the way. However, saying that Zhou Shuan had been home for more than 10 days, and he had returned a full week later than her, so he must have also gone to hoard supplies along the way. But she wondered how much inside information did he actually know. Shall you go? I need to tell you that previously you advised me that the weather was bad. I searched online and found that it would be continuous heavy rain for half a month, so I let my parents stock up on food and drink. Buying these things early is better than being late. I was afraid my parents would think I was just talking nonsense, so I used your name, saying you advised me that we might encounter extreme weather, suggesting they stock up on supplies. Qi Mingyu raised an eyebrow. He had known from their last meeting that she was far more mature and composed than a typical college student, but he had not expected that with just a few of his words she could deduce so much. But don't worry, I didn't tell my parents that the special forces soldier who warned me was you. My parents trust the military very much, and they immediately started stocking up on supplies, and even informed a few relatives to prepare in advance. I wonder, will this cause you any trouble? Her last sentence was somewhat hesitant, as if she felt quite embarrassed. Qi Mingyu glanced at her and shook his head lightly. There are many rumors lately and various articles and videos online about natural disasters and apocalyptic scenarios. Many citizens have started hoarding supplies, and after the chaos of these days, the government will likely implement purchase restrictions to prevent looting. So you should take the opportunity to stock up a bit more. He did not mention himself, which meant that it was hearsay and not closely related to him. Okay. Shall you go? Don't worry, I won't say anything I shouldn't. She declared proactively. Such wisdom and prudence truly set her apart from the little girl she used to be, who cried at the slightest provocation. Qi Mingyu suddenly raised his hand and ruffled her hair, a smile appearing on his sharply defined face. Little girl, don't overthink things. It revealed a touch of the older brother's affection towards his neighbor's little sister. Zhou Shuan widened her eyes. Ever since some unpleasant memories from her past life, she had developed an extreme dislike for others touching her. However, the other party merely brushed her lightly before withdrawing their hand, leaving her no time to react. Wanwans, did you guys buy a rubber boat too? I saw your car the other day. Zhou Shuan had not yet realized she herself was exceptionally beautiful, with fair skin, a delicate chin, and large, round, almond-shaped eyes. In her dazed state, she revealed an extraordinary cuteness. Qi Mingyu shifted his gaze, lowering his voice. I found that apocalyptic disaster video online. Quite interesting. You and your parents should study it more thoroughly. Zhou Shuan's eyes suddenly widened. However, Qi Mingyu did not explain further, merely nodding slightly with a meaningful look in his eyes. That was the extent of his warning. Zhou Shuan suddenly realized that he called out to her not to remind her to keep secrets, but rather to alert her that the apocalypse would not only involve floods. Was it because he had been a soldier that he could be so open and selfless? But Zhou Shuan was just a common citizen whose thoughts were solely on the interests of her own family. She had neither the strength nor the desire to extend that openness and selflessness to others. She suddenly felt curious. In her memories, Xiao Yu had always excelled academically, ranking at the top. Grandma Pang was afraid that his studies would be delayed and had discussed it with him for a long time before he agreed to go to the provincial capital for high school. However, during his second year of high school, for some unknown reason, he gave up his studies and enlisted in the army. Grandma Pang specifically went to the provincial capital to persuade him, but returned disappointed. What's wrong? Qi Mingyu noticed her curiosity and slightly tilted his head. Nothing. Zhou Shuan hurriedly shook her head, trying to dismiss her chaotic thoughts. Regardless of why he gave up his studies to enlist, it had nothing to do with her. Moreover, considering the life after the apocalypse, his decision to enlist might have been a very wise choice. After the apocalypse, those who had served in the military would be the physically strongest group, proficient in various weapons with strong survival skills in the wild, thus having a greater chance of survival. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuan quietly said, "Xiao Yu, could you help me get a few weapons?" Qi Mingyu raised his eyelids and shot her a sharp glance. Zhou Shuan replied candidly, "The apocalyptic video you mentioned, I saw it too. It suggested preparing some weapons for self-defense. But as ordinary citizens, we don't know where to buy them." That makes sense. If the apocalypse turns out to be as that person said, weapons will be indispensable. Qi Mingyu pondered for a moment. "Wait for my news in a few days." That was an agreement. Zhou Shuan's eyes immediately lit up. It seemed that having a special forces soldier living downstairs wasn't such a bad thing after all. She smiled a bit obsequiously, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "Thank you so much, Xiao Yu." Qi Mingyu responded with a faint opened the umbrella, and said, "Let's go." He escorted Zhou Shuan to the corridor. Zhou Shuan concealed Qi Mingyu's presence and shared the information she had obtained with her family, prompting Mu Mu to join her in going out to buy supplies. Food, drinks, and necessities. While shopping, Zhong Tian specifically bought items that they had not stockpiled, such as bath towels, soap, steel balls, instant noodles, etc., as well as snacks and drinks that Mu Mu loved. Knowing that her son was still young and might not be able to enjoy these after she generously purchased them, Zhou Shuan also made a special trip to the wholesale market for snacks, buying a truckload of sunflower seeds, candies, chocolates, biscuits, and various drinks. Remembering that she only bought compressed biscuits as instant food, she also bought a batch of instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, and canned 8 treasure porridge, spending a little over 2,000. After thinking it over, she bought a batch of commonly seen hot pot ingredients, both spicy and non-spicy, totaling 1,000 packs, costing over 2,000. Originally, she intended to get those for free, but after the onset of the apocalyptic floods, residents on lower floors started to relocate, and with food rationing, most business owners recognized the importance of food and prioritized transferring their supplies, making it rare for them to neglect the situation. Thus, scenes of protagonists in apocalyptic novels casually obtaining food for free are unlikely to appear in. Of course, there are some exceptional circumstances. However, many packages that have been soaked by floodwaters are no longer edible. Zhou Shuan was naturally stockpiling food while she had the means. Snacks and drinks will also be extremely rare in the later stages of the apocalypse and can be traded when taken out. Especially high-energy foods like chocolate and candies, which can quickly replenish stamina, are very popular in the trading market. After thinking it through, Zhou Shuan noticed that it was still early, so she braved the rain to go to the wholesale bakery supply store to get a batch of butter, fresh cream cheese slices, and cheese crumbles, all high-calorie foods. These items are most susceptible to damage from high temperatures and water. Basically, once the power goes out, they would be ruined. This batch cost over 5,000. On her way back, she found that the renovation workers were changing the front door. Considering her experiences from her past life, the Zhou family decided to install 2 security doors at home, and also bought an additional large iron door, which they would install at the corridor entrance once order breaks down, providing multiple layers of security. Grandma Pang downstairs and other neighbors heard the clattering sounds, and specifically came to check. Zhong Tian naturally downplayed the situation. A few days ago, the door broke, so Wan's father thought that since we've lived in this house for over 10 years, we might as well replace the door. "No wonder I heard banging from your house a few days ago. You're renovating?" asked a loud aunt from downstairs. "It's not really renovation. The heating in winter wasn't warm, so we simply switched to underfloor heating." "Tisk tisk tisk, that must cost a lot, and is quite troublesome." This aunt is quite curious, persistently asking, "Didn't you buy a house in the new community? Why are you still renovating?" "Well, it's just that we've gotten used to living here and can't bear to move. I've lived here for over 20 years. I have my attachments." Grandma Pang spoke up. Everyone in the community knew that her son made a lot of money in business and could even afford a villa in the provincial capital. The person who had spoken before merely curled their lip and fell silent. Zhang Tiyun smiled and said, "That house is reserved for Mu Mu. When he grows up, we will move there. Now the weather is bad and the rain keeps pouring. Xiao Yu said when he returned that our house is too old and also needs some repairs. Are you still having leaks on the 7th floor?" This last question was directed at Zhang Tiyun. Zhang Tiyun exchanged a glance with Zhou Shuwan and smiled, saying, "Not leaking for now. We just renovated previously and tidied up the top floor again, so it should hold for a few more years." "That's good. Out with the rain non-stop. We're just afraid of leaks in the house." Grandma Pang said, "Our Xiao Yu also wants to renovate. It's just that there have been too many leaks in the house these days, and the renovation workers can't keep up with the orders." The Zhou family runs a hardware store, frequently interacting with renovation and electric heating companies. When Zhou dad returned, Zhou Shuwan had him contact several bosses, and he indeed found a few available workers, gathering them into a small renovation team. Zhou dad, being seasoned in business, had a keen sense of timing. Not to mention the little Yu had served in the military, which would prove useful in the future. If not now, when would they build good relations? Thus in the evening, he personally visited Grandma Pang downstairs, providing Qi Mingyu with the contact information of several people. Grandma Pang was very grateful, holding Zhou Jianghai's hand and chatting non-stop. Before he left, she packed 2 bags of local specialties that Xiao Yu had brought back from the south for him to take home for the 2 children. Zhou dad found it hard to refuse, smiling as he accepted. "My Wanwan has grown up, but she still eats just like she did when she was little. As for Mu Mu, at that age, he just can't get enough of food. Being able to eat is a blessing." Grandma Pang chuckled. Qi Mingyu recalled the slightly chubby Wanwan from childhood, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. His actions were swift. Having found the workers, he transported the hardened glass, electrical appliances, and other items stored elsewhere back and began the renovation. He was aware of far more insider information than Zhou Shuwan imagined. Therefore, besides installing the hardened glass, he also moved out the furniture, tore up the floor, and installed underfloor heating. Several times, Zhou Shuwan passed by his house and heard the sounds of enthusiastic renovation from inside. Every day, she went out to stock up on supplies, buying textbooks, planting books, breeding books, and medical books that Mu Mu would need in the future. She also downloaded many encyclopedic knowledge videos and outdoor survival videos, considering that during the flood season, she would need to go out for 0 yuan purchases, and bought expensive diving suits and small oxygen tanks, as well as ice machines for extreme heat and ice skates and snowboards for extreme cold, spending over 1,000 in total. By evening, she went to the warehouse to transfer the filled water tanks back inside and moved out a few empty ones. On the way back, she also picked up the 2,000 takeout orders her mom had placed every day. Since returning, her mom had been ordering takeout from different places every day, from breakfast buns and porridge to lunch noodles, dumplings, and stir-fries. Everything was available. In just over half a month, at 2,000 to 3,000 orders daily, she had spent over 2,000 just on takeout. This time she happened to run into Qi Mingyu coming out. Zhou Shuwan had just finished picking up takeout, and the faint aroma of food lingered on her. Even the pouring rain outside couldn't wash it away. Of course, it might also be that Captain Qi, who had been a special forces soldier, had a sensitive nose. He immediately thought of Zhou dad's words about being greedy for food, and a hint of amusement flashed in his deep gaze. Zhou Shuwan politely greeted him. "Xiao Yu going out?" Looking at his upright posture, it was hard to tell where he was headed. However, like her dad, she wanted to build a closer relationship with the capable special forces soldier living downstairs. "How's the renovation at home going?" "The stuff has arrived." "Stuff?" Zhou Shuwan's eyes lit up. This was the weapon she had been waiting for. She didn't even care about eating anymore, and hurriedly nodded. "Okay." She turned and followed him downstairs. Qi Mingyu's car was a hybrid SUV, with a high chassis seemingly modified in the front and back, looking particularly sturdy, and there was a place on the roof for a tent and racing gear. Zhou Shuwan took a couple of glances and found that once inside, it was quite unique as well. Noticing her curious gaze, Qi Mingyu casually said, "All of us in the team have modified our cars." Zhou Shuwan nodded thoughtfully. Qi Mingyu glanced at her casually, then turned his gaze forward. "Wanwan, when did you become interested in outdoor survival?" Zhou Shuwan replied calmly, "Just this past year in college." "Oh, I see. Your first aid knowledge is quite—" It was a subtle compliment. Zhou Shuwan smiled, shyly, feeling fortunate. When she learned that the special forces soldier was Xiao Yu, she immediately thought of her actions in the tunnel and found a suitable justification. No one in City J knew about her college experiences, and similarly, with Qi Mingyu back in City J, it was impossible for him to go to City S to investigate her actions after the apocalypse. Qi Mingyu looked at her smiling face, sensing something was off. He had joined the army at a young age, and due to his outstanding performance was selected for special training within a couple of years. Over the years, he had participated in hundreds of various missions, meeting all sorts of people and interrogating countless vicious criminals. Thus, he had a keen eye for people. The last time they met, he didn't know Wanwan's identity, but he was pleasantly surprised by her calmness and composure in a crisis, and couldn't bear to see her separated from her family in the apocalypse, so he offered her some advice. But this time, knowing she was the sister upstairs, he found it puzzling where her first aid knowledge came from. He had inquired with Grandma, but hadn't heard anything about her liking outdoor survival games or studying first aid. However, he didn't delve deeper. It was a harmless concealment, and he was merely curious. Their community was in the north of the city, and as they drove south, Zhou Shuan let out a low gasp. Qi Mingyu followed her gaze outside. The low-lying road had accumulated water up to the height of a person's calf, and further away the underground bridge was submerged to the top, completely impassable. His gaze tightened, but with his excellent driving skills he managed to navigate away from the congested crowd caused by the flooded underground bridge and chose another route. There have been people responsible for pumping water from the underground bridge these days. It seems they finally can't keep up anymore, Zhou Shuan said worriedly, looking outside. Even with a different route, the ground in that area had accumulated a lot of water. Many underground shops were organizing people to transport goods while wearing raincoats. Yet the rain continued to pour down like a waterfall. Qi Mingyu parked the car on a slope and took Zhou Shuan to a rather shabby, narrow, and inconspicuous warehouse rental location. He walked to one of the warehouses with ease, entered the password, and opened the door. Inside were 6 bulging black bags. Qi Mingyu looked inside, each one nodded in satisfaction, and directly picked up 2 large bags to take to the car. Seeing him carry the bags so easily, Zhou Shuan also proactively picked up one, only to find it so heavy that she nearly slipped and injured her waist. She swung her arms and barely regained her balance, looking quite awkward. Qi Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. It's quite heavy, you just leave it there and he'll carry it. Zhou Shuan coughed lightly, feeling secretly annoyed. She had thought that with the skills and strength she had trained in her past life, she would compare favorably, but it turned out she was far behind a real special forces soldier. After transporting all 6 large bags to the car, Qi Mingyu finally opened them one by one for Zhou Shuan to see. This is the 5 compound bows, 2 recurve bows, and 10 small crossbow arrows you requested. The crossbow arrows are designed to be easy to use for women and the elderly, requiring minimal effort to shoot. Here is the adjuster that can be manually calibrated, making it less prone to damage. The remaining 5 packages contain arrows, with each package having 10 bundles of 1,000 arrows, totaling 5,000 arrows. Below are 2 long swords and 2 curved blades sharp enough to cut through iron, suitable for close combat. Here are the 20 electric shock rods. You wanted 5 of which are solar-powered, while the remaining 15 can be charged and last a long time. He first demonstrated how to use the electric shock rod, then took out the swords and curved blades, revealing their cold gleam, their edges as white as snow, not ordinary items. Of course, the price is also extraordinary. The total for the swords and blades is 18,000, a firm price with no negotiation. The total for the bows and arrows is over 6,000. Zhou Shuan has already asked her father to buy woodworking tools like planes and electric saws. Once these 5,000 well-crafted arrows are used up, she will have to cut bamboo and wood to make more. The total cost for the weapons was 26,000, but it was well worth it. Zhou Shuan did not show it on her face, but her apricot kernel eyes revealed an unmistakable excitement. Qi Mingyu carefully put the bows, crossbows, and blades back, glanced at her, and reminded Wanwans these are all lethal weapons. You and uncle and aunt must use them with caution. The taste of killing is not pleasant. Zhou Shuan was taken aback, looking into the deep and complex eyes of the other. Since he is a special forces soldier, he must carry out very dangerous missions. Killing must be basic training. She thought for a moment and softly said, "Xiao Yu Guim, just making preparations in advance. Besides, we don't know how to shoot arrows or wield swords and knives. But if disorder really breaks out in the future, I hope my family and I can have the ability to protect ourselves." Qi Mingyu fell silent. Ever since he encountered that mission and heard the unbelievable interrogation content, he had been in shock. The apocalypse is approaching, with floods, tsunamis, extreme heat, acid rain, and extreme cold. These natural disasters will swiftly destroy human civilization, causing chaos, resource shortages, and eventually leading to humans killing each other for resources. The entire world has turned into a hell on earth. He did not know if the future would indeed be as the prophet said, but after much contemplation, he still submitted his application for discharge. If the apocalypse really comes, how will a 66-year-old grandmother survive in a hell-like world? He could give up the military achievements and future earned through life and death struggles, but he could never abandon his grandmother. She is his only relative. Later, a video appeared online with over 1 million views detailing the natural disasters one might encounter in the apocalypse and corresponding preparations. This video was even more detailed than what the prophet said, featuring more types of natural disasters. He was reluctant to believe it, but still prepared according to its suggestions. Therefore, when Zhou Shuan expressed her desire for some weapons, he agreed after a brief consideration. Most people viewed this video as entertainment and did not take it seriously. However, the one willing to believe and prepare for it was his neighbor, so he naturally had to help. Cold weapons were not difficult to obtain, given his connections. Being able to protect oneself is far better than being slaughtered in the future. The atmosphere on the way back was, as they got out of the car, Qi Mingyu suddenly said to Zhou Shuan, based on the level of flooding, the water may not recede, it could reach us in a few days. Where are you planning to park your car? Once the car gets submerged, it will surely be ruined. Zhou Shuan initially planned to park it in her family's high-elevation warehouse, waiting to move it into space once it was upgraded. I rented a parking space at the Fengyang high-rise parking lot. You can discuss it with Uncle when you get home. If he agrees, we can park together. The Fengyang parking lot is the only place in the city with parking on every floor with ramps to drive up layer by layer, so parking in the upper floors is indeed safe from flooding. Moreover, the Fengyang parking lot is located in the city center, very close to the community, just a 10-minute bike ride away, much closer than the warehouse. Looking up at the sincere expression of the other, Zhou Shuan replied, seriously ill, ask my dad when I get back. Yes, as soon as possible. Now that southern city is flooded, the Fengyang parking lot will probably be in high demand and prices will rise. Zhou Shuan nodded seriously. Moreover, the Fengyang parking lot is located in the city center, very close to the community, just a 10-minute bike ride away, much closer than the warehouse. Looking up at the sincere but in plain sight, how can she take the car which is perfectly intact and space out for use? It would be better to park it in the high-rise parking lot, like Qi Mingyu, avoiding future explanations. Her dad and mom are waiting for weapons at home. Zhou Shuan made a quick phone call to summon them down, bringing 6 large black bags upstairs. Qi Mingyu, with his great strength, directly carried 3 bags by himself. Zhou's dad also managed to carry 2 bags. Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun combined to carry 1 bag, huffing and puffing as they went upstairs. Yet Zhong Tiyun still smiled broadly, looking at the tall and strong special forces soldier in front of her. Xiao Yu is so strong, thank you so much. Come over to my house for dinner later, we've already prepared the food. Qi Mingyu shyly responded with a smile, no need. Of course you must. Xiao Yu, don't be polite with us. You've helped a lot. Hey, let's bring your grandmother over to eat with us too. Zhong Tiyun was very enthusiastic. Qi Mingyu found it hard to refuse. After transporting the weapons to the 6th floor, Zhong Tiyun urged Qi Mingyu to eat, while also asking Zhou Shuan to go downstairs to call Grandma Peng. The latter quickly discussed the parking plan with Zhou's dad and Zhong's mom, who both agreed. You're young people with smart heads. I've been worried about where to park the car these days. Great, let's park together. Then we should act quickly. Southern city has already started to flood. Food can only be eaten later. Zhou's dad and Qi Mingyu went downstairs together to drive to the Fengyang parking lot, also taking a few tools. The rain was heavy along the way. She wore a helmet and raincoat, riding slowly on the road, but her heart felt somewhat heavy. In her previous life, the entire country experienced over 2 months of torrential rain before it flooded layer by layer. In this life, it's just over half a month, and J City, which is already high in elevation, has begun to flood. Have the low floors in the south already started to move upward? She contacted her senior sister a few days ago, but due to her boyfriend's obstruction, she still hasn't returned. If she doesn't come back soon, the car may stop operating, and there might not be another chance to return. Will she still die on the road north after doing so much? What about her parents and Mumu's fate? Can it not be changed? Zhou Shuan felt a spasm in her stomach, a vague panic tightening her from within. Suddenly the phone rang, and it was Zhou Dad's hearty and relieved voice. Wan, just come to the 13th floor, there's space. I just like your little Yugo have rented it for half a year. Take it slow when you ride up. Zhou Shuan took a deep breath, her gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Destiny can certainly be altered. She has returned from the south in this life, reunited with her parents, and made extensive preparations in her space. In her past life, she survived alone for 8 years until the end of the world. In this life, with her father and mother and Mumu working together, how could her life be worse than in her previous life? She quickly rode her bike upstairs. Qi Mingyu and the others were swift, already having removed the wheels from the Zhou family's vehicle, as well as the battery, along with a pile of vehicle parts that Zhou Shuan couldn't quite identify. The remaining vehicle looked like just an empty frame and seats. Zhou Shuan exclaimed, Dad, you guys are amazing, you've disassembled the car so quickly. Zhou Dad looked at Qi Mingyu in admiration. I'm not that skilled, gets your little Yuge who dismantled it in no time, truly impressive. Qi Mingyu simply smiled calmly. I learned this in the army before, so it's not difficult. The parts from the vehicle along with the 4 wheels just filled the tricycle. Zhou Dad originally wanted to take her himself, thinking it would be inconvenient for his daughter to ride the tricycle in the heavy rain, but was halted by a glance from her. Zhou Shuan had a spatial cheat, making it easier for her to transport items to the 6th floor than him. He continued to dismantle his vehicle, with Qi Mingyu lamenting, Xiao Yu, your vehicle transformation is quite impressive. Zhou Shuan slowly transported items back, pretending to be busy in the bike shed for a while, but actually stuffing everything into the nearly bursting space before riding the electric bike to the Fengyang parking lot. After dismantling the SUV and loading it onto the tricycle, Qi Mingyu rode it back, while Zhou Dad and Zhou Shuan took a taxi. Upon arriving at the community, the former was busy carrying things upstairs, and Zhou Dad and Zhou Shuan hurried to help. With everyone moving up and down, the commotion attracted curious neighbors from the same building. Dahai, what are you moving? Zhou Shuan quickly replied. It's already flooded over there in the south of the city today. I heard it's worse in the south. We're worried the water will damage the car, so we rented a parking spot at Fengyang parking lot to keep the vehicle elevated. Some water-sensitive parts were removed and moved back. We'll reinstall them once the rain stops. Zhou Jianghai, who intended to gloss over the matter, glanced at his daughter and added, "Yes, cars don't fare well in floods. We are being cautious." The neighbor looked incredulous. How could it flood here? Our area is so high, surrounded by mountains. It's better to be safe than sorry. We prepared ahead of time. Seeing neighbors on the second and third floors peeking out, Zhou Shuan deliberately raised her voice. "Renting a parking spot isn't expensive. We don't want to wake up one morning to find our cars submerged. That would be heartbreaking." "Exactly, we parked at Fengyang today, and I heard it's almost full. In a few days there probably won't be any spots left." Zhou Dad understood Zhou Shuan's intention and spoke loudly. Others exchanged glances, feeling that the Zhou family and Qi Mingyu were exaggerating. It had only flooded a little, yet they rushed to park at the pricey Fengyang parking lot. Indeed, having money doesn't mean one should spend it recklessly. Fengyang parking lot was built to ease the parking pressure in the old district, but the land is expensive and parking fees are quite high, more than double that of outside. Parking for a day costs at least a few dozen bucks. Did these two families have so much money that they didn't know where to spend? However, there were also cautious ones. For instance, Uncle Zhou on the fourth floor hesitated. "Dahai, is it really that serious in the south?" "Of course. The underground bridge is completely flooded. The water pumps can't keep up." Others chimed in. "We came from that side today. The traffic was terrible." "Dahai, how much did you pay for the parking space?" "We rented for a long time, about 40 a day. For short term, it's probably around 50. "So expensive." Those peering from below exclaimed loudly. Zhou Haijiang sighed. "It is indeed pricey, but it's better than having a car damaged by flooding, isn't it? I heard from the staff that too many people are renting parking spots these days and the prices are going to rise. If the car is submerged, insurance will have to cover it." No one from the Zhou family or Qi Mingyu spoke further. They continued moving upstairs. Having said all this, they left it to others to think. Despite the earlier loud complaints about parking spots being too expensive, those who returned home began discussing it. People have a herd mentality. If one person rents a high-rise parking space, it's no big deal, but if they hear many others are doing the same, they worry about missing out on space later. Zhang Tiyun heard the commotion downstairs and had already come out with Granny Pang, quietly asking what was going on, how the parking issue became so well known. Zhou Shuan smiled and said, "Mom, we've been neighbors for decades. We should remind each other as much as we can. Otherwise, when the water recedes, if ours are the only two cars unharmed, wouldn't others be envious?" Zhang Tiyun heard the commotion downstairs and had already come. In the apocalypse, it's most taboo to have something when others do not. By mentioning the rental of high-rise parking spots, it would lead to others following suit, and then not only the Zhou and Qi families would have cars, but some risks could also be transferred. Granny Pang nodded in agreement. Wanwan is right. We are neighbors, and everyone doing well is what truly matters. Zhou Shuan felt that Granny Pang, having lived through many storms, spoke like a sage. After several trips moving parts, Granny Pang and Qi Mingyu were unable to refuse Zhou Mom's hospitality and ended up going upstairs to have a meal together. Sour cabbage fish sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, cold bamboo shoots, preserved egg with tofu. A large table particularly sumptuous. They had also rented a high-ground warehouse, significantly alleviating the Zhou family's storage crisis. At this moment, the living room on the 6th floor of the Zhou family was spotless, completely unafraid of revealing anything unusual. When Qi Mingyu came upstairs, he specifically brought a bottle of good wine, a gift from his former superior in the army. Zhou Dad, a wine enthusiast, immediately opened a bottle and exchanged several small cups with Qi Mingyu. After they had eaten most of the meal, Qi Mingyu finally patted Mu Mu's small head and smiled. "Uncle Zhou, Aunt Zhong, I have another matter I'd like to ask for your help with." "What is it?" Zhong Tiyun quickly asked. Qi Mingyu, usually composed, seemed a bit shy this time. "We live on the 5th floor, and if the rain continues, there will definitely be a power outage, making it inconvenient for electricity usage. I bought a solar energy device. I wonder if it can be installed on your 7th floor. We would pay rent at market rates." The Zhou family exchanged glances. Zhou Dad was the first to speak. "There's no need for rent if our home has solar energy installed as well. Bring the equipment tomorrow, and I'll help you set it up." Neighbors should support each other, especially since Xiaoyu just bought weapons for them and generously informed them about the park. It is only reasonable, both emotionally and logically, to accept the solar installation on their rooftop. "Thank you so much, Uncle Zhou." Qi Mingyu raised his glass to Zhou Jianghai in appreciation. Grandma Pang smiled from the side. "I told you we've lived upstairs and downstairs for over 10 years and our relationship is excellent. Xiaoyu is thoughtful. If I hadn't urged him, he would have felt too embarrassed to ask, because he thought it was too troublesome for you all. You've always been so polite since you were young." Zhong Tiyun also teased. "When you come to our house, you should treat us like your own uncle and aunt. Since you insist on not charging rent, then I won't be polite anymore. If you ever need my help in the future, feel free to ask. I will definitely do my part." This was his promise to the Zhou family. "Good." Zhou Dad clapped him on the shoulder cheerfully. The 7th floor stored too many supplies, so they couldn't let outsiders see. Therefore, the next day, Zhou Jianhai helped the Qi family install the solar equipment himself and did not let Qi Mingyu come upstairs to help. Fortunately, when he installed it at home, he listened to his daughter and recorded the process on video, which he reviewed. When having run a hardware store for many years, he was quite familiar with machine repairs, so he wasn't apprehensive about installing it alone. Zhou Shuwan contacted her senior Zhang Jia once again, urging her to come back quickly. Zhang Jia felt a bit regretful and said on the phone, "Wanwans, there have been several hailstorms around here, and the prices of vegetables and fruits have skyrocketed. Kuei Shu and I now have to stand in long lines every day to buy groceries at the supermarket. Several classmates in our class have taken leave to return home, and my parents are urging me to go back. I checked the train tickets, and there are none available in the near future, not even standing tickets." Kuei Shu said there might be tickets in a few days. Train tickets are sold half a month in advance, and even if they are available now, they would only be for half a month later. It's really a flood situation where high-speed trains and regular trains can't run. In her past life, Zhou Shuwan was a university student like Zhang Jia and didn't realize the severity of this disaster. Later, when she wanted to go back, but couldn't buy a ticket, she had to get by and comfort herself that maybe she would be able to buy a ticket in a couple of days. In the end, she missed all the opportunities. She earnestly said to Zhang Jia, "Senior, listen to me, sitting there waiting for train tickets is the most foolish thing you can do. You should immediately go to various platforms to find scalpers and see if they can help you seize the earliest departure tickets. It doesn't matter if you pay more, just skip a few takeout meals. If that doesn't work, by ticket station by station, getting on the train is the priority. If that still doesn't work, then share a ride with someone or take a long-distance bus. You must come back quickly, but starting to flood here too." Her urgent tone affected the other person, and Zhang Jia promised on the phone, "Okay, Wanwan, I'll listen to you. I'll look for scalpers right now." After hanging up, Zhou Shuwan furrowed her brow, very concerned about her. In her past life, her senior longed to return home, and when she finally got injured and lost consciousness, she was still mumbling, "Mom, Dad." This time she didn't know if she would be able to reunite with her family. In the following days, Zhang Jia didn't contact Zhou Shuwan again, and her calls couldn't get through. Meanwhile, the situation was becoming increasingly severe. The heavy rain kept pouring, putting immense pressure on the drainage system of the entire J City. The southern part of the city had already flooded the first floor, and the northern part was also submerged to half a floor. All classes and work were suspended citywide, and other cities were the same. The entire country entered a state of emergency. Residents on the first floor hurriedly moved to higher ground. Those in elevator buildings moved to higher floors. Those without elevator access were assisted by government workers and military personnel to relocate to vacant high-rises. The Zhou family had calculated their savings a few days ago and had over 3,000 yuan, so they decided to spend 2,000 yuan to buy a batch of tempered glass. When the first floor was about to be submerged and their drainage system was blocked, Zhou Shuwan slapped her forehead, blaming herself for forgetting something so important: cat litter. After the high-rise drainage systems endure floods, extreme cold, and high temperatures, they will no longer be usable. For the sake of the family's convenience and hygiene, she needed to buy cat litter as soon as possible. She located a couple of pet supply stores operating in J City online and chatted with customer service. They could deliver to her door for an additional shipping fee. Zhou Shuwan hurriedly ordered 2,000 yuan worth of cat litter. The store thought she had made a mistake and personally called to confirm. Upon confirmation, the person on the other end went wild with excitement. Now that the first floor had been flooded, part of their cat litter was submerged. It had been in the water for a day before most of it could be salvaged. Just when she was worried about what to do with so much cat litter, if the water level rose, a business opportunity came knocking. Considering Qi Mingyu's generous help in buying weapons and sharing parking spaces, Zhou Shuwan casually asked on WeChat, "Xiao Yu Ge, do you need cat litter?" The other party replied, clearly confused. Zhou Shuwan explained roughly that their drainage was blocked and they needed cat litter to solve the big and small issues. After a long silence, he replied, "How much do you need?" After learning it was 2,000, he promptly transferred 1,000 yuan. "Thank you for your trouble." As Zhou Shuwan placed the order, she thought that this Xiao Yu Ge was usually quite reticent in person, and even more so in WeChat conversations. Before long, Qi Mingyu sent another message. "Just cat litter isn't enough. We need to buy cement to seal off our drainage system at home." This suggestion was excellent. Given that Zhou Shuwan was buying cat litter, Qi Mingyu proactively said, "I'll take care of the cement." The next day, the cat litter she ordered was delivered by several inflatable boats. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu divided it up, feeling relieved that this much cat litter would last the family for 20 years. Only then did Qi Mingyu start preparing to buy cement. Not only that, he also shared this news in the community group, suggesting sealing the drainage to prevent further flooding from entering to avoid the toilets backing up. If that really happened, it would be very frustrating, and almost every household in the group requested to buy. Some also asked how they would handle sewage and other matters if the drainage was blocked. Someone replied that cat litter could be used. Suddenly, cat litter and cement became hot commodities. However, everyone believed the flooding was temporary and that the water would recede, so the demand for cat litter and cement was not high. At this time, the property management took the initiative to contact cement and cat litter suppliers. Each household didn't need much, just 1 or 2 bags, and the entire community needed only 2 to 3 truckloads. Now the transportation tools outside had changed from vehicles to boats and inflatable rafts, and the cement and cat litter were also delivered by several inflatable rafts. In recent days, the prices of boats and rubber dinghies have increased significantly. For those who own a rubber dinghy, going out is convenient, but for everyone else it has become quite inconvenient. The property management has been delivering supplies to the base of each building, labeling bags of cement and cat litter with names and household numbers, allowing residents to retrieve them themselves. As long as the government and order are maintained, people are merely inconvenienced in their travel. No one would be tempted to cut corners for a couple of bags of cement. Chi Mingyu and the Zhou family requested 5 bags of cement and 5 bags of cat litter. As she was moving the supplies downstairs, she saw Chi Mingyu discussing something seriously with the property management. As she approached, she overheard him suggesting that the property management consult with the residents about pooling resources to purchase a batch of rubber dinghies, allowing each household to take turns going out. While the price of rubber dinghies isn't exorbitant, they are simply scarce in the market, and sourcing them personally is difficult. However, if the entire community pools its resources, it would be a different story. The property manager, a short and stout man, nodded and said he would discuss it with his superiors. Zhou Shuan glanced at the imposing figure standing in the shade, feeling a strange emotion stirring within her. At first, she didn't quite understand what it was, but as she carried the cement and cat litter upstairs, she gradually realized it was a genuine feeling of admiration and respect. Could it be that his military background gave him such a high perspective and vision, enabling him to consider the welfare of the common people? Zhang Tian was quite pleased. Xiao Yu is truly commendable. Now that every household has purchased cement and cat litter, our community won't be so smelly. I've heard from people in the south of the city that their area is already flooded to the 2nd floor with toilets backing up and sewage unable to drain, creating a terrible stench everywhere. Zhou's father also expressed his sentiment. Indeed, it's someone who has served in the military thinking comprehensively. It's useless if just our 2 households block the underground passage. Oh, everyone needs to do it for it to work. I also agree with the idea of pooling funds to buy a boat. If every household participates, there will be no jealousy towards us, and life can be more stable. He lowered his voice for the last 2 sentences, so only Zhou Shuan and her mother could hear. Mumu had been cooped up at home for several days and was quite restless. Now that she could go downstairs to get some fresh air, she was bouncing ahead as she ascended the stairs. Within a couple of days, as the water level in the entire J City rose to the 2nd floor, the Dongyuan community finally gathered opinions in the community group. Except for a few families looking to cut corners, most agreed to pool funds to buy a boat. When the water level flooded the 1st floor, some areas experienced power outages, but when the 2nd floor was submerged, the entire city lost power. Fortunately, the government had prepared in advance. Earlier, when supplies were delivered by boat from the supermarket, each household received 2 candles as essential goods, so no one had to rummage through their homes for candles that hadn't been used in years. While collecting supplies, Zhou Shuan also casually bought 2 boxes of candles to store in her space. However, her home was equipped with rechargeable lamps, and turning on 2 was sufficient, making the candles somewhat unnecessary. That night, Zhou Shuan donned a wetsuit, and with an oxygen tank on her back, quietly entered the water through the window of the 3rd floor stairwell. After swimming for a while, and confirming that there was no one around and no lights, she surfaced and released the inflatable boat. Before setting off, she marked a few large shopping malls and jewelry store locations on the map. In the darkness, the boat sped forward like an arrow. In less than 20 minutes, she arrived at the first location. Since the water level had only risen for a few days, many disaster victims had been temporarily housed in schools, libraries, and empty communities. Profitable buildings like shopping malls had not yet been arranged for occupancy. Thus, apart from the incessant rain, everything was eerily quiet and dark. Zhou Shuan stored the boat back in her space and took out a mini flashlight designed for underwater use, diving back into the water. Reaching the 1st floor, she had lived in a post-apocalyptic world for 8 years, honing various survival skills, including lockpicking. She skillfully opened the lock and swam towards several jewelry stores based on her memory. She was very fortunate. The floods arrived suddenly, and the government and military prioritized evacuating disaster-affected people, followed by transferring food. Items like gold, silver, and jade jewelry that were not water-sensitive were not the first priority for rescue. Moreover, most of the populace did not have boats and could only wait for military rescue, greatly limiting their range. At that time, the security in Huaxiao was excellent. When danger approached, the first concern was to ensure life safety, while property matters were placed last. Therefore, apart from a few stores that had roughly gathered their belongings, the counters of most jewelry stores displayed countless shiny ornaments. She pried open one counter after another without looking at what was inside, simply dumping everything into her space, including jade bracelets and pendants, moving on to the next store after finishing one. In less than an hour, she had looted all the jewelry stores in the shopping mall. She surfaced, released the inflatable boat, climbed aboard to rest and recover her strength, and also checked to see if her space had expanded. Upon inspection, she was overjoyed. Her space had expanded by 800 or 900 square meters. What was once cramped was now incredibly spacious. The supplies stored on the 5th floor and in the warehouse could now fit comfortably. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and decided to retrieve the boat and return to the mall, this time ascending from the 1st floor in sequence. On the 1st floor, in addition to jewelry stores and clothing shops, there was a cosmetics store. She wasn't overly greedy and took only a third of the various skincare products from the store. The 2nd floor had women's clothing, but everything was soaked. She didn't mind and took several large bags of wet clothes from the warehouse, planning to dry them later for use. The 3rd floor contained sportswear, men's clothing, and underwear stores which had not yet been flooded. Except for a few stores that had already cleared their clothing, the rest were still untouched. Zhou Shuan collected half of the sportswear and men's clothing, then went to the underwear store, taking a third of all styles and sizes along with dozens of autumn tops and bottoms. The 4th floor had down jackets, children's clothing, and home textile stores. Zhou Shuan was pleasantly surprised, specifically selecting extremely thick down jackets and choosing several hundred items. She also picked out down pants, vests, and children's down jackets in various sizes for students, taking a third from the children's clothing store based on Mumu's current and future sizes. In the home textile store, she took a third of the 4-piece and 3-piece bedding sets. After looking at the pillows and mattresses on the bed, she also took a few, knowing that having pillows and pads would make sleeping outdoors much more comfortable. The 4th floor also had toy and stationery stores, so she entered to select some for Mumu. She spotted a bookstore and, feeling delighted, went inside to pack various books into her space. The 5th floor was filled with household goods, furniture, and appliances. She took several sets of lamps, curtains, hangers, and other furniture items, as well as beds, cabinets, desks, coffee tables, and chairs. She also gathered various cooking pots, rice cookers, soup pots, multifunctional cooking pots, and induction cookers, as well as air conditioners, refrigerators, fans, and washing machines, all storing some in her space. There was also a mobile phone store. Thinking that taking them would be beneficial, she gathered a batch of mobile phones, tablets, and computers to store in her space. Looking at the time, it was already past 2 in the morning. Zhou Shuan quickly went to another shopping mall, sweeping clean the jewelry store on the 1st floor without going upstairs. What she needed to do most now was to expand and upgrade her space. Collecting supplies was secondary. Thus, in the latter half of the night, she inspected all the marked jewelry stores, expanding her space to a staggering 7,000 to 8,000 square meters, roughly the size of a football field. It wasn't until nearly 5 that she took the speedboat back. When she was still some distance from home, she stowed the speedboat and swam back. With the heavy rain pouring down, it was still dark at 5, making it impossible to see any silhouettes. Zhou Shuan quietly slipped up to the 6th floor, yawned, and went to bed. She woke up at 11. Her mother had already prepared a large pot of mutton and several cold dishes. Zhou Shuan hurriedly scooped a bowl of rice and sat down to eat. Mumu was also there. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tian swallowed their questions, patiently finishing their meal before sending Mumu to the bedroom and asking Zhou Shuan how things were. Zhou Shuan's face lit up with a smile. This was the first time she had been this happy since returning. It's as big as a football field, 7,000 to 8,000 square meters. After swallowing the last bite of mutton soup, she dipped the final piece of pancake into the soup and stuffed it into her mouth, then gestured with her hand, her eyes filled with joy. So big. That's more than enough for anything. Zhong Tian gasped in surprise, followed by Zhou Jianghai, who was all smiles. Then we should go retrieve the supplies this afternoon. The military has been busy with disaster relief and moving the victims these days. I feel heavy-hearted, fearing those supplies might be discovered. All right. Currently, the old community and the already high-occupancy elevator buildings had not yet been assigned any disaster victims. Because the affected population was limited, but once the 3rd and 4th floors were flooded, all available spaces in high-rise buildings would be requisitioned by the government. In the afternoon, Zhou Shuan went with her father by boat to Building No. 3, collecting all the supplies from the top floor into the space, then rode to the originally designated warehouse. Upon arrival, she saw that this area was indeed elevated, and the supplies in the warehouse were all clean and dry. Previously, the father and daughter had taken turns to fill the water tank completely, leaving only the inflatable swimming pool. Zhou Shuan loaded coal, planting soil, water tanks, and other miscellaneous supplies into her space, emptied the warehouse, and then returned the same way. On the way, she encountered numerous boats, all filled with people and large bags of luggage, each person's face displaying a numb expression. All around, apart from tall buildings, was a vast expanse of water, and heavy rain poured down incessantly from above. A few individuals, upon seeing Zhou Shuan and her father, exchanged glances. Their boat seemed somewhat out of place. It carried 7 to 8 strong young men and had little luggage. They gazed greedily at Zhou's boat. Zhou Shuan instinctively tightened her grip on the bow, an arrow hidden beneath her raincoat. However, the area was elevated with many military personnel helping to relocate victims to shelters, so those men did not dare to act recklessly and paddled away in their own boat. Zhou Jianghai also sensed something was off. He felt uneasy, and after those people left, he leaned in close to Zhou Shuan's ear and whispered, "One on that boat earlier seemed a bit strange." Zhou Shuan scoffed coldly. "Dad, that must be a boat for robbing supplies. They have their eye on our boat and want to steal it, but with the military present, they don't dare to." Zhou Jianghai felt a chill of fear. It's only been a few days since the flood began, and already there are people wanting to take advantage. Zhou Shuan looked in the direction the boat had left, her apricot kernel eyes filled with coldness. Before leaving the house, she habitually took out her bow and arrow and handed her father a stun baton, as well making thorough preparations. When they returned home, and Zhou Jianghai recounted the incident, Zhongtun immediately patted her chest in worry. "This is just the beginning. Those bad people have already shown themselves." Seeing Mumu curiously looking over with wide eyes, she lowered her head and repeatedly warned, "Mumu, times are different now. You mustn't sneak out to play. There are too many bad people outside. You might get kidnapped without even knowing it." In the days since the water flooded the second floor, the child did not comprehend the adult's anxiety. She only thought she could swim right downstairs in her own building, feeling excited, and had asked her mother multiple times to go swimming, only to be scolded. The heavy rain did not stop, and Mumu had to give up on that idea. Hearing her mother's warning, now she nodded. Zhou Shuan gently patted Mumu's little head. "Mumu, be good. When there's an opportunity in the future, I will take you out to row a boat, but you must not sneak out, understand?" "Really, thank you, sister." Mumu immediately brightened up. Now, aside from those with boats, everyone else was trapped at home, unable to go out to buy food. He had indeed been cooped up at home for too long and couldn't take it anymore. Back on the day, classes and work were suspended. The government had already coordinated with various supermarkets at all levels, dividing up several nearby communities. A designated boat would bring food and daily necessities, stopping at the community entrance at set times, with the property management sending out a 3-day sales list in the group for residents to pay as needed. Finally, the property management would pick up the items from the supermarket boat and deliver them one by one downstairs for residents to collect. The entire process was complex yet orderly. The supermarket boat ran on schedule every 3 days to a community, barely managing to supply them. However, the prices of various foods and daily necessities had risen significantly, especially rice, flour, vegetables, meat, soy products, and toilet paper. Yet with government regulation, except for fruits and vegetables, others remained within an acceptable range. Without a boat, one could only stay cooped up at home waiting for deliveries. But with a boat, one could freely go to supermarkets and department stores that had been relocated to higher floors. That day, Qi Mingyu proposed it, and after gathering opinions from the homeowners in the group, the community quickly contacted suppliers of inflatable boats and canoes. However, most of their boats had been purchased by the government, and they quietly kept a small number to make a profit, with limited stock offered at exceedingly high prices, 5 to 6 times the usual. Today, the property management discussed with the homeowners in the group and ultimately decided to bite the bullet and buy one. Considering the number of people willing to co-invest, each unit or 2 units formed a group. Once they acquired the boat, it would be managed by the groups. In the Dongyuan community, an old community, each building had 4 units with 12 households in 1 unit. Now, 4 households on the first and second floors had moved away, leaving 8 households. Additionally, there were uninhabited units whose owners were unwilling to spend a large sum to purchase, and there were also concerns that the 3rd and 4th floors might be flooded, leading to more moves, hence the reluctance to buy. As a result, in the end, it was mainly the 5th and 6th floors of 2 units that co-purchased a boat. Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's families both had boats, so they did not participate in the crowdfunding. Zhou Shuan observed Qi Mingyu's performance over the past few days, recognizing him as a person of responsibility, accountability, and a broad perspective. Having been silent in the community group, she took the initiative one evening to suggest that each building select a representative to facilitate the management of such matters. Upon her suggestion, many expressed their agreement. With a large population in the community and only a few staff from the property management, the burden had been heavy these past days. Moreover, staff from government agencies and neighborhood committees had been sent into the community alongside party members and volunteers, coordinating efforts like a supermarket ship, assigning 1 worker to manage 2 or 3 communities. The discussions among the floors regarding the purchase of a boat had led to several disputes among homeowners about whether to buy or not. Having a responsible representative would greatly ease the coordination. When the election results were announced, Qi Mingyu was appointed as the representative for Building 3, where Zhou Shuan lived. Having been a squad leader in the military, he was quite familiar with management, and after some thought, did not refuse the position. However, Zhou Shuan had her own selfish motives. In her past life, the representative for Building 3 had been Dong Jianhua, a neighbor who had just returned from outside, elected shortly after the flooding. He was a skilled businessman with a keen eye, having recognized the power of the representative role early on. Upon hearing about the election, he delivered small gifts to every household, easily securing his election. Once in power, he led the bullying of the weak, embezzling survival supplies, and later contacted a group of thugs from outside, seizing half of the Dongyuan community. But this time a cold smile appeared on Zhou Shuan's face. The representative had been chosen, and she was eager to see how Dong Jianhua would act upon his return. After losing contact with Zhang Jia for a week, the latter finally reached out to Zhou Shuan, expressing her emotions about finally returning home. It turned out that she had followed Zhou Shuan's advice and managed to buy a train ticket for the next day from a scalper. For reasons unknown, Zhao Kueishu did not want her to return, leading to a fierce argument before she took a taxi to the train station. However, midway to her destination, heavy rains caused the trains to stop running. With no options left, she had to follow other passengers who were forced to disembark and went to an emergency shelter, sleeping in a large dormitory and eating distributed food and water. After 3 days, although the local government was overwhelmed with disaster relief efforts, they managed to allocate some boats to evacuate people from the city, wading through shallow waters to reach a place where vehicles could operate. After several transfers, she finally returned home. Unfortunately, her phone was lost on the way, and upon reaching home, she bought a new one. It took her a while to replace her SIM card and eventually contact Zhou Shuan. Hearing the twists and turns of her journey, Zhou Shuan understood how difficult it had been, but she was genuinely happy that her senior sister had finally reunited with her family. Zhou Shuan promised to meet her once the waters receded. After hanging up, Zhou Shuan let out a gentle sigh. The destinies of her and her senior sister had both changed. Her third aunt and cousin Tao were willing to participate, but her third uncle was resistant. They could only buy more rice flour and dry goods. Moving house would have to wait for another opportunity. There was also good news. The countryside had been flooded, and the government had arranged for troops and boats for disaster relief, providing shelter in nearby high-rise buildings. The only advantage was that the government was temporarily distributing survival supplies to the disaster victims. Zhong Tian's family lived closer to the mountains with the overall elevation of their area. The only advantage was that the government was temporarily distributing survival supplies to the disaster victims. Zhong Tian's family lived closer to the mountains with the overall elevation of their area higher than Jie City, and today, they began relocating the entire village. Knowing the accommodation conditions at the emergency shelter, her second uncle, unable to resist his younger sister's insistence, decided to move to Dongyuan community tomorrow. The conditions were good, and being near relatives would allow them to look out for each other. Zhou Zhonghai decided to send some food when her second uncle's family arrived the next day. However, a minor incident occurred that evening. The entire city experienced a power outage, although gas and internet services remained. During the day, when Zhou Shuan and her father went to transport supplies, Zhong Tian had spent the afternoon cooking at home, waiting for Zhou Shuan to return to store the food. Mumu had already taken on the task entrusted by her sister, guarding the family's computer and tablet to download resources. That night, the Zhou family turned on 2 desk lamps and gathered around the dining table for dinner. Zhong Tian's braised pork was expertly cooked, tender and not greasy, allowing Zhou Shuan to eat 2 large steamed buns alongside a stir-fried cabbage and pork dish and a cold cucumber salad. Accompanied by warm egg drop soup and soft buns, the whole family enjoyed their meal. Just then, Zhong Tian's phone rang. Seeing it was her second brother calling, she hurried to answer. To her surprise, the caller took a long time to say, "Little sister, my elder brother's house has also been flooded, and he plans to move to your place tomorrow." Zhong Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, and she angrily replied, "What does he mean? Didn't we sever ties years ago? I bought this house for you and the third sister. What does he have to do with it? He can't come." Little sister, my elder brother is a difficult person to persuade. Second Uncle Zhong was in it. Although elder Uncle Zhong was the oldest in the family, he had been spoiled and never did any household chores since childhood. He went outside for schooling, but did not achieve much, later returning home to marry a woman from the neighboring village with the surname Jia. This aunt was also quite shrewd, having completely won over elder Uncle Zhong after they married.
Before long, her bank card received a notification. From XX Bank on June 3rd at 0932, your card ending in 7709 received a cross-bank transfer of 220.
The father-in-law has a brother who went through labor reform, and he is not working, reaching out to the eldest sister and brother-in-law for money. The uncle is also willing to give, not knowing how much has been filled in these years. This can be overlooked, but he always feels that his parents favor the younger son and daughter, constantly feeling wronged. He usually avoids visiting the elders, and even when he does, it's always to ask for money, thousands at a time. If denied, he would throw chairs and kick tables, claiming the elders are too biased, stating he cannot live in this family, and that his biological parents are not as close as his in-laws. It's unclear how much he has taken from the elders. The aunt is quite sly. Every time she visits, she always sneaks into the elder's bedroom and takes away cash. Whenever these matters are mentioned, Zhou Shuan's grandparents are brought to tears, feeling embarrassed, and they never bring it. However, as the youngest daughter in the family, these issues do not concern Zhong Tian much, as she simply feels heartbroken that her parents have raised a thankless child. Thus, when the uncle comes to her maternal home to cause trouble, she scolds him and the aunt to vent her parents' frustration. Unexpectedly, this only angered the two, The aunt, who was quite calculating, conspired with the uncle to decide to marry off this little sister early to get rid of the thorn in their side. Her own brother, having been caught for gambling, spent years in prison, and by the time he got out was too old to find a wife. She thought giving her sister to her brother would be a good idea. In that era, it was common for families in the countryside to exchange siblings for marriage. However, as soon as this was mentioned to Zhou Shuwan's grandparents, they were met with resistance. The son of the Jia family was known for having the worst reputation in several villages, and they couldn't believe their eldest son and daughter-in-law would suggest such a family. Zhou Shuwan's grandmother got furious, driving the two away with a broom. The aunt, undeterred, arranged for her brother to take advantage when Zhong Tian was alone in the fields. She calculated very clearly that the two families were connected by marriage. Even if the matter came to light, the Zhou family wouldn't report it to the authorities and would have to swallow their anger and marry their daughter to her brother. She knew exactly what kind of person her brother was: uncontrollable, hot-tempered, only capable of spending money and living from hand to mouth. Zhong Tian, who was cherished at home, would see her good days come to an end after marrying her brother. She would have to see how she would give him attitude then, calling herself a thief. This incident almost came to pass, but that year Zhou Jia family's son Zhou Jianghai happened to be riding his bike into the mountains on business, saw what was happening, and heroically saved Zhong Tian, giving the aunt's brother a good beating. He was tall and strong, and the other party was no match for him. It didn't take long before the latter lay on the ground howling. Zhou Jianghai had heard of Zhong Tian's beauty and knew she was the most stunning girl in the nearby villages, and upon seeing her he was smitten. Later he married the beauty. The Zhong family completely fell out with the Jia family. The aunt was scolded harshly by her in-laws, but the uncle was extremely angry, feeling that his little sister was ungrateful, looking down on his wife's family, and insisted on marrying into a poor Zhou family. At that time the Zhou family was indeed living in poverty. However, the son of the Zhou family at least walked the right path. After a quarrel with her elder brother, Zhong Tian married Zhou Jianghai. Zhou Jianghai was a clever man. It wasn't long before he brought his wife to the city to seek opportunities, first working in a hardware store. Once he figured out the ropes, he opened his own hardware store and gradually managed to accumulate a storefront and a house, living a fairly comfortable life. Zhong Tian did not communicate with her sister-in-law for many years, but was compelled by her parents to send gifts to her brother's family every year during the holidays. When her parents grew older and required support, the aunt brought her own mother over, refusing to care for her in-laws under the pretext of being too busy. The uncle kept looking for relatives from the maternal side, and village officials repeatedly visiting to complain about the siblings' unfilial behavior. He was the one most disliked and bullied, fully aware that he was responsible for taking care of his mother-in-law, yet insisted on sending the elderly to him. When others found out, the reputation of several of them in the village worsened. Zhong Tian also became determined, directly excluding the eldest brother, and alternated with the second brother and third sister to take care of their parents. Yet the uncle remained restless, either asking for the elderly's pension or insisting on bringing them back during every holiday, waiting for the younger relatives to come and deliver gifts, while justifying himself which family's elder spends the Mid-Autumn Festival or New Year at their daughter's home. Zhong Tian was furious. How dare you say that? You don't care for the elder all year round, leaving them to stay at their daughter's home, and only when it's time for gifts do you suddenly care about face. After the holiday, the very next morning around 6 or 7, they immediately drove back to return the elderly without a second's delay. Later, when the elder was hospitalized for surgery, there was another quarrel over how much money each family would contribute. The uncle insisted that the little sister, now a city person, needed to contribute more. Zhong Tian, who stayed in the hospital taking care of the elder, lacked the energy to argue and gave the uncle a large share. What angered her was that when the reimbursement came back, she saw not a penny. All was swallowed by the uncle. When she was single and living at home, she earned 6,000 yuan. Back then money was valuable. Her elder brother found out and borrowed from her, and at that time they hadn't fallen out, so she borrowed it in front of their parents. But after 3 to 5 years without repayment, when she finally brought it up, her elder brother rolled his eyes and said, "Who borrowed money from you? Don't blame others." This nearly gave Zhong Tian a heart attack. She and Zhou Jianghai were running a hardware business and urgently needed capital. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought to ask for it back, but to her surprise, he flatly denied it. Zhou Shuan's grandparents also dragged their eldest son in and said, "Have you really forgotten? Right in our kitchen, your little sister handed you a thick stack of money. You've borrowed it for years, it's time to return it." Zhong Daijiu kept saying that the money earned by a daughter who hasn't married belongs to the family, so even if borrowed, it doesn't need to be returned. At one moment, he claimed that he never borrowed it at all, insisting that his sister was trying to con him for money. In the end, it was only when the grandfather got angry and brought in a stick to question him about whether he would repay or not that he finally changed his tune, but he only agreed to return 2,000 yuan, claiming that was all he had borrowed. Without any written evidence apart from their parents, there were no other witnesses. Seeing their parents so upset over this matter that they couldn't eat for days, Zhong Tian, worried about her elders, had to grit her teeth and accept it. But she didn't expect her elder brother to pull this stunt again now. Zhong Tian kept the matter to herself until the elder recovered and was discharged from the hospital. She then imitated her elder brother's methods back, then gathering relatives from her uncle's family and village officials crying as she recounted everything. The uncle's face turned as red as a liver. He was left with no choice but to return the 20,000 yuan he had taken while the elder was hospitalized, giving the little sister 1,000. Over the years, due to the elder's support, the siblings had already fallen into a fierce dispute. Coupled with this incident, the uncle bore a grudge, forbidding his children from visiting their aunt's home to deliver gifts during the holidays. Later, when the elder passed away one after another during the funeral, he adamantly refused to allow Zhong Tiyun to come, and in front of the entire village and all the relatives listed several accusations against her. Zhong Tiyun could barely stand at that moment, but fortunately over the years it had been her along with the second and third siblings who had been supporting the elderly. Zhou Jianghai, like his son, contributed both financially and physically, leading relatives to stand up one by one to mediate. The second uncle and third aunt also began to argue with the eldest uncle, forcing him to change his stance. After Zhong Tian managed to handle the funeral, she returned home and nearly fainted from crying, vowing never to acknowledge this elder brother again, and that their families would no longer associate. Even if she had to beg for food, she would never step foot into her elder brother's house. After relaying her words through the second brother, her elder brother actually accused her of meddling in her parents' relationships with him while she was still living at home, claiming she had ulterior motives. The couple had long since denied her as their sister. It turned out that the resentment that had brewed over the years stemmed from her attempts to defend her parents when she was at her maternal home. Zhong Tiyun sneered, repeatedly left speechless. The two families hadn't interacted at all in recent years, and even upon realizing that the apocalypse was approaching, after careful consideration, Zhong Tiyun decided not to inform her elder uncle's family. In fact, she thought that her elder brother and second brother had a good relationship. The second brother was honest and kind, so he should have informed the eldest brother about stockpiling food, without her needing to play the role of the Good Samaritan. However, she absolutely could not tolerate her elder brother's family, who had become nearly enemies, staying in the house she had bought, benefiting from her. She firmly stated over the phone that she would not allow her elder uncle's family to move in. Zhong Erji rarely took a firm stance, saying, "All right, little sister, I'll have the elder brother and their family find another place not to disturb you." After hanging up, Zhong Tiyun lost her appetite and turned to enter her bedroom. Zhou Shuan, feeling heartbroken for his wife, let Zhou Shuan attend to her brother while he hurriedly took a lamp and followed her into the bedroom. Before long, the sound of their mother's low cries and their father's deep voice comforting her could be heard from the bedroom. Having seen their mother suffer so much from their elder brother and sister-in-law since childhood, Zhou Shuan understood well how many times she had cried in secret. Not to mention their mother, she herself would absolutely not forgive their uncle and aunt. She wasn't very clear about the events of the previous generation, but after returning from the apocalypse, she had heard people in the neighborhood mention that her elder uncle's family had come to request to live at the Zhou household. Her son, daughter-in-law, daughter, along with her uncle and aunt, stood outside, forcing their mother to open the door and let them in. When denied entry, they kicked the door and shouted, attracting a crowd. Her uncle and aunt were dark-minded individuals who had previously spread gossip in the neighborhood due to their conflicts with their mother. They claimed that she had stirred up discord between her elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as between father and son, while living at home as a daughter. After getting married, she had relied on her earnings to ruin the reputation of her elder brother and sister-in-law in her maternal village, which was truly malicious. If it weren't for Grandma Pang quietly passing this information to Zhong Tiyun, who was then puzzled as to why the looks from the neighborhood were so strange, she would have been furious upon hearing this. Due to this old matter, many people in the neighborhood believed that Zhong Tiyun was unvirtuous and had a bad relationship with her maternal family. After the last generation's apocalypse, when her uncle's family requested entry, Zhong Tiyun refused, leading to much condemnation from just people. Seeing the smug smiles of her uncle's family at that time made Zhong Tiyun's mind explode. She rushed inside, grabbing a kitchen knife, and shouted while chopping, "Let's see who dares to force us. I would rather die than live." At that moment, she was anxiously worried about her missing husband and daughter far away in the south. Her mind was tightly wounded, and being pressured by others unleashed the bloodiness within her. Everyone was taken aback by her actions, looking at each other in shock. Her uncle even received a cut on his arm and fled with his family. Otherwise, they would have occupied the house long ago. The other residents of the neighborhood were also startled and quickly left, but from then on they no longer looked favorably upon Zhong Tiyun. Especially those who thought they were close to the Zhou family and had come to advise her with good intentions developed a disdain for Zhong Tiyun. This also led to the later incident where Dong Jianhua gathered a group to break into the Zhou household, and no one came to help. They only watched coldly as the mother and son were driven out. Given all these matters, Zhou Shuan did not actively seek trouble with Zhong Daijiu, and out of concern for his mother's feelings did not tell her. However, if he really didn't have the sense to come knocking for attention, she wouldn't mind teaching this uncle who had never looked at her and moo with respect a lesson. In the dead of night, she quietly set out again, fully armed. The water level had risen another meter today, and the heavy rain continued, but with last night's experience this time, she was quite familiar with the process. She visited several other malls collecting 1/3 of the clothes, electronics, and other supplies she found employing the same method. Now the water had already submerged the second floor, but due to a lack of boats and manpower, many merchants were unable to move their goods in time, helplessly watching them get soaked or gathering people at high prices to dive into the water to move things upstairs. Thus, the current malls were in utter disarray with aisles cluttered with items temporarily set aside after rescue, all soaking wet. Zhou Shuan always came out around 1 or 2 in the morning, and the people moving supplies had already returned to rest. Since the mall had not yet been designated as a shelter, she didn't need to worry about running into anyone. This time, she even went to the supermarket on the basement floor. Although most of the goods inside had been moved, a few scattered items remained. She cleared out those empty shelves, which would be of great use later. She also collected scattered items like shower gel, shampoo, and soap. There were many snacks like potato chips, but she didn't take any since they had been soaked and were inedible. However, she sneaked into the supermarket's warehouse. It was evident that the merchants had hastily moved some items, but many heavy boxes were still stacked there. She took 1/3 based on different packaging. However, when she saw the stock of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, she felt a surge of excitement. Cigarettes, alcohol, and tea were hard currencies after the apocalypse, making them essential to hoard. She had previously been too poor and had too many supplies to store, so she had given up on this aspect. Now that there was an opportunity for zero-cost purchases, how could she let it slip away? Cigarettes, alcohol, and tea were merely luxury items for the wealthy, not essential survival supplies, so she didn't need to consider later arrivals. She directly collected all the boxes of cigarettes, alcohol, and tea she saw into her space. She worked busily until around 4 in the morning before returning home invigorated. Today's haul was substantial, and she felt no fatigue. Her mind entered the space to check what boxes she had received in the warehouse. Basically, every mall's basement was a supermarket. She had visited 3 underground supermarkets in total and had found 3 warehouses. There were more than 20 boxes of bathing products such as shower gel, shampoo, and toothpaste. Coupled with the skincare products stockpiled the previous night, she would never lack for washing and care products in this lifetime. There were over 10 boxes of household items like cleaning balls, brushes, cutting boards, and clothes racks. Additionally, over 30 boxes of various condiments including light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, vinegar, and cooking wine. To her surprise, there were even over 10 boxes of baby formula, which was quite a pleasant surprise. A few boxes of children's toys, such as building blocks, puzzles, and dinosaur toys, were also found. Moreover, there were over 40 boxes of sanitary pads, sanitary pants, and diapers. Fortunately, although these items were afraid of water, they were all in unopened packaging. Except for a few that got slightly wet, the majority were still intact, which was another pleasant surprise. There are still several boxes of basketballs, footballs, and other sports equipment uncertain if they will be needed in the future, temporarily set aside. Additionally, there are more than 100 plastic and steel basins. There are also over 30 boxes of various canned fish, fruit cans, and luncheon meat cans. Furthermore, there are 50 boxes of assorted hot pot ingredients, dipping sauces, and sweet bean paste. The remaining items include over 100 boxes of various beverages, cigarettes, and alcohol. There are also boxes of sealed marinated beef, spicy donkey meat, soup, dried goose meat, roasted duck, and roasted chicken, which are essential survival supplies. Zhou Shuan collected a bit more, totaling over 100 boxes. The alcohol includes red wine and white liquor with various grades, all stored in the space, numbering around 70 to 80 boxes. There are fewer cigarettes, but still over 40 boxes. The tea is even less, only about 10 boxes. Zhou Shuan opened a box of cigarettes to check and found that the multiple layers of packaging were very useful, remaining completely dry. Zhou Shuan lay on her bed holding the cigarette, thinking of the ample supplies in her space, and slowly smiled. The next day, she slept until late morning when Mumu came in and shook her awake urgently, saying, Sister, wake up. Mom and Uncle's family are arguing over there." Zhou Shuan immediately became alert. She sat up and listened, and indeed the noise was coming from Building 3. Mumu briefly explained the situation. It turned out that around 10 in the morning, Dad and Mom went over to wait for the second uncle, but unexpectedly Uncle's family shamelessly followed quietly from behind. When they arrived at the community, the second uncle and his family were only then aware. Mom firmly refused to let Uncle stay in Building 3, instructing him to take his entire family and find another place, which led to an immediate argument. Mumu had been left at home, watching the commotion from the 7th floor. Seeing that a fight had indeed broken out, she hurried to find her sister. Zhou Shuan said, "I'll go over right now. You lock the door behind you, and don't open it for anyone, understood?" Zhou Shuan decisively took her longbow off the wall and slung a quiver of arrows over her shoulders, stepping out the door with Mumu's wide-eyed gaze upon her. Her expression was solemn, like a warrior heading to battle. Just as she reached the 5th floor, she ran into Qi Mingyu, who was heading out. He glanced at her and gently asked, "Is it Uncle Zhou and Auntie over in Building 3? He heard the noise and wanted to go take a look." Zhou Shuan nodded. "I was just about to go over." Qi Mingyu's gaze shifted to the bow and arrows on her shoulder, and he said, "I'll go with you." Meeting his gaze, he raised an eyebrow. "Have you forgotten? am the building manager and naturally responsible for the safety of the residents of Building 5. This reasoning was quite valid. However, Zhou Shuan was not in the mood for jokes, forcing a smile. Thank you. Qi Mingyu noticed her displeasure, but said nothing further. Upon reaching the top floor of Building 3, they found people crowding around 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, all watching the spectacle. Zhou Shuan could hear Aunt Ding Yan who was desperate accusations. Zhong Tian, open your eyes and look clearly. This is your biological brother. These are your biological nephew and niece. These are your 2 dearly beloved grandnephews and grandnieces. Can you really bear to let them be homeless at such a young age? Is your heart made of stone? You don't care about family ties at all. Zhong Tian clenched her teeth, her face pale, remaining silent. The crowd murmured and pointed. Zhou Zhanghai was immediately displeased and coldly stated, this house is mine. Tiyun is a woman, as she cannot make such a big decision. If you want to stay, ask me. Do not make things difficult for Tiyun. Who doesn't know that my sister-in-law is the best at whispering in ears? Zhou Zhanghai, you seem like a strong man, but in reality your ears are softer than tofu. The crowd erupted in laughter. Qi Mingyu frowned slightly, glancing worriedly at Zhou Shuan. However, she remained calm, her bright apricot eyes flashing with a dark glint. She pushed through the crowd and called out loudly, I thought who it was. I could hear the noise from a building away. It turns out to be Uncle and Auntie's family. Upon seeing this sharp-tongued niece, Uncle Zhong's brow twitched. On the surface, he appeared to be a cultured and refined middle-aged man, slightly shorter at around 167 centimeters, but well-dressed, and speaking in a deliberate manner, exuding an aura of a successful person who has seen the world. He slowly spoke, his tone gentle, yet carrying a hint of reproach. Wanwan's, this is an adult matter, don't meddle, child. Zhou Shuan let out a cold laugh. Uncle, I am already 20 this year. I am an adult. No wonder you wouldn't know, though our 2 families haven't been related for 5 or 6 years, right? So do you think that after such a long time everyone has forgotten the disgusting things you did back then? How dare you come to our house asking for a place to stay? Who was it that said back then, I wouldn't even knock on your door for food? Back then Zhong Tiyun made a harsh remark that she wouldn't even knock on Uncle Zhong's door for food, and Uncle Zhong echoed that he would never step into Zhou's family again. Uncle Zhong's face flashed a dark red, but he still spoke with authority. At that time your mother made a mistake, and as the older brother I was teaching her a lesson. As the elder brother it is my duty to correct my younger sister. But your mother is narrow-minded, creating chaos, nearly causing our family to fall apart, truly a wicked woman. Zhong Tiyun was so furious that she felt her lungs might explode. She rushed forward a couple of steps, nearly poking her finger at his nose. Zhong Baohua, you clarify this. Who was causing trouble back then? Who was it that didn't allow me to visit during Mom and Dad's funeral? Who only wanted to rob money from siblings instead of supporting the elderly? Who had no semblance of an older brother, tarnishing the reputation of younger siblings over trivial matters? Uncle Zhong, short and thin, was at a disadvantage against Zhong Tian's imposing presence. As she pointed her finger at him, he retreated. His eldest son, Zhou Qinghui, fearing that his father would be at a disadvantage, immediately stepped forward, pushing Zhong Tian's arm. Aunt, if you dare to make a move, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Zhanghai was immediately furious. Qinghui, how dare you lay hands on your aunt? With a few large strides, he was about to slap him. But someone was quicker than him. Zhou Shuan slapped her cousin's face, then shoved him back by the coarse neck, and with a few gasps, she pushed him stumbling against the wall. No one had expected her to suddenly make a move. Everyone looked at her in shock. Once, Zhou Zhanghai was taken aback, having never seen his daughter display such might, momentarily stunned before murmuring her name. Uncle Zhong's family was equally astonished. Uncle Zhong hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Qinghui, Wanwan's, don't add fuel to the fire, let the adults handle this. Aunt Ding Yanhua, after being stunned for a moment, protectively rushed forward, yelling, Zhou Shuan, you little wretch, I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhou Shuan merely took a step back, slightly raising her leg, causing Aunt Ding Yanhua, unable to stop her momentum, to crash heavily to the ground. Mother, Zhou Shuan, I'll fight you to the death. Zhong Xingyu, elder Uncle Zhong's daughter, stormed forward in a rage. Zhou Shuan struck back with a sharp slap. Zhong Xingyu let out a sob and collapsed onto her mother's chest. In an instant, 3 of the 4 adults from the Zhou family lay sprawled on the ground. Zhou Shuan ignored the stunned onlookers and fixed a cold, disdainful gaze upon elder Uncle Zhong, who still stood rooted in place. A faint sardonic curl lifted the corner of her lips. Elder Uncle. It sounded less like a greeting, and more like a grim, ironic invitation to join this fierce and unrelenting confrontation. Elder Uncle Zhong was a strategist by nature, a man who always lingered safely behind the front lines, letting his wife, son, and daughter charge ahead while he orchestrated from the shadows. Yet before even 2 rounds had passed between the families, his wife, son, and daughter all lay defeated on the floor. A flicker of cowardice crossed his face. He instinctively retreated several paces, eyes wide, voice shrill with hollow bravado. What? Zhou Shuan, you'd strike your own elder uncle. Yet inwardly he marveled. How had this niece, unseen for so many years, acquired such formidable skill? Zhou Shuan slowly rotated her wrist, then offered a quiet, chilling smile. Elder uncle, though you have failed in filial piety toward your elders and fraternal duty toward your siblings, I was never raised by you. My roots run straight and true. How then could I ever raise a hand against an elder? Her gaze swept dismissively over the wailing figures sprawled across the ground, then settled calmly back on elder Uncle Zhong. I hardly lifted a finger. You arrived shouting threats, brandishing violence. I merely asked them to sit down and speak civilly. She gestured coolly toward the house behind the crowd and gave a frosty laugh. Elder uncle, our family hasn't devoured its conscience like yours has, devoured whole by dogs. We all know the gravity of the situation outside. Though decades ago we swore never to cross paths again, we cannot stand idly by while you march blindly toward ruin. But second uncle is kin to us. This house is freely offered to him. As for your family, not a single thread binds you to ours. If you wish to dwell here, name your price, 50,000 yuan, and the house is yours to occupy. Knowing second uncle still clung to illusions about elder uncle Zhou Shuan chose not to reveal, yet, that the 20th Zandyuan house he occupied had long been his own. 50,000. Why not just rob us blind? Ding Yanhua burst out. Zhou Shuan's laugh was icy and sharp. Is 50,000 robbery? Anti-Ding. Go ask around how many are now offering stacks of cash for penthouse units. 200,000. 300,000. Who among them would part with theirs? My home spans 2 floors, nearly 200 square meters. Isn't that infinitely preferable to cramming into resettlement compounds where water and electricity are unreliable and shared by dozens? It was precisely after learning this that elder Uncle Zhong had resolved, against all reason, to bring his entire family to seize the Zhou residence. Among the onlookers, a few quick-witted souls nodded vigorously. Exactly. Wealthy buyers abound. But who today would sell their penthouse for cash? 50,000 isn't exorbitant, not when penthouses now command astronomical prices. With floodwaters already lapping at the 3rd floor, half the neighborhood must evacuate to resettlement zones. If a vacant penthouse appears, even briefly, who wouldn't pay to secure it? Moreover, quality resettlement sites were scarce. The northern districts, higher in elevation, remained habitable, yet authorities had recently relocated a large influx of southern flood refugees, mandating that every residential complex provide shelter. With no vacant housing available, property management resorted to forced entry, seizing unoccupied homes outright. For occupied units, they went door to door, persuading residents one by one. The government did not expect citizens to host refugees for free. 5 jin of rice per person, 20 or more jin for a family of 4 or 5, was offered as compensation. With prices soaring, some truly valued those 5 jin of grain, enough to surrender a bedroom or half a living room to a stranger. Even residents on the 1st or 2nd floors, refusing relocation, sought out neighbors or upper floor acquaintances offering money or goods simply for the right to occupy a single bedroom. Others, unable to refuse such appeals, reluctantly agreed. Everyone assumed the flooding would subside within 1 or 2 months, so sharing quarters temporarily seemed bearable. Yet the Zhou family, and the Qi family downstairs, knew the truth. They refused every plea, turning away multiple households that came begging. To safeguard this very penthouse, Father Zhou had personally delivered a basket of eggs and 7 or 8 jin of apples to property management, securing its exemption from seizure. Now elder Uncle Zhong's family sought to reap what they had not sown. Delusions indeed. Elder Uncle Zhong clenched his fists. Beneath his calm, intelligent eyes flickered a flash of vicious intent, yet his voice remained smooth, almost gentle. 50,000 is truly beyond us. How about 5,000 as rent? Consider the house leased to us. Elder uncle, are you trying to fool a child? That 50,000 is the rent, not the purchase price. Zhou Shuan scoffed, sharp and scornful. Elder Uncle Zhong's face flushed crimson. He fell silent, speechless, for a long, heavy moment. No one yet grasped the magnitude of what lay ahead. Like those willing to host refugees, most believed the floods would recede within weeks, making temporary cohabitation seem reasonable. Thus, the truly wealthy paid staggering sums for penthouses, while ordinary citizens balked at spending life savings on units rendered useless once waters receded. Why pay a fortune for a penthouse that would become obsolete the moment the floodwaters withdrew, unless one were... To elder Uncle Zhong, 5,000 yuan felt like hemorrhaging wealth. Any more, and he would not yield. His gaze darkened as he studied the Zhou family. Zhou Shuan stood serenely at the forefront. Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianghai stood behind her, heads bowed, leaving all authority in their daughter's hands. Father. Before he could formulate a coherent thought, his son, Zhong Qinghui, approached, speaking low and... After prolonged deliberation, elder Uncle Zhong finally spoke. Tiyun to Hai Wan, we're not well off. Feeding a family is no small burden. 5,000 is our absolute limit. Before Zhong Tiyun could reply, Zhou Shuan interjected, Elder Uncle, have you checked current prices lately? What exactly does 5,000 buy these days? By blood ties, our families are sworn enemies, cut off forever. By coin, you cannot even afford rent. So tell me, by what right do you claim this house as your own? Zhou Shuan, you heartless fiend. Elder Uncle Zhong roared. But before the words fully left his mouth, Zhou Shuwan had drawn her bow, loosed an arrow with a sharp thwip, and sent it slicing past his ear, embedding deep into the wall behind him, quivering violently. Elder Uncle Zhong paled, trembling. Zhou Shuwan, you bastard! You dare lay hands on my father! Zhong Qinghui barely got the words out before Zhou Shuwan's bow pivoted, arrow now aimed squarely at his throat. Her stance was flawless, hand steady, expression unshaken, utterly composed. You! Zhong Qinghui's knees buckled with terror. Zhong Tiyun gasped, gripping Zhou Jianghai's hand, as she whispered, trembling, Wan. The crowd fell utterly silent. No breath, no rustle. Zhou Shuwan held the draw. Unblinking voice glacial, Elder Uncle, you know better than anyone the truth of our relationship. When I was young, I could only watch as you and Auntie Ding conspired to torment my mother. But I am grown now, and my eyes tolerate no dust. To see your family brazenly seize our home, shamelessly forcing your way in, I burn with fury as though fire rages within my chest. So hear this final warning: pay the 50th Zanduan rent, or leave. Resettlement zones may lack comfort, but they are no death sentence. Half the city's population, and every villager, is now housed there. If others endure it, why should your family? A heavy silence descended. This remark struck a chord with the onlookers. Indeed, how many people had been relocated to the shelter? The Zhong family's loud complaints about being pushed to the brink by their younger sister were nothing but an attempt to take advantage. If the sibling relationships were good, it wouldn't matter. But they had made it clear they weren't welcome, yet shamelessly wanted to stay. How unreasonable. Recently, due to flooding, the outside was a bit chaotic and there were many unfamiliar faces in the community. Everyone's nerves were tightly wound. Once again, the Zhong family proved difficult to deal with, unwilling to let them stay. Zhong Tiyun, hearing her daughter's supportive words, was already in tears. Her daughter had truly grown up. Wiping her tears, she stood beside Zhou Shuwan and firmly said, Elder brother Wan's words are my words. I do not welcome you. Please leave at your earliest convenience. Zhong Dezhou's hands trembled slightly. He keenly observed the expressions of those present, realizing he could gain nothing from this situation. Moreover, Zhou Shuwan's gaze, akin to that of someone staring at a corpse, left him in a state of panic, fearing she might go mad and send his entire family to hell. This little lunatic. I will consider this lifetime as if I never had this sister. Enraged, he spat viciously and left with his family. Their glances towards the Zhou family were filled with venom, as if poisoned. Yet no one paid them any mind, and they could only leave the building in bitterness. While they were arguing, the luggage and supplies from the second uncle's family had not yet been transported, and cousin Ji Peng was guarding the boat with his wife Xiao Fei. With the assistance of the Zhou family and Qi Mingyu, they quickly moved the overflowing luggage to the 6th floor. Zhong Tiyan said, second brother, you all should discuss whether to stay on the 6th or 7th floor. The quality of the house on the third sister's side is not good. It has been submerged in water and is very dangerous. When they move in, you can each occupy a floor. Zhong Erjiu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. The toilets and sewers here had been sealed off by the Zhou family with cement. Zhou Jianghai had also brought some plastic sheets. Currently, the city's drainage system was utterly collapsed. Families that had not sealed their toilets and underground outlets in time had experienced backflow, resulting in unbearable odors. Thus, the air quality in the entire city was poor. The Zhou family had sealed the windows inside and out of their house tightly. The smell was not too noticeable, but the top floor here was somewhat pungent. Plastic sheets were used to seal the windows. A few strong men quickly secured the windows, significantly reducing the smell. Zhong Erjiu hurriedly instructed Erjiu Ma and Ji Peng Yuxian to bring up the prepared gifts. It was 50 pounds of sweet potato flour. This is made from our own sweet potatoes. The flavor is rich and much better than store-bought. Second brother, we can't accept this, Zhong Tiyun quickly declined. That won't do. If we stay here, we are already taking. This little bit of inexpensive sweet potato flour is nothing. Just take it. Zhong Erjiu was honest. Despite being at a disadvantage next to the shrewd eldest uncle, he still bore the responsibility of being an older brother. In his past life, Zhou Jianghai took his daughter and never returned. Only Zhong Tiyun remained to look after Mumu. Zhong Dezhou had come to try to take advantage. However, after moving to the shelter, Zhong Erjiu worried about his younger sister and nephew making several trips within 6 months to deliver food supplies. Even Annie San's family and Zhou Ba cousins had sent over things, comforting Zhong Ma. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, everyone lived tightly, and although what they sent was not much, it was indeed a heartfelt gesture. As relatives, one cannot ask for too much. Zhou Shuwan appreciated their help to her mother and Mumu in the previous life, and did not mind assisting her relatives when capable in this life. Zhong Tiyun then explained that the tsunamis she had borrowed was for this purpose. So this is your house. If the third sister's family comes, we still need to ask if you will allow them to stay. I really didn't expect this. Zhong Erjiu was a bit incredulous. Then surprised, he added, fortunately you all thought to add another floor. This is truly convenient for us. Zhong Erjiu and Qin Xinjing are both honest people, aware that the Zhou family's actions are for future needs. They decide to say little, hoping for more reciprocation in the future. Since it's a housewarming, they need to light the stove and warm the house in the new home. Zhong Tiyun went to the kitchen to cook. Zhou Shuwan returned to fetch Mumu and also brought a dish of sauerkraut fish that had been stored in space to give to Qi Mingyu as a token of gratitude. Earlier they had unanimously urged Qi Mingyu to stay for dinner, but he firmly declined. Unable to do anything else, Zhong Tiyun asked Zhou Shuwan to send another dish as a thank you. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the most precious and heartfelt gift one can give is food. Qi Mingyu looked at the large plate of steaming fragrant sauerkraut fish, glanced at Zhou Shuwan and Mumu, and after some thought, he did not refuse. By the time they returned to Building 5, Zhong Tiyun and her second aunt worked quickly and soon prepared 6 dishes. There was a vegetarian 3-delicacy dish, stir-fried greens, peanuts, scrambled eggs with chives, braised pork with potatoes, boiled meat slices, and rice wine egg drop soup. Finally, there was a large bowl of steaming white rice. Zhong Erjiu brought out a few bottles of beer and drinks, inviting both families to sit. Zhong Erjiu, his second aunt, Zhou Jianghai, Zhong Tiyun, cousin Jiping, cousin-in-law Xiaofei, cousin Yuxuan, Zhou Shuwen, and Mumu, a total of 9 people filled the table. Fortunately, each dish was quite large, otherwise it might not have been enough. After eating and drinking, the Zhou family of 4 said goodbye to Zhong Erjiu's family and headed home. In the middle of the night, Zhou Shuwan went out for a 0 yuan purchase, finding several supermarket warehouses, collecting 1/3 of the stock inside, and taking all the empty shelves to store supplies. The harvest was similar to before. Since hot pot ingredients, Laogan Ma mushroom sauce, canned 8 treasure porridge, and cigarettes were not considered staple foods and were not among the goods prioritized by major businesses, they were all cheap for Zhou Shuwan. She also took a portion of clothes, bedding sets, furniture, and appliances she saw. When she came out of the last supermarket, it was 4 in the morning. Zhou Shuwan remembered that this place was relatively close to the used car market where she had purchased before. After a brief hesitation, she turned there. The electric bikes must have been ruined, so Zhou Shuwan directly went to those second-hand bicycle shops and collected a batch of gear bikes and bicycles to store in space. After the apocalypse, resources are limited and foot-powered vehicles have regained their importance in transportation. Collecting these is to exchange for supplies in the future. By the time she returned to the community, it was already 5:30. The heavy rain had not stopped and the water level was rising slightly. Given the situation, the 3rd floor would soon have to be evacuated. Zhou Shuwan frowned and took a look, then climbed up from the 3rd floor corridor. She quickly froze. The fit silhouette drying her wet hair at the corridor entrance was none other than Qi Mingyu. The latter also looked at her with slight surprise. The two exchanged glances, and just as Zhou Shuwan was about to say something, a hurried sound of footsteps descending from above suddenly caught their attention. Someone. Qi Mingyu made a shushing gesture to her, covering her mouth with one hand and wrapping his arm around her waist, swiftly flipping them into the water, causing both to vanish beneath the surface. Zhou Shuwan's diving gear had already been stored in space before they surfaced. She opened her eyes wide, allowing Qi Mingyu to skillfully turn her in the water and hide at a window on the 2nd floor, listening intently to the commotion above. He could hold his breath underwater longer than Zhou Shuwan. After a while, when the people above hadn't left, Zhou Shuwan stared at Qi Mingyu, struggling with her hands and feet. Qi Mingyu looked down at her, quickly released her, and pointed in another direction, signaling for them to swim up. Zhou Shuwan had stored all her diving equipment in space when she came back earlier, and now she couldn't take it out in front of him. However, exhausting her remaining oxygen to swim to another place seemed impossible for Zhou Shuwan. Fortunately, Qi Mingyu soon took out something like an oxygen mask from behind and put it on her face. Her breathing became smooth all at once. Qi Mingyu's strong arms wrapped around her waist while his other arm glided beneath the water. Zhou Shuwan glanced at him, wondering if Special Forces soldiers are skilled at holding their breath. He had already held his breath in the water for so long, and now swimming with her would the oxygen in his lungs suffice. But given the current situation, it seemed there was enough. She pointed to his breathing mask and asked if he needed it. He shook his head and brought Zhou Shuwan to the surface between Building 2 and Building 3. Zhou Shuwan removed the mask and took a deep breath of air, then curiously looked at the seemingly unperturbed man, asking, "You're really good at holding your breath underwater." She had already taken off her diving gear, wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and long pants. At this moment, emerging from the water, her clothes were soaked, revealing her slender and graceful curves with long black hair dripping wet. She appeared like a water sprite, beautiful, innocent, and mature. This was a beauty that straddled the line between youthful purity and mature allure. Qi Mingyu, just a mere mortal, felt his face flush and heart race after a glance, as if he finally felt the effects of oxygen deprivation at that moment. He hurriedly averted his gaze to the water's surface. Zhou Shuwan looked at his reaction in confusion. Qi Mingyu cleared his throat, his voice low. "My best time for holding breath underwater is 6 minutes and 48 seconds. This is almost comparable to the best divers in the world." Zhou Shuwan widened her eyes in surprise. Qi Mingyu seemed increasingly uncomfortable, remaining silent for a while, before suddenly looking toward Building 5. "They've left. Let's go back." He escorted Zhou Shuwan back, went downstairs quickly, and soon returned, knocking on the door. Zhou Shuwan was drying her hair with a towel. She peeked through the peephole, frowned, but still opened the door, asking softly, "What's the matter?" Before she could finish her sentence, a large bag of snacks was stuffed into her arms. At a glance, there were chocolates, candies, sausages, compressed biscuits, all high-energy foods. I forgot you were an ordinary person while in the water. My apologies. So you came to bring gifts of apology. Zhou Shuan quickly shook her head. It's fine, but was the device you put on me earlier military-grade technology? Qi Mingyu seemed a bit distracted as he nodded, hesitating before asking, is it convenient to talk? Zhou Shuan nodded, realizing what he was about to ask her. Were you out at midnight looking for supplies? Without waiting for her answer, Qi Mingyu quickly said, it's too dangerous for you to be alone. I often go out too. We can keep each other company and look out for one another. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. Don't worry, you should know my character. I won't take what you find. He thought she was worried about this and his tone was very sincere. Zhou Shuan pondered and found no reason to refuse. Qi Mingyu's character was beyond reproach. There would be many dangers in the future. Having such a strong, upright neighbor who cared for the Zhou family was indeed a rare stroke of luck in the apocalypse. It's just that it was not very convenient to store supplies in space. Zhou Shuan nodded. That's fine. Qi Mingyu smiled. He usually had a serious expression reminiscent of a repressed male lead in an ancient novel. His smile was like a refreshing breeze after rain rippling across the lake's surface with the morning sun breaking through the... Zhou Shuan was somewhat taken aback. Because of this, she didn't have time to avoid the hand that reached out towards her. Qi Mingyu gently ruffled her hair, smiling softly as he said, all right, go wash up, take your medicine, and get some sleep. They'll message you tonight. Watching the figure descend the stairs, Zhou Shuan awkwardly touched the spot where he had just touched, then turned to enter the house. When she got up at noon, her parents were steaming buns and dumplings. Seeing her, Zhong Tiyun said, you wash up first, they'll prepare a bowl of dumplings for you. Using the filling for steamed buns, there were 3 flavors: mushroom, pork chives, and egg and cabbage pork, with Zhong Tiyun preparing a dozen of each. After they were cooked, dipping them in garlic sauce, she devoured one dumpling after another, accompanied by a big bowl of spicy stir-fried meat that Zhou Dad loved, causing her forehead to slightly perspire, feeling quite elated. Mumu had already devoured a large bowl and couldn't help but come over asking her sister for 2 more. Zhong Tian couldn't help but laugh, saying, he just ate over 20 dumplings. I was afraid he wouldn't be able to digest it, so I wouldn't let him eat more like a greedy cat. Zhou Shuan noticed the rice cooker was steaming rice and recalled something, saying, Mom, I found many pots at the supermarket. Why don't we take out a few more rice cookers and pressure cookers? Both steaming rice and stewing meat would be fine. Sure, I was just saying we don't have enough pots at home. With floods everywhere and the electricity out, but gas still on, everyone was staying home, making it a good time to cook. Avoiding Mumu, Zhou Shuan took out 7 or 8 pots: rice cooker, pressure cooker, frying pan, and electric pancake maker. After washing them, they could be used. Taking out dozens of pounds of pork from the storage, Zhou Dad washed his hands and started stewing meat and ribs. Zhou Shuan continued to make buns and dumplings with her mom. Since Mumu liked sweets besides meat buns and vegetarian buns, Zhong Tian also made red bean buns. A large pot of red beans simmered until fragrant and soft, sprinkled with fine white sugar, stirred evenly, and after tasting a spoonful, she felt a wave of happiness. Zhong Tian saw her daughter and younger son both like the stewed red bean paste, and smiled, saying, they'll stew a big pot again tonight, not making buns just for you two to enjoy. Actually, Zhou Dad also liked red bean buns. While stewing braised meat in the kitchen, he chimed in with a smile. Then let's just stew 2 pots to make sure there's enough to eat. At your age, still loving sweets, Zhong Tiyun feigned annoyance. Considering that eating buns in front of people might be inconvenient in the future, she specifically made the buns smaller, so one could be eaten in a single bite. Upstairs, they were fervently cooking, while downstairs Grandma Pang was feeding a few chicks on the balcony when she suddenly caught a whiff of an incredibly enticing meat aroma, exclaiming, the Zhou family is at it again, cooking delicious food. They've been stewing meat these past few days, and it smells really good. Qi Mingyu was reinforcing the windows and doors. He peered through the window with binoculars, observing the noticeably increasing flow of people on the water's surface, pursing his lips. Grandma, I'm going upstairs for a moment. Are you going to your Uncle Zhou's house? Wait a moment. Yesterday we ate a sour cabbage fish from them. We need to Grandma Pang hurried to the fridge, taking out 4 pieces of tofu and a large bottle of soy milk. Though tofu is a simple dish with the weather like this, it's hard to buy, so let's give it to them as a rarity. There were many vacuum-packed donkey meat soup that Qi Mingyu had brought back, and he also brought a bag. When they reached the Zhou family, Zhong Tian exclaimed that the gift was too generous, and except for leaving the tofu and soy milk behind, she firmly refused the donkey meat. However, Qi Mingyu insisted, placing the bag directly on the shelf at the entrance with a smile. Auntie, I'm just following Grandma's instructions. I'm only responsible for bringing the items. Ooh, please don't make it difficult for me. Zhong Tian thought for a moment, realizing that it's a good neighborly practice to reciprocate. Since they had given so much today, she could return the favor more lavishly another day. So she didn't insist too much, smiling. Our 2 families are close, your grandma is just too polite. Qi Mingyu finally got to the point. Uncle, Auntie, I heard from Wan that you have iron doors at home as well. Given the rising water level, the residents on the 3rd floor are soon to be relocated. Shouldn't we install the iron doors today? Due to the large number of relocations, the atmosphere in the community was generally heavy and oppressive. Qi Mingyu had prepared adequately in advance and also bought iron doors. Zhou Zhenghai immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "There's no one across from us. We can inform the residents on the 5th floor as well." The 5th floor west unit was occupied by a young couple who had been married for 2 years and had no children. Their household was simple, and they were usually quiet, not causing trouble. If Uncle and Auntie agree, I'll also talk to them later. They plan to install 2 iron doors on the 5th floor, effectively doubling the security. The young couple readily agreed, as they wouldn't have to pay for it and could obtain double protection, and no one would refuse. The man in his late 20s named Wei Wei also had some sense and came out to help. The 3 men quickly installed the 2 iron doors. The loud clang attracted the attention of the people downstairs. Suddenly, the expressions of several families turned sour. "What do you mean by this?" An aunt from the 3rd floor shouted loudly, "What does blocking the staircase mean? Are you afraid we'll go upstairs?" "This is precisely to guard against us." "Exactly. This is too much." The residents on the 3rd and 4th floors had been under great pressure these days. Those with relatives in the area or with access to elevators hurriedly moved away, while those still here had nowhere else to go. Now, with the 5th and 6th floors taking such actions, it felt like they were being guarded against. "Xiaoqi, you're still the floor leader. How can this behavior be allowed?" Someone pointed the finger at Qi Mingyu. However, he looked at the people below and said, "Right now there are many displaced due to the relocation. Our community has also taken in some people, and safety cannot be guaranteed. So I suggest that if you have any extra doors at home, you can also bring them out to lock the stairwell and prevent any intruders from sneaking in." "Your words sound better than a song." Aunt Zhang scoffed several times. "What need is there to lock the stairwell for those of us who must move soon? Just like you all guarding your mountain of gold and silver." Others showed anger and jealousy, and the crowd grew restless. Zhou Shuan narrowed her eyes. She stepped forward wanting to speak, but Qi Mingyu blocked her, his tone still calm. "Aunt Zhang, none of us knows when the heavy rain will stop or how high the water will rise. Our community is just an old stairwell building with low floors. If the water level continues to rise and we have to relocate again, it would be better to seek higher floors with elevators now." This statement resonated with many people's hearts. Uncle Zhou from the East unit on the 3rd floor hesitated before speaking. "Xiaoqi, we all know that everyone is facing difficulties right now, but we have 2 young children at home, and we really can't bear to take them to the shelter in such stormy weather. How about we temporarily stay in the West unit on the 6th floor since it's unoccupied? We just need to get through this rough patch." Did they have their eyes on Dong Jianhua's place? Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow, finding it quite interesting. Should she help them fulfill this wish? Aunt Zhang boomed. "There's still half a floor on the 6th floor, which is enough for our 2 families to live in." The family from the East unit on the 3rd floor visibly showed concern, but managed to suppress it, eagerly looking towards Qi Mingyu and the others. Qi Mingyu glanced around at the people and said, "The neighborhood has regulations regarding unoccupied units on higher floors. As a mere floor leader, I cannot make decisions. But I can take you to communicate with the property management to see if anything can be done." In fact, there was one thing. The family in the West unit on the 6th floor was proficient in business and had already made arrangements to return. Therefore, when the 2nd floor was relocated, they had considered the 6th floor, but ultimately failed. The 2 families on the 3rd floor were also willing to follow Qi Mingyu. However, before they could go downstairs, the family from the East unit on the 4th floor stuttered, Xiaoqi, your upstairs neighbors have few residents. Your family consists of just you and your grandmother. Why don't you let our family squeeze in a bit? We only have 4 people, and 1 bedroom is enough for us." The eyes of the family from the West unit on the 4th floor lit up, and they quickly added, "Exactly, we can share a room. It's better than staying at the relocation site." He met Zhou Shuan's cold gaze and felt a jolt in his heart, quickly turning to smile at Wei Wei, saying, "Little brother, your family also has 2 people. Why don't we share?" Wei Wei, a shy young man, was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. His wife Ma Tinglan kept pinching his back. "Wei, you've been living in our neighborhood for several years now. Uncle and Aunt often send you some vegetables from the countryside. Now it's just a temporary arrangement. You wouldn't mind, would you?" The head of the family from the West unit on the 4th floor was named Jia, and he and his wife were savvy in their business dealings. Seeing Wei Wei's hesitation, he pushed further. Zhou Shuan frowned, about to speak. However, Wei Wei, not wanting to appear rude, had already agreed. "Well, okay. Wei, I knew you young people were great." Jia Xiaowang shouted loudly for his wife and son, "Quick, let's move." Wei Wei met his wife's reddened eyes, hesitating to speak. Seeing how agreeable Wei Wei was, the other families immediately began to speak up. However, since the Wei family had already accepted a large group, there was no space left to accommodate anyone else. They looked hopefully towards Qi Mingyu and the Zhou family, each one pleading. Qi Mingyu hadn't expected Wei Wei, who looked strong and youthful, to compromise so easily. But now that it had come to this, what was there left to say? Zhou Shuan looked around and said, "The water level has just spread to the 3rd floor. I wonder if it will continue to rise. If it rises to the 4th floor, then the 5th and 6th floors might not be safe either. If I were you, I would take the opportunity to go to the relocation site and secure a good position, the higher you wait the fewer high-rise apartments there will be. Her words, though slow, carried a calming power. The few families who had been eager just moments ago hesitated again. Eventually, the two families on the third floor made up their minds first. Xiao-Qi will follow you to the property management to see if the sixth floor is livable. If not, we'd better hurry to the relocation site. Of course, this trip yielded no good results. The belongings of the two families on the third floor had already been packed, and upon returning, they joined the main group, heading to the relocation site. The family from the east unit on the fourth floor looked at the rising water level and the seemingly endless heavy rain, and they also began to pack their bags. Originally, if there weren't an iron door installed at the entrance of the fifth floor, they would have considered moving some furniture to the fifth and sixth floor landings. Or they could have sweet-talked a few of the families, especially the Zhou family, who had enclosed the seventh floor terrace with glass before the rainstorm, making it quite suitable for storage. However, after the families above refused to share rooms, they found it impossible to make that request. Only the Jia family from the west unit was excitedly moving things up and down, not pausing for half the afternoon. From the staircase, Wei Wei's face was obscured, but his wife, Zhao Huizhuan, had her brow furrowed tightly, seemingly enduring something. The Zhou family watched for a while before returning home. Zhou Jianghai began to praise Qi Mingyu. He's truly a young man who has seen the world. He speaks calmly and does not get manipulated, having his own opinions. I think we should let Xiaoyu be our floor leader. We won't have to worry about being taken advantage of anymore. He considered the bigger picture, embodying the traits of a soldier, helping the weak, but not being a saint, having choices and boundaries. Zhang Tiyun had a very favorable impression of Qi Mingyu and immediately smiled. We've watched Xiaoyu grow up. There can't be any mistakes. It's not like we've watched him grow up. Clearly, Qi Mingyu left home for the provincial capital at a young age. The way his mother speaks makes it sound like they're so familiar. Zhou Shuwan silently complained. The internet connection had not yet been cut off, and she was currently clicking to download resources. On the coffee table and the desk, there were 5 computers and 3 tablets, all downloading. Worried that the internet connection might lag, a few days ago, she had borrowed the wireless password from Qi Mingyu and used 2 cables, which were barely sufficient. In the evening, Qi Mingyu indeed arranged a time to go out with her. Thinking about being with others, the space wouldn't be convenient to use, so her parents should also go out to gain some experience. Life in the post-apocalypse is vastly different from that in peaceful times. Her parents and Moo needed to adapt as soon as possible and learn some self-defense skills. In the future, they needed to make a time plan at home, cooking in the morning and training in the afternoon. Zhou Shuwan asked Qi Mingyu for his opinion and then brought her father along. At midnight, when she went down, Qi Mingyu was waiting on the 5th floor with a kayak. Upon seeing the two, he quietly greeted them, and they all stealthily descended the stairs together. The Zhou family also brought an inflatable boat, but it wasn't inflated yet, and lay flat on Qi Mingyu's boat as the 3 paddled together. Wearing raincoats and helmets, they paddled across the pitch-black water for about an hour before finally reaching their destination. Zhou Jianghai had hardly ventured this far before occasionally he would catch a glimpse of a floating corpse in his heart. However, Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu remained calm. Although the government was doing its utmost to assist people in relocating and ensuring their necessities, this disaster was too immense, affecting the entire globe. In many places, floods rushed in at midnight and many people were quietly drowned in their homes. The government prioritized the living, having no time, energy, or manpower to deal with the corpses in the water. However, now, every neighborhood was recruiting volunteers to help maintain order, which included recovering the corpses in the water to prevent the outbreak of epidemics. Along their way, they encountered more than a dozen corpses. Zhou Jianghai couldn't help but exclaim, "If I hadn't come out, I wouldn't have known how different this world has become." Qi Mingyu gazed at the deep water surface, remaining silent. Zhou Shuwan wanted to say something, but considering there were outsiders present, she merely held her father's hand and gently shook it. The latter smiled, saying, "It's fine, Wan. Dad was just expressing his feelings." His tone became more forceful. "The world has changed now. In the future, when you go out to gather supplies, your mother and I will take turns to assist. We must gradually adapt and not hold back the younger generation." Qi Mingyu turned to look at the father and daughter, who were close and trusting, his gaze flickering slightly. They did not go to the supermarket. Instead, they headed to a factory on the outskirts. The factory buildings were generally not tall, only 2 or 3 stories high, and now more than half were submerged in water, leaving only a low layer of houses visible. Qi Mingyu whispered, "This is a small food processing factory, not large enough to be requisitioned. I came here last night and half of the items inside haven't been removed yet. As long as we aren't discovered, we can still make a few trips." The 3 of them were strong and rowed quickly, and at this moment they had already reached the low-lying area of Nanxiao, the first to evacuate. The surrounding village buildings were all 1 or 2 stories high and had long since been evacuated. Therefore, this place was almost deserted. Even if someone were looking for supplies, they wouldn't come this far from the city. Zhou Shuwan helped her father put on a diving suit, and the 3 of them entered the water, following Qi Mingyu to the back of the factory. They entered through the 2nd floor, turned a few corners inside, and then descended to the 1st floor. They entered a warehouse. The warehouse door was locked, but Chi Mingyu approached and skillfully fiddled with it, quickly opening the door. Inside, half the warehouse was stacked with cardboard boxes, and there were canned pork scattered on the shelves. Zhou Shuan hurriedly opened a few boxes, and her eyes lit up instantly. Half the warehouse was filled with canned meat. This was much more efficient than searching one supermarket after another. Chi Mingyu signaled and took out some rope to tie 4 boxes of canned meat together, pushing them towards the exit. Zhou Jianghai did the same, pushing out 4 boxes. Zhou Shuan tested the weight and also pushed out 3 boxes. With the buoyancy of the water, the boxes were not heavy, and once they surfaced, Chi Mingyu and Zhou Jianghai helped to load all 3 boxes onto the boat. Removing his hat, Zhou Jianghai excitedly said, "I saw that half the warehouse is filled with canned pork. This will definitely be enough for us for a few days." Chi Mingyu nodded, saying, "The inflatable boat can't bear too much weight, otherwise we could take more." Zhou Jianghai glanced at Zhou Shuan. They had an assault boat, but he couldn't say that out loud. "Dad, inflate our boat, and try to take as much back as possible." "Okay." The 3 made several trips, loading 50 or 60 boxes of canned goods onto 2 small boats, but they didn't dare to load any more for fear of capsizing. On the last trip down, Zhou Jianghai sat in the boat watching the supplies. Zhou Shuan and Chi Mingyu submerged, and this time, after Chi Mingyu retrieved several boxes, he locked the warehouse door securely again. However, Zhou Shuan signaled him with hand gestures, wanting to explore other areas. It was still early, and Chi Mingyu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, watching her swim away like a fish. Once out of Chi Mingyu's sight, Zhou Shuan turned directly to the second floor, which was clearly an office, checking each room one by one. The first few rooms should be ordinary employee offices with nothing special. But upon reaching the 4th room, she felt that the decor was different as soon as she entered. But what Zhou Shuan was looking for wasn't these. She searched the wall for a while, and indeed found a safe hidden behind. Zhou Shuan was about to leave, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. She squatted down and touched the ground with her hand, focusing her consciousness, and indeed discovered something. Not bothering to look, she noticed there was a very concealed bedroom inside, and entered. The bedside cabinet in the bedroom was also open, containing a few random items, none of which were valuable. Zhou Shuan was about to leave, when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. She squatted down and touched the ground with her hand, focusing her consciousness, and indeed discovered something different. Beneath a certain floorboard, there was also a hidden safe containing more than 20 gold bars and several thick stacks of currency. This boss was indeed wealthy. Zhou Shuan raised her eyebrows. However, paper currency would be useless in the future. She collected all the more than 20 gold bars into her space. Excited about finding a new use for her space, Zhou Shuan continued to test this method in the remaining rooms, but unfortunately, aside from 2 gold chains, there was nothing else. She wasn't disappointed. With more than 20 gold bars, her harvest for the night was quite substantial. She resurfaced empty-handed, and her father and Chi Mingyu had already laid a layer of plastic wrap over the boxes of canned goods to protect them from rain and conceal the cargo. "I checked several rooms, and there was nothing inside," Zhou Shuan said while taking off her diving suit. "It's fine. Everyone is busy relocating now, and no one has the time to search for supplies." Chi Mingyu comforted her, saying, "If we keep coming out these days, we will surely find useful things." Zhou Shuan glanced at him, curious about what inside information he knew before retiring. It's important to note that the government is still functioning and order has not collapsed. Besides her, who was reborn and knew that in the future people would rely on a few jobs for survival, the rest would depend on searching for supplies to get by, which is why she dared to come out now. But how could Chi Mingyu, a retired soldier, dare to do this openly? They had come quickly, but returning with heavy supplies slowed their speed. After nearly 2 hours of rowing, they finally arrived at the residential area. Chi Mingyu rowed one boat, while Zhou Shuan and Zhou Jianghai rowed another. As they approached the vicinity of the community, the father and daughter had already finished discussing, and Zhou Jianghai said to Chi Mingyu in the neighboring boat, "Xiaoyu, thanks to you we were able to find so many supplies this time. I discussed with Wanwan that there are a total of 126 boxes of canned goods, but whether we divide them equally or by headcount, you would be at a disadvantage. Why don't we split it into thirds? You take 2 portions, and we take 1. How does that sound?" Chi Mingyu was taken aback. In fact, the reason he brought Zhou's father and daughter tonight was to help them. He had already moved for 2 nights over 100 boxes, with each box containing 50 cans of pork, enough for him and his grandmother to eat for several years. He turned his gaze to Zhou Shuan. The latter smiled at him through the pouring rain, saying, "Xiaoyu, the extra portion is what you deserve. My dad and I don't have the face to take it all for ourselves. Moreover, who knows, my family might find other supplies in the future, and we can divide them the same way then." According to the methods of resource distribution in later times, this was indeed the case. Those who find supplies first due to manpower or insufficient weapons need to partner with others, but splitting supplies equally with others is too disadvantageous, so at least 1 extra portion should be taken per head to be fair. Chi Mingyu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. In the end, the two families divided 42 boxes and 84 boxes, and the three of them took turns carrying them upstairs, also deflating the boat and bringing it up. Looking at the time, it was already past 4 a.m. Exhausted, they took a shower and went to sleep. The next morning, they woke up around mid-morning. Mom and Moo were excitedly counting the cans placed in the living room while Dad had just finished washing up and was sitting nearby having breakfast. Xiao Yu is truly commendable. He can just take his time moving those cans, asking us to help clearly shows he cares. Yes, Xiao Yu is really great. By the way, T and I've been thinking we should take turns going with Wan to gather supplies. We can't fall behind the two kids. Zhong Tiyan nodded sure. He'll go too. Moo go check the computer in my room to see how the downloads are coming along and click further down. After sending Moo away, Zhou Shuwan said to her parents, actually, besides the cans last night, I had other gains. She revealed the matter of the more than 20 gold bars. Zhong Tiyun's eyes widened. How much has the space expanded? There should be gold in the safe behind that office, so the space has expanded to over 200 square meters in total. We can store a lot more supplies now. The family was very pleased. But soon the Zhou family could no longer be happy. After lunch, a noisy commotion rose from downstairs. Zhou Shuwan frowned. She went down to the 5th floor and discovered that it was actually the Dong Jianhua family. Dong Jianhua was dressed in a suit and looked very respectable. His wife and children followed behind, all dressed elegantly, and apart from having been rained on a bit, their demeanor was clearly different from the other residents in the neighborhood. In addition to these 4 people, there was also a nanny-like aunt following behind. Is this Aunt Pang? Dong Jianhua smiled politely at Granny Pang. I am Xiao Dong. It's been many years since we last met, Aunt Pang. You still look as young as before. Granny Pang scrutinized him for a while before remembering. Oh, it's Jianhua. You are moving back in. Yes, the house over there is low and got flooded. After thinking it over, we felt it was better to come back to our hometown. The neighbors all know us, and it's better than going to— Yes, the house over there is low and got flooded. After thinking it over, we felt it was better to come back to our hometown. The neighbors all know us, and it's better than going to a relocation area. Dong Jianhua remained smiling, his gaze sweeping over Qi Mingyu. This is Xiao Yu, right? It's been so many years you've grown up. Just then Zhou Shuwan came downstairs and met his cold, deep gaze, causing Dong Jianhua to feel an inexplicable flutter in his heart. He focused again to look at Zhou Shuwan, whose face was both unfamiliar and beautiful. Behind him, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyan also came down. He recognized these two and hurriedly greeted. Jianghai, Tiyan, have you both been living in the old district all along? The Zhou family had long heard Zhou Shuwan talk about past events, knowing that this well-dressed wealthy neighbor was the one responsible for the deaths of Zhong, Tiyun, and Moo. How could they not harbor hatred? But Zhou Jianghai still pinched his wife's palm, pretending to be surprised. It's Jianhua. You are moving back in. Yes. Dong Jianhua ignored the fleeting chill he felt upon seeing the Zhou family and repeated his earlier explanation. From now on, we'll need to look out for each other. Qi Mingyu opened 2 iron gate keys, allowing the Dong family to come upstairs. After all, in the old district, both the stairs and the walls were very dilapidated. As they went upstairs, Zhou Shuwan heard Dong Jianhua's daughter complaining quietly. We have many elevator apartments. Why must we move to the old district? The conditions are terrible and filthy. The reason they didn't live in an elevator apartment was naturally due to the problems faced when the elevator was out of service, making it a hassle to climb up and down. Although the elevator apartments were newly built, they were not necessarily of better quality than the older buildings. The Zhou family stood aside, making way for the Dong family. Dong Qingqing glanced at them with disdain. To her, these people were nothing but poor rustic bumpkins. After that, there was a long period of clattering noises from the moving. The Dong family was wealthy and had hired several people to help with the move. After returning home, the Zhou family was silent for a while before Zhong Tiyan spoke. Wan, what do you think we should do about the Dong family? She and Zhou Jianhai had only heard of Dong Jianhua's actions from Zhou Shuwan and had not experienced the brutality of the apocalypse themselves. Therefore, they were unsure how to deal with the Dong family, whether to take revenge or an eye for an eye. Zhou Jianhai frowned deeply, also looking at Zhou Shuwan. The latter smiled easily. It's fine, Dad, Mom, this situation is different from before. Our whole family is together, plus there's also Xiao Yu downstairs. If the Dong family wants to stir trouble, they must see if we agree. Those minions of his will never be able to touch our neighborhood again in this lifetime. Without those helpers, Dong Jianhua is nothing more than a toothless paper tiger, nothing to fear. Moreover, Zhou Shuwan coldly smirked inwardly. She had her own plans regarding Dong Jianhua, but didn't want her parents to worry, so she didn't show it on her face. What Wan said is right. Only with strong capabilities can we not fear the petty schemes of others. Wan, didn't you say you would start teaching us shooting today? Zhou Jianhai said. Zhou Shuwan nodded and smiled. Okay. She took out 4 crossbows, the smallest and lightest one being for Moo. Zhou Dad tried it first. The first arrow was quite accurate, hitting the target's shoulder, but the next 2 arrows, Zhou Shuwan had him adjust his stance and showed him how to exert force while aiming. Zhou Jianhai tried a few more times. Apart from the last arrow, the others all hit, but they were still far from the bullseye. The advantage of crossbows is that they don't require much physical strength, saving a lot of effort. Zhou Jianghai smiled at Zhong Tiyun. You should try it too. Zhong Tiyun was a bit more excited than Zhou Dad. As soon as she stood still and raised her hand, an arrow shot out, startling the whole family. Upon closer inspection, it had actually hit the target's head. Excellent. Zhou Shuan looked at her mother with newfound admiration. Mom, you've been hiding your talents. Zhong Tiyun remained calm and fired several more arrows. Less precise than the first, yet each struck the torso. Zhou Shuan and the other two all raised their thumbs in praise. Zhong Tiyun smiled, her expression bright and spirited. I never expected archery would be so enjoyable. I want to try too, Moo Moo exclaimed eagerly. His aim fell far short. He loosed 4 or 5 arrows in succession, none hitting the bullseye. A one even veered dangerously close to the bedroom door. Moo Moo slumped in dejection. Zhou Jianghai comforted him. It's all right. Just keep practicing, and soon you'll be just as skilled as your sister. Moo Moo nodded earnestly. Beyond archery, Zhou Shuan brought out sandbags, guiding her parents and Moo Moo through stamina and hand-to-hand combat drills. They spent the entire afternoon immersed in training, and that evening the 4 members of the Zhou family enjoyed an especially savory dinner together. One dish was jianfu pork, a tender slow-steamed braised belly pork prepared by Zhou Jianghai that morning. Premium pork belly was blanched in boiling water for 15 minutes, then sliced thinly into long, even strips. These were meticulously layered in a lidded bowl, half glistening translucent fat atop, half tender rosy lean meat threaded with delicate streaks of fat. A rich marinade of crushed red fermented bean curd, caramelized sugar, shredded ginger scallions, and soy sauce was poured over the layers, followed by a spoonful of the curd's fragrant brine. Then the bowl went into the steamer for 1 hour, until its intoxicating aroma filled the entire house. Zhou Jianghai had steamed dozens of portions at once using the large bamboo steamer. Exhausted by evening, he simply served 1 bowl straight from the steamer. It paired perfectly with steamed buns, enough to fill 2 bowls of rice. Next door, the Dong family caught whiffs of that rich mouth-watering scent drifting through the air. Dong Xinglong the son suddenly slammed his chopsticks down and erupted in anger. I want meat too. I want meat. The Dongs were affluent. Their grand villa's refrigerator had once held a generous stockpile of meat. But when the floodwaters rose silently in the dead of night, they fled in disarray, leaving both freezers ruined. Dong Jianhua had spent a fortune on inflatable rafts and hired former subordinates from his company to ferry his family back to their old residence. Though the journey wasn't arduous, their meals had been meager, mostly dry rations. Upon returning home, they found no fresh provisions. Only a small bag of rice, a packet of wood ear mushrooms, a pouch of salt, and a jar of shiitake mushroom sauce purchased from the floating supermarket vessel. That vessel charged exorbitant prices and enforced strict rationing. No matter how much money one offered, only a single set of supplies could be acquired. That day's lunch for the Dong family consisted of plain rice with stir-fried wood ears and mushroom sauce. Palatable compared to the dry rations en route, yet utterly tasteless beside the heady savory aroma wafting from across the courtyard. Dong Jianhua's brows furrowed sharply as he glared. If you won't eat it hand over your portion, it's forfeit. Go back to your room. Dong Jianhua was a far-sighted man privy to certain internal intelligence about the worsening crisis. After their home flooded, he instituted a strict rationing system. Meals were portioned precisely by age and gender, and all surplus was hoarded against future famine. Dong Xinglong had spent days running errands, enduring hardships he'd never known in his life. His emotions teetered on the edge of collapse. Hearing his father's unyielding rebuke, he shot to his feet and shouted, "Fine, I won't eat it. Who cares anyway?" He strode resolutely back to his room. Long. Come back for dinner." His mother Chen Xiu called after him, met only by the thunderous slam of the door. Chen Xiu doted on her son. Glancing briefly at Dong Jianhua, she swiftly whisked away Dong Xinglong's untouched meal and stashed it in the kitchen. Dong Jianhua pretended not to notice, eating stiffly with a stern expression. Dong Qingqing let out a cold chuckle, swallowed her own portion in 3 quick mouthfuls, and retreated to her room. To prevent the housekeeper from secretly snacking in the kitchen, Aunt Song now dined with them, her intake visible to all. She finished quickly, then gathered the dishes and hurried off to wash up. Chen Xiu leaned toward Dong Jianhua and murmured, "Only those with reliable supply channels, or existing reserves, can still afford meat. Jianhua, why not speak with our neighbors? Pay them to procure some meat for the boy. We've just moved in, we're lacking everything. Stockpiling now would be wise." During the move, Dong Jianhua had invested heavily in a solar power generator, too weak to run major appliances, but sufficient to power a refrigerator. Their 7th-floor apartment lacked glass panes, so the generator sat exposed on the balcony. Dong Jianhua's grim expression gradually softened. He reflected, even leveraging connections to source supplies would take time. Perhaps purchasing directly from neighbors was the smarter first step. He nodded. "It's too late today. I'll speak with the Zhou family tomorrow." A subtle, elegant smile flickered across Chen Xiu's face. Once the household had retired to their rooms, she hurried to her son's chamber with bowl and chopsticks in hand. "Son, don't be angry. Eat something first to settle your stomach. Your father agreed to buy meat from our neighbors tomorrow. Once we have it, Auntie will braise it for you. Rich, succulent, until you're thoroughly satisfied. Dong Xinglong was scrolling online. Across every platform, dire reports declared humanity had entered an apocalyptic era. Endless natural disasters looming, unbearable hardship ahead, and countless people already succumbing to despair and suicide. Dong Xinglong's mood sank deeper into brooding fury. At his mother's words, he rolled onto his side, facing the wall, and sneered. We're all doomed to die soon. What's the point of eating? Long Long, darling. Look what I've got, Chun Xiu whispered, waving a sausage before his eyes. At 17, Dong Xinglong was in the prime of youth and hadn't eaten anything substantial all day. At the sight of a humble sausage, once beneath his notice, his stomach growled audibly. Chun Xiu lowered her voice. Eat quietly. This is one I managed to hide. Neither your father nor your sister knows. The family still possessed over 20 waterproofed boxes of sausages and canned meats, but Dong Jianhua forbade their consumption, hoarding them all for himself. Dong Xinglong sat up, snatched the sausage, peeled it clean, and devoured it in seconds, then picked up the rice bowl on his desk and ate every grain. Chun Xiu watched, her heart swelling with quiet relief. At midnight, Zhou Shuan set out with her mother and Qi Mingyu, rowing once again toward the outskirts, as they had the night before. Zhong Tiyun's stamina lagged behind Zhou Jianghai's, so they made multiple trips, finally hauling 130 crates to the hidden warehouse and restoring its concealed entrance exactly as before. By the time they departed, it was well past 3 a.m. Just as they pushed off from shore, Zhou Shuan spotted a flashlight beam cutting through the darkness ahead. Qi Mingyu saw it too. He signaled for them to cease rowing. They switched off all lights and donned Qi Mingyu's night vision goggles. Coupled with the torrential rain, their concealment was near perfect. Through binoculars, they confirmed 2 vessels approaching, heading directly toward them. Qi Mingyu frowned, gestured silently, and the 3 eased their boat behind the abandoned construction factory, watching the newcomers' movements with cautious vigilance. Zhong Tiyun gripped Zhou Shuan's arm tightly, her nerves taut with tension. Zhou Shuan lightly patted her hand, taking the bow and arrow in her grasp. Zhong Tiyun noticed that Qi Mingyu had a bulge at his waist seemingly filled with weapons, and quietly picked up the stun baton he had prepared before departure, ready for action. Zhou Shuan lightly patted her hand, taking the bow and arrow in her grasp. Zhong Tiyun noticed that Qi Mingyu had a bulge at his waist seemingly filled with weapons, and quietly picked up the stun baton he had. The shadows of the lights flickered through the rooms of the factory. One of the guards on the boat spoke first, his voice muffled and unclear in the heavy rain. Damn it, in this weather, who knows if we'll find anything. Let's see what the boss and the others can find. We have 2 sets of diving equipment. If we can't find anything on the 2nd or 3rd floors, we'll check the 1st floor. If it weren't for Hua Xiaoxi providing the information that the owner of this factory died from a high fever after falling into the water and spitting blood, we wouldn't even know that there might still be food left in this factory. The warehouse that Qi Mingyu found was very concealed, hidden deep within a storage area, and from the outside, it was impossible to tell that it was a hidden little warehouse. This should be a stash of goods secretly hoarded by the owner, known to very few. It remains to be seen whether this group can find it. After an unknown amount of time, about 40 to 50 minutes, the 2 guards on the boat had started to grumble. The group that entered finally emerged, each carrying some miscellaneous items, but it was clear they were not food. Damn it, wasting half a day for nothing. The group cursed in disappointment, and one of them said, Boss, let's hurry to the next. There's another food factory 20 miles away. Let's hurry and check it out before dawn. Let's go. The seemingly burly boss, who was actually quite observant, glanced around, especially at the direction where Zhou Shuan and the others were hiding, and stared intently for a while. Just as the 3 began to feel anxious, he waved his hand, and the 2 boats quickly paddled away. The 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Shuan moved her stiff body and glanced at Qi Mingyu, who was putting his dagger back into his waist, feeling a sense of wonder at how he discovered such a concealed warehouse that so many had overlooked. Once those people were completely out of sight in the darkness, Zhou Shuan and the others quickly rowed away. Qi Mingyu took one boat, while Zhou Shuan and Zhong Tiyun shared another. The boat was heavily loaded and moved slowly. After rowing for about half an hour, a sudden intense sense of crisis surged in Zhou Shuan's heart, and she shouted, Duck. She suddenly lunged forward, pinning Zhong Tiyun down as a sharp arrow flew past from above. The boat swayed dangerously but did not capsize. Qi Mingyu shouted, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. He held his bow and arrows and shot several arrows in quick succession, eliciting a few screams from the people hiding in the water. Zhou Shuan's emergency response skills, honed in the apocalypse, came into play. She pinned her mother down, drew her bow, and shot directly towards 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock, causing 2 screams to ring out. In an instant of confrontation, 5 of the opponents had already fallen. Boss Ding felt cold sweat on his back, realizing he might have encountered tough foes. After noticing that there might be someone hiding behind the construction site, he pretended to leave, but quietly turned back to follow. Once he understood the number of people and resources on both boats, he ordered the attack. He himself was a thug from a village in the city with a group of henchmen. After the apocalypse struck, the money he had was only enough for a few meals. During the day, supermarkets and patrolling soldiers maintained order, but the nighttime situation was far from what it used to be. Killing someone and pushing them into the water at midnight went unnoticed, making it difficult to trace. Thus, this group relied on scavenging for supplies at night, robbing survivors to fill their pockets, facing no obstacles in killing. They were among the first demons to fall after the apocalypse. Boss Ding waved his hand and shouted, "Move quickly. Boss, their boat has over 100 boxes. If we can get those, it could last us for several days. Boss, my brother has already been shot dead. We must avenge him, we can't leave." Boss Ding was decisive in his actions, but his men were tempted by the more than 100 boxes of supplies and were unwilling to leave. They had a good level of coordination. Some were responsible for ranged attacks, while others for close combat. When they were discovered, the two boats sped toward this direction, with 2 people armed with bows and 3 with slingshots. However, their skills were lacking, and in the darkness and heavy rain, lacking night vision goggles like Zhou Shuan and the others, their accuracy was greatly reduced. Zhou Shuan instructed her mother to crouch down by the side of the box and called out to Qi Mingyu, "I'll handle this side, you take care of that side." She had learned archery with the intent to kill, aiming for a quick death. Qi Mingyu was quicker and more agile in his movements, but unlike Zhou Shuan, who had witnessed the darkness of the apocalypse, he shot with a hint of mercy. He avoided targeting vital spots. The opponents screamed and fell into the water one after another. When only 4 or 5 people remained on the boat, Boss Ding shouted sternly, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!" In the panic, the boat spun in the water. Boss Ding wrapped a towel around his nose and mouth, knowing that as long as he didn't drink the floodwaters, he wouldn't be in danger. Then, gritting his teeth, he jumped into the water. This was not a life-and-death battle. The opponents had already retreated, but Qi Mingyu hesitated, his arrow aimed at their backs. In the next second, a sharp arrow pierced through from behind, directly penetrating Boss Ding's heart. He didn't even groan, just twitched twice, before his body slowly floated to the surface. Only 3 people were left on the opposite side, trembling in fear, raising their hands and surrender. "Spare us. Don't kill us, please." They were a total of 14 people, but in just over 10 minutes, 11 had already died. These few were terrified beyond belief. In the darkness, Zhou Shuan steadily raised her bow. The 2 boats were very close, and Qi Mingyu leaped over, standing in front of Zhou Shuan. A complex expression flashed across his face. Zhou Shuan kept her arrow aimed at the front, not looking at him, and said directly, "Xiao Yugu, they wanted to kill and rob. If we didn't have the ability to protect ourselves, we would be the ones lying in the water now. Moreover, from their level of coordination, who knows how many such things they've done before, or how many people have died at their hands." Her voice was soft, revealing a different kind of coldness. Qi Mingyu fell silent for a moment, but still said firmly, "I know. However, Wan, you don't need to let your hands get stained with blood. We can hand them over to the patrolling soldiers." Zhou Shuan paused for a moment. "Quick look at Aunt Zhong. I can see she is quite frightened," said Qi Mingyu in a gentle tone. After a moment of silence, Zhou Shuan finally withdrew her arrow, casting a complex glance at the other party before crouching down to check on her mother. Qi Mingyu also crouched down, taking the electric baton from Zhong Tiyun's hand. He leapt onto the other boat, knocking out the 3 people begging for mercy one by one. He also retrieved those he had shot who had fallen into the water but were not mortally wounded, stunning them with the electric baton before efficiently tying their legs with rope in a military manner. Zhong Tiyun witnessed murder for the first time in real life, and it was committed by her beloved daughter. Her face turned pale, and she leaned over the side of the boat to vomit a few times before feeling slightly better. "Mom, how are you?" While Qi Mingyu was busy tying up people, Zhou Shuan discreetly took out a cup of warm water from her space for Zhong Tiyun to drink. The latter's cold chest seemed to warm up at that moment. She grasped Zhou Shuan's hand tightly, her voice trembling, "Wan." But she couldn't utter another word. Qi Mingyu placed all the captives on one boat and tied it securely to the back of his own boat. The 3 of them then set off again. Zhong Tiyun paddled for a while, exerting herself, and the trembling feeling in her chest gradually faded. She said to Zhou Shuan, "Wan, go help Xiao Yu. He has pulled in several big men and must be struggling." Zhou Shuan hesitated for a moment, wanting her mother to go, but it was evident that her mother was too afraid to approach the group of captives. She nodded, "All right. Mom will come back to help you after half an hour of paddling." Zhou Shuan made a gesture towards Qi Mingyu, maneuvering the boats close together before boarding the other boat. "My mom asked me to come help you." Qi Mingyu replied steadily, "Thank you." They did not directly take the people to the supermarket boat near their neighborhood, but instead headed to the nearest community. Zhou Shuan made a gesture towards Qi Mingyu, maneuvering the boats close together before boarding. He also threw a cardboard box wrapped in plastic onto the boat, which stated that the group was a gang of thugs involved in murder and robbery in the suburbs, urging the government and military to investigate thoroughly. With so many deaths now, once such people are caught, they will be dealt with severely. As they were leaving, he noticed Zhou Shuan's gaze still on the captive boat and said, "Don't worry, we are wearing helmets and night vision goggles. They haven't seen our faces." Zhou Shuan replied with an Qi Mingyu thought for a moment, and said, Wan, they will definitely reveal the location of that factory during interrogation. There are still about 300 boxes of canned goods inside. Don't you have relatives in the same community? If we can get a few more boats out, we can bring all the canned goods back today. This is serious business. Zhou Shuan had an inflatable boat in her space, and there were shared boats in the hallway. With her father, second uncle, second aunt, and cousin, they had enough manpower. That has to be done quickly. Zhong Tiyan looked almost completely unfazed by earlier events and paddled swiftly, saying, Xiao Yu is a generous boy. Your uncle's family won't work for nothing. At 5:30, they arrived at their own community. They woke Zhou Dad to help carry things while Zhong Tiyun went to her second uncle's house to explain the situation. Her second uncle, who had been drowsy, immediately woke up, rousing the whole family. He asked his daughter to watch the house, while his wife Jijun and Xiaofei carried the inflatable kayak downstairs. Before they moved, they had followed Zhong Tiyun's suggestion and paid a high price for an inflatable kayak. Zhou Jianghai took his younger son to Grandma Pang's house, while Zhou Shuan took out the inflatable boat from her space. Qi Mingyu went downstairs to borrow a shared inflatable kayak and gave each family 2 cans of pork. Not every family in the community had bought an inflatable kayak, so if they were to rent one, they had to provide some compensation. 2 cans of pork for each family borrowing for a morning was very worthwhile. Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Shuan took 1 boat, the second uncle and his wife took 1 boat, Jijun and Xiaofei took 1 boat, and Qi Mingyu and Zhong Tiyun took 1 boat, as the 8 of them donned raincoats and braved the rain towards the suburbs. By now the sky was brightening, and they encountered many boats along the way, some carrying disaster victims, relocating, some transporting supplies, some in red jackets recovering bodies, and others full of armed soldiers. However, because of them, the water surface was quite safe during the day. Seeing those bloated corpses being retrieved, the Zhou family turned pale. I heard that so many people have died recently that the water has become contaminated. Many people drank the floodwater and suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, then coughed up blood, as if they had contracted dysentery, ultimately dying from it. The second uncle said. Zhou Jianghai looked at Zhou Shuan and asked seriously, Wan, do you think we should wear masks or something? We don't know if this disease will spread. Zhou Shuan shook her head. No need, because the number of human and animal corpses in the water is too high, causing various viruses to run rampant, just like how plagues always emerge after ancient droughts and floods. We just need to be careful, not drink the floodwater and avoid eating from the same pot as the sick people, and we won't have to worry. Zhou Jianghai looked worried, saying, We also don't know how the hospitals are doing. Can the sick get timely treatment? Zhou Shuan remained silent. The internet and gas had both gone down together late last night. After the flood struck, the government actually responded quickly, rescuing victims and ensuring livelihoods. Power was out everywhere due to flooding. Once there was a leak, it would be disastrous. Therefore, as soon as the flood came, the entire city lost power. But the internet and gas were internal lines. With some effort to maintain the base stations, they could barely supply services. Yesterday, a major base station must have been submerged, which is why both the internet and gas were cut off. Even in peacetime, hospitals were overcrowded. Now, with so many sick people, many large hospital facilities were built on the first floor or underground. One can imagine the immense pressure on medical staff. Dad, don't worry too much. We have plenty of Chinese medicine, Western medicine, and antibiotics. Just be cautious in daily life. This is just the beginning. With the torrential rain and floods, this can only be considered the onset of the apocalypse. At the start, the government could still manage to maintain order and ensure people's livelihoods. Then large-scale typhoons and tsunamis occurred, tall buildings collapsed, and countless lives were swept away, including many government workers and soldiers who— Then large-scale typhoons and tsunamis occurred, tall buildings collapsed, and countless lives were swept away, including many government workers and soldiers who risked their lives in disaster relief. The apocalypse had truly arrived. Because of this, the country could no longer organize large-scale rescue operations, and order was completely chaotic. It wasn't until they gathered the remaining forces and troops to build survivor bases that humanity could finally catch a breather. Upon arriving outside the processing plant, Qi Mingyu observed for a moment with binoculars, confirming that this place had not yet been exposed, before carefully bringing the 4 boats along the building's walls into the interior. The viruses in the water were too vile. Without professional diving equipment, one could not enter the water at all. Embracing a survivor's mentality of taking every opportunity in the apocalypse, Zhou Shuan completely ignored the gazes from Qi Mingyu and her mother, boldly stripping 2 sets of diving suits and oxygen tanks from the gangsters, along with bows, slingshots, daggers, and other weapons. Some of the daggers were hidden deep, and Zhou Shuan unhesitatingly reached in to retrieve them. Qi Mingyu and Zhong Tiyun were stunned, exchanging glances before averting their eyes, maintaining an oddly calm demeanor. At this moment, Zhou Shuan lent the 2 sets of diving gear to her second uncle and cousin Jipeng. Just as Zhou Shuan was about to dive in, Qi Mingyu suddenly spoke to her. After considering, she realized that among the group, only she and Qi Mingyu were capable enough, and it was indeed necessary to have someone on the lookout above. She nodded, saying, All right, be careful. After moving to the back, Zhong Tiyun, lacking strength, swapped places with Xiao. Zhou Shuan also wanted to switch with Qi Mingyu, but he waved his hand and dove back into the water. With many hands, they managed to transport over 300 boxes of canned goods within an hour. In total, there were 323 boxes. They covered the boat's deck with dirty, messy cloth and cardboard boxes along with bowls and stools they found randomly from the factory. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was underneath. It only looked like belongings being relocated. Once everything was sorted, the group rowed the boat out from behind the building, heading towards the residential area. When they reached the city, the crowd increased. Several boats looked at their 4 boats filled to the brim with supplies, and the people aboard cast unfriendly glances. However, there were also soldier boats passing by occasionally, and those people only dared to stare but did not provoke further. Zhou Shuan's group returned safely. They did not return to the residential area, as moving over 300 boxes of supplies upstairs would be too conspicuous. Thus, they followed Qi Mingyu to a ruined building. This tall building had been assessed to be at risk of collapsing and could not be used as a shelter for disaster victims. Therefore, apart from a few isolated high-rises nearby, there were no signs of life, making it suitable for temporarily storing supplies. Placing the boxes underwater on the 2nd floor was even more secure. However, Uncle Zhong was still uneasy and said, "I think we should have 2 people guard here." Zhou Zhenghai nodded, right, I'm a bit uneasy too. How about this, Shou and Xiaoyu? You two have been running around all night without sleep. Let your second uncle and me keep watch. This suggestion received unanimous agreement. All right, Dad, this afternoon Xiaofei and I will come to swap with you, Jipeng said. Zhou Shuan pretended to take out a few packs of compressed biscuits, bread, and rural eggs from the bag on the boat, which together with canned meat made a meal. By the time they returned, it was already 11 in the morning. After being busy since midnight, everyone was exhausted. Mumu was still being watched by Grandma Pang, and Zhou Shuan returned home with her mother, quickly ate something washed up, and collapsed into bed. She did not wake up until the evening. Starving and with only her and her mother at home, she didn't need to hide, so she took out 2 bowls of wontons, a dish of cold cucumber, and a dish of cold vermicelli, and began to eat heartily. After finishing their meal, she took 2 bowls of steaming wontons downstairs to fetch Mumu. The 2 families had a good relationship. Every time they visited, they would bring food or vegetables. Grandma Pang scolded a little but accepted, returning 2 pieces of homemade tofu and a bag of bean sprouts. Zhang Tiyun happily said, Grandma Pang, how do you sprout these bean sprouts? You have to teach me. Of course, I have nothing to do at home, but think about these things. No wonder people say that having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Qi Mingyu also woke up and was training on the balcony. Hearing the Zhou family's voices, he hesitated for a moment, but still came out calling Shuan. He was wearing a tank top and camouflage pants covered in sweat, which accentuated his long, strong limbs and athletic build, especially the 8-pack abs highlighted by his tank top, exuding a strong masculine aura. Zhou Shuan glanced at him and casually looked away. Qi Mingyu seemed to hesitate, paused, and then spoke, I have something to discuss with you. Zhou Shuan met his deep gaze, seemingly aware of what he was about to say. She remained indifferent and nodded. Zhang Tian smiled at the 2 of them. All right, you 2 talk. Mumu, come back home with mommy to eat wontons. Mumu cheerfully followed her mother away. Grandma Pang also went to the kitchen. The living room was left with only Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu. The latter thought for a moment and stretched out his hand, saying, come with me. They went to a quieter balcony. The houses in the old district had a small shared area, and the balconies were very large, all extra space. In their building, the kitchen and one of the bedrooms opened up to one balcony, while the other 2 bedrooms shared another balcony. The balconies were long and wide, suitable for storing miscellaneous items and growing flowers. The kitchen balcony of Qi's family was used for growing vegetables and raising chickens, while this balcony had been converted into a training space by Qi Mingyu. Once the balcony door was closed, it became 2 separate worlds. Zhou Shuan surveyed the balcony and turned back just in time to meet Qi Mingyu's gaze. He was looking at her with an inquisitive expression. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Shouwen, who taught you your archery skills? Zhou Shuan's archery was exceptionally strong, nearly on par with his, especially her fierce shots, each arrow hitting the mark. It was as if she was shooting at targets on a training field rather than living people like him. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. She hadn't expected that this would be the question, since she learned first aid and wilderness survival out of interest then. I used to join the archery club in college training every day, she casually replied. School clubs certainly wouldn't have such fierce teaching methods. Qi Mingyu's earlier doubts about Zhou Shuan resurfaced. He carefully scrutinized her, and scenes that had been overlooked in the past flashed before his eyes. Her strong stress response, impressive skills, exquisite archery, and the ruthlessness when killing. It was as if she was fully prepared before the apocalypse arrived. He suddenly realized a possibility. If he could encounter a prophet and learn the truth about the apocalypse, then could she also have encountered a prophet? Or perhaps she herself was the prophet. His eyes showed shock and disbelief, followed by a dawning realization. Xiaoyu, do you think it's wrong for me to kill those people? Zhou Shuan took the initiative to ask. Qi Mingyu came back to his senses and slowly shook his head. No. Zhou Shuan frowned. Although it was pitch dark at midnight and there was heavy rain, and they wore helmets and night vision goggles making it impossible to see each other's expressions. She could still clearly feel his shock. After all, in others' perception, this was still a law-abiding society governed by the government, and killing for a bit of supplies seemed insane. While I don't agree with your methods, we are already in the apocalypse. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Just as you said, that group deserved their fate, and my choice to bring them to justice is based on my experience as a soldier. After they surrendered and laid down their weapons, I couldn't bring myself to kill again. And you are just a civilian with the right to choose what you should do. He chuckled lightly at Zhou Shuwan's surprised expression. What did you think I was going to blame you? Zhou Shuwan cleared her throat lightly and turned her head uncomfortably. Who cares what you think? I'm going. Her fierce yet timid expression was somewhat adorable, and Qi Mingyu couldn't help but imagine patting her head like he did when they were children. However, as he reached out, he recalled their previous accidental touches and withdrew his hand. At such a young age, you shouldn't be so old-fashioned and heavy-hearted like an adult. Go back then. Zhou Shuwan glanced at him and snorted coldly. You're only a few years older than me after all. You're the truly old-fashioned one. Qi Mingyu stood at the balcony, watching her retreating figure, tall and youthful, her slender form no longer that of the little girl who used to follow him around asking for candy. By midnight, the three families had transported over 300 boxes of canned pork back home. This time, the Zhong family was purely helping out, and with a reward of 10 boxes per person, the four of them shared 40 boxes, which amounted to 2,000 cans. These cans were small in weight, but contained pure meat lasting a long time. If one were to ration them and eat 2 cans a day, they could last 3 years, which was already quite a generous amount. As for the remaining 283 boxes of canned goods, Qi Mingyu wanted to distribute them as he did the previous day, but the Zhou family firmly disagreed. With 3 people from their family, and only Qi Mingyu alone, splitting them into 4 portions meant that if he took 2 portions, it would be as if he was equally sharing with the Zhou family. That was out of the question. In fact, if the 2 families weren't on good terms, they would be just like the Zhong family, with one person receiving 10 boxes as compensation. However, Qi Mingyu regarded them as partners, and the Zhou family certainly couldn't shamelessly share equally. They divided the 283 boxes into 3 portions, with Qi Mingyu taking 2 portions of 188 boxes, and the Zhou family receiving 95 boxes. This was a significant harvest, and all 3 families were grinning from ear to ear. After moving the items upstairs, Zhou Shuwan hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Shall you go? The fee for renting the kayak downstairs should also be shared by my family." Exactly, Zhong Tiyun quickly nodded. Each family gets 2 cans, and with 4 families, that's 8 cans. However, Qi Mingyu firmly disagreed, his face cold. It's just 8 cans, I'll cover it myself. The expressionless Special Forces soldier with his cold and stern demeanor made people feel intimidated. The 3 Zhou family members exchanged glances and did not bring up the topic again. When picking up Mumu later, they ended up giving 2 cans and a frozen fish. In the evening, the Zhou family was practicing archery when there was a knock at the door. Zhou Zhonghai went to open it and saw their neighbor Dong Jianhua and his daughter Dong Qingqing. He frowned slightly but greeted them with a smile. "It's Jianhua, what's the matter?" Standing in the center of the security door, Dong Jianhua showed no intention of stepping inside. He felt a bit awkward and quickly handed over a cigarette. Zhou Zhonghai waved his hand. "I've quit smoking a long time ago." Dong Jianhua felt even more awkward, smiled, and put the cigarette back in its case, peeking into the house. "Is Wan home?" Qingqing came to play with her. They are both young girls and should have some fun together. Zhou Zhonghai smiled politely but distantly. "Unfortunately, Wan didn't sleep well last night and is resting now." "Oh, then I won't disturb her." Dong Jianhua's original plan was to enter the house and get closer to Zhou Zhonghai, and then have Qingqing, who was 2 years older than Zhou Shuan, lighten the atmosphere as an old playmate. Then he would take the opportunity to request for borrowed grain. But now, standing at the door and seeing that they had run out of topics to awkwardly chat about, he couldn't care about anything else and had to speak bluntly. "Brother Daowei, I have a favor to ask of you. You see, our family just moved here and a lot of things got ruined in the heavy rain these past few days. We have no food stored at home, and my wife and children are all at home crying out in hunger, making me, as the head of the family, feel very uncomfortable. So I want to borrow some grain from your house along with some meat." Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Zhou Zhonghai sincerely but firmly refused. "Jianhua, times are different now. Every household is struggling. I have a daughter and a little son to support, and my young boy is draining me dry. The old saying is indeed true. My family's food is only enough for a few days, and I have to spend a lot of money every day to buy supplies from the supermarket. With prices so high, we business people don't even have cash in hand. I'm also in a tight spot right now." Dong Jianhua's expression darkened. Dong Qingqing sniffed the aroma of food wafting from inside and sneered. "Uncle Zhou, don't play the poverty card with us. Who knows who is the one cooking meat and stir-frying vegetables at home every day? If you don't want to lend it, just say so. How dare you cry poor in front of us?" Zhou Jianghai's expression changed, and he coldly replied, "Qingqing, you're a college student. Is this how you speak to your elders?" Moreover, I cook my own meals. Do I need to use your fire or your meat? Why speak in such a sarcastic tone? Dong Qingqing was taken aback. Dong Jianhua hurriedly feigned severity and criticized her. You child, you've really been spoiled by your mother. How can you be so rude? Apologize to Uncle Zhou. He then turned to Zhou Jianghai with an apologetic smile. Dahui, don't take it out on a child. Dong Qingqing's face flushed crimson, feeling both ashamed and angry, unable to utter a single word of apology. Zhou Jianghai did not engage in a verbal spar with them, coldly stating, Jianhua, I have matters to attend to. Excuse me. After saying that, he closed the 2 layers of security doors, almost hitting Dong Jianhua's nose. Dong Qingqing was so furious that her lips trembled. Dad, how dare they treat us like this? She had been the center of attention everywhere she went since childhood and never expected to be insulted by an old neighbor. Dong Jianhua, being more shrewd, had a gloomy expression, staring intently at the Zhou family's security door, but still spoke in a softened tone. Let's go back now. Dad, go back. Dong Jianhua glared sharply at Dong Qingqing, who was startled and no longer dared to say anything, returning home in a huff. Dong Jianhua took a deep look at the Zhou family before turning to leave. His return this time was indeed unsatisfactory. Yesterday, he had gone downstairs for a look and learned that before he had returned, the Qi family's boy had already done several significant things, garnering great respect in Building 5, and everyone had unanimously elected him as the building manager. He felt quite regretful. Although being the building manager was a position less significant than a sesame official, he had always been forward-thinking, having long seen that the government and the state could not continuously sell food at high prices. In the future, as supplies became scarcer and people's savings dwindled, they couldn't possibly let so many common folks starve to death, right? Moreover, the government had already begun forcibly requisitioning goods from major supermarkets and manufacturers after the floods submerged the 2 floors. Coupled with previous food reserves, it was hard to believe that the government didn't still have a large amount of supplies, and it couldn't be as dire as the situation on the supply ships, with just a few items of food and daily necessities. Thus, it could also be inferred that the government was preparing for even more severe circumstances in the future. Therefore, it was certain that they would distribute survival supplies for free to the survivors. Thus, in future distributions of supplies, renting of ships, and other important matters, the building manager would have, with his own abilities to become the building manager overseeing the distribution of supplies for an entire building, he would have control over the manpower and resources of the entire building. However, he never expected that after returning a few days late, he would be outpaced by that Qi Mingyu kid. The situation with the Zhou family is equally difficult to handle. As Dong Jianhua contemplated the faintly emerging plan in his mind, a cold smile appeared on his face. In a matter of days, the water would rise to the 4th floor. But there is some good news. The rain seems to have lessened. What was once a torrential downpour has now turned into a gentle. Hope began to rise in everyone's hearts. As long as the rain stopped, the water would recede and life could return to normal. However, Zhou Shuan wore a serious expression. In recent days, they, along with Qi Mingyu, had been going out every night to search for supplies. According to their prior agreement, whoever found the supplies would take 2/3 for their family, leaving 1/3 for the others. If 2 families found supplies together, they would split them evenly. There was no notion of unfairness. The Qi family had fewer people, but Qi Mingyu was exceptionally strong. The Zhou family was larger, but besides Zhou Shuan, the others could only help move supplies and were not much use in terms of strength. Moreover, there was an 80-year-old Mu Mu who often needed Grandma Pang's help. Thus, the 2 families maintained an equal partnership. This method of dividing supplies was the fairest. Furthermore, the 2 families had been close neighbors for nearly 20 years, known for their integrity and trust in each other. This was the cornerstone of their cooperation. In recent days, they found an edible oil processing factory bringing back 200 barrels of peanut and rapeseed oil, and a sweet potato starch processing factory hauling back over 100 boxes of sweet potato noodles. They also discovered 2 large supermarkets filled with various hot pot ingredients, seasonings, sausages, chili sauce, dairy products, dried mushrooms, and other essentials, as well as clothing, down jackets, and comforters. Though there were also electrical appliances, without Zhou Shuan's spatial abilities, they were difficult to transport. She discreetly stashed away some items in her space, avoiding the gaze of others. The supplies were quite diverse, and although the quantities weren't substantial, it took the 2 families several days to finish moving them, excluding what was set aside for other survivors. There were also over 40 boxes of tobacco and alcohol, of which Qi Mingyu took more than 20. He had previously gathered supplies solely for essential needs and hadn't considered storing non-survival necessities. He observed Zhou Shuan effortlessly navigating the torrential rain in the dead of night as she searched for supplies. Her level of skill and decisiveness was not something an ordinary college student facing the apocalypse could achieve. He increasingly felt in his heart that Zhou Shuan understood the true nature of the apocalypse very well. Their stockpile of food and drink was already sufficient. Zhong Tiyun was worried about her second brother's family and had invited them twice to search for supplies, distributing a considerable amount of hot pot ingredients, sauces, and dried goods. Because they had accumulated quite a bit of supplies in the past few days, Zhou Shuan advised her father to inform her second uncle to stay at home and refrain from going out to search for supplies. Zhou Jianghai was somewhat puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he replied seriously, Wan, what's going on? Mu was in the bedroom with just their father and mother nearby. Zhou Shuan did not hide the truth. According to the developments in my past life, when the rain lessens, a tsunami will suddenly strike. Everyone will be caught off guard, countless buildings will be destroyed, and there will be countless casualties, especially among the soldiers who tirelessly evacuate the disaster victims. They will be the ones suffering the most losses. Hospitals, factories, and public service facilities were also heavily damaged by the tsunami, and as a result, the government would no longer have the capacity to organize large-scale rescue efforts. Zhou Jianghai gazed at the drizzling rain outside, and the people cheering on the boats muttering, "Is this rain merely a trick from the heavens?" Zhou Shuan sighed, "It's no trick. After the tsunami, the apocalypse will truly begin. There will be no rescue, no food, loved ones will perish, and one will be left struggling to survive. Wan, we must do something." Zhong Tiyun said. Since witnessing her daughter kill someone, her mental fortitude had strengthened considerably. She had also been practicing archery diligently in recent days. While she may not be able to hit every shot, she could hit 7 or 8 out of 10 better than Zhou Jianghai. The latter still only had a hit rate of 50%. Zhou Jianghai looked at his daughter with eager eyes. Zhou Shuan could not blame her parents for being overly protective. They were just ordinary adults, and only after taking care of their own family would they have the energy to sympathize with and assist others. She thought for a moment and said, "Dad, Mom, I previously hired someone to create a video about the arrival of the apocalypse detailing various natural disasters and the timeline of events, as well as the supplies needed. That video has garnered a lot of views and is currently ranked #1 on major websites. I've done everything I can." Zhou Shuan referred to that video, which both her father and mother had seen. The video explained like a novel outline the timeline from the rain before the Qingming festival to the floods and people's relocation, followed by various natural disasters in great detail. Many comments have already been left under the video, with people questioning if the creator is a reborn individual or a prophet with foresight. So far, all the major events mentioned in the video have come true. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun had also watched the video, but they never expected it was made by their own daughter. They could click on the comments under the video to remind people not to go out recently. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and added, "I can also make an anonymous call to the city government." "No." Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun both opposed in unison. Zhou Jianghai said, Wan, it's too dangerous. Oh, don't let anyone trace it back to you." Zhou Shuan smiled. "Dad, Mom, I previously obtained a batch of phones from the mobile store, 2 of which have SIM cards. I can go out to the suburbs and use these 2 phones to make the call, then dispose of them afterward. Given the current technological limitations, no one would be able to trace it back to me." Even so, Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun still felt uneasy. Zhou Shuan recalled Qi Mingyu's warning. How much did he really know? Their cooperation had built a deeper level of trust between them. Zhou Shuan did not hesitate and directly went downstairs to find Qi Mingyu. The latter had been waiting for her. He had learned from the prophet that a global tsunami would erupt once the rain lessened. Zhou Shuan wanted to probe his knowledge, and he also wanted to confirm how much insider information she possessed. Grandma Pang was on the balcony feeding the chicks. Hearing the chirping of the chicks, Zhou Shuan smiled and said, "By the way, I kept forgetting to mention that my second aunt wants to hatch some chicks at home. She would like to ask Grandma Pang for advice on how to use an incubator to hatch them." She had bought several incubators and lent one to her second aunt's family. Her mother also said that when they have time, they would raise some themselves for a steady supply of eggs and meat. Qi Mingyu chuckled. "Since they are so close, let them come and ask." Zhou Shuan glanced at him. He was dressed in camouflage, slightly leaning back against the sofa's back, one arm resting casually on it, his excessively long legs sprawled out, exuding a relaxed and laid-back demeanor completely at odds with his usual self. Zhou Shuan parted her lips, only to find a faint tremor of nervousness stirring within her, whether from fear of revealing too much or from the unnerving intensity of his deep, penetrating gaze. "Shall you go?" "The rain has lessened," she murmured, clearing her throat softly before steadying her voice to ask, "Does this mean the apocalypse is over?" Qi Mingyu remained impassive. "I know very little, so I cannot give you a definitive answer. Back then you told me to watch that video online, the one claiming the apocalypse would last for years. Does that mean this easing of the rain isn't an end, but merely the prelude to a new wave of celestial calamities? Is that true?" Qi Mingyu shook his head. "There are too many conflicting claims circulating now. Truth and falsehood have blurred beyond distinction. Yet preparing for the worst scenario is never unwise." Zhou Shuan keenly sensed his guarded stance, as if regarding her not as a familiar acquaintance but as a stranger to be watched closely. She had overestimated the closeness between their families. She instantly realized her probing had been a misstep. Her smile vanished. She met his eyes briefly. "Apologies for the intrusion. Shall you go?" She rose to leave. Wan. Qi Mingyu sprang up and stepped in front of her. She lifted her gaze, calm yet edged with quiet vigilance. He immediately recognized his blunder. After knowing her for so long, he understood well how deeply guarded she was, and how arduous it would be to earn her trust. And yet he had finally taken that first step. Glancing toward Grandma Pang on the balcony, he gently grasped Zhou Shuan's arm. "Let's talk in my room." Her body stiffened just for an instant. Qi Mingyu released her at once, raising both hands slightly and bowing his head in gentle reassurance. "It's all right, Wanwan. It's me, Xiaoyu. I would never harm you."
Most importantly, she was healthy now. Healthy from within to without, her internal organs whole and intact. This was what she had yearned for in countless midnight dreams.
He added softly, "If entering my room feels uncomfortable, we can go to the training balcony instead. Grandma won't hear us." "Is that acceptable?" Zhou Shuan hesitated, then nodded. After closing the balcony door, Qi Mingyu turned to face her. "Wanwan, I've wanted to ask you this for some time. How much do you truly know about the apocalypse?" Her gaze sharpened. "Xiaoyu, have you forgotten? Everything I know came from you. You told me to watch that video online, then follow its instructions to prepare." He whispered, "But what if I was merely a pretext to convince you the apocalypse was coming?" Zhou Shuan's expression flickered, though she swiftly masked it. Yet to Qi Mingyu, who had watched her intently, that fleeting ripple of uncertainty was unmistakable. He gazed at her, his eyes clouded with complexity, and sighed. "Wanwan, do you know where my so-called inside information originated?" "From a prophet. We first met near the university town. I'd been assigned a mission to apprehend a woman with my special operations team. Only later did I learn she was designated the prophet by higher command. She knew precisely when the apocalypse would begin, which disasters would unfold, and in what sequence." His voice dropped lower. "They warned me she was extremely dangerous, so my team monitored her around the clock for 72 hours before handover. She possessed a strange duality, an unsettling aura of madness concealed beneath profound stillness. At times she sat utterly silent, at others she rambled incessantly, always about the apocalypse, always with chilling certainty. One more thing, she could not tolerate physical contact, not even accidental. Any touch triggered acute psychological alarm." Zhou Shuan raised her eyes, then quickly looked away, evading the weight of Qi Mingyu's searching gaze. Before her capture, she had already killed 4 people. During transfer, she attempted escape, seized a dagger and stabbed 3 officers with ruthless precision like a seasoned, merciless assassin. Medical evaluation diagnosed her with severe paranoid delusional disorder. Yet her parents were alive and doting. She was their only child, raised in love and privilege. Even psychiatrists struggled to explain the origins of such profound pathology. One night while I was on watch, she jolted awake from a nightmare, screaming wildly, "I've been reborn. I've lived again. I will let no one harm me. Not ever again. I will take vengeance. I will slaughter everyone who hurt me." His voice broke off abruptly, because Zhou Shuan's face had drained of all color, pale as freshly fallen snow. "Wanwan," he ventured tentatively. She forced composure, lifting her head with a fragile smile. "Xiaoyu, what is the meaning behind telling me all this? Because so many of your symptoms mirror hers exactly." He studied her. Though she masked it well, he saw the faint tremor of her lips, the subtle tension reflected in her clear, almond-shaped eyes. The image flashed before him again, that woman pinned to the floor by several men, shrieking in hysterical fury. His heart softened, just slightly, and he offered a gentle smile. "Wanwan, I'm only telling you this, the apocalypse is far from over. Following the video's guidance remains the safest course." He abruptly abandoned his line of questioning. Zhou Shuan exhaled deeply, her taut frame finally relaxing. Her purpose had been fulfilled. She now understood the truth behind his insider knowledge. There was no reason to linger. She gave a slight bow. "Thank you, Xiaoyu. I'll take my leave now." After taking 2 steps outward, she paused, recalling something. "Xiaoyu, what happened to that prophet afterward?" A beat of silence. Then his voice calm and measured. "She is under strict surveillance. She has no freedom, but she is also safe. No one will harm her again." Zhou Shuan's hands clenched tightly. "And since she issued early warnings, the government must have prepared contingency plans for each impending calamity. Wanwan, there's no need for undue worry." That final sentence carried a veiled warning. Zhou Shuan flinched, whirling to face him. But he stood serene, his eyes filled only with concern and quiet tenderness. "Stay indoors. Wait patiently for official updates." Qi Mingyu reached past her to open the balcony door. Back home, Zhou Shuan's heart still raced violently against her ribs. Qi Mingyu had surely deduced something. His words had been both a test and a warning. A test: was she too a prophet? A warning: do not act rashly, lest your true identity be exposed. She scrolled through her phone. Beneath the video site, comments now flooded in uniform: "An urgent please stay indoors. The rain has eased, but a tsunami may be imminent." She sighed softly, pressing a palm to her chest, leaning back against the door as her eyes drifted shut. Her parents, having learned she'd stopped venturing outside, breathed easier. "Good, you staying in is best. I was truly afraid someone might discover you." "Yes, Wanwan. I see many online mentioning the tsunami. The government must have plans in place. Your warning wouldn't change anything." Zhou Shuan nodded, suddenly coming to life. Dad, Mom, since we have some free time these days, let's plant the... Zhong Tiyun said enthusiastically. Bring out the incubator and the seeds, they'll give it a try. The chickens have a strong smell, so they prepared to raise them on the 7th floor balcony. The 2 large platforms on the 7th floor were installed with tempered glass, spacious and well-lit, making it the most convenient place for growing vegetables. They assembled the purchased planting baskets and neatly placed them on one of the platforms on the 7th floor, as it was the right time to plant cucumbers, tomatoes, and beans. Zhong Tiyun, with great experience, turned the soil, dug holes for the seeds, and watered them. Zhou Shuan had prepared well and bought plenty of the necessary nutrients, so Zhong Tiyun opened 2 bags and watered everything thoroughly. With an ample supply of seeds and planting baskets from her second uncle's family, Zhong Tiyun prepared a batch of seeds and an incubator to bring over. Both her second uncle and his wife were not ones to take advantage of others. They repeatedly expressed their gratitude while returning a few bags of their own seeds. Their family relied on greenhouse vegetables for their livelihood, so they had a variety of vegetable seeds. Additionally, her second uncle was much more experienced in planting than Zhong Tiyun, and that evening, he came over to Zhou's house to take a look. Upon seeing the 2 sunrooms on the 7th floor, he was immediately envious. This terrace can certainly grow a lot of things. One platform is over 30 square meters, and with 2 platforms, that's over 60 square meters. Not just vegetables, even sweet potatoes and potatoes, which can serve as staple food, can be planted here. After observing the area, her second uncle noted the large pile of planting soil in the corner and decided, it's time to cultivate sweet potatoes as well. Tiyun, while you plant vegetables on that terrace, we should plant sweet potatoes here. Let's grow the seedlings first, then transplant them. The Zhou family naturally agreed. After all, they had enough soil and seeds, and with enough space they could plant and experiment. It might just be a way to survive in the future. Zhong Erjiu had been dealing with land for many years. He appeared dark-skinned, looking at least 10 years older than Zhou Jianghai, but while busying himself with the land he was most familiar with, he felt deeply, once the rain lessens, Jean and I will also look for where to buy tempered glass, and then we can plant on our upper floor too. Their family had only prepared some planting soil, and under the reminder of his younger sister, they had saved a few sacks. It was definitely not enough for staple food. But it didn't matter. They had a boat and diving suits and could go to the northern mountain areas to dig up soil, which they could dry afterwards. Zhou Jianghai pondered for a moment and said, "Second brother, don't panic. Recently, various rumors online have been spreading that a tsunami is coming. I've reminded the family not to go out. Moreover, the water outside is too toxic. We don't know if the soil quality has been affected. If you need it, you can take some of our soil back first. Use it for now, and we'll discuss it after the flood recedes." Initially, their family bought 2,000 worth of tempered glass, so if they freed up some for Zhong Erji's family, but glass is not a necessary survival resource. Zhou Jianghai exchanged glances with his daughter and ultimately said nothing. Zhong Erjiu hesitated. Indeed, the water was very toxic. He had heard that someone in the community fell into the water and drank a mouthful, resulting in vomiting and diarrhea, and within a couple of days the person was no longer alive. He glanced again at the planting soil piled in the corner of the Zhou household, and after much hesitation finally nodded. "All right. Daqing, you are generous. Oh, I cannot take advantage of your family for nothing. In that case, we have a lot of white corn flour at home, so let's use that as payment." Using grain in exchange for soil might have drawn ridicule before the apocalypse. But in the apocalypse, it truly is a feasible arrangement. Zhou Jianghai was about to refuse when Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said, "Dad, since there's a tidal wave and my second uncle has a lot of flour which is hard to store, it will soon go bad. Instead, let's exchange some compressed biscuits, noodles, and instant noodles for a few bags of white flour from my second uncle." This was the truth. After exchanging several hundred pounds of flour initially, when they saw that the Zhou family needed more later, Zhong Erjiu simply exchanged all the 2,000 pounds of wheat stored at the grain exchange for white flour, corn flour, sorghum flour, and a lot of dry noodles. Zhou Shuan's space was a storage treasure, completely eliminating concerns about spoilage. However, for Zhong Erjiu, who had stored enough food, keeping food from spoiling was the most challenging, especially staple foods like rice and flour, which wouldn't last even a year. Even the vacuum-sealed rice could only be stored for 2 to 3 years before spoiling. Zhou Shuan had bought a lot of compressed biscuits at that time, intending to use them as staples in front of outsiders in the future, but actually opportunities to eat them later were scarce, so she thought of exchanging a small portion for her second uncle's family. This was to prevent their rice and flour from spoiling, leading to survival difficulties. If they couldn't bear to see it, they would have to help out. Whether the other party accepted it or not was another matter, but it was also easy to damage the relationship between the two families. Moreover, in the post-apocalyptic world, no food is easy to buy, but compressed biscuits are extremely easy to exchange. For convenient storage and transportation, almost all food processing factories in the apocalypse only produced compressed biscuits, and the relief food provided by survivor bases was also compressed biscuits. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun both nodded. This is good. Zhong Erjiu felt his eyes welling up once again, immensely grateful to have listened to his younger sister's advice to move here. Although he felt ashamed to be taken care of by the other party in the apocalypse, what could be more heartwarming than having a relative who cares for you? But he firmly refused. No, last time I exchanged so much food, and you only have a few people in your family. How can you eat that much flour? I cannot pass my family's losses on to you. This is what true relatives can maintain for a long time. Zhou Shuwan smiled. Second uncle, the batch of flour you gave me back, then our family has actually exchanged it with the factory for a batch of compressed biscuits. Zhong urged you, then said nothing, repeatedly nodding. You are indeed prepared for the future, prepared for the future. The Zhou family actually just wanted to request one bag of flour to be considerate of the other party's pride. But Zhong Urjiu insisted on giving 2 bags, and after a long stalemate, it was finally the Zhou family actually just wanted to request 1 bag of flour to be considerate of the other party's pride. But Zhong Urjiu insisted on giving 2 bags, and after a long stalemate, it was finally Zhong Tiyun who took charge and accepted it. However, they later also sent a few bags of vacuum-packed roast goose. The planting soil was indeed what they lacked right now once the floods receded and before the acid rain arrived. Although the soil quality outside had diminished, it was still acceptable overall. With the right nutrients mixed in, it would not affect planting at all. By then there would be more space in the storage, perfectly allowing for more storage. After helping her second uncle deliver the soil to the opposite building on their way back, they saw the property management shouting through a loudspeaker while rowing a boat. It is forecasted that a tsunami is coming soon. All residents should return home, find a safe place to hide, and store food and water. It is forecasted that a tsunami is coming soon. All residents should return home, find a safe place to hide, and store food and water. Zhou Shuwan was taken aback, but she understood that it was the influence of that prophet. The government had already made preparations in advance, so there shouldn't be so many deaths this time, right? Recalling the horrific aftermath of the tsunami in her past life, Zhou Shuwan closed her eyes briefly and calmly said, "Dad, let's go back quickly." The other homeowners outside also felt a bit anxious. As the father and daughter went upstairs, the Dongwei Jia and Qi families all came out to check the situation. The 2 families on the 4th floor had already moved out. In the entire unit, only 5 households remained. They gathered at the stairwell on the 5th floor, whispering among themselves, discussing whether the apocalyptic video circulating online was real and if a tsunami would actually occur. In the end, Dong Jianhua said, regardless of whether it's true or not, it's best for us not to go out. It's wise to listen to the government at this time. He was used to giving orders and was about to say something when Qi Mingyu had already put away his phone and addressed everyone present. I have already informed the homeowners from the other 3 units that a tsunami is expected soon and they should stay indoors. Additionally, let's take turns to ensure someone is always on guard. If anything happens, we will immediately notify others to take cover. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Jianghai also said, yes, a tsunami is different from floods that gradually submerge. We need to be prepared. Having someone on guard will give us peace of mind. Dong Jianhua glanced at Qi Mingyu and forced a dry smile. Little Yu has indeed been in the military. He thinks things through comprehensively. Wei Wei looked troubled. If there are no floods, we can hide in the basement or the air raid shelter, or even in high buildings. But now where should we hide? In reality, tsunamis usually occur in lowly and coastal areas. In their city, J City, which is deep inland, such disasters had never happened. However, the apocalypse cannot be compared to the past. Additionally, now that the entire Earth is covered by oceans and floods, conditions for a tsunami are created. Should we hide in the designated shelters? They are all high buildings. Or we could go to the mountains in the north. There are still many hills that have not been submerged. Everyone was voicing their opinions in a cacophony. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuwan and asked Wanwan's what. Zhou Shuwan had remained silent until now, and she simply stated, we are already deep inland. Even if a tsunami sweeps in, its impact won't be great. Therefore, I believe we can stay at home and just lock the doors and windows. That may not be certain. Our terrain is already high, but if it floods, we will still be submerged. Wei Wei said, in my opinion, we should still seek higher ground. Dong Jianhua was hesitant. Rationally, he felt it was correct to seek high ground during a tsunami, but looking at the Zhou family's calm demeanor, he couldn't help but want to trust them. The Zhou family's confidence stemmed from Zhou Shuwan's insights shared with them. In her past life, the last call during the tsunami was with her mother. Zhong Tiyun had hidden with Mu at home, telling her that their neighborhood and nearby areas were safe. Heaven had shown mercy as the towering tsunamis avoided their area, heading from south to north. Meanwhile, the southern and eastern parts of the city suffered severe losses with countless casualties. Later, the internet was cut off nationwide, and she could no longer contact her mother. It was also because of this that Zhou Shuwan had decisively urged her parents to sell their elevator apartment and move to the old house. It was not only because the old house had a large terrace suitable for growing vegetables and raising animals, but also because it had remained intact until 2 or 3 years after the apocalypse. Qi Mingyu was merely the building manager and could not command people to follow his orders when their survival was at stake. He said, whether we relocate to higher ground or stay here, we must be prepared. Moreover, staying behind is dangerous, but moving also carries risks. Those who go out during this time must prioritize safety, the threats from nature as well as from humans. Wei Wei fell silent, looking very uncertain. At that moment, communication and internet services had not been cut off, and that day the homeowners group was buzzing with discussions about how to avoid the tsunami. Ultimately, 2/3 of the residents in the community wanted to seek refuge in the high buildings, while the remaining third either had elderly or children at home, making relocation inconvenient, or had other reasons choosing to stay in the community. The property management of the community had long been taken over by the government. After gathering the residents' intentions the next morning after careful assessment, they believed that a tsunami would not happen that day and immediately dispatched soldiers to the communities willing to relocate. The residents of Dongyuan community left in droves by boat. In Zhou Shuan's unit, the Dong and Wei families had both departed. After much hesitation, Dong, Jianhua finally decided to follow the main force to higher ground, seeing that the military was providing protection. Doing so would only require extra effort, but if the tsunami truly swept in, remaining in the low areas would spell disaster. At this moment, the 5th floor of Dongyuan community was equivalent to the 1st floor, and the 6th floor was the 2nd floor. Too low. Grandma Peng looked out the window at the departing crowd, feeling a bit worried. Little you, are we really not leaving? Qi Mingyu shook his head. Grandma, leaving may not necessarily be safe. Now that everyone is frantically moving to the high shelter, there will certainly be conflicts. Let's stay here, but it's quiet. In fact, he had a secret hidden underground that could ensure safety for both his grandmother and himself, but it was not yet time to reveal it. Furthermore, if Wanwan is indeed as he suspects, then her choice to stay is also because she knows there is no danger. Zhou Shuan's profit combined with his secret makes for a foolproof plan. Auntie San also called the Zhou family, saying that Uncle San had finally come to terms and wanted to move, but they had no boat and could not relocate. At this moment, the entire family was in a dilemma. Zhong Tiyun was at a loss for words. Now that everyone wanted to move to higher ground, where would they find spare boats? Auntie San cried to Tao. Zhong Tiyun was at a loss for words. Now that everyone wanted to move to higher ground, where would they find spare boats? Auntie San cried to Tao. Bought one before, but the price of boats skyrocketed a few days ago, and your brother-in-law secretly sold it. The whole family is cursing him, but there's nothing they can do to get another boat. Zhong Tiyun was utterly speechless. Zhou Shuan listened from the side, frowning tightly. She took her mother's phone and said to the other end, Annie, actually moving to the designated shelter now. The government is providing free food and accommodation. No boat is okay. Just speak with the property management of the community to move along with the main force. They will surely make space for you. Upon hearing that food and drink were free, Annie San was even more tempted. Now that there are so many mouths to feed at home and not much savings with only expenses and no income, she had been worried about this and regretted not listening to her younger sister's advice to stock up on more food. Those who moved to the designated shelter were provided with a few days of food by the government, after which they were left to fend for themselves. If this relocation allows us to eat for free for a few days, it would indeed be worth moving. After hanging up the phone, Zhong Tiyun angrily pounded her chest, saying, It drives me crazy. My third sister has always been weak and indecisive since childhood, and the couple truly deserves each other. One lazy and stingy, the other timid and inept, neither achieving anything nor doing anything well. The mistake of this marriage was made from the start. Zhong Tiyun's dissatisfaction with her brother-in-law has intensified in recent years. Especially after the apocalypse, with life on the line, the Zhou family members took turns stepping up, but regardless of who they spoke to in her brother-in-law's family, they always fell short. If they really face a tsunami, their house would definitely not withstand it. Her mother was angry, while Zhou Shuan, Zhou Jianghai and Mumu could only sit quietly beside her, not daring to speak. Fortunately, the other party soon sent a text message, and they immediately prepared to move. Zhong Tiyun practiced archery while saying, Actually, I would rather not have my third sister move in. With her brother-in-law's temperament, living together with the second brother would surely disadvantage him. Now with the second brother's own efforts and their support, the family does not lack food and drink, and they are all actively researching planting and breeding issues at home. Once the third aunt and her family truly move in, this harmonious scene will surely be disrupted. Zhou Jianghai frowned slightly. To be fair, if it were his family, they would not want to accept such a person as her brother-in-law. But there's nothing to be done. There are only a few families among relatives that they are close to. Mom, there will surely be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Don't overthink it. Let's worry about it when the third aunt's family actually moves in. Zhou Shuan punched the sandbag in front of her, sending it flying. Her fierce punch caught Zhou Jianghai's attention, and he hurried to try it too. Though he was stronger than Zhou Shuan, he lacked her skill and looked clumsy. The sandbag spun weakly in place. Zhou Shuan carefully taught her father how to use his skill. Their family was busy practicing archery, martial arts, and cooking at home, while outside it was bustling with activity. Countless people were crammed onto a boat, moving upwards, arguing, grabbing things, and capsizing, among other things. Ultimately, it was a soldier who fired a shot into the sky that restored some order. Zhong Erjia's family also went to the resettlement point, and the Zhou family did not stop them. Staying behind might be safer, but it was not a guarantee. At times like these, it depended on each family's choice. 2 days later, the tsunami struck. Building 5 had only 5 families remaining, and Qi Mingyu assigned shifts to these families, with 2 families rotating during the day and 1 for 6 hours. At night, 3 families would take turns for 4 hours. As for how each family arranged it, the homeowners would decide. Originally, he wanted to schedule the Zhou family for the day, but Zhou Jianhai argued that they had many people, with 3 adults even being scheduled for the night would work. On the contrary, there were only him and an elderly person in Qi Mingyu's family, meaning all the responsibility for relocating and taking cover fell on him alone. Therefore, they switched shifts, with him working the day and his family the night. Qi Mingyu wanted to refuse again, but Zhou Jianhai reproached him, saying, "You child, as an elder, I can't let you take care of me instead. You are not only the building manager, but also your grandmother's only support. Besides, you are skilled and sharp-witted. If something happens at night, we will need you to lead us to escape." Qi Mingyu fell silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Uncle Zhou's concern for him was indeed the care an elder shows to a younger person, and he could not refuse such kindness. In the early hours of the next day, it was Zhou family's turn to be on duty. Zhong Tian looked through binoculars from the rooftop terrace, suddenly shouting, "Big Si Wan, come quickly. Look over there, what is that?" A vast wall of black waves swept in like a giant wall. Her voice became sharp. "The tsunami is coming, the tsunami is coming." Zhou Jianhai and Zhou Shuan were asleep downstairs. Upon hearing Zhong Tian's voice, they both climbed upstairs. Looking at the distant waves, their faces turned pale. It truly is a tsunami coming. Zhou Jianhai first notified the group chat, then called Qi Mingyu. The latter's voice was serious, still carrying the deep tone of just waking up. "Uncle, I saw it too." Zhou Shuan took a loudspeaker and threw it out of the window, the explosive sound ringing out, "Attention, the tsunami is coming, the tsunami is coming." The loudspeaker drifted over the water. It had hardly rained these days, and everything was very quiet, especially in the dead of night. As soon as that explosive sound rang out, nearly everyone left in the community heard it. The neighborhood suddenly erupted in chaos. On the other hand, Qi Mingyu's voice was serious. "Uncle, take Annie Wanwan and Mumu, put on life jackets and come downstairs to find me. We need to go to a safe place." Zhou Jianhai was startled. They could only see the distant waves rolling in heavily through the binoculars, and it was impossible to determine whether the tsunami would actually reach them. As they watched the towering waves exceeding 7 or 8 meters sweep in from the distance, everything in their path was utterly destroyed. Even the steel and concrete high-rises were easily torn apart like tofu. Zhong Tian tightly held her daughter's hand, her expression filled with fear. Zhou Shuan licked her dry lips and said into the phone, "Xiaoyu, do you mean we should hide underground?" "Yes. All right, we will come down immediately." Zhou Shuan looked firmly at her parents. They trusted Qi Mingyu's character and abilities. "Quick, change clothes. Tiyun, you help Mumu put on her diving suit. Wanwan, take out the emergency bags for each." Zhou Shuan nodded. The items in the emergency bags had been prepared by her long ago. Each bag contained first aid supplies, alcohol, bandages, 10 compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of water, and a survival blanket. This was to ensure that in case of an emergency, if they were separated from Zhou Shuan, they would have supplies capable of sustaining their survival for 5 days. With their backpacks secured, wearing diving suits, and tightly covering their heads, each person had a waterproof light on their forehead. When they went downstairs, Qi Mingyu was already waiting for them with Grandma Pang. In the darkness, the sound of distant waves and collapsing buildings was distinctly audible. It was like a scene from a doomsday movie. In unseen corners, countless people hiding at home huddled together, trembling with fear. A few individuals gathered at the hallway felt a jolt of energy. Without further ado, Qi Mingyu pointed beneath the water and led Grandma Pang to dive into the water, first from the hallway. Zhou Shuan, the best swimmer, also entered the water, taking Mumu with her. Recently, Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Taiwan had often accompanied them in search of supplies, and they had become quite adept in their diving suits, following suit into the water. After weaving through the residential building for a while, Qi Mingyu quickly reached the back end of the community, where he fumbled around in what used to be a flower bed, then opened something resembling an underground manhole cover, revealing more water inside. Everyone hesitated a bit. The underground wells were now completely submerged. It would be dangerous if they couldn't get back out. Qi Mingyu was the first to descend. Zhou Shuan decided to trust Qi Mingyu and followed him down. Only then did Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom take Mumu into the underground well. Though Mumu felt extremely scared inside, she behaved well, not making a sound, and followed the adults' actions. They closed the underground well cover tightly. Once submerged, it became apparent that this place was not like an underground well. It was spacious, about 5 square meters. Qi Mingyu sank to the bottom and activated a mechanism allowing everyone to descend. This was the true hiding place. It was a basement hidden within another basement spanning about 50 to 60 square meters. Everyone took off their diving suits and surveyed their surroundings. Inside were 2 beds, several stools, and a corner piled with boxes filled with supplies neatly stacked up. At a glance, it was clear that Qi Mingyu had prepared this survival space for himself and his grandmother. He hadn't expected to bring the Zhou family along. The other members of the Zhou family were fine, having not experienced the darkness of the apocalypse. They thought Qi Mingyu was truly loyal, not treating the Zhou family as outsiders. However, Zhou Shuwan felt quite conflicted. Due to the previous probing from the other party, she had become alert, initially planning for the two families to gradually distance themselves, but now he showed no signs of withholding. She truly could not tell whether he was confident in his strength or simply foolish. Everyone, let's sit down and rest for a bit. Qi Mingyu smiled at her and gestured towards a bed. With not enough stools, Zhong Taiwan and Zhou Jianghai sat on the stools while their daughter and son sat on the bed. Qi Mingyu also helped Grandma Pang sit on another bed. Grandma Pang was elderly, having entered the water in a diving suit. She had yet to recover, her face pale and her body trembling slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Shuwan pretended to rummage through her backpack and took out 2 pieces of chocolate, handing them over. Give this to Grandma Pang to replenish her energy quickly. Qi Mingyu gave her a grateful glance, accepted the chocolate, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into Grandma Pang's mouth. Zhou Shuwan then took out a thermos cup, unscrewed the lid, and said, let Grandma Pang drink some hot water. Her backpack was quite large, containing several pieces of chocolate and a thermos, which would not raise any suspicion. Mumu also took one and unwrapped it to eat. Grandma Pang was now able to speak, smiling kindly. You young folks really think of everything. After drinking the hot water, her condition visibly improved. Zhong Taiwan laughed. Little you is much more resourceful than my child. Look at this basement, it's well prepared. Zhou Shuwan glanced around and suddenly asked, is that device for generating oxygen? In the corner of the basement, there was something resembling a box filled with strange circuits and devices. Qi Mingyu nodded. This is a simple oxygen generator used by the military meant for emergencies. I managed to buy one through connections. How does it generate electric energy? Zhou Jianghai was also very interested and walked over to take a look. There's a battery underneath. If used properly, it can produce about 3 months worth of oxygen, enough for 2 people. He also prepared several more batteries, and with the solar equipment from his home, he could charge them in time, making it feasible to hide here for a year or 2. It truly is high-tech from the military. Impressive. Zhou Jianghai was quite moved and praised repeatedly. The tsunami was not a one-time event. When Zhou Shuwan and the others descended, it was the first wave of the tsunami, cutting through everything in its path, like a blender. Not long after arriving at the basement, the second wave of the tsunami struck. It was another earth-shattering roar, sounding even more terrifying than the first, with greater destructive power. Mumu, hearing the distant rumbling, couldn't help but snuggle up next to her mother, her small body trembling. Mom, can you let Mumu watch a movie? Zhou Shuwan said, handing over her phone. Currently, the phone could not make calls or access the internet, but watching stored videos was no issue. Zhong Taiwan also felt sorry for her little son and nodded all right. The two families listened casually to the animated sounds coming from the phone, paying close attention to the movements. They could be considered very lucky. Until dawn, the tsunami was heard rumbling 7 or 8 times, but it was all far away and did not pass through the northern area. Both Grandma Pang and Mumu could no longer hold on and lay down to sleep. The other 4 adults stayed alert. By dawn, Qi Mingyu took out 4 buckets of self-heating instant noodles from a box, along with a 1-liter bottle of mineral water. Oh no, this won't do. Zhong Taiwan quickly declined. We are already extremely grateful to be hiding here. Supplies are so scarce now. Besides, we have our own food. What you have in your backpack is definitely just dry rations. If it were in the wild, that would be one thing, but now that we have the conditions, why not eat better? Although instant noodles aren't nutritious, they are warm. They'll let Mumu get up later to eat some. If you feel uncomfortable, we can always return the favor later. Qi Mingyu insisted, distributing a bucket of instant noodles to each person. Zhong Taiwan glanced at the men and her daughter with difficulty. Zhou Jianghai thought for a moment, and then nodded. All right, little you, let's not be polite between our 2 families. If there are any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou might not have much else, but I do have strength. Zhong Taiwan laughed. Your uncle runs a hardware store, so he knows a bit about repairing machines. If anything breaks at home, just call your uncle to fix it. All right, I won't be polite with uncle and auntie. Qi Mingyu replied, generously, smiling slightly. It seemed that only Zhou Shuwan noticed that Qi Mingyu had already stopped calling them Uncle Zhou and Aunt Zhong, referring to them warmly as uncle and auntie instead. She took out several sausages and boiled eggs, distributing 1 to each person. This will immediately add some nutrition. Zhou Jianghai was overjoyed. Normally, one wouldn't think instant noodles were particularly delicious, but in such a desperate situation, taking a bite of warm, fragrant noodles and sipping some hot soup truly brought an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. The aroma even woke Mumu up, and Zhong Taiwan hurriedly prepared a bucket for him. Although the basement was small, Qi Mingyu had arranged it very thoughtfully. Behind the boxes, a small bathroom was set up with 2 paint buckets inside, filled with cat litter. Zhong Tiyun looked pleasantly surprised. Xiao you even prepared cat litter? Qi Mingyu smiled shyly. It was after Wanwan told me the purpose of the cat litter that I put some of it here. With the cat litter, it seemed that staying in this small basement wasn't too bad after all. After a lengthy wait, they took turns to sleep on the bed for a while. However, these 2 beds were prepared by Qi Mingyu for himself and his grandmother, both military beds 1 meter wide. Lying down, it was quite cramped for both of them. Zhou Shuwan saw it wasn't a solution, so she took out the emergency blankets from a few backpacks and snuck out 2 more from her space, totaling 6. One was laid on the floor, and one was used as a cover, barely enough for 3 people to sleep. She originally thought that her dad and her mom would sleep on the ground together while Mumu would squeeze in with Grandma Pang. Though Qi Mingyu was young, it was still someone else's territory. He couldn't just occupy the beds entirely. Yet Qi Mingyu firmly insisted that she shouldn't sleep on the floor, repeatedly stating, "You sleep on the bed, the floor is cold." Then, without waiting for others to speak, he first lay down on Zhou Shuwan's emergency blanket. Zhou Shuwan stared blankly at the person beneath her feet, opening her mouth without knowing what to say. Zhang Tiyun glanced at the expressions on the faces of the 2 children and stifled a laugh, clearing her throat. "Wan, since it's Xiao Yu's good intention, you should accept it. You're still young, the ground is indeed too damp." Zhou Shuwan frowned. "Mom, let's switch places. You lie on the bed." Zhou Jianghai, feeling for his wife, spoke up. "You 2 can squeeze together and both sleep on the bed." Both mother and daughter weren't fat, so squeezing together was still manageable. Zhang Tian glanced again at the seemingly motionless Qi Mingyu, who appeared to have already fallen asleep, couldn't help but chuckle and nodded. "All right, then I'll squeeze in with my daughter." The 2 extra emergency blankets were given to the 2 men, allowing them to lay them beneath themselves. They managed to sleep through the night, which was a form of rest. The next day, the noise of the tsunami had diminished significantly. After some discussion, they decided to take the risk and go explore. Qi Mingyu naturally had no choice but to join. Soon he returned with a somewhat heavy expression, but his tone remained cheerful. "Indeed, the tsunami did not pass through our side, and the neighborhood is safe. So are we going up or not?" Zhong Tian asked. When a person stays in a confined space for too long, feelings of irritability and depression can arise. This is normal. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment and asked, "Xiao Yu, what do you think about the trajectory of the tsunami?" Qi Mingyu replied, "Judging by the destruction, it should have come ashore from the southeast, and then headed southwest. It just happened to avoid our northern side. For safety's sake, let's wait another day or 2 before going up. There was no shortage of food and water here, aside from the difficulty of sleeping they could endure until the tsunami was over. Nowhere is safer than this basement." However, today Zhou Shuwan checked the stockpiled boxes. Initially, she was hesitant to open them, fearing Qi Mingyu would misunderstand that the Zhou family coveted their supplies. However, it's easy to imagine how uncomfortable it is for 2 big men to sleep on the hard floor in such a cold. Seeing that some of the boxes contained various canned goods, she called her dad and Qi Mingyu to help move them down and managed to set up 2 narrow beds. Although the boxes are a bit uneven, it's better than sleeping on the ground. This is true. This place was where Qi Mingyu planned to temporarily settle down, just wanting to avoid the tsunami or extreme heat, with his grandmother not intending to stay long-term. The Zhou family also asked Qi Mingyu how he knew about this place. The Zhou family had lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, but had never known about such a hidden basement. Qi Mingyu did not hide it, saying that before this building was constructed, his family's old house was built here and back, then his great-grandfather's generation dug a basement in the backyard. Later, when the neighborhood was built, this basement was relatively hidden, perfectly located at the underground well entrance, which did not impact the construction of the buildings, so it remained. When he was young, his grandfather even took him to see it. After realizing the apocalypse was approaching, the first place he thought of to hide was this. In this safe house, Qi Mingyu stored food, water, and medicine, though the quantities were small. Yet he was not when it was mealtime, he generously brought out whatever instant noodles, small hot pots, rice noodles, canned meat, etc. that were available, giving everyone a portion. The Zhou family only had to eat directly. This was indeed uncomfortable for Zhou family's parents, who were not used to taking advantage of others. However, Zhou Shuwan's space absolutely couldn't be exposed, so they had no choice but to accept Qi Mingyu's kindness. At the same time, she was determined that when they returned home, she would repay everything her family had consumed and prepare a substantial gift. After staying in the basement for 3 days, they confirmed that there had been no signs of a tsunami for most of the day. This time, Zhou Shuwan went to explore first to understand why Qi Mingyu had returned with a heavy expression last time. "Dad, Mom, Grandma Pang. Let's pack up and go up. Oh, my old bones can't stand being in this cold underground for long." Grandma Pang was very happy. Although the blankets were thick and kept them warm, the damp, cold feeling seeped into their bones. After packing up the things in the basement, both families donned diving suits. Qi Mingyu climbed up the ladder and opened the exit. Water rushed down, but when the basement was designed, there was a careful consideration. There was a pit in the middle of the basement where the flowing water would collect, not affecting the use of the basement. Zhou Jianghai stood at the ladder's entrance first, helping the physically weaker Grandma Pang and Mumu out, then waiting for Zhou Shuwan and her mom to go up, and finally, he exited and sealed the exit. Looking around, seeing no flaws, they swam upwards together. Once they surfaced, everyone was stunned. They saw that in the neighborhood that had not been affected by the tsunami, the water's surface was littered with various building debris, garbage, and dozens of floating corpses. These corpses might have been in the water for a long time. Some had turned pale and swollen. Zhou Jianghai was shocked. Where did these come from? They are likely the victims of the tsunami, probably drifting in with the wind and water currents, Zhou Shuan said calmly. Let's go, we'll talk when we get home. The few of them also lost their earlier excitement, silently, making their way up the fifth-floor corridor. Just as they were taking off their diving suits, the door across opened, and Jia Xiaowang and Wei Wei stood at the door looking at them with suspicion. Where have you been? Jia Xiaowang asked. This was the drawback of daytime activities. Every move could be seen by neighbors. The Jia family had children and elderly not suitable for long journeys, so they were unwilling to go to the shelter. Wei Wei and his wife wanted to go, but were afraid that if they did, their house would completely become the Jia family's domain, and upon returning, they might find their supplies cleaned out. Thus the Wei couple dared not go. No one paid attention to each other, and after helping one another out of their diving suits, they wearily went upstairs. Xiaoyu, where are you going? Seeing that everyone was ignoring him, Wei Wei politely asked. These past few days, the usually observant Jia Xiaowang discovered that the house opposite seemed empty, having knocked several times without a response. Originally, Wei Wei and Zhao Huiwan were not the type of people to keep their eyes on others, but after listening to the incessant complaints from the Jia family, they couldn't help but start to grumble about the Zhou and Qi families. Since there is a hiding place, why not share a bit more information with them? They only need to hide for a few days. How could they possibly take over the place? At this moment, the couple completely forgot the gratitude they had when they installed the iron gate in the corridor. This is the naked selfishness of human nature. Qi Mingyu glanced over indifferently, not missing the envy and anger in their eyes. He smiled slightly and said, let's see if we can fish the bodies out of the water. Fish out the bodies. The expressions of the Jia and Wei families were somewhat shocked. But soon Jia Xiaowang sneered, don't joke around, are you really going to fish them out with old people and children? His gaze swept over the trembling Grandma Pang and Moo Moo behind her. Even the elderly and children had diving suits. These two families were quite prepared. A glimmer of greed flashed in Jia Xiaowang's eyes. With those diving suits, his own elderly and children would not have to die trapped here. Zhou Shuan had wandered through the apocalypse for many years and would not miss that moment of greed in his eyes. Her expression turned cold, and just as she took a couple of steps forward, a blade's wind fiercely flashed past her. A sharp dagger brushed past Jia Xiaowang's forehead and then lodged into the doorframe, its tip vibrating. Jia Xiaowang felt a chill run down his spine. When he saw what it was, he immediately screamed and stumbled. It was Qi Mingyu. Zhou Shuan glanced at him in surprise. Not just her, everyone present was shocked that Qi Mingyu would actually take action. Jia Xiaowang's wife was also terrified, her face pale, but she didn't dare to help her husband. Qi Mingyu stepped forward slowly like an elegant leopard hunting in the forest. He pulled the dagger out from the doorframe, ignoring the ghostly gazes of the crowd, and calmly said, you all go back and discuss it, arrange for a few people. We will fish out the bodies this afternoon. The crowd was intimidated by his presence and dared not utter another word. If that dagger had missed by even a millimeter, Jia Xiaowang might have already been a dead man. They stumbled back into the house, slamming the door shut. Xiaoyu. Grandma Pang looked at her usually proud grandson with a complex expression, but said nothing, shaking her head as she entered. The crowd was intimidated by his presence and dared not utter another word. If that dagger had missed by even a millimeter, Jia Xiaowang might have already... The latter smiled and met Zhou Shuan's gaze. Once they returned home, Zhong Tiyun couldn't help but pat her chest, saying, when Xiaoyu revealed that skill, I was shocked too. If it should be like this. Didn't you see Jia Xiaowang eyeing our Moo Muu's diving suit? Zhou Zhanghai said dismissively, if he hadn't acted, I think our Wan Wan would have taken action. Zhou Shuan indeed intended to teach the other party a lesson at that moment. Also, I was worried that Xiaoyu, having served in the army, might be too soft-hearted. But it's good this way of being soft on family and tough on outsiders can protect our own. Zhong Tiyun said, suddenly looking at Zhou Shuan with a puzzled expression. Zhou Shuan was confused. What's wrong? It's nothing. Wan Wan, let's wash up first, change our clothes, and have dinner. Zhong Tiyun said after eating instant hot pot and self-heating rice for several days. I'm really getting tired of it. Such fast food can only be eaten once or twice. Eating it every day is unbearable. Now the whole city is without power and communication is completely cut off. Although there is running water, there is no hot water. Fortunately, their family had been hoarding water in advance, not just drinking water and water for daily use, but also hot water from the water heater. This allowed them to take a shower directly, which was very convenient. Zhou Shuan nodded and went to the bathroom, releasing a tub of water from the space, calling her mother and Moo Moo to wash up first. The house had two bathrooms. The master bedroom's bathroom had a porcelain basin, while the living room's bathroom had a bathtub that Zhou Shuan had specifically placed there, not knowing which supermarket it was collected from. After filling it with hot water for her mother and the others, she also went to the guest bathroom for a nice bath and changed into comfortable pajamas. At noon, there was a bowl of steaming chicken noodle soup for each person, along with a dish of cabbage chicken soup, a dish of 5-spiced rabbit heads, a dish of braised tofu, a dish of steamed fatty intestines, a dish of sweet rice cakes, and a large pot of bubbling spicy hot pot. With so much delicious food, it would be hard to explain to the Qi family. Zhou Shuan purposely sent a plate of sweet rice cakes and a large pot of spicy hot pot downstairs. Making spicy hot pot is not complicated. You just put canned meat, hot dogs, fatty intestines, squid, and dried bamboo shoots into the pot and simmer them with a special spicy hot pot sauce. It's hot, spicy, and particularly appetizing. Grandma Pang made noodles and felt quite embarrassed, saying, "I ended up taking more of your family's things again." "Grandma Pang, do you want me to list how many things we've eaten from your family these days?" Zhou Shuan joked. Grandma Pang couldn't help but laugh. "You child, you've become mischievous just like when you were little." Zhou Shuan's demeanor was noticeably more subdued than before. Although Grandma Pang had little interaction, she could still feel it. Zhou Shuan said no, but Grandma Pang ultimately returned with a large bowl of homemade noodles. The noodles had been pressed and left there in advance, and the vegetables were stir-fried with pork belly and green peppers. Not particularly impressive, just simple chili stir-fried meat. But Grandma Pang's cooking was excellent. A simple stir-fry resulted in fragrant and spicy noodles that immediately whetted one's appetite. She mixed a bowl of noodles and had Qi Mingyu take them upstairs. Their family was enjoying a feast. How could they let him in? Zhou Shuan had to receive the noodles at the door repeatedly, saying it was too generous. Qi Mingyu had just washed up his hair, slightly damp, a few strands brushing across his forehead, and his face looked increasingly handsome. He smiled and lowered his eyes, focusing on her. "You love the noodles Grandma made when you were little. That was such a long time ago." Zhou Shuan inexplicably felt her face heat up. She cleared her throat, not looking at him, trying to start a conversation. "You really took action against Jia Xiaowang today? That was unexpected." "Oh." Surprised, Qi Mingyu looked at her. "No, it's just because you are a soldier." This was a stereotype. Especially for soldiers of Huaxiao, they inherently represent justice, protecting the weak, and selfless dedication. Qi Mingyu was 1.88 meters tall, and Zhou Shuan was not short either, at least 1.67 meters, but he stood in front of her, towering over her. He slightly lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Zhou Shuan's face, and his magnetic voice rang out, "1-1, I am a soldier, but I am not a fool who lets others bully me." Before she could respond, he smiled at her again and turned to go downstairs. Zhou Shuan stood there with wide eyes, dazedly thinking, did he just? Was he flirting with her? Right? It felt like it. Zhou Shuan rubbed her still hot and itchy ears, entering the house with a wooden expression. "This is too much to eat." Zhang Tian laughed. "Your grandmother Pang's spicy stir-fried pork is so delicious. I must eat more." With the space cheat device, there's no need to worry about the food going bad. After the meal, the family cut up a melon tea. Then she looked out the window, where a vast expanse of water lay scattered with construction debris, garbage, and dozens of corpses silently drifting on the surface, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Zhou Jianghai's expression was grim. "If the tsunami has such power after penetrating inland, I truly wonder how the coastal cities are faring." Tsunamis are generally disasters that arise from earthquakes occurring on the ocean floor. Just as Qi Mingyu said, the tsunami must have landed on the eastern coast and approached westward. The eastern terrain is low with many coastal cities, and it's hard to know how many cities have been destroyed by this tsunami. Zhou Shuan had heard some news in her past life and knew that this tsunami was global, meaning that this earthquake's magnitude was also global. Colossal movements in the oceans triggered immense waves, which in turn caused the tsunami. This catastrophe led to the direct annihilation of many coastal countries and cities, leaving no room for resistance. She briefly shared what she knew. Zhou Jianghai furrowed his brows and suddenly smiled. "So the Foot Basin country has been wiped out. What a relief. But such a method of destruction is truly mutually damaging. After the tsunami, it is the real apocalypse." Even though the government had prepared early, the extent of the tsunami's impact and the vast areas affected were beyond anyone's expectations and impossible to evade. City J is deep inland, so only 1/3 of the cities were destroyed, including the relocation points, and the death toll can be calculated in massive numbers. During the rainy season, there were also dead bodies in the water, but that was a small number. With officers and volunteers cleaning up, it was very difficult to see corpses in the city center. Now the number of corpses had surged. If not cleaned up promptly, these submerged bodies would quickly become breeding grounds for bacteria, ultimately resulting in the terrifying phenomenon known as giant views. Water pollution would worsen, and diseases like plagues and dysentery would frequently emerge. In her past life, giant views were everywhere. "Little Yu is right. We need to organize the community to recover these bodies," Zhou Shuan said. Zhou Jianghai was fine, but Zhong Tian's face turned pale as she tightly held Zhou Jianghai's hand. The people who moved to the relocation points, no one knew how they were doing now. Even if they were to move back, it would take days. By then, the corpses in the water would have rotted, posing a significant threat to the community's living environment. Thus, this matter cannot be delayed. It must be handled by those who remain in the community. After finishing the meal, Qi Mingyu knocked on the Zhou family's door to discuss the recovery of the bodies. Zhou Shuan said, "We were just discussing this matter. Most of those remaining in the community are the elderly, weak, and disabled, with very few who can participate in the recovery of bodies. First, we need to assess the manpower and then assign tasks." Qi Mingyu nodded. But where should these bodies be taken? Zhong Tian asked. To the cremation facility, Zhou Shuan softly said 3 words. The others were taken aback. Zhou Shuan, however, did not continue. Cremation facilities are usually located in abandoned buildings that are uninhabitable, where all the bodies are gathered together and then doused with gasoline to burn. During flood periods, water is everywhere, and there aren't enough places to bury the bodies. The death toll is too high, so this crude yet effective method must be adopted. That building where we temporarily stored cans is quite suitable, Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and said. Aren't we waiting for their relatives to come and claim them? Zhong Tian paused after speaking. In the apocalypse, these farewell and body-returning actions are a luxury. To be honest, being able to burn one's body clean after death is already a good outcome compared to the unfortunate fate of becoming a breeding ground for bacteria. Qi Mingyu nodded, saying, Uncle Wan, the 3 of us will act separately. We will inform the owners staying in the community about the body recovery, asking each family to send 1 or 2 laborers. After lunch, we will gather to collectively remove the bodies from the community. Zhou Jianghai felt a bit troubled. Many people are superstitious about recovering bodies. Moreover, the water is too toxic now, others might not be willing to go into the water. As long as we take proper precautions and disinfect afterward, it should be safe. I will supply 15 barrels of chlorine disinfectant for sterilization, Qi Mingyu said. Zhou Shuan sneered, assign people according to their apartment buildings and be responsible for the bodies below their own units. If they don't send anyone, then the bodies under their building will remain unattended and they must bear the responsibility themselves. Zhou Jianghai nodded, that works. The group then set off in a boat. Qi Mingyu first went to other units in Building 5, along with the Jia and Wei families. There were 7 families remaining. Building 5 held high regard for Qi Mingyu's foresight and often cooperated well with the work, so upon his analysis of the pros and cons, they quickly agreed to send people for body recovery. The Jia and Wei families were purely frightened by Qi Mingyu's earlier decisive actions and did not dare refuse. Together with the Zhou and Qi families, 4 families could send 9 people. However, this was still too few, so Qi Mingyu went to inform other buildings. There were those who refused to cooperate, some who were furious, and others who wallowed in self-pity. It was a mixed bag. However, Qi Mingyu was indeed decisive, especially when he was determined to accomplish something. For those unwilling, he used the chlorine disinfectant as a bribe. For those who could not be bribed, he showed them the knife, just like with Jia Xiaoguang. Zhou Shuan was also used to such situations. Her arrow shot straight into the opponent's living room, scaring them greatly and causing them to scream for the police. But at this moment, who would come to respond? Besides a few nearby communities, others had no idea if they were alive or dead. They had no choice but to recognize the situation and follow Zhou Shuan downstairs, feeling both wronged and angry. In the end, a total of 32 people emerged from the entire community. The Zhou family sent out Zhou Jianghai and Zhou Shuan. Originally, the couple did not allow Zhou Shuan to go. However, Zhou Shuan casually stated that she had recovered bodies many times in her past life and had more experience than them. Plus, she was wearing a protective suit she had bought for a high price, and with her face shield on, the 2 had no choice but to agree. Zhou Shuan had bought 6 sets of protective suits. After hesitating for a moment, she still lent one to Qi Mingyu. The latter caressed the special material of the protective suit, looked deeply at Zhou Shuan with a slight smile, and expressed his gratitude. Others were also wearing raincoats, wrapping themselves in plastic sheets, and wearing N95 masks, laying plastic sheets or discarded bed sheets on the boat to try to wrap themselves and the boat tightly. Qi Mingyu divided the community into zones, first clearing the bodies below each person's own building, then focusing on the perimeter of the community. Zhou Shuan then distributed the body recovery tools, bamboo poles with sturdy nylon ropes to ensnare the bodies and pull them over, then tie them to the back of the boat so they wouldn't have to go into the water. These tools were prepared by her and her parents in the morning. Zhou Shuan was in a boat with her father. Being experienced, she worked quickly, and soon 5 or 6 bodies were being pulled behind the boat as they headed towards the abandoned building from last time. There was no need to handle the corpses directly, moving them was quite a hassle. Fortunately, Zhou Shuan had placed a lever on the boat for transporting heavy objects in advance, allowing them to stack the corpses on it and transport them to the prearranged location. There weren't many corpses in the neighborhood, totaling around 70 to 80. It took an entire afternoon to move all the bodies inside and outside the community. After dousing them with gasoline, a single flame burned them clean. Although everyone was reluctant to go downstairs to retrieve the corpses, they watched as the bodies were stacked together and set ablaze. Everyone sat silently on the boat, their eyes reddened, and some emotional individuals turned away, not wanting to look anymore. Once the bodies were burned, they disinfected the area with quicklime and disinfectant before heading home. However, that night, neither those who participated in retrieving the corpses nor those watching from above had any appetite for food. Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and took out a few bowls of spicy and sour noodles, saying just eat a little. Not only in their community, but along the road to the abandoned buildings they could encounter corpses. However, those were beyond the control of just a few of them. Zhou Jianghai still felt a bit uncomfortable. He forced himself to eat half a bowl of spicy and sour noodles before pushing the bowl away and going upstairs to tidy the land. In the past few days, even when not at home with the plant growth lights on, the vegetables and sweet potato seedlings were thriving and had already begun to sprout. Zhou Zhonghai took a watering can and carefully watered the plants. Zhong Tian tidied up the household chores and soon brought a bottle of Wulianyao, a plate of peanuts, and a plate of cold cucumbers upstairs. Before long, the sound of drinking could be heard. Zhou Shuwan did not go upstairs. At that moment, her mother's companionship was more suitable for her father. In the middle of the night, she quietly went out wearing a diving suit. With communication cut off and order in chaos, it was the perfect time to collect some special supplies. Zhou Shuwan did not go to the supermarket, but headed to a medical research institute in the city. This was a location she had scouted before the apocalypse. The research institute had strict security with infrared alarms and 24-hour guards, making it impossible to approach before the tsunami. However, now Zhou Shuwan observed with binoculars from a distance. The research institute had more than 10 floors, and the 4 floors submerged were not to be mentioned. The upper floors were dark, devoid of movement. Only a few areas flickered with faint light. It seemed that all the staff had evacuated before the tsunami. She held an electric shock baton and climbed in through the stairwell on the 4th floor, ascending floor by floor. On the 6th floor, she discovered dozens of rare special medicines and super antibiotics that were not available on the market, hurriedly placing them into her storage space. The 7th floor had a closed warehouse with several independently powered refrigeration units storing several types of vaccines, including the rabies, flu, pneumonia, hepatitis B, and tetanus vaccines that Zhou Shuwan needed. Her heart soared with joy as she hurriedly stored these refrigerators into her space. On the 9th floor, she found a new type of biological high molecular emergency hemostatic material, which could be used to stop bleeding from major vessel ruptures within 13 minutes, referred to as super adhesive bandage. There were also some hemostatic gels and several stapler-like wound suturing devices. Additionally, there were a few pieces of obviously high-tech medical equipment with complicated names. Zhou Shuwan thought for a moment and decided to store them all in her space. Even if she couldn't use them after the apocalypse, there would be opportunities to donate them to the government. Thinking this way, she collected all the various devices, medicines, and instruments she saw in the research institute, storing everything that seemed useful into her space. On the top floor, the 11th floor, there was a new technology exhibition hall where she discovered several human models in the main hall. They were dressed in ultra-thin temperature-regulating underwear. After looking at the specific introduction, this temperature-regulating underwear could keep warm and insulate against excessive temperatures, maintaining the body at a comfortable temperature. This was developed specifically for astronauts or those climbing Mount Everest. In temperatures as low as -70 or 80 degrees, wearing this underwear could raise the perceived temperature by 20 degrees. In high temperatures of 60 or 70 degrees, it could lower the perceived temperature by 20 degrees. Zhou Shuwan's eyes lit up. With this clothing, there was an extra layer of protection against both high heat and extreme cold. She stripped off a complete set of underwear from the 3 human models and looked around. In the display cabinet behind, she found a pile of materials similar to the temperature-regulating underwear, and next to it was a description. It was indeed temperature-regulating fabric. She opened the fabric, estimating that she could make several sets of underwear, and was satisfied as she stored it in her space. As it was still early, she took out the speedboat and headed to a nearby town. Every town had a health clinic, but with people moving toward the high-rise buildings in the city, she didn't know if there were still people left in those clinics. It was very dangerous to go out at this time. The tsunami had ripped many buildings apart, and debris and corpses floated everywhere on the road. Operating the speedboat carelessly could lead to collisions, so she had to be extremely cautious. Fortunately, Zhou Shuwan was bold and meticulous, managing to navigate through without incident. Halfway, she spotted 2 survivors clinging to floating wooden planks. Hearing the sound of the speedboat, they shouted help. However, Zhou Shuwan did not stop as she drove straight past them. Behind her came the sounds of curses. Zhou Shuwan remained unfazed and continued forward, finally stopping beside a building that was only 2 stories tall. This was a town hospital located in the northern part of the city, only 6 stories high, but the terrain was elevated with the bottom 3.5 floors completely submerged in water. Fortunately, the tsunami had not passed through here, and the building remained intact. It was dark inside as Zhou Shuwan used her binoculars to observe for a while, confirming that no one was there before storing the speedboat and climbing in through the window. The hospital must have also experienced chaos. The corridors and examination rooms on the 5th and 6th floors were cluttered with instruments, making it difficult to even turn around. Zhou Shuwan had come with the thought that these instruments might have been moved to the top floor. She walked over, collecting the instruments she touched along with the wires into her space. Most of the instruments in the research institute were high-tech and hard to understand. However, the instruments here were easy to comprehend, including X-ray machines, CT scanners, color Doppler ultrasound, ECG machines, ventilators, anesthetic machines, and more than 30 hospital beds. In a doctor's office, she also discovered 2 side-by-side cabinets crammed with medical morphine, painkillers, and similar items. The likelihood of needing these in the future was very high. She hurriedly stored them all. After going through 2 floors, she checked the time and saw that it was already past 4 o'clock. She then released the speedboat again, and just as she was about to leave, she suddenly took out her night vision binoculars to look into the distance. After pondering for a moment, she set sail and departed. Everyone at home knew she had gone out in the middle of the night, so they did not disturb her. She lazily got up just before noon. Mom had already prepared lunch using the induction cooker. A pressure cooker held a pot of soft and fragrant pig trotters, tender and delicious with an enticing aroma. Alongside was another dish of stir-fried celery with shrimp, a salad of lotus root and black fungus, and a sweet and sour hawthorn soup. Zhou Shuan initially did not feel hungry, but as soon as she caught a whiff of the pig trotter's fragrance, her stomach began to grumble. Hastily washing up, she sat down at the table waiting for the meal. Mumu had also washed his hands early and came over drooling, taking a seat next to Zhou Shuan. Zhang Tiyun took off her apron and walked over smiling as she saw them. 2 little greedy cats, you must both be born in the year of the pig. Zhou Zhonghai also came over after washing his hands, looking much better than yesterday, likely having eased his mind. He first served his daughter a large piece of pig trotter and then a half piece for his younger son. The rich, fragrant sauce soaked into the grains of rice, and just with the sauce Zhou Shuan felt she could easily eat 2 big bowls of rice. After the meal, Zhang Tiyun brought over a box and said to Zhou Shuan, "Wanwans later, send this box of things to little you." Zhou Shuan glanced at it and saw it contained self-heating instant noodles and small hot pots. These were from the family's supplies a few days ago in the basement. Besides what we ate, I also added 2 cans of milk powder. Your grandma Pang is old and needs milk powder for nutrition. Zhou Shuan recalled Qi Mingyu's attitude towards her yesterday and was reluctant to face him, so she changed the topic. Mumu still wants me to help him with archery. Mom, either you or Dad can go deliver it. After saying this, she quickly grabbed Mumu's hand and left. Zhang Tiyun called after her, but couldn't stop her. Why are you running so fast, as if a ghost is chasing you? With no other choice, she had to go herself. Zhou Shuan went out every night searching for supplies, and she had stocked up quite a bit of milk powder. The milk powder for Grandma Pang was specifically for elderly calcium supplementation, and when she delivered it, the old lady was very hesitant. Zhang Tiyun pretended to scold Grandma Pang. We live above and below each other. We've been neighbors for so many years. Even if it's not a gift, you have helped our family so much. Can't this be seen as a younger generation honoring their elder? This single sentence deeply moved Grandma Pang. Her children were not close. Her daughter had passed away early and her son remarried and rarely returned, making her feel alone. Little Yu had also not been home for many years, while the Zhou family upstairs was kind and warm-hearted, often helping her and genuinely treating her as an elder. If she continued to refuse, it would seem pretentious, so she simply accepted graciously. Well, Tiyun, since you say so, I won't be polite. Zhang Tiyun laughed. That's how it should be. However, the Qi family was also generous and did not take advantage of others. That evening, Qi Mingyu brought over a smoked pig leg weighing at least 10 pounds. Zhang Tiyun was a good cook, but in this building, Grandma Pang's culinary skills were the best. She had a magical touch, turning simple ingredients into aromatic dishes. Especially her smoked cured meat, which was made by gently smoking with fragrant cedar branches. It could be stored for a long time without spoiling, with a delicious cured flavor. Slicing a piece to stir-fry the lean meat was reddish-brown and glossy, while the fatty meat was oily, yet not greasy, fragrant enough to waft for miles. Qi Mingyu returned too late. Although he had stocked up on plenty of supplies, he lacked space. Most of what he had were canned meats and fish that could be preserved for long periods with very little fresh meat. This piece of smoked meat was still from Grandma Pang's previous smoking, which showed the sincerity of the Qi family. Zhou Shuan took the smoked meat and thought for a moment, asking, would you be willing to take Grandma Pang on a trip to a distant place? Qi Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Zhou Shuan had no choice but to open the door and invite him in. She took out a map of City J and pointed to the northern mountain peaks. This is the famous Jiyun Mountain scenic area with a high altitude, so there should be no tsunami. The peaks and canyons of Jiyun Mountain all have water sources, and there is a very famous Tianyan Lake Reservoir, covering over 500 square kilometers, which should have plenty of fish. As Qi Mingyu guessed her intention while she pointed at the map, he realized that with the city's floodwaters polluted by corpses, only the highest Jiyun Mountain might have clean water sources left. Not many people live in the scenic area, but I wonder if the resettlement points will be arranged there, Zhou Shuan said. Qi Mingyu shook his head. No, during the rainy season, flooding is more likely to occur in Jiyun Mountain. The Tianyan Lake Reservoir is at too high an altitude, and once the floodgates are open, the villages below would face disaster. So most of the people there should have been relocated to the resettlement points. Zhou Shuan smiled slightly. So shall we? Tianyan Lake was a reservoir built by City J to prevent flooding, taking many years to complete, with abundant water sources, pure water quality, and a variety of fish species. However, the area is usually a scenic spot, with strict management prohibiting fishing. Qi Mingyu pondered. Jiyun Mountain is about 60 kilometers away, and rowing manually would be too slow. Then we must stay there, catch enough fish before returning. Grandma Pang can help smoke them. We can camp in the mountains and smoke the fish, which will significantly reduce the weight. Chi Mingyu seemed to be considering for a while before looking up. I have a small inflatable speedboat that can seat 6 people. If we're going, we should take the speedboat. Zhou Shuan was taken aback. Chi Mingyu, however, wore a hint of a smile and waved his hand in front of her. What's wrong? Zhou Shuan silently stared at him, thinking how he was not hiding anything from their family at all. Although speedboats were not particularly rare after the apocalypse, most ordinary people could only afford manual inflatable rafts, making a folding speedboat that could also travel long distances quite precious. Thinking about it, he must have encountered them when they bought the boat back then. Since he understood the truth of the apocalypse so well, he naturally had to prepare thoroughly. All right then, my family will provide gasoline, and you provide the boat. Each family should bring tents and enough food and drink for a few days, and prepare to set off. Zhou Shuan made her decision in a few words. After being out for several days, she definitely couldn't leave Grandma Pang and Moo at home, so she decided to take them all along. The speedboat could tie smaller boats carrying pots, bowls, cans, stoves, rice, flour, dry goods, seasonings, tents, and sleeping bags. There were also 2 large iron pots and many basins and buckets clanking away at the back of the boat. At first glance, it looked more like a picnic than a survival mission. With good visibility during the day and the speedboat moving quickly, there was no need to worry too much about the gazes of others. The Zhou and Qi families only equipped themselves and rowed a small boat out with 6 people and their supplies packed tightly on board. Behind them, the Jia and Wei families were watching closely. Zhou Zhonghai frowned. Someone is following us. Many people in the community had moved with the main group, and those left in their building were numerous. With the coordination of the property management, they had left the communal boats behind just in case. Jia Xiaoguang and Wei Wei were paddling a kayak together behind them, looking anxious. Did you see where they turned? Follow them, follow them. Wei Wei pressed his lips tightly, not saying a word, but quickened his actions. While sitting idly at home, the 2 families discussed and increasingly felt that the Zhou and Qi families had an abundance of meat and food, indicating they must have a source for supplies. That I'll take over. Zhou Shuan took the paddle and exchanged a glance with Qi Mingyu. The 2 sides nodded in tacit understanding and began to row the boat towards an area filled with remnants of buildings and corpses. Wei Wei hurriedly paddled, accidentally striking the oar against a corpse that had been floating for a few days, resulting in a splashing sound. He let out a disgusted and terrified cry. Jia Xiaoguang was also startled. Once they stabilized the boat and looked up, they realized that there were no boats in sight ahead. Qi Mingyu maneuvered the vessel behind a building where a concealed corner housed a speedboat. It was just enough for a few people to sit with a rubber boat tied at the back. He skillfully ignited the engine, and the speedboat surged forward like lightning. Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang, who had been incessantly murmuring about the unkindness of the Jia and Wei families, finally fell silent in the slightly foul wind. They and Moo were the first to venture out after the tsunami. What they witnessed along the way left them profoundly shocked. Everywhere were ruins and debris, with human and animal corpses occasionally drifting on the water, creating a scene of lifeless desolation resembling a hellish landscape. Zhou Jianghai's expression was grim as he silently held his wife's hand tighter. Zhong Tian's face was pale, but she resolutely gripped Mu's hand even more firmly. The journey was long, and they passed by some buildings where people stood at the windows shouting for help, but they rushed past without any pause. The further north they went, the shallower the water seemed, flooding approximately 3 stories or 2.5 floors high. However, this was the northernmost part of J City, characterized by overlapping mountains and sparse population with few tall buildings. Most people had already relocated. After about an hour, they finally arrived at Jiyun Mountain. The mountain road wound steeply upward in spirals with a very high altitude. The flood only reached halfway up the mountain. When they reached the edge of the inundated area, both families disembarked. Qi Mingyu took out binoculars to identify the direction and pointed northwest, saying that way. Everyone then followed their assigned tasks, each shouldering the equipment from the boat. Zhou Jianghai deflated and folded the boat, pulling it with the small cart that Zhou Shuan had prepared. Grandma Pang and Moo carried some lighter items. After walking uphill for about an hour, when everyone was panting heavily, they finally reached the Tianyan Lake Reservoir. This place was indeed an unpolluted gem, with a mirror-like surface of clear water occasionally disturbed by falling leaves, creating a serene atmosphere. The lush mountains reflected in the water with only the sound of the wind and rippling water, resembling a secluded retreat. After the long journey, the stench was overwhelming and their noses had suffered greatly. Suddenly arriving at this picturesque place, everyone was momentarily stunned. It was Zhong Tiyun who first broke the silence, excitedly pointing ahead and saying, "Look, there are fish over there." A plump carp jumped out of the water, its scales shimmering. Everyone perked up. Zhou Jianghai and Qi Mingyu hurriedly approached to place the boat on the water, inflating it. The 2 of them paddled back and forth on the surface to assess the situation. Zhou Shuan noticed several larger sightseeing boats and jet skis docked at a bay in the reservoir. Other inflatable boats must have been lighter and taken away for rescue. She glanced at Qi Mingyu and Grandma Pang, contemplating that she could only stealthily take the boats when leaving, taking advantage of their inattention. Qi Mingyu also spotted those boats, and Zhou Jianghai lamented, "It's a pity this boat is too heavy to be moved to the water flow at the bottom of the mountain. This type of boat is much sturdier than our inflatable boats." Qi Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "The jet ski isn't too heavy. We can try using Wanwan's small cart to see if we can pull it down the mountain." Zhou Jianghai's eyes lit up as he pondered for a while and said, "If we attach the 4 wheels of the small cart to the bottom of the jet ski, it should work." He had some talent for mechanical repairs, so the two of them paddled the boat next to the jet ski, surveying it from left to right, and finally nodded, saying, "We have plenty of iron wire and steel wire. We can fix it." Qi Mingyu also smiled with relief. After they paddled the boat back to shore, Zhou Jianghai said, "There are quite a few fish." He also mentioned the plan to get 2 jet skis down the mountain. Everyone was surprised and then delighted. The inflatable boat was light and convenient, but the biggest issue was that it was not durable. If each family added a jet ski, it would be even more reliable, making it easier to go out for resource searches and rescues. It could be said that even if they didn't catch any fish today, obtaining 2 jet skis was a significant gain. The group chatted excitedly for a while before they managed to calm down. Qi Mingyu surveyed the surroundings and calmly said, "Then let's not waste time. Let's find an open area to set up the tent and assign tasks." They needed to smoke the fish to carry back, reducing the weight. Therefore, they had to gather enough cedar branches. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun were in charge of chopping wood and starting the fire, while Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu collaborated on fishing, with Grandma Pang responsible for frying spices and Mumu assisting. After chopping wood, Zhou Jianghai and his wife helped Grandma Pang to kill and smoke the fish. Everyone was full of enthusiasm and quickly immersed themselves in the bustling work. Qi Mingyu, with plenty of outdoor survival experience, appeared to be quite skilled in fishing with nets, directing Zhou Shuwan to maneuver one end of the net while he held the other end some distance away. After observing the activity in the water for a while, he shouted, "Reel it in." Both of them simultaneously pulled the fishing net. The fish here had not been caught for many years and were not wary of humans or boats swimming leisurely. They caught dozens of lively, plump fish in the net. This was so easy that everyone became excited. They dragged the net onto the shore, and the fish spilled out onto the open ground. The two of them went back into the boat to fish again. Grandma Pang first set up an iron pot to saute the spices: salt, Sichuan peppercorns, fennel, cinnamon, dried chili, ginger slices, oyster sauce, soy sauce, and a bottle of homemade fruit vinegar, along with a whole bottle of high-proof white liquor. She poured the seasoning into a large basin. The rich aroma spread throughout the air. This fruit vinegar was the key to Grandma Pang's delicious smoked fish and smoked meat. Then they began to kill the fish, swiftly slicing open their bellies to remove all the internal organs, then taking off the gills and scales, placing them into a large bucket for cleaning. Space on the boat was limited, and they hadn't brought water, so they used the reservoir's water source, purifying it with water purification tablets. The fish were cut into pieces with a meat cleaver and marinated in a basin. When they arrived, they brought over 20 basins and buckets of various sizes, and now they were all used for marinating fish. If time allowed, marinated fish would need to be refrigerated for 3 days to fully absorb the flavors, but they couldn't afford to worry about that now. After marinating the fish for 2 hours, they fished them out and cleaned them. Then they poured half a bucket of oil into the large iron pot and fried the fish until both sides were golden brown before taking them out. At this point, they laid the fish pieces flat on the smoking rack and began to smoke the fish meat with cedar branches. It had been raining continuously for 2 months. The rain had lightened, but it picked up again during the tsunami. Although there was no rain today, the sky was overcast. There was no dry wood on the mountain, and the trees were all damp. This had been anticipated, so Zhou Jianghai brought a small bucket of gasoline and poured a little on the cedar branches to aid the burning. Of course, there wasn't enough smoking racks, so both families brought their own steamers and racks, along with makeshift structures made from various iron wires, steel wires, and branches, which barely sufficed. For lunch, they took out soft steamed buns to eat with the fried fish pieces. The freshly cooked fish were golden brown on both sides, crispy and flaky, not greasy at all, and exceptionally delicious. Zhong Tiyun cooked a pot of rice porridge in a can stove. After finishing the fish and buns, drinking a bowl of warm rice soup made the day feel complete. After eating and drinking enough, they continued to collaborate. Using 2 iron pots to fry, by evening they had marinated over 200 fish. The newly caught fish were all cleaned and placed into basins and buckets for overnight marination. The second batch of smoked fish should taste even better. The tents were intentionally set up in a wind-sheltered area, with Zhou's family on one side and Qi's family on the other. Qi Mingyu took out several alarm devices and installed them around the tents. Zhou Shuwan curiously looked over, and he smiled slightly at her. This is an outdoor automatic sensing alarm to prevent people from sneaking up at night. Everyone was already quite tired, and it was unrealistic to arrange for someone to keep watch. However, the commotion from their fishing and marinating today was significant, and there might be people hiding in the mountains who wouldn't dare to show themselves during the day, but would sneak out at night to check the situation. In a worst-case scenario, there could be an attempt to rob them, which would be disastrous. After a long day, everyone simply washed up and then crawled into their sleeping bags inside the tents to rest. Mumu squeezed next to Zhou Shuan, asking her something in a low voice. Zhou Shuan patiently answered. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun lay nearby watching the interaction between the siblings. They exchanged glances, although tired their eyes were filled with warmth and satisfaction. Even though it was the end of the world, as long as the family was together, life was bearable. On Qi's side, Qi Mingyu added an extra layer of soft blanket into Grandma Pang's sleeping bag to make her more comfortable. Grandma Pang, being older, felt a bit exhausted after a busy afternoon. She rubbed her waist and said, "Shall you take the blanket out and cover yourself? The weather is cool in the mountains. No need, I'm not cold." Qi Mingyu went over to help her massage her waist and back, applying just the right amount of pressure to alleviate the pain. "Grandma, tomorrow you just direct us from the side, and we'll take care of it." Grandma Pang smiled kindly. "This is nothing for me. I could have done it when I was younger. Tomorrow, well, I'll learn how to marinate, so you can do less. If you overwork yourself, your body won't take it." Grandma Pang understood her grandson's concern and nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll listen to my eldest grandson." Early the next day, everyone began to wake up and get busy.
She had once personally witnessed a powerhouse with inscrayed fire ability unleash it. Mountains seemed to burn, seas to boil, and tens of thousands of zombies were reduced to ash in the sea.
This greatly facilitated Zhou Shuan and her group. After working hard for 2 more days, they had marinated over 800 fish, bringing the total to 1,000 fish, including those marinated that afternoon. Taking advantage of Qi Mingyu's ascent to the shore with Mumu to fish, Zhou Shuan subtly placed her hand in the water, sensing the fish within, and collected over 1,000 live fish into her space. The consequence of excessively using her space was that her head felt heavy that night, and after eating a few pieces of chocolate and having a good sleep, she felt better. On the 3rd day, everyone prepared to return. Early in the morning, Zhou Jianghai and Qi Mingyu removed the 4 wheels from the small cart, binding them under the motorboat with steel wire and some tools, then pulling it along with a rope. While the others were busy attaching wheels to the motorboat, Zhou Shuan pretended to row with Mumu, steering the boat to a bay to evade everyone's sight, successfully collecting 2 sightseeing boats. Although the sightseeing boats lacked walls on all sides, they had a stronger load-bearing capacity than typical inflatable boats. She decided to keep them for future use. After securing them, Zhong Tiyun shouted from the shore, "Wanwan's, hurry back with Mumu, we need to leave." Coming. Everyone thought Zhou Shuan was just playing in the water with Mumu and didn't think much of it. The way up had been difficult, being an uphill path. Returning, however, was a downhill path, making it easy to pull the motorboat. On the way, Zhou Shuan looked around and pointed to the side. "Dad, shall you? I remember there's a gas station for the scenic area over there. I want to check it out. Indeed, there isn't much oil stored at home. It would be a good thing to stock up some more here." Qi Mingyu wanted to go with her, but considering that both families had brought their little ones out and Zhou Shuan had dropped out halfway, he had to stay with the group. After discussing for a moment, Zhou Jianghai accompanied Zhou Shuan to go together. They had few containers, so both took 2 lacquer buckets each. If they could indeed get some oil, they could at least bring back a few buckets. "Shuan, is your water tank ready?" On the way, Zhou Dad asked quietly. Zhou Shuan nodded. She had already planned to check out the gas station here when she came. Thus, they emptied the 2 tanks that stored 20 tons of drinking water. The gas station was not far from the main road. It took them more than 20 minutes to turn a corner and arrive. Zhou Shuan remained vigilant all the way, holding her bow and arrow, eyes scanning the surroundings and ears listening for any sounds. Confirming that there was no one around, she led Zhou Dad to the gas station. Several large underground oil tanks were buried beneath the gas station. Now, without electricity, no oil was coming out of the pump. She and her dad had to resort to a cumbersome method. They found one of the underground oil tanks, opened the underground lid, and located the oil transfer pipe. Although the oil transfer pipe had many valves and restrictions, Zhou Shuan had room for manipulation. Placing her hand on the pipe's position, gasoline continuously flowed from the pipe into the water tank in her space. Typically, a gas station stores between 60 to 100 tons of gasoline. Zhou Shuan found 3 underground oil tanks and extracted a total of 40 tons of gasoline. This was already an unexpected delight. The downside was that this method of extraction was quite different from gathering soil or fish, requiring Zhou Shuan to expend a lot of energy. When the 2 20-ton tanks were full, her face was pale, her head pounding, and she was drenched in sweat. Along the way, Zhou Jianghai kept looking at her with concern. "Shuan, why don't we just take a little less?" Zhou Shuan shook her head, forcing herself to fill the tanks, and then poured 80 liters of gasoline into the 4 lacquer buckets she brought, carefully securing the lids. Zhou Jianghai frowned. "Shuan, let's just take 2 buckets back. Given your state, how can you manage to carry 2 buckets of gasoline?" Zhou Shuan thought for a moment and took out 2 thick bamboo poles from her space to use as a yoke, which would save her some effort. However, Zhou Jianghai, with a serious expression, reached out to stop her. "Shuan, there's no one around. Let's leave these 2 buckets here. I'll take them first and come back later to pick up these 2. Don't exert yourself anymore." Seeing his daughter's pale face, Zhou Dad felt very distressed. Suddenly Zhou Shuwan slapped her forehead and smiled. Dad, I've been foolish. Let's put these 4 buckets of gasoline in the space. First, we can take them out when we're almost there. Her smile was a bit exaggerated, causing her temples to throb painfully. Take it easy, take it easy. Is your temple hurting? When we get on the boat, I'll have your mom give you a massage. Zhou Zhonghai restored the gas station's facilities to their original state and returned easily. When they were almost at their destination, Zhou Shuwan released the 4 buckets of gasoline and walked down the mountain with her dad. Just around the corner they arrived. Qi Mingyu was patiently waiting over there, and upon seeing them from afar, he quickly walked over. He was tall with long legs, moving swiftly. Within a few steps, he reached them, took the oil bucket from Zhou Shuwan's hand, and carefully examined her, asking with concern, Shuwan, what's wrong? You look so unwell. Zhou Shuwan knew she couldn't hide her current condition, so she forced a smile. I think I caught a chill from camping and my head hurts a bit right now. Zhang Tiyun, who had followed behind, heard this and quickly reached out to touch Zhou Shuwan's forehead. Oh, so cold. Why are you sweating so much? Qi Mingyu was intently observing her. Seeing the cold sweat on her face, her pale complexion, and her weak hands and feet, his handsome brows knitted slightly. Zhou Shuwan shook her head. It's fine, see. My dad and I brought back 4 buckets of gasoline. Mom, Xiao Yu, let's hurry and prepare to set off. All right. Zhou Zhonghai exchanged a glance with Zhang Tiyun, who sensed something was off and stopped asking questions, linking arms with Zhou Shuwan to head to the shore. 2 jet skis were already parked in the water, and with Qi Mingyu's assault boat, 3 people were needed to operate them. Originally, the plan was for Zhou Shuwan, Qi Mingyu, and Zhou Zhonghai to each take charge of 1. In the past couple of days at the reservoir, Qi Mingyu had already taught the 2, so operating them wasn't difficult. Now as Zhou Shuwan felt unwell, Zhang Tiyun naturally took over. Zhou Shuwan was a bit uneasy, but at this moment, she actually felt a bit nauseous, making it truly not the best state for piloting a boat. Zhang Tiyun waved her hand, showing, you underestimate your mom. I can learn to drive our car and tricycle just by watching once. Zhou Zhonghai laughed. Your mom was quite bold when she was younger. Jet skis aren't hard to operate. We just need to slow down a bit. Tiyun, stay close to me and be careful. Zhang Tiyun nodded. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuwan again before turning and saying, Grandma Yu and Shuwan, as well as Moo Moo, hold on tight. Now the world had almost turned into a vast water world. People traveling had to wear life jackets. Grandma Pang held on to Moo Moo, letting Zhou Shuwan sit next to her. On the way here, they had brought both families inflatable boats, but one was not inflated and was brought folded. Now to take the smoked fish back, they needed to inflate both boats. They had smoked over 1,000 fish weighing about 3,000 jin. After frying and smoking along with the removal of guts and scales and a 15 loss, they were left with over 2,000 jin. Considering the carrying capacity, the 2 inflatable boats would each take 500 jin, while the 2 jet skis would also each take 500 jin, and the assault boat would take 200 jin in addition to carrying people. They wrapped the smoked fish tightly in 3 layers of plastic, tying them to the boat to prevent them from being lost if the boat capsized, making the hard-earned fish inedible. The water was poisoned now. They returned in a grand procession. With so much cargo, the boat sat deeper in the water, and their speed back wasn't as fast. After initially adapting, Zhang Tiyun felt it was smooth and not much different from riding a tricycle. Along the way, Grandma Pang looked worriedly at Zhou Shuwan's face. Shuwan, are you feeling very unwell? Should I have Xiao Yu slow down more? Without needing Zhou Shuwan to answer, Qi Mingyu, already in the front seat, instinctively slowed down. Zhou Shuwan had probably exhausted too much energy. Her head not only hurt, but also felt a bit nauseous. Now sitting on the rocking boat, she felt even more like throwing up, almost like altitude sickness. With a pale face and weakly saying, it's fine Xiao Yu, I just get seasick. You might as well go faster, going slow makes me feel worse. Qi Mingyu could only do his best to keep the boat steady. When passing by the ruins of buildings, he would always carefully avoid them in advance. Moo Moo quietly slipped a piece of candy into Zhou Shuwan's mouth, her big eyes filled with concern. Zhou Shuwan patted her little head. Ahead, Qi Mingyu had already turned his head, his expression serious. There are people watching us from inside that building. Everyone was taken aback. They came from the northernmost edge of City J, where the villages were submerged. Just moments ago, they had passed through vast expanses of water devoid of any buildings. Ahead lay a cluster of high-rise buildings that had been constructed a few years ago not far from the town, originally intended for the villagers' relocation, but they had since been abandoned. Such abandoned buildings were common in the countryside of City J, long since considered unremarkable. However, Qi Mingyu, trained on the battlefield, sensed that someone was lurking atop the derelict building ahead. Looking up, shadows flickered behind the windowless walls of that building. There were quite a few people. He gestured, and the 3 boats slowly came to a halt. Zhou Shuwan had already taken her bow and arrows down from her back. Zhou Zhonghai and Zhang Tiyun had hurried over, anxiously asking, are there many people? Are they here to rob us? Dad, Mom, hold your crossbows. Zhou Shuwan's voice was calm, betraying none of her earlier. This time both families had made ample preparations for the outing. Although Zhou Dad and his wife weren't particularly accurate with their shots, they could still intimidate a few. Qi Mingyu had already been observing for a while with binoculars. At least a dozen people are hiding in the building. He turned again to look at Zhou Shuwen, noting that although she was putting on a brave face, the cold sweat at her temples revealed her current state was far from good. We have the elderly and children with us, and so much supplies. Prolonged combat is not advisable. Then what should we do? If they really want to rob us, should we just stand by and offer everything up willingly? Zhang Tiyun licked her dry lips, both nervous and frightened. Qi Mingyu said, now that the tsunami has passed, countless have died, and the order has already collapsed. These people are likely lying in ambush here to rob the passing survivors. Zhou Shuwan calmly analyzed, we are outnumbered, and carrying so many supplies, we can't hide this, and they definitely won't let us pass. Can we rush through? Zhou Zhanghai asked. Qi Mingyu had already surveyed the surroundings carefully and shook his head. No, there must be traps in the water ahead. We can't move further, we have to take a detour. Zhou Shuwan retracted the binoculars and pointed east over there. The west also has a few low-rise buildings, but it's uncertain if there are people lying in wait. Therefore, heading towards the open waters in the east is the best choice. Yes, even if they set traps, it would be impossible to intercept such a vast area. Grandma, keep Mumu down, and no matter what you hear, don't look up. Qi Mingyu instructed. Although Grandma Pang hadn't been out since the apocalypse, she was of an age and had seen the world. She wasn't too flustered. She crouched down with Mumu, not uttering a word. Seeing their boats come to a stop, the people hiding in the abandoned building immediately knew they had been discovered. However, they had long been well prepared and were not in a panic. The leader blew a whistle and countless arrows and stones shot out from several windows of the derelict building. Retreat, Qi Mingyu commanded, and the boats quickly moved backward. Fortunately, they had noticed in time and did not enter the attack zone. Those arrows and stones fell not far away, causing no injuries. Just as they were feeling relieved, Zhou Shuwan suddenly shouted, there are people in the water. While Qi Mingyu and the others were discussing countermeasures, the opposing side had already quietly submerged in the water, equipped with professional diving gear, holding sharp daggers. As soon as they punctured the inflatable boat, they could easily capture them. The sound of the gasoline boat's motor drowned out their approach. There are boats coming from that direction. Zhou Zhanghai looked at the 5 or 6 boats suddenly appearing from the west, among which one was a jet ski leading the charge. A shadow of gloom passed over Zhou Shuwan's heart. The number of people ambushed here was unexpectedly large, and their division of labor was clear. Had such a formidable gang already formed so soon after the apocalypse? Though puzzled, there was no time to think further. She aimed her bow at the lurking assailants in the water, shooting several arrows. Blood gushed from their chests, and they instantly lost their lives. Qi Mingyu did not use a bow and arrow. The urgency of today's situation was incomparable to that night. He took out the gun he had concealed in his boot and fired at the boats rushing in from the west. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire startled everyone. In an instant, the person riding the jet ski was shot in the chest and fell off the boat. The jet ski, now unmanned, careened wildly, crashing into a building to the northwest with a loud bang. The slower kayaks behind all sprang leaks, and the people on board panicked, screaming as they fell into the water. But they had known before setting out that a tough battle awaited them and had prepared full protective gear. They not only wore life jackets, but also tightly wrapped their mouths and noses, resolutely avoiding contact with the contaminated water. Zhou Shuwan had killed 4 submerged assailants with one shot, dead by Zhang Tiyun, who trembled as she released her arrow. She looked up at her daughter, who had already aimed her arrows at the people falling from the boat. Qi Mingyu was not a man who would annihilate without reason. He quickly shot the inflatable boat to deflate it, blocking the enemy's attack. This gave them a moment to breathe. Standing on the boat, he held the handgun with perfect form, steadily aiming at the deflating inflatable boats. He glanced at Zhou Shuwan's determined face, no longer hesitating. He adjusted his aim slightly and pulled the trigger. The bullet fired and a scream echoed. Zhang Tiyun and Zhou Zhanghai began shooting arrows. Although imprecise, their haphazard shots still hit 2 of the enemies. In the blink of an eye, the 8 or 9 men who had fallen into the water were all dead. From within the abandoned building behind them came piercing cries, "Boss, they have guns. Our people are all dead." Zhou Shuwan turned around, her sharp eyes fixed on the derelict building, asking, "How's your marksmanship? Can you?" "We're not close to the derelict building, exceeding the range of arrows, but the range of firearms is greater than that of bows." Qi Mingyu did not answer, slowly searching for a target. In the next second, a bullet shot out of the chamber, and a person hiding behind the window, eager to shoot arrows at them, let out a scream and fell from the building. "Run! Damn it, this person is a sharpshooter! Run!" From afar, the cries and footsteps echoed from inside the building. "What should we do?" Zhou Shuwan asked. "They are hidden while we are exposed. Don't chase a desperate enemy." Zhou Shuwan pressed her lips together. "That lets them off easy." But she knew Qi Mingyu was right. The derelict building was the territory of this group, and there was no telling how many traps lay inside. Moreover, there were also traps in the waters ahead. With the elderly and children to care for, it was indeed inappropriate to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy. Yet the opposing side had developed into a ruthless bully shortly after the apocalypse began. If they did not eradicate them now, they would undoubtedly become a future threat. One could only wonder how many lives had already been taken by them. Zhou Shuan did not reside in J City in her past life, so she was unaware that this was the infamous skeleton gang of J City. In the early days of the apocalypse, they gathered a bunch of ruffians hiding in this abandoned building, killing passing survivors to seize their supplies. Initially, it was the villagers moving to the city and they had to pass through this area. Later, the scenic area of J City's Jiyun Mountain, due to its high terrain, gradually developed into a survivor base, attracting many people traveling from the city to J City. The skeleton gang thrived on the lives of these survivors, living well in the apocalypse, becoming increasingly ruthless like evil spirits. Eventually, it drew the attention of the official base, which specially dispatched troops to exterminate the skeleton gang that had developed into over 300 members. At that time, the skeleton gang was still weak, but later acquired firearms such as pistols and grenades, making their combat power formidable. The troops suffered nearly one-third casualties before successfully wiping out the bandits. Now the skeleton gang had only over 30 members, and Zhou Shuan and Qi Mingyu's combat ability posed a dimensional strike against them, sending them tumbling. Let's leave here first and talk later. Qi Mingyu instantly recognized Zhou Shuan's concern, gently holding her hand, his expression warm and reserved. Grandma and Mu Mu are terrified. His palm was dry and warm, while Zhou Shuan's hand was damp with cold sweat, exceptionally chilly. She tensed her body for a moment, then slowly relaxed. Let's go. On the water's surface floated over a dozen corpses, the blood staining the water red. Others were eager to leave as soon as possible. Zhou Shuan said to Zhong Tuyi, "Mom, you take care of Mu Mu on the boat, I'll steer." Perhaps due to the exhilaration from the recent battle, the symptoms of her persistent headache and nausea had lessened somewhat. Zhong Tuyin reminded her, "You drive first, and if you can't handle it, stop, and let me take over." Zhou Shuan nodded earnestly. Her skills were much more proficient than Zhong Tuyin's. The three of them piloted the boat, with two inflatable boats swiftly navigating away from the abandoned buildings. As they reached the city, the number of people gradually increased. Survivors who believed the tsunami would not return were moving back home, and some soldiers were maintaining order with their weapons. Zhou Shuan glanced over at Qi Mingyu, who was dressed in camouflage with a handsome face, piloting the speedboat like a clean and composed neighbor. She did not know where he had placed the handgun earlier. The latter was very perceptive, immediately looking over at her and offering a slight smile. Their group, with just the two motorboats and the speedboat, was already enough to attract attention. Coupled with the bulging supplies on each boat, almost everyone's gaze was drawn to them. The majority on the road were inflatable boats, and some families without boats crafted various makeshift vessels from blankets and debris. However, these could not truly be called boats, but rather floating objects. Zhou Shuan did not have a boat in her past life either, so she made a blanket boat using blankets and transparent tape. Though it had limited carrying capacity, it could at least serve as a rudimentary means of transportation in this water world. Qi Mingyu signaled, and they accelerated quickly, leaving the others behind. They did not head directly back to the community, but went to the place where Qi Mingyu had previously hidden the speedboat. Qi Mingyu said, "You all stay here. They'll go check the situation. If all went well, there should be many survivors returning to the community, bringing back a large amount of supplies, which would be like waiting to be slaughtered. You all go back, I'll stay here alone to guard," Zhou Zhonghai said. "You all have been tired for days, it's time to let the kids go home and wash up to rest. You can't be alone, it's too dangerous." Zhong Tuyin disagreed, looking at their younger son, and said to Grandma Pang, "Could you please take care of Mu Mu for me first?" Zhou Shuan thought for a moment, and asked Qi Mingyu, "Do you trust me?" Qi Mingyu paused, took a handgun from his boot, and with his well-defined fingers spun it beautifully, before raising an eyebrow slightly, his deep gaze peering at her from beneath his long lashes, implying, "You underestimate me." Zhou Shuan couldn't help but chuckle. He was referring to the fact that he had taken out a gun right in front of her family while questioning trust. Indeed, he was underestimating her. She then said earnestly, "I have a very concealed place to hide things that nobody will discover, so there's no need to send anyone to guard it. Can you trust me to take care of the supplies in the boat?" Zhou Zhonghai and his wife exchanged glances, but remained silent. "If anything goes missing, I will compensate at the original price." "No need," the other replied cheerfully. Zhou Shuan did not hear, clearly asking what. Qi Mingyu smiled, looking at her, and slowly nodding, "I trust you. If anything happens, I will naturally share the responsibility with you, so you don't need to compensate." He stood tall and straight like a pine, his appearance combining youthful handsomeness with mature steadiness. Speaking so intently, while looking at someone, could greatly enhance the feeling of sincerity and seriousness. Zhou Shuan smiled on the surface, but thought to herself that this neighbor, Xiao Yu, was indeed a man with a strong... Once the arrangement was set, Qi Mingyu took Grandma Pang and Mu Mu away first. Zhou Zhonghai and Zhong Tuyin stayed behind ostensibly to help Zhou Shuan move supplies. They navigated the boat around to a remote area without anyone, where Zhou Shuan stored the boat and supplies into her space. Zhong Tuyin breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "I was worried about where we would put our motorboat all the way back. The space must not be discovered by others, and you should not let it slip in front of Xiao Yu and Grandma Pang." Zhou Zhenghai added, becoming more earnest in his caution. Zhou Shuan nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Dad, I know the importance of this." They left the kayak behind and stored everything else in the space, planning to feign transporting the items back from elsewhere at midnight. "Let's go, and once we get back we can take a bath and have a good sleep," Zhong Tuyin said cheerfully. However, in reality her plans were completely derailed. When they returned to the community, they indeed found many relocated homeowners back, busily moving their belongings. Some neighbors were enthusiastically greeting one another. Though they had come with the same group as the troops, they were not assigned to the same area. They were placed wherever there was space in the high-rise buildings. But how could one predict in advance where the tsunami would strike? Therefore, whether the people who moved to the resettlement points survived depended entirely on luck. This time, a third of the people perished in the tsunami. High-rise buildings were destroyed, and those who had taken refuge within them were left with no complete remains. Listening to the occasional wails of homeowners or their curses against the heavens, the Zhou family approached their own unit with heavy hearts. They coincidentally ran into the Dong Jianhua family, who were moving luggage downstairs. The latter gave them a vague glance and chuckled awkwardly before heading down. Zhong Tuyin was sensitive, asking, "What does this mean?" As if they were laughing at their family. What had happened? Upon entering the hallway, it became apparent. Qi Mingyu and Grandma Pang, along with Mu Mu, were confronting the neighbors Wei and Jia. "Our front door was perfectly fine when we left, but now one security door has been violently opened and the keyhole of the second security door is filled with chaotic scratches. Who do you say did this?" Grandma Pang questioned angrily. Zhou Shuan glanced at the Qi family, and indeed the outer security door was hanging crookedly on the wall. The keyhole was covered in cuts from blades, and the connection to the wall was clearly damaged by a screwdriver and hammer. Zhou Jianhai and Zhong Tiyun approached with furrowed brows, asking, "What happened?" Upon seeing them, the two families in front flashed expressions of unease. Qi Mingyu spoke up. "Uncle, Aunt, you should go upstairs and take a look." The Zhou family's faces changed. Zhou Jianhai, tall and long-legged, dashed up the stairs in just a few steps, then his thunderous roar echoed. "Who came to my house to steal?" Zhou Shuan followed closely behind, feeling not particularly worried. Now that there was enough space, she had developed the habit of putting all her supplies in storage before leaving home. Even if someone did break in, it would only be damage to the house with no loss of property. However, the Zhou family only had scratches on the outer security door. The Zhou family had prepared thoroughly, purchasing the best quality security doors and having the workers install them with great care. Therefore, the security door remained intact, only marked with various scratches. There were also marks from kicks on the security door. Zhou Zhenghai had never been one to shy away from trouble, especially when it came to bullies like Zhong Tiyun. With a fierce expression, he turned and rushed downstairs, throwing a punch at the guilty-looking Jia Xiaoguang. Jia Xiaoguang's wife screamed and rushed over, shouting, "What are you doing hitting people, Zhou Zhenghai? Do you really think our family is easy to bully?" Taking advantage of the fact that Zhou Zhenghai was a man and couldn't hit back, she deliberately bumped into him with her plump body. Zhou Zhenghai indeed found it difficult to hit a woman, so he ignored her and just vented his anger on Jia Xiaoguang. With an iron-like fist, he struck down, and Jia Xiaoguang had no strength to resist, collapsing to the ground. Zhong Tiyun also rushed over, grabbing Jia Xiaoguang's wife's hair and pulling her up, her voice sharp. "You shameless woman, surnamed Lu, we didn't hold it against you for taking advantage of the neighbors. Yet you've become increasingly audacious, even resorting to thievery. If you dare to steal, then don't deny it." A few slaps landed on the other's chubby face. The latter was momentarily taken aback, but having been in fights before, she quickly grabbed Zhong Tiyun's arm with one hand and swung her other plump hand in retaliation. Seeing her mother about to suffer, Zhou Shuan stepped forward, using a clever maneuver to send the opponent staggering forward with a cry before crashing to the ground. "Well, you bully us because we have fewer strong laborers. Xiaofang, are you just going to watch your parents get bullied without lifting a finger?" Jia Xiaoguang's wife shouted at her son. Her son Xiaofang was a reserved boy who rarely interacted with neighbors. Seeing his parents fighting, he hid behind them, showing no intention of stepping forward. The Dong family had already moved their belongings up and stood by watching with a gloating expression. "Tell me, was it you who pried open my door?" Zhou Zhenghai interrogated. Jia Xiaoguang hesitated slightly, and a flurry of punches rained down, leaving him seeing stars. "We were really forced into this, Dahai. We didn't have much food stored at home, and recently we had to pay high prices at the supermarket for supplies, but since the tsunami hit, there are no more supermarkets. We see our whole family is starving. We really have no choice." The over 6-foot man suddenly began to cry. Jia Xiaoguang's wife, also someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, immediately wiped her tears and lamented, "This cruel world truly gives no one a way to live. It's forcing an entire family to starve. And those malicious neighbors. It's truly ridiculous, whose life is easy in a natural disaster. Just because your family is starving doesn't give you the right to steal from us. Today, if you can steal from us, and Grandma Pang tomorrow you can steal from others." The onlookers nodded in agreement. "Exactly, we cannot allow thieves like them in the community. Otherwise, it's unsafe for us when we go out. Who dares to speak out like that? Just watch me tear her mouth apart." Jia Xiaowan's wife started to speak, but met Zhou Shuan's cold gaze, instantly shivering and stopping her shouting. Wei Wei, who had been hiding as a transparent person, suddenly pointed at Jia Xiaowang, saying, "Dahai Xiao you both were pried open by him, and his son using hammers and screwdrivers, prying and kicking for almost an entire day." Originally, Jia Xiaowang lived downstairs daily, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting up, unable to resist. Coupled with Dong Jianhua's instigation, he knew the Zhou and Qi families had ample supplies, but lacked the courage to provoke them. However, after the tsunami, both families had vanished without a trace. Initially, he could endure for 2 days, but seeing other relocated families returning, he grew anxious, as the 2 households still hadn't shown up. He began to harbor malicious thoughts. Who knew that after a day of busy work he ended up with nothing, and was caught red-handed by the owners? Hearing Wei Wei's accusation, he could no longer hide it, pointing at him and shouting, "You little brat, don't think of yourself as the good guy. We were prying the door, and you and your wife were hiding there watching to see if you could gain an advantage. I Jiashu, you can't say that. I was just seeing if I could stop you." Wei Wei's face turned bright. Zhou Jianghai's gaze shifted ambiguously between the 2 families before settling on Qi Mingyu. "Xiaoyu, what do you think we should do about this?" Zhou Shuan coldly smiled and spoke first. "Should we really let such thieves stay for the new year? Of course we should chase them out." Qi Mingyu nodded in agreement. "I also agree to chase them out. We cannot allow individuals with a habit of theft to remain in our community." The onlookers nodded in agreement. Yes, they must be chased out. Upon hearing this, Jia Xiaowang and his wife were shocked, terrified, and angry, both shouting, "You 2 young kids, why do you think you can chase us out? I've lived here since I was young." Before they could finish, Zhou Shuan drew her bow and shot an arrow at them. Jia Xiaowang watched as the arrow flew straight towards him as if it had eyes. He was unable to even make a move to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the arrow grazed his neck, embedding itself in the windowsill behind him. Then, feeling a sharp pain in his neck, he instantly howled like a ghost. Before he could begin to speak, Zhou Shuan coldly said, "Shut up." He immediately fell silent like a duck with its throat grabbed, daring not to make another sound. The surroundings were silent. No one, including the couple from the Zhou family, expected Zhou Shuan to suddenly make a move. It was even a lethal arrow. After a while, Jia Xiaowang's wife crawled forward, crying out, only to find that the arrow had merely grazed the skin, causing a bit of blood to seep out, but no serious harm. Jia Xiaowang seemed to feel his lost soul return to its place. Zhou Shuan smiled coldly. "If there's a next time, my aim will be off." The Jia and Wei families trembled in fear. The onlookers exchanged meaningful glances. Zhong Tiyun, with her hair a bit disheveled from the earlier fight, snorted coldly, bidding farewell to Grandma Pang, and took her daughter and Moo upstairs. Once inside, she quietly said to Zhou Shuan, "Wanwan, that last arrow of yours was really impressive. By the way, Wanwan, go take a shower and rest." Zhong Tiyun recalled something and asked, "What happened at the gas station with you and your dad? You came back looking like you had a serious illness." Overusing her spatial storage ability made Zhou Shuan's head throb. This was something she and her father had kept from Zhong Tiyun. Zhou Shuan feigned exhaustion, covering her head, and said, "Oh Mom, my head still hurts a bit. I need to shower first. There's something I'll tell Dad when he gets back." Saying that, she entered the bathroom. Zhong Tiyun, knowing her daughter's little thoughts, could only stare helplessly. During the tsunami, the entire country lost communication. Now there was no electricity, no natural gas, no internet, and no signal. Humanity had truly returned to the manual era of 200 years ago. Fortunately, when she stored water earlier, Zhou Shuan had directly filled large tanks with hot water from the heater. So now for her shower, she just needed to pour the hot water from her space into the bathtub. After washing, she stored the used water back into her space for future use, ensuring nothing went to waste. After enjoying a steaming hot shower, she prepared water for her mom and Moo, letting them wash up. She then returned to her bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a heavy sleep. The last time she had stocked up on planting soil, she had also suffered a severe headache, but a good night's sleep had nearly cured her. She slept rather deeply this time, only waking up around noon the next day, having missed dinner. She had slept for a full 17 to 18 hours, terrifying her parents. Zhou Zhonghai initially tried to downplay the situation, but when Zhou Shuan still hadn't awakened by the next day, he couldn't withstand his wife's questioning and ended up revealing everything that had happened last time. Zhong Tiyun gritted her teeth and scolded him. "You who don't think things through. Last time when she stocked up on soil, she had a headache, and you still didn't learn your lesson, forcing her to face a setback before you realized the pain." Zhou Zhonghai felt somewhat guilty. "I thought she would be fine after a good night's rest, so I didn't pay much attention. If you don't stock up on gasoline, what's so important? Is it more important than our daughter's health? If our daughter ends up with lingering headaches, I wonder how you'll feel about it." Zhou Zhonghai actually already regretted it, thinking about how he had complained that the gasoline stock wasn't enough yesterday. He hadn't even advised his daughter. As Zhou Shuan woke up, she heard her parents bickering in the living room and smiled as she went out. "Mom, don't blame Dad. I didn't tell you because I was afraid it would worry you. Look at me after a sleep, I'm perfectly fine now." Zhong Tiyun approached with a look of surprise. You're awake. Do you still feel unwell? Is your head still hurting? She reached out to feel Zhou Shuan's forehead, and upon finding it warm rather than cold like yesterday, she sighed in relief. I feel great. Zhou Shuan smiled. It's like when a person is carrying something heavy their body can't handle it, but after resting they feel fine again. Zhong Tiyun, though relieved, still glared at her daughter reproachfully. Regardless, you need to act within your limits in the future. With so many supplies stored, what good is it if your health deteriorates? There aren't many doctors around now and hospitals are all overcrowded. If you really do get a headache or fever, there won't be anyone to treat you. She pointed at Zhou Shuan's temples. This headache is caused by overusing that space. Who can treat that? Zhou Shuan pondered her mother's words, realizing that while her mom was usually sharp, she understood the importance of stocking supplies thoroughly. Even if one hoards supplies, just how much can a family use? Thus, she needed to act within her limits in the future and not let her parents worry so much. She nodded with a smile. Mom, Dad, don't worry, I'll remember. I won't push myself in the future. Good. Wanwan, hurry up and wash up for dinner. Today, Grandma Pang sent over a pot of dry pot fish mix made with the fish we brought back yesterday, packed with fish roe and incredibly fragrant. Zhou Jianghai laughed heartily. And your little Yuga, knowing you weren't well, came by twice today to check on you. Zhou Shuan could already smell the delightful aroma of the dry pot fish mix in the air. Having spent over 3 days at Tianyan Lake Reservoir, she was tired of eating fish chunks and porridge. Now, smelling the spicy and fragrant scent, she immediately felt her appetite returning and nodded eagerly. I'll go eat now. She quickly turned and rushed to the bathroom. Zhong Tiyun watched her retreating figure and turned to Zhou Jianghai, asking, Hey, do you think Wanwan heard what I just said? Which part? Zhou Jianghai was puzzled. Didn't she agree to take care of herself and not make us worry? And you are such a blockhead. Zhong Tiyun said angrily, turning to the kitchen to serve her daughter food. Zhou Jianghai stood there feeling utterly confused. Zhou Shuan, satisfied with a bowl of rice mixed with fish, also bit into a refreshing watermelon taken from the fridge, then remembered to ask, Mom, you mentioned that little Yuga came to find me twice. Is it because he's worried since I didn't return the boat and supplies to him last night? What are you talking about, child? Zhong Tiyun scolded. Your dad went over at 9 last night to explain your situation. Little you knew you were unwell and immediately said it was fine and that he would wait until today to transport the supplies. No rush. She shot her daughter another glare. Little you is much more generous than you. Zhou Shuan pouted. Ever since little you returned, her mom had praised him daily as if he were her own son. By the way, has that Jia Xiaoguang left? Zhou Shuan repeated. Zhou Jianghai nodded. Now that you've shot him in the throat, his family wouldn't dare to stay. However, the final decision lies with the property management. Zhou Jianghai looked a bit wistful. Zhong Tiyun glared at him. What's wrong? Are you feeling sympathetic? If we hadn't returned in time, Jia Xiaoguang would have robbed both our families. He deserved to be driven out. Zhou Jianghai hurriedly exclaimed in protest. It's not that I feel sorry for Jia Xiaoguang, who I've known him for many years as a neighbor. He's quite cunning, and I do feel a bit sorry for those 2 children who have been betrayed by their own grandfather. Zhong Tiyun, however, wasn't a heartless person. She sighed and firmly said, although the children are pitiful, we cannot indulge in unnecessary sympathy that brings harm to ourselves. Yes, I know that too. Zhou Jianghai nodded, recalling what happened last night, and lamented, speaking of which, this was all thanks to Xiao Ye's clever idea, specifically consulting with me to make Jia's departure seem justified, and the property management had to intervene. So last evening they went to find the property management. The current person in charge of the community is surnamed Wu, dispatched from the street office, named Wu Bin, in his 40s, who lives in the community. Thus he was assigned here at the very beginning of the apocalypse to take over the management of the community. His personality is not rigid, which is why he has adopted Qi Mingyu's suggestions several times, allowing the community to stay ahead and gain quite a bit of recognition. For this, he has also been praised by his superiors several times. He held a good impression of Qi Mingyu and even suggested that the latter join the property management team, but Qi Mingyu declined. Yesterday, Qi Mingyu didn't hide anything, directly stating in front of Zhou Jianghai, Jia Xiaoguang, and several others from the property management. Now that the tsunami has passed with countless casualties, it's the most chaotic time. Every household lacks money and food, and many lurk in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Wu Bin, however, knew Qi Mingyu was correct. He was sent by the government and was privy to some insider information. Although the government had foreseen the tsunami and made great efforts to urge people to stay indoors, they also dispatched troops to help relocate civilians to safer heights. However, the tsunami's impact was too vast, with nearly a third of the entire city destroyed and casualties almost exceeding half. This was a catastrophic natural disaster beyond human resistance. Now 7 or 8 days have passed, yet there has been no news from the district or city government. These property managers and officers at the resettlement points had no choice but to organize their own group to return. When they moved to the resettlement point, supplies had already been provided for 3 days, but after that no one restocked. The government traditionally focused on people's livelihoods, not promptly restocking supplies indicated that something serious was amiss. With this thought, Wu Bin let out a long sigh. It felt as if everything had been arranged by someone beforehand. First, there were floods nationwide with all the food in the reserves soaked and unable to be moved, destroying most of it. Then came the unavoidable tsunami, which also destroyed half of the advanced equipment and population. Will the world truly fall into chaos, as Qi Mingyu said? Then killing the chicken to warn the monkey becomes imperative. While he cannot control what happens outside, he must suppress those lurking within the community. After much consideration, he decided to expel the entire Jia family of 6, allowing them to go to whatever resettlement point, but forbidding them from returning. 2 other property managers felt the punishment was too harsh and wanted to plead for the Jia family's 2 children, but were ruthlessly reprimanded by Wu Bin. It is precisely because there are children in the family that they should cherish their opportunity to live in the community. How many people are dragging their families to the resettlement points, yet the Jia family still wants to cause trouble? If he dares to steal from his neighbor today, he will dare to steal from your home tomorrow. Aren't you afraid? The final words left everyone speechless. The Jia family certainly caused quite a ruckus, but after the apocalypse, the property management's authority has increased, holding a certain weight in the minds of the homeowners. Moreover, Zhou Shuan's last arrow terrified the Jia family. Thus, after crying and making a scene, seeing no change, they had no choice but to leave crying and cursing as they packed their bags. Wei Wei and his wife, Zhao Huiwan, looked heavy on the outside, but secretly rejoiced. Finally, they had sent away this opportunistic family of 6. Dongyuan community is an old community with only 6 floors plus an attic. After the 4th floor was flooded, over half of the homeowners moved away, and with the losses from the tsunami, only a scant third of the residents remained. With a strong-handed property management, the homeowners would not raise too many issues. News of the Jia family being expelled spread throughout the entire community in less than a day. The entire community suddenly went quiet, and even the previous squabbles between neighbors ceased. The incident where Zhou Shuan shot Jia Xiaowang in the neck also became a hot topic. People whispered about her, a little girl who must have seen blood in the apocalypse, perhaps even killed someone. They also spoke of her previous encounter where she chased away her uncle's family with an arrow. For a moment, Zhou Shuan's image as a ruthless sharpshooter was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. In the afternoon, as Zhou Shuan went downstairs to discuss the timing for moving smoked fish with Qi Mingyu, she happened to run into Wei Wei heading out. Upon locking eyes with her, he took a step back in panic and forced a sheepish smile. Shu, when are you looking for? Zhou Shuan looked him up and down with a strange expression. Wei Wei suppressed his urge to flee and asked stiffly, "What is it?" Zhou Shuan wore a half-smile that didn't reach her eyes. "It's nothing. Weigo, are you close with Uncle Dong's family?" Wei Wei was holding a box of sausages which contained trash. It was inconvenient to dispose of trash now, as one couldn't just throw it into the water. The community had set up a garbage disposal boat, which once filled after a few days would be taken elsewhere. Wei Wei was going to dispose of the trash. His box of sausages was from an unknown small brand rarely seen in the market, yet it looked exactly like the sausage box from the Dong family when they moved. Wei Wei was taken aback and quickly explained, "Uncle Dong saw my family's difficulties and sent some things over that day." "Oh." Zhou Shuan nodded. Wei Wei wanted to say something more, but Zhou Shuan had already turned to knock on the door of the Qi family. He opened his mouth, but then closed it, crawling out from the hallway. Zhou Shuan gazed at his back, her expression pensive. In her past life, she heard people in the community say that they had attracted the envy of their neighbors because they hoarded supplies in an attic. But what if the one coveting those supplies wasn't just the Dong family? What if, just like in her past life, all the other families had left? The Jia family still lived with the Wei family, and both families were eyeing the Zhou family and Grandma Pang with suspicion. Was Wei Wei really as dull and honest as he appeared? In this life, she will definitely open her eyes wide and see clearly. She will pull out all the demons and ghosts hidden in this corridor. After Qi Mingyu opened the door, he noticed that Zhou Shuan's expression was quite strange. "What's wrong?" Zhou Shuan sighed and shook her head, asking, "Little you, if you didn't know the inside story and hadn't returned from your service in time, where would you have been assigned after the apocalypse?" 2 years after the apocalypse in her past life, she had a hard time returning home from the south, yet she had not heard a single word about Qi Mingyu. Qi Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "Actually, we usually carry out missions abroad and rarely stay in the country. This time was a coincidence. The profit was too important, so the higher-ups specifically called our team back. Otherwise, after the apocalypse, I should have been abroad." Now it makes sense. Zhou Shuan thought no wonder no one had heard of his news in her past life. Far away in a foreign land cut off from communication, he probably didn't even know that his grandmother had passed away. Qi Mingyu seemed to see a hint of pity on her face. He suspected he was mistaken and looked closely again, but she had already regained her composure. "Little you, let's meet downstairs at midnight." "Sure, bring Mumu along, my grandmother will take care of him." Zhou Shuan nodded absently and turned to go back. However, Qi Mingyu suddenly reached out and lightly touched her forehead with his knuckles before quickly withdrawing his hand. At least you don't feel as cold as yesterday. Is your body feeling better? His actions and expression were almost identical to those of his mother. Zhou Shuan was momentarily taken aback, forgetting that she hated being touched by others. Once she realized she couldn't express her frustration and instead asked, "What are you cooking that smells so good?" A blend of fried chives and eggs wafted from the kitchen. Qi Mingyu chuckled and glanced at her. "Just wait." After going inside, he quickly brought out a plate containing 7 or 8 freshly made chive pockets steaming hot, each one plump and golden brown. The chives were picked by Grandma Pang and his mother from the nearby mountains when they were at Tianyan Lake Reservoir. There were many wild chives on Jiyun Mountain, although it wasn't yet the season for them to mature, and there had been heavy rain for days. The chives were still too tender, but for Grandma Pang, who hadn't seen fresh greens in a long time, it was enough of a delight. There were many wild chives on Jiyun Mountain, although it wasn't yet the season for them to mature, and there had been heavy rain for days. The chives were still. Zhang Tianyan even specially dug up a portion with the soil attached. If we plant these on the balcony, we'll have a continuous supply of chives. Chives are easy to grow. They can be harvested continuously from April to October, making them one of the easiest vegetables to cultivate after the apocalypse. I originally intended to give these to you, but since you're not feeling well, it's best not to eat fried food. That's why I held back for now, Qi Mingyu explained, although his tone carried a hint of teasing. The implication was that she had sought out the aroma instead. Zhou Shuan's eyes widened. "Am I that greedy?" "I was just asking casually." Qi Mingyu laughed good-naturedly. "All right, you're not greedy, but your home has a little. Hurry and take it back." Zhou Shuan felt that accepting it would solidify her reputation as a greedy girl, but given the relationship between the two families, refusing would be even more pretentious. She had no choice but to accept the chive pockets with a sense of frustration while Grandma Pang called from the kitchen, "Wan, come back for more after you finish." "Thank you, Grandma Pang." Zhou Shuan hurriedly replied and glanced at Qi Mingyu again before saying her goodbyes. Qi Mingyu watched her go upstairs, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. In the dead of night, after delivering Moo to Grandma Pang's house, the four of them quietly slipped out from the corridor. The weather was gloomy, but it had finally stopped raining. They could see not only themselves out on the road, but also some boats quietly gliding through the night. Zhou Jianghai sighed. It seems there will be more people searching for supplies at night from now on. They had made several trips to transport over 1,000 pounds of fish back. Both families contributed significantly. The Zhou family had more members, and therefore more work to do, but they relied heavily on Grandma Pang's recipe, and Qi Mingyu's gun and strength were unbeatable. Thus the Zhou family insisted on splitting it evenly. After Qi Mingyu refused several times, the Zhou family ended up with 1,200 pounds, while the Qi family received 1,000. It was a bountiful harvest, and both families were grinning from ear to ear. There are quite a lot of fish in Tianyan Lake. For us amateurs, a cast of the net yields a heap of fish. If we could go a few more times, that would be great. Grandma Pang exclaimed. Zhou Jianghai's expression turned serious. What we encountered on the way back was extremely dangerous. Thanks to little you and my Wan's excellent archery skills, otherwise it would have been tough for us to come back in one piece. That's right. Grandma Pang recalled yesterday's experience with a lingering fear. It's fine to just wait a few more days, and we can go again, Zhou Shuan downplayed. Everyone looked at her in astonishment. Why? Zhou Shuan remained silent, while only Qi Mingyu looked at her deeply. When everyone finished moving their things and returned home, Qi Mingyu deliberately walked at the back alongside Zhou Shuan. What are your plans? What do you think? Zhou Shuan glanced at him. She was very concerned about the gang they encountered on their way back. That was a necessary route from the city to Jiyun Mountain. Although the waters were wide now, and they could still reach Jiyun Mountain by other routes, the shortest distance between 2 points was still that route. If that gang still occupied the abandoned buildings, many people traveling back and forth would likely lose their lives there. Qi Mingyu was right, as she indeed had plans to eradicate them completely. Do you want to join me? Zhou Shuan raised an eyebrow at him. Qi Mingyu looked at her, feeling something strange. She was obviously alone. But where did that cute and obedient little girl from childhood go? How did she become so fierce now? Recalling how she almost delivered a lethal arrow to Jia Xiaowang yesterday, Qi Mingyu thought he needed to keep a closer watch on her, otherwise if she got emotional alone, who knows what trouble she might cause. "He'll go," she replied decisively. Zhou Shuan couldn't help but smile, glancing at her parents ahead, and lowered her voice. "Little you, do you still have that gun? Can I trade some other supplies for one?" When she had something to ask, her tone always softened a few notches. Qi Mingyu lowered his gaze at her, unperturbed. "What do you plan to use for the trade?" Zhou Shuan's eyes lit up. Did that mean he actually had extra guns? She quickly suppressed her excitement, reviewing the supplies in her space, gasoline, solar equipment, coal. It seemed there was nothing worth trading for firearms. Seeing her furrowed brow, Qi Mingyu couldn't help but show a hint of a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. "Stop overthinking it. Come down tomorrow, and he'll take you to a place." Zhou Shuan blinked. "Where to?" Qi Mingyu's expression turned a bit serious. "Since we're going to hunt down bandits, you must practice your shooting skills." He reached out as if to pat her head, but after a couple of hesitant touches with his distinctly knuckled fingers, he ultimately withdrew his hand. As they headed upstairs, Zhou Shuwan felt a surge of excitement. From the tone of his words, it seemed that he was indeed going to gift her a handgun. Having a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier teach her shooting skills would certainly be very professional. In her past life, Zhou Shuwan could only barely protect herself, having learned archery entirely on her own. Now having a professional teach her gun skills made her feel a bit thrilled. After the excitement, she wondered where Qi Mingyu had obtained the handgun. When he retired, he must have had to turn in all his gear, especially weapons. Could he possibly be hiding it? The next afternoon, she followed Qi Mingyu to a wide, open area. Ahead, the water revealed half a floor, and Qi Mingyu had found some beer bottles somewhere, arranging them in a line on the rooftop. He handed Zhou Shuwan a smaller handgun, then attached a silencer and passed it to her. It was perfectly sized. Curious, she leaned in and asked, "Where did you get all this?" Qi Mingyu seemed not to hear, adjusting the distance between the boat and the beer bottles. Zhou Shuwan stared at him for a while, but he didn't even glance her way. This indicated he was unwilling to share. She withdrew her gaze and tried out her stance with the handgun. In the next moment, Qi Mingyu stood behind her, his broad, powerful hand resting on her shoulder. "Keep your shoulders level." Zhou Shuwan felt a moment of stiffness. His magnetic voice gently resonated. "Relax, Wan, it's me. I won't hurt you." Zhou Shuwan took several deep breaths, trying to ignore the large hand on her shoulder, gripping the handgun tightly with her eyes focused ahead. "Spread your legs apart level with your shoulders. Your hands shouldn't be so stiff, relax them a bit. Lift your chin and keep your gaze level with your target." Qi Mingyu was very patient, correcting her stance step by step. Once she was ready, he commanded, "Fire." Zhou Shuwan squeezed the trigger. With the silencer, the gun's noise was not loud, but the recoil was still strong. Caught off guard, she stumbled back and fell directly into Qi Mingyu's embrace. Both felt a moment of awkwardness. Zhou Shuwan hurriedly stepped forward a couple of paces, looking at the distant beer bottles. "Looks like I missed." "Yes, practice makes perfect," Qi Mingyu said, watching her silhouette from behind, his tone calm. "If you hit the target with one shot, I would be a sharpshooter too." Zhou Shuwan joked. Qi Mingyu chuckled. "You're already a skilled archer. With more practice, becoming a sharpshooter will be just around the corner." He was usually composed, rarely making such light-hearted jokes. Zhou Shuwan turned to glance at him. He stood against the backdrop of a tumultuous, cloudy sky, hands clasped behind his back, tall and strong, with chiseled features that were exceptionally handsome. His deep-set eyes were focused and gently gazing at her. Zhou Shuwan asked, "Is this handgun a gift for me?" Qi Mingyu looked at her, but remained silent. "What will be the payment?" Qi Mingyu pondered, seemingly hesitant to speak. Zhou Shuwan straightforwardly said, "They'll trade you 1 ton of gasoline for a handgun and 500 bullets. How about that?" Before the apocalypse, she and her father had expended great effort to acquire 8 tons of gasoline. Trading 1 ton for a handgun and 500 bullets clearly shocked Qi Mingyu with her bold offer. Though their families had a good relationship, they each had their own secrets. He didn't ask where Zhou Shuwan got her gasoline from, merely shaking his head. "Wan, the handgun is a gift from me to you." Zhou Shuwan bit her lip. "Shall you go? I can't accept such an expensive gift without reason." Qi Mingyu sensed her distance. After a moment of silence, he nodded. "All right, but I currently have no use for the gasoline, so just keep it for now." If he kept it, then whose gasoline was it really? Zhou Shuwan was about to say more, but he had already nodded. Wan, let's practice." Both fell silent. By evening, as they were about to head upstairs, Qi Mingyu suddenly called out to her, "Wan." Zhou Shuwan stood on the steps, turning to look at him. Against the light, his expression was not very clear. "Wan, don't feel burdened. My feelings for you are my concern. You need not feel burdened or distance yourself from me. Let's continue to interact as we did before." Zhou Shuwan was already stunned. "Let's go home." Oh. She turned to head upstairs, and perhaps due to her surprise, she didn't notice that despite her tense expression, her walk had a slight sway. Even upon entering her room, Zhou Shuwan still felt it was somewhat unreal. Qi Mingyu. Did he just say he liked her? Liked her? Could it be that he really liked her? How long had they known each other? Wan, hurry and change your clothes. We're having chive pockets for dinner tonight. You also need to deliver some to Grandma Pang later. Zhong Tiyun shouted from the living room. Zhou Shuwan snapped back to reality, hurriedly saying, "Let my dad go, I don't have time." She absolutely did not want to see Qi Mingyu at this moment. Leaning against the door, she slowly suppressed the ripples in her heart. In the apocalypse, she, along with her parents and Moon Yu's family, were survivors walking a tightrope, allowing for no mistakes. Love was the most superfluous thing in the apocalypse. And her space was the biggest secret. They had the foundation for their survival in the apocalypse. She would not allow anyone to intervene or discover the secret. She opened the door and walked out with a light step. For dinner, they would have chive pockets with spicy soup accompanied by 2 refreshing side dishes. After a satisfying meal, the family sat together listening to Zhou Shuwan talk about her learning to shoot. When they heard that Zhou Shuwan traded 1 ton of gasoline for a handgun and 500 bullets, the couple was obviously quite surprised. Xiao Yu is quite generous. Though gasoline is a source of energy, it is not essential for survival, especially compared to the firepower of a handgun. "Dad, Mom, once I learn, I'll teach you too," Zhou Shuwan said. Alright, we're looking forward to it. 2 days later, after a period of intensive training, Qi Mingyu announced that Zhou Shuan was temporarily ready for action. In addition to shooting, he also brought out 2 tear gas canisters, teaching Zhou Shuan how to use them. If it weren't for that sudden confession, making the atmosphere between them a bit awkward, Zhou Shuan would have really wanted to ask him more. How did he manage to acquire such rare items that others couldn't obtain so easily? However, she was determined to keep her distance from Qi Mingyu in the future, greeting him politely, with little you brother whenever they met, and avoiding any intimate relations. So even though her heart was as restless as a cat's claws, she endured and remained silent. They went to that abandoned building in the middle of the night. Qi Mingyu indeed had a lot of good stuff in his possession before they set off. He even gave Zhou Shuan a bulletproof vest to wear underneath. The skeleton gang still had a dozen members left, and their leader Wang Jing'an was a man of both courage and strategy. Before the apocalypse, he earned money as a thug. After the apocalypse, with his keen insight, he quickly gathered a group of followers to seize this abandoned building, robbing passing survivors to survive. However, due to the battle a few days ago, they had lost 2/3 of their brothers. The only motorboat they had was also wrecked beyond recognition. At this moment, Wang Jing'an was leading his subordinates, discussing revenge under the dim light of a table lamp. Brother Jing'an, a few of us went to the city a few days ago, and they made such a commotion that we found out they were staying in the old district. Wang Jing'an snorted coldly. Now that we've narrowed down the area, it will be easier to locate them. That man clearly had military training. He might be a special forces soldier or a retired police officer. With so many dead, now a capable young veteran stands out anywhere. Think about it, he pondered, calling out to his subordinate. Huang Mao, take a few brothers with you tomorrow and continue to investigate. That veteran brought his family back from outside. They either just moved back or went out searching for supplies. Since they have old and young and a woman, they definitely won't stay in the resettlement area, so they will be in the old district's community looking for news. Zhou Shuan followed Qi Mingyu into the abandoned building. The other party was skilled and proficient in counter-surveillance techniques, smoothly making their way inside. Just in time to overhear their plans to find her. Zhou Shuan's back broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, neither Xi nor Qi Mingyu were fools. They had already planned to take this gang down. Otherwise, they would be waiting foolishly for disaster to strike. This leader named Jing'an was also quite capable. He didn't know where he had gotten solar equipment from, but he had rigged up some messy wires in the abandoned building and installed a few light bulbs. The lighting was dim, but one could still make out the layout inside. In the dark hall, the surroundings were bare, yet there were sofas and tables. The bowls and chopsticks they used, along with garbage and cigarette butts, were carelessly strewn on the ground, leading to poor sanitary conditions. In the distance, there was a pile of oval-shaped shadows too far away to see what they contained. The leader was sitting on the sofa surrounded by 5 or 6 young men. As Wang Jing'an puffed out clouds of smoke, he suddenly thought of something, grinning sinisterly. Did you see that young woman who shot arrows so well the other day? She has a hot figure. If we catch her, let's not kill her right away, or we brothers can have some fun. Before he could finish his sentence, Qi Mingyu stepped out from the shadows, guns drawn, and opened fire. The first shot pierced through the throat of that leader, who initially had no idea what was happening, opening and closing his mouth in an attempt to speak before realizing the blood gushing from his throat. He trembled and reached out to cover it, but how could he stop the bleeding? Soon his breathing became labored, his body trembling as he sat there making horrifying gasping sounds. Qi Mingyu's gun did not relent. One shot took down the leader, and the next shot was aimed at several others nearby. Many fell with a single bullet. Only that one, called Huang Mao, being thin and quick to react, managed to drop to the ground and avoid the first barrage. Then he rolled to a corner of the hall, trembling as he pulled out a lighter, holding it high and shouting in a shaky voice, "Do you see this? I have gas tanks all around me. If I open the valve and ignite it, we're all done for." Only then did Zhou Shuan realize what those oval shadows were. There were over 100 gas tanks. It was unclear where these people had procured them, but they were truly bold to keep such dangerous items in the living quarters of the hall. Qi Mingyu narrowed his eyes, silently pointing his gun at Huang Mao. Wang Jing'an was still alive, gasping heavily. "Hero, beautiful lady, I have old and young dependents. I beg you, spare me this once, and I will definitely turn over a new leaf and be a good person." He pleaded desperately, his voice sharp and trembling. Behind them, someone was stealthily approaching. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan and swiftly turned to shoot the 2 intruders who had crept in. They collapsed. Huang Mao was so focused and tense, staring at Qi Mingyu, that he did not expect such a quick response. He completely overlooked Zhou Shuan, who had not yet made a move. The latter smiled faintly as she drew her bow from her back, aiming and releasing 2 arrows. Huang Mao fell dead, unable to survive. He was indeed quite life-conscious. Although he held tight to a valve with one hand, he did not dare to pull it down. Yet the danger was evident, which is why Qi Mingyu had not fired, but instead looked to Zhou Shuan, signaling her to use her bow and arrows. Zhou Shuan immediately understood. The 2 of them were in perfect sync. 8 left. Zhou Shuan surveyed the surroundings. How do we find the rest? Qi Mingyu had silenced his gun, but it was still the quiet of night, and killing 8 people at once would inevitably create some noise. The remaining few would definitely hide in the shadows, not daring to show themselves. This way, Qi Mingyu, looking familiar with the place, led Zhou Shuwan out of the hall. Zhou Shuwan glanced back at Wang Jinggang. He was still gasping, clearly in great pain. Before long, he succumbed to suffocation due to the pierced throat. His heavy body fell down. Among the 8 present, his manner of dying was the most painful. Zhou Shuwan looked at the highly vigilant Qi Mingyu walking in front, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the reason he let Wang Jinggang die in such agony was because of what that man had said earlier. Be careful. Qi Mingyu wrapped his arms around her waist to dodge to the side as 2 arrows grazed their bodies. 2 men were hiding behind a pillar shooting arrows. Zhou Shuwan fired her gun back, hitting one, but her marksmanship was poor, hitting only the abdomen, not delivering. The opponent fell to the ground, howling in agony. Another one tried to escape, but was swiftly dealt with by Qi Mingyu. Help! It hurts. Save me. It hurts. The person on the ground cried out, their voice sounding tragic, far from the ruthlessness exhibited moments ago. Killing is not difficult. The challenge lies in taking down an injured person who is powerless. Zhou Shuwan pursed her lips and took a couple of steps forward, fearing to waste a bullet. She steadied her bow and aimed directly at the opponent. Her expression was calm, yet terrifying. The mark that she had carried from the apocalyptic 8 years was deeply embedded in her being, unchangeable. Just as she was about to release the arrow, Qi Mingyu fired first, hitting the opponent squarely in the forehead. The howling abruptly ceased. Zhou Shuwan was somewhat surprised as she recalled the group of people who had ambushed them for supplies on the way back last time, and Qi Mingyu had not agreed with her ruthless approach. She turned to look at him. Qi Mingyu's face showed no signs of unusual emotion as he softly said, "Stay close to me, there are 3 more people." He led Zhou Shuwan onward. Zhou Shuwan belatedly thought, "You must have scouted this area beforehand." Qi Mingyu simply replied with a sound of acknowledgement. As special forces, they excelled at reconnaissance. Without knowing how many enemies there were, how could he dare to bring Zhou Shuwan into this Skull Gang stronghold? "Did you come alone, eh?" Zhou Shuwan felt her question was pointless. "When did you scout?" "Just these past." Zhou Shuwan's heart stirred as she glanced at him. Qi Mingyu walked ahead, highly vigilant, one hand slightly extended, as if ready to shield her from danger. Zhou Shuwan found it hard to articulate her feelings. A faint thrill brushed past her heart. She did not speak further, silently following Qi Mingyu. Finally, they discovered the remaining 3 individuals behind the dilapidated building. Sensing trouble, the 3 prepared to escape by boat, quietly moving to the back of the structure to board the kayak hidden there. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu fired their guns together. This time she hit 2 of them. Wang Jinggang's group had managed their operations for over 2 months in the apocalypse. They had little, but certainly not nothing. In addition to over 100 gas canisters in the main hall, there were also 200 downstairs. These must have been directly brought from some factory. Zhou Shuwan and Qi Mingyu fired their guns together. This time she hit 2 of them. Wang Jinggang's group had managed their operations for over 2 months in the apocalypse. They had little, but certainly not nothing. Mushrooms. More than 40 boxes of ham sausages and canned meat. Additionally, 70 to 80 boxes of instant noodles, small hot pots, and other fast food products. 2 large freezers were filled to the brim with meat, pork, beef, chicken, all included. There were also over 300 barrels of purified water. The rest consisted of various daily necessities, several tents, sleeping bags, a pile of blankets, clothes haphazardly thrown in a corner, and 7 or 8 inflatable boats. Some furniture like sofas and tables were placed in the corner. Zhou Shuwan exclaimed, "No wonder so many people like to loot, just look at this wealth." Upon seeing the half-room full of rice and oil, Qi Mingyu was indeed somewhat shocked, shaking his head. "The weather is too humid now, these rice and flour won't last long. Those 30-plus big men won't be able to consume it for long either," Zhou Shuwan said. Just as they were discussing how to take the supplies back, Qi Mingyu suddenly put his finger to his lips. "Shill." Zhou Shuwan perked up her ears to listen to the surroundings. Some faint rustling sounds came from behind the furniture. She exchanged a silent glance with Qi Mingyu. Both silently drew out their handguns, remaining cautious as they approached the source. When they arrived, they realized that behind the furniture lay a hidden secret. It was a small storeroom completely blocked by clutter, making the entrance easy to overlook. The sounds were emanating from this small storeroom. Qi Mingyu made several gestures, signaling Zhou Shuwan to guard the outside, while he crawled in from behind the sofa. When the flashlight shone in, he stood frozen in shock. Zhou Shuwan followed him in, and was equally stunned by the sight inside. There were 7 or 8 women in the storeroom, barely clothed. Their hands and feet were tightly bound and cloth was stuffed in their mouths, ensuring they could neither move nor make. The entire storeroom had no windows and the air was thick with a damp, unpleasant smell. Upon seeing them enter, the women first exhibited fear, then revealed pleading expressions. Zhou Shuwan was taken aback, then sneered. "No wonder that leader wanted to bind me, but seems this is a habitual practice. He deserved to die too easily." The storeroom was dark without lights, and Qi Mingyu said, "Wait a moment, let's check for traps around." Zhou Shuan nodded, using a flashlight to illuminate all the dark corners. As she scanned the ceiling, a figure lunged at her. Watch out! Qi Mingyu rushed over anxiously. Zhou Shuan's reflexes were quite good. Even before her brain registered the shadow, her body had already instinctively reacted. She twisted her waist and lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the shadow. The shadow landed lightly on the ground like a cat swiftly attacking again. Qi Mingyu had already arrived, shielding her behind him. A muffled grunt followed, accompanied by the sound of a dagger piercing flesh. Zhou Shuan exclaimed in shock, "Xiao you know." Qi Mingyu had already struck out his elbow, hitting the opponent's neck. The adversary, clearly trained in martial arts, was very agile. Even after being struck, he still managed to fight back. Qi Mingyu's gun was knocked away, so he used both legs to firmly pin the opponent's neck and head. The two were entangled tightly, making it dangerous to fire. In a moment of desperation, Zhou Shuan seized her bow and fiercely thrust it into the opponent's chest. The assailant, with their mouth and nose bound, could only thrash like a fish on the ground a couple of times before going silent. Qi Mingyu and Zhou Shuan exchanged a glance, breathing heavily in silence. All of this transpired in a split second, far too perilous. Even though Zhou Shuan was accustomed to fighting, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. After catching her breath, she hurriedly asked, "Are you injured?" "Where?" A small dagger was lodged in Qi Mingyu's left shoulder. Zhou Shuan shone the flashlight, only to see that he was already drenched in sweat. His breath slightly hurried. She didn't say much, just took her backpack off her back, pretended to rummage through it, and quickly pulled out some first aid supplies: iodine, scissors, disinfectant, cotton, sterile gauze, a small bottle of saline bandages. Seeing her pull out these items like Doraemon, Qi Mingyu looked at her with a strange gaze, forgetting his own injury. "You carry these things with you?" Zhou Shuan calmly countered, "Don't you?" Qi Mingyu honestly replied, "I do, but not as comprehensive as yours." Zhou Shuan used the scissors to cut open the fabric on his shoulder, carefully examining the wound. "It seems the stab isn't deep, and it's not a major artery. Just pull out the dagger, disinfect it, and bandage it up." Qi Mingyu nodded. Seemingly sensing Zhou Shuan's nervousness, he smiled and reassured her, "It's fine. The wounds I sustained as a Special Forces soldier were much worse than this. Don't worry too much." Zhou Shuan glanced at him and casually remarked, "At first my parents and the neighbors couldn't understand why someone with your excellent grades chose to be a soldier instead of going to school." Qi Mingyu did not respond. It wasn't the right place for a conversation, especially with a corpse nearby and 7 or 8 women trembling in fear over there. Zhou Shuan stopped asking questions and swiftly pulled out the dagger, first using gauze to staunch the bleeding, then putting on sterile gloves to clean the wound with saline. After confirming the wound was clean, she used disinfectant cotton to wipe around it, before finally applying gauze and securing it with a bandage. During this time, Qi Mingyu endured the pain in silence, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Zhou Shuan felt a pang in her heart, took a piece of gauze, and wiped the sweat from his brow softly, saying, "Thank you." If Qi Mingyu hadn't stepped in, she would have undoubtedly been unable to evade that knife. Her skills were not as good as his, and she could have been seriously injured. Qi Mingyu noticed her guilt, but he did not want her to carry such guilt and regret, so he smiled. "As I told you, it's just a minor injury. It will heal in a couple of days." Zhou Shuan responded with an Qi Mingyu turned his gaze toward the fallen man in black, lost in thought. Seeing this, Zhou Shuan asked, "Do you know him?" She carefully shone the flashlight on the man's face, which was unremarkable, and his slender build explained his agility. Qi Mingyu shook his head. "I don't know him. It's just strange that someone with such skills exists in our small town. He was almost on par with him. Is he a retired Special Forces soldier? Or..." Zhou Shuan scrutinized the man's physique and had a thought. "Or maybe someone who has trained martial arts at Shaolin Temple. That's also possible." Qi Mingyu helped Zhou Shuan to her feet. "Let's forget about him now." Little did they know this man was a renowned strategist from the Skeleton Gang, in a past life skilled in martial arts, and with a meticulous mind, helping Wang Jin Gang to elevate the Skeleton Gang. Qi Mingyu looked at the women with a bit of a headache. If he weren't injured, he could have escorted them to a safe location with Zhou. However, his strength was compromised now. These women appeared to have been captured for abuse, but he couldn't guarantee that there weren't wives or daughters of those men among them. He had encountered similar cases during past missions. A dozen beautiful young girls were kidnapped, and among them was an enemy spy. Their squad almost suffered a major loss due to their carelessness. The scar on his abdomen was a result of that incident. Seeing Zhou Shuan wanting to untie the women, he quickly called out to her, "Shuan, not yet." After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "It's too late now. Let's wait until dawn to give them some food, clothes, and 2 boats before letting them leave." Zhou Shuan instantly understood his concerns. She thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, let's keep our distance from them to avoid being recognized later." With the dim light, now they held the flashlight against the light, making it hard for the women to see their faces. They had just killed over a dozen people, so it was best not to be seen. But how should they transport these supplies? Without Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuan could have quickly moved all the supplies within half an hour. However, with him here, it became more complicated. He was still injured, and his shoulder needed to be well taken care of for the next few days without any strain. Let's go downstairs first and inflate the boats on the water, Zhou Shuwan said, taking out a thermos cup from her backpack and handing it to him. Shall you drink some hot water first? He unscrewed the lid. The temperature of the water was just right, and he drank half a cup. By the time they got downstairs, he felt a bit fuzzy in his consciousness. Zhou Shuwan looked surprised. Xiaoyu, did you lose too much blood just now? Are you feeling a bit dizzy? Qi Mingyu leaned weakly against Zhou Shuwan, shaking his head. He wanted to say he was fine, he hadn't lost that much blood to the point of fainting. But he was already too dazed to speak. What is happening? This was his last thought before losing consciousness. Zhou Shuwan strained to support him, inwardly complaining that although he was tall and long-legged, making him pleasing to the eye, his weight was not for nothing. He was incredibly heavy. She struggled to help him to the back of the corridor, then took 2 boards to cover him up tightly. Then she hurried upstairs, collecting everything she touched along the way: gas canisters, rice, flour, oil, instant food, water. After clearing all the supplies, she returned to the warehouse, shoved a dagger into a woman's hand, and whispered, "Cut the ropes yourself, then help the others free themselves. Outside the warehouse, there are clothes, food, water, and 2 boats. I will go call the police. There should be someone coming to rescue you at dawn." The woman trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Shuwan hesitated for a moment, but still took out the cloth bundle from the woman's mouth. The woman seemed like she hadn't spoken in a long time, her voice hoarse as she cried, "Please, benefactor, help us, save us." Other women stirred, looking at her and making whimpering sounds. Zhou Shuwan was also a woman who she had seen and experienced similar fates in her past life. Yet every time she saw such scenes, she couldn't help but feel deeply sympathetic and infuriated. In the apocalypse, apart from the elderly and children, the most tragic fate befell women. Young and beautiful women in their prime, girls not yet fully grown, and innocent little girls. Now the apocalypse has actually just begun. These women have already experienced the darkest moment of it. Once they quieted down, Zhou Shuwan continued, "The people who brought you here are all dead, so you are temporarily. I have left you food, water, clothes, and a boat. After you are untied, don't rush to leave. This place is too remote, and the journey may not be safe. I will go find the troops at the settlement point and have them come to rescue you." Some larger settlement points have troops accompanying the crowd. Now there are no police stations, no supermarkets. The only option is to rely on these troops for rescue. The woman who could speak couldn't help but cry and choked out, "Thank you, thank you." She didn't force Zhou Shuwan to save them immediately. Zhou Shuwan glanced at the pitiful women once more and turned.
Had she returned too late? Had the 2 children already gone back to the countryside with their grandparents? The shrill ring of a phone suddenly cut.
Finding a settlement point is actually quite easy. Oh, just look for a tall, clean residential building. Zhou Shuwan rowed the motorboat on the dark water for half an hour before locating the nearest settlement point. They knew from passing by during the day last time that this area, being a newly constructed high-rise building, was fully furnished and not yet completely sold out. So many people had moved here with troops patrolling the surroundings. Before reaching the entrance, they heard a shout from the community. "Who goes there?" It was the patrolling personnel at night. Zhou Shuwan sighed to herself, though indeed having troops guarding made living in such a community much safer. She raised her voice, "I am here to deliver a message." Some signal lights flashed in her direction, dazzling her eyes. While observing the surroundings to prevent any sneak attacks, Zhou Shuwan loudly explained the situation of the group of women locked in the abandoned building. The other side was somewhat skeptical and wanted to ask further. Zhou Shuwan left them with one last sentence: "Whether you believe it or not, you'll know tomorrow morning when a group of people goes over to take a look." Without waiting for further questions, she quickly left on the motorboat. A speedboat attempted to follow but was deterred by a deep voice. "At this late hour to deliver a message, it must not be baseless. Let's report this matter first." Zhou Shuwan dismissed those voices behind her, but instead of going home, she returned to the necessary path to the abandoned building. From a distance, she swapped the motorboat for a kayak, covered Qi Mingyu with a thick blanket, allowing him to sleep beside her, while she paddled the boat into the center of a grove. This is an outskirt grove where the tree trunks are now submerged, leaving only the tips above water, making it not noticeable at all in the darkness. After waiting in the dark for 2 hours, the sky began to brighten slightly. In the distance, 7 or 8 speedboats rushed over, heading towards the abandoned building. The speedboats were filled with soldiers wearing camouflage, all armed and solemn. After about an hour of waiting, those speedboats returned, towing 2 inflatable boats behind them. On the boat sat 7 or 8 women dressed in disheveled clothing along with some miscellaneous supplies. From afar they could hear the officers discussing, "There must have been several people involved, though otherwise how could a dozen demons be killed in one night? It must have been that they encountered tough resistance during the robbery, and they came back for revenge." Yes, according to these women, they had quite a bit of supplies, but not much left. It seems they were mostly taken away. Zhou Shuwan quietly waited in place, and after these people had passed for a while, she planned to leave. She lowered her head and met Qi Mingyu's gaze, which was calm and gentle. Zhou Shuan was so startled that her heart stopped. You? She swallowed. You're awake. She had put several tranquilizers in the thermos, so it shouldn't be possible for him to wake up in just 2 or 3 hours. Her mind raced. Last night, she had collected supplies and changed boats, fully exposing her spatial abilities. Did he see through it all? She looked down again, only to find him with his eyes closed, as if what just happened was merely an illusion. Zhou Shuan was taken aback and cautiously called out a few times, "Xiao Yu Gu. Xiao Yu Gu." She reached out to shake him a few times, but he remained motionless. Only then did Zhou Shuan let out a sigh of relief, but turned out to be a false alarm. In the rising morning light, the wind gently blew, causing ripples on the water. Zhou Shuan lowered her head and looked carefully at Qi Mingyu. Indeed, he was extraordinarily handsome. With thick sword-like eyebrows, long eyelashes forming a beautiful angle in his eye sockets, a high nose bridge, and thin lips that were very appealing, a light blush with a hint of determination different from that of a woman, yet very clean and pure. He had a good character too. Every little detail of their interactions, his way of handling situations, his decisiveness. He brought her along to eliminate the bandits, but quietly grasped all dangers beforehand. And his act of shielding her from harm last night was worlds apart from scum like Lin Yuyang. Such a person must be someone who, as her mother said, could be entrusted with a lifetime right. Yet, Zhou Shuan gazed at the dark clouds on the horizon and smiled bitterly. The experience of 8 years in the apocalypse had made her vastly different from a real university student. It seemed she no longer had the capacity to love. When Qi Mingyu finally woke up, it was already late afternoon. Grandma Pang had just taken his temperature and was pleasantly surprised to see him awake. "Xiao Yu, you're awake. You scared Grandma." Qi Mingyu gazed out at the overcast weather and after a moment asked, "Grandma, what time is it?" "It's a bit past 4 in the afternoon." "Oh dear, you don't know. When your father carried you up, it really startled me. Later Wanwan said you were injured and had a fever, which is why you were unconscious, and that made me feel a little relieved. What were you doing last night, and how did you get hurt?" Qi Mingyu met his grandmother's piercing gaze and coughed lightly. "Grandma, I want some water, my throat is hoarse." This was a tactic he had used since childhood. When adults asked questions he didn't want to answer, he would change the subject. Grandma Pang, not fully understanding him, gave him a glare, but still got up to pour him some water, continuing to chatter. "That child Wanwan wouldn't tell me anything, only said to ask you when you woke up, and you wouldn't tell me anything either. Just treating me like a burden, not telling me anything, making this old bone of mine worry about you all the time." "Grandma." Qi Mingyu softened his tone. "You're not old, you'll live to be 100. Smooth talker." Grandma Pang brought the water over. Qi Mingyu smiled and sat up. He had probably had a fever and was sweaty, but he was indeed feeling a bit better. He drank a cup of water in one gulp. Grandma Pang added, "Xiao, you don't blame Grandma for being talkative. Wanwan is a girl not like you who have been in the army. In the future, when you go out at night to look for supplies, don't always bring Wanwan along, and don't go to places that are too dangerous." Qi Mingyu paused for a moment before slowly responding, "All right." A knock sounded at the door. Grandma Pang opened it, her wrinkled face breaking into a wide smile. "It's Da Hai Ti Yun and Wanwan." "Just in time, Xiao Yu has just woken up. I took his temperature, and he doesn't have a fever anymore." Zhou Shuan cheerfully called out, Grandma Pang, and together with her parents handed over a large pile of supplements. 2 boxes of blood-enriching oral solution, 2 boxes of freeze-dried bird's nest, and 2 boxes of pure milk. There were also 2 bags of brown sugar and 2 bags of red dates. Everything was meant to nourish qi and blood. Grandma Pang repeatedly declined. Too much, you should take it back. It feels like you've moved the whole house here." "Grandma Pang, please don't refuse it. If it weren't for Xiao Yu's loyalty, it would have been my Wan who got hurt." Zhong Ti Yun's eyes glistened with tears. "Just thinking about it makes my heart ache immensely. What's the point of these gifts? Shall you take good care of your injury? Tomorrow, Aunt will bring more things over." Qi Mingyu hurriedly stood up from the bed. "Uncle, Aunt, you are too kind. My injury isn't serious. I'll be fine after a few days. Sit down, don't get up. Be careful of dizziness." Zhou Jianghai hurried over to help Qi Mingyu sit down by the bed. "How are you feeling now? Does the wound still hurt? Still want to sleep?" Zhong Ti Yun firmly placed the items down in the living room and went to the bedroom with Zhou Shuwan. It was Zhou Shuwan's first time in Qi Mingyu's bedroom. The bedroom was divided into 2 parts. On one side was a bed and a desk kept very clean with deep green sheets and duvet covers. The items on the desk were neatly arranged, very orderly. The other half was blocked by a board, presumably holding supplies. The Zhou family understood decorum and did not look behind the board. Zhong Ti Yun reached out to touch Qi Mingyu's forehead, and finding that he indeed no longer had a fever, sighed in relief. "I came to see you in the morning, and you were burning up. I was worried that going to the hospital would mean I wouldn't even get a registration number. There were so many patients with dysentery in the hospital, it could easily spread, and if I sent you there it would just delay things. Fortunately, you no longer have a fever." Qi Mingyu smiled. "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. I'm already much better. The injury is not serious, so don't worry." He turned his gaze to Zhou Shuwan, who was standing quietly beside him looking at him with concern. Qi Mingyu smiled at her, his tone like that of a friendly older brother. Wanwan, don't feel guilty. The wound is just something you treated, it's nothing serious. Zhou Shuwan nodded, paused, and said earnestly, shall you take good care of your injury? Also, I re-wrapped your wound this morning. Be careful, when you shower the wound can't get wet. Grandma Pang chimed in. I saw it all from the side. Wanwan's method of treating the wound was really swift, like a surgeon. She enjoys wilderness survival shows and took a first aid class in college, so she knows some first aid techniques, Zhou Jianghai explained. That's great. The more skills you learn, the higher the chances of survival in the future, Grandma Pang said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhou Shuwan. The group chatted for a while longer, not wanting to disturb the patient too much, and the Zhou family prepared to take their leave. Zhong Tiyun said to Grandma Pang, Grandma Pang, I'll bring dinner over tonight, so you don't need to cook. Xiao Yu should drink some nourishing soup. Luckily we have a chicken in the freezer. I'll stew it tonight for Xiao Yu to drink chicken soup. Oh, you are too kind, don't feel burdened. We've been neighbors for many years, and Wanwan is like a sister to Xiao Yu. When a sister is in danger, isn't it the brother's duty to help her? Please don't say that you should take these things back too. Grandma Pang pretended to frown. Let others say we've suffered injuries, and you all moved the whole house here. Grandma Pang, this is only right. It's not much, and we are not doctors, so we don't know the best way to help Xiao Yu. We can only have him eat more supplements as a token of our family's gratitude. Zhou Jianghai spoke sincerely. Grandma Pang looked at the genuinely kind Zhou family and ultimately refrained from declining. After sending the Zhou family away, Grandma Pang entered Qi Mingyu's bedroom and sighed. The Zhou family is generous and easy to get along with. We are fortunate to have such neighbors. Qi Mingyu, half reclined on the bed, contemplated as he heard his grandmother's words, responding with a casual mm. Xiao Yu. Grandma Pang seemed to want to ask something, but swallowed her words, saying instead, never mind, just rest well. Let me see how to prepare this bird's nest for you. I'll stew it into a bottle. These freeze-dried birds' nests were obtained by Zhou Shuwan from some supermarket warehouse at no cost. There was no regret in giving them away. Qi Mingyu absent-mindedly replied, Grandma, you should eat more. I don't need these. He recalled that those items he got for free also included some supplements, and it was about time to find them for Grandma's health. That won't do. You are the pillar of the family. You need to consume these supplements to maximize their effects. That evening, Zhong Tiyun indeed brought a pot of chicken soup prepared by Zhou Shuan, which included angelica red dates and goji berries with all the floating oil skimmed off, making it look light and not greasy. However, as soon as the lid was lifted, the rich and fragrant aroma of the chicken soup spread through the air. Auntie even prepared a bowl of noodles with the chicken soup with hydroponically grown lettuce leaves. I made some canned cherry tomatoes before without any spices, just light and simple. You should have a bowl later. Zhou Shuwan held a white porcelain basin which indeed contained hand-rolled noodles, golden chicken soup, green lettuce leaves, and floating plump cherry tomatoes, making one's mouth water at first glance. Especially for someone who has not seen fruits and vegetables for a long time, this was truly a rare and delightful sight. Grandma Pang also leaned in to take a look and was pleasantly surprised. Oh, your family even has hydroponically grown lettuce. And these cherry tomatoes look so fresh. They just sprouted and there aren't many. I'm currently figuring it out with my second brother. Zhong Tian laughed. Grandma Pang let Wanwan bring down a jar of canned tomatoes later. I pickled a lot during the— In fact, the lettuce was just taken from the space with the tops cut off, and the rest placed back in the hydroponic box, and it quickly grew back. If starting from seeds, it would take considerable effort. The tomatoes were also just an excuse to bring them out, as the Zhou family had only recently pickled a lot of fruit preserves at home. Peach preserves, apple preserves, tomato preserves. Kept in the refrigerator for a few days, and no one could tell. Although Grandma Pang was tempted by the soft and tender fruits, she was not an ignorant child. She understood how precious fruits were at this time, and quickly waved her hand to refuse. No, let the two children have what you made. Just one jar, Grandma Pang, it's not much. Zhong Tiyun smiled. I also can't make tofu, so I'll trade you a couple of blocks of tofu for the canned tomatoes, just to change things up a bit. Eating the same few dishes every day gets boring. Grandma Pang laughed. If you want tofu, just come find me. I was quite skilled at making tofu back in the day. She headed straight to the refrigerator and retrieved tofu, a large bottle of soy milk, and a bowl of fresh silken tofu. I was so flustered this afternoon when you came by that I completely forgot. Today I made extra. It was meant for the two children anyway. Only then did Grandma Pang feel somewhat relieved of the unease that came with accepting something for free. That evening, when Zhou Shuwan returned with a jar of tomato preserves, Grandma Pang insisted on giving back 2 jars of yellow peach preserves. Canned goods stored well, and among the supplies Qi Mingyu had stockpiled, canned items were the most abundant. He spent several days recovering from his injury in quiet solitude. The Zhou household, however, was the very opposite, bustling with activity. Nearly all residents who had been relocated to the resettlement site had returned to the neighborhood, except for Uncle Zhongtu's family. Zhong Tiyun grew increasingly anxious and stepped out repeatedly to inquire after them. Yet only a handful of families had been assigned to the same resettlement site as Uncle Zhongtu's. and none could offer any useful information. Aunt Three's family too had vanished without a trace since the tsunami. Early that morning the Zoas dropped Moo Moo off at Grandma Pang's, asking her to watch him for the day while they ventured out to gather supplies, and incidentally help his grandparents acclimate to the world beyond their home. Perhaps we should wait a few more days, Qi Mingyu frowned. Once my wound heals I'll accompany you. Zhou Jianghai waved his hand dismissively. No need, Xiao Yu. How could we trouble you when there's work to be done at home? Your aunt and I have been practicing archery daily. We may not match your skill or Shoan's, but we've improved considerably. Besides, we'll take the motorboat, we won't go far, and we'll be back swiftly. Indeed, Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tiyun had both progressed remarkably. On their return from Jiyun Mountain, both had taken lives for the first time. Though they'd felt unsettled for 2 days afterward, human nature is such that the unfamiliar becomes familiar with repetition, and upon reflection, they found killing far less harrowing than they'd once imagined. Zhong Tiyun, having endured one additional trial, adapted even more swiftly. Qi Mingyu glanced at Zhou Shuan, then nodded reluctantly, still uneasy, and after a moment drew her aside for a quiet word. During daylight hours, avoid drawing your handgun, lest you draw unwanted attention. Keep the motorboat moving swiftly, stop for nothing, and ignore anyone who calls for help. He rattled on until Zhou Shuan finally cut him off with an exasperated glance. In your eyes, am I truly so incompetent? Do you really think I need you holding my hand through every step, eh? Before the two families joined forces, she'd single-handedly scoured the entire city for supplies, often deep into the night. Zhong Tiyun gently tapped her head. Your Xiaoyu brother only worries, so he speaks plainly. Look at your tone. It's all right, auntie. Qi Mingyu hurriedly raised his hand to intercept the tap, then hesitated, refraining from massaging Zhou Shuan's head, and instead gazed at her with tender concern. Does it hurt? Zhong Tian hadn't struck hard at all, just a light, affectionate pat. And seeing how Qi Mingyu hovered over Zhou Shuan like she were a priceless treasure, she nearly burst into laughter, though she managed to suppress it. Zhou Shuan shook her head, looked steadily at Qi Mingyu, and after a pause offered her own quiet instruction. Take care of your wound yourself. No training, no heavy labor. I'll change your bandages when I return tonight. In truth, Qi Mingyu could manage it alone, but he nodded solemnly. The three of them exited through the building's stairwell entrance, just as Wei Wei, peering from the window of his bedroom, caught sight of them. Zhou Shuan happened to glance upward, and Wei Wei instantly crouched behind the curtain, heart pounding wildly, uncertain whether she'd spotted him. Zhou Shuan steered the rubber dinghy forward with a cold, mirthless smile. She'd once thought Wei Wei a simple, unassuming young man, never imagining the devious calculations churning beneath that quiet exterior. They rowed the inflatable boat to a secluded, uninhabited stretch of shore, then switched to the motorboat, with Zhou Shuan at the helm in front, and Zhong Tiyun and Zhou Jianghai seated behind her. The motorboat accommodated all three comfortably. Far swifter than paddling, it carried them to the city's largest library in barely half an hour. Their purpose today was clear: to salvage books, not just for themselves, but for generations yet unborn. These volumes were the very seeds of civilization's rebirth. Fortuitously, the library's lower floor collections had all been moved upstairs, filling the upper levels to capacity. Had it not been so, the building would almost certainly have been designated as a resettlement center. Now it stood utterly deserted. Zhou Shuan emptied all the books from the library along with the shelves. Some cultural relics are not afraid of water, so soaking them is not an issue. However, certain calligraphy and paintings were completely ruined. Zhou Shuan had tried this before and knew that these artifacts were useless in space, so she didn't bother to collect them. This time she came to the library and stopped by. She stored all the undamaged artifacts in her space. Then, still not giving up, she looked at the space again, and as expected, there was not a single movement. This space truly reflects reality. In chaotic times, gold is valuable, while in prosperous times, antiques are. The space knows that it is currently a chaotic time, so it only collects jewelry and gold. These antiques could be considered as preserved seeds of civilization. After returning, there was another piece of good news. Uncle Zhong Er's family finally returned. They had arrived late at the resettlement point, and with many people, they were assigned to another location separate from the community. Living with a bunch of people in an office building, not only was there no privacy, but they also brought too many and too varied belongings, which led to their boat being stolen. With so much luggage and afraid to share a boat with strangers due to the fear of being robbed of supplies, they had no choice but to wait for passing troops. The troops were there to rescue disaster victims and did not refuse them. However, they already had the task of relocating the elderly, infirm, and disabled, so they could only board the troops' boat after the mission was completed. What was even more surprising was that they encountered Aunt Zhongsan's family along the way. Therefore, when Zhou Shuan and her parents saw Aunt San's family in a state of despair at Uncle Zhong Er's house, they were both astonished and confused. They had only gone to the resettlement point to stay for a few days. How could they end up in such a plight? Both the adults and children were filthy, looking pale and thin, as if they hadn't had enough to eat for many days. Even the youngest child, Chun Chun, could only crack a dry smile, as if she didn't even have the strength to cry. Zhou Shuan looked around, and did not see Uncle San, causing her brows to furrow slightly. The moment Aunt Zhong San saw Zhong Tiyun, she burst into tears and rushed over to hug her little sister. Cousin Tao and the others also had reddened eyes. Zhong Tiyun comforted her for quite some time before Aunt Zhong San finally sobbed out the details of what happened. It turned out that they had decided to go to the resettlement point after listening to Zhong Tiyun's advice. However, their community was an elevator building, and with the floors already high, very few people specifically moved to the resettlement point, and there were no troops to assist them. They had to go through quite a bit of trouble to find out the nearest old community that was being relocated. Uncle San had to rely on connections, begging and pleading, yet no one was willing to lend them a boat. Initially, Aunt San's family had said that if it didn't work out, they wouldn't move. But the next day, Uncle San, who had gone out to find a way, returned home excitedly, saying he found a boat. It was a generous and straightforward neighbor from the adjacent community who had 2 boats and was willing to take them along for a ride. Aunt San and the others had no doubts and eagerly packed their luggage to board the boat. They chatted and laughed along the way, but halfway there at a dilapidated abandoned building, that brother suddenly turned hostile, brandishing a knife and forcing Aunt San's entire family off the boat, aiming to seize their supplies. Perhaps they should be grateful that this group only wanted supplies and had no intention of taking lives. Aunt San's family felt like they were hit by a bolt from the blue, filled with anxiety. During the relocation, persuaded by that brother, Uncle San had let the family take out most of their food supplies. The Tao had advised a few times, saying they were only going out for a few days and that carrying supplies was unsafe, but he was scolded by Uncle San. Uncle San was the one who called the shots at home and was stubborn, not listening to anyone. There was no way out, the whole family had to agree. But who would have thought they would end up bringing back a scammer? If they lost that large portion of supplies, their family would starve upon returning. Uncle San was very stingy. He had always been the one to gain profit, and how could he allow others to take advantage? When they were forced off the boat and it was about to leave, he let out a roar and lunged forward. Zhong Tian listened to her third sister recounting the story, her expression blank. Then what happened? Then that scoundrel was stabbed in the stomach by the other party and kicked into the dirty water. By the time they fished him out, he had already lost his breath by midnight. She cried so hard she could hardly catch her breath. That abandoned building was so dilapidated, without any shelter, and your third brother-in-law died in the cold wind, breaking my heart. Fortunately, my wife was nursing the baby and was afraid of starving, so both she and I hid some food on us. With only a small amount of food between the two of them, the family of 4, including an infant, managed to survive. After the tsunami, the number of people on the road increased, but the place they were dropped off was remote with few passing boats. Occasionally, they would see 1 or 2 boats, but when they cried for help, the boats quickly rowed away, not even looking back. If they hadn't seen Uncle Zhong on the boat from a distance, and if it weren't for the military vessel, they would have starved to death. Once on the boat, several people remained silent, drinking water and eating food, their manner causing Uncle Zhong's family to feel both astonished and heartbroken. Zhong Tian listened in silence for a while. Aunt Zhong Xia tugged at her sleeve. Little sister, have you heard? Our house has collapsed. Although the tsunami didn't pass through, it was swept up in the aftermath. The house itself was not sturdy and the entire building fell. We are still fortunate. Most people in the community didn't relocate to the shelters and were buried with their houses. Her cousin Xue Dong spoke with red-rimmed eyes. Little sister, second brother, we can only come to seek shelter with you. Uncle Zhong was fine, but Aunt Zhong's expression was not good. With 5 people in her family, including children, it was as if they had come in completely destitute. Now that resources are so scarce, what they consume and use must come from cutting back on their own family's needs. Uncle Zhong opened his mouth to speak. Well then. Oh. Aunt Zhong pinched his waist from behind and shot him a warning glare. Uncle Zhong hesitated, his expression conflicted. Aunt Zhong's action did not go unnoticed. Even Xue Tao and Xue Dong, who were present, lowered their heads with reddened eyes. Zhong Tiyun frowned slightly, clearly pondering what to do. And what about Uncle San's body? Zhou Shu once spoke. Aunt Zhong began to choke up. Your Uncle San drank contaminated water, and some people wouldn't let him board the boat, so his body was temporarily left there. We will go back later to collect and bury him. She genuinely valued her husband, and tears streamed down as she spoke. Zhou Shuwan nodded slowly, saying, in that case, you all wash up first, and let Anne find you a few clean clothes to change into. My dad and I will head to the property management office to see if we can find a place in the community for you to stay. Really? Can we stay? Aunt Zhong's eyes lit up. This time is different from the last. Back then, too many people were relocating, and there wasn't much space in the community. But now, because of the tsunami, too many have perished, and there are still quite a few empty houses left in the community. If we pay some rent, it should be livable. Aunt Zhong, Uncle Zhong and Aunt Zhong were all pleasantly surprised. But we currently can't spare even a grain of food. Aunt Zhong, though timid and obedient to her husband, was not someone who loved to take advantage. Zhou Shuwan replied, and don't worry, our family will cover the rent for you first, and you can repay us later. Oh, good. Once we get back on our feet, we will definitely pay you back. Zhong Tixian nodded eagerly. Uncle Zhong hurriedly added, as the elder brother, our family will also contribute half. Aunt Zhong repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She left Zhong Tiyun behind to share some heartfelt words with her. Zhou Shuwan then went downstairs with her dad to find the property management. The property management had now moved to the 5th floor of Building 9, where Wu Bin was busy with a few people. Zhou Shuwan had gotten into the habit of carrying a backpack when going out in case she needed something quickly without exposing herself in front of others, so she pretended to take it out from her backpack. Aunt Zhong repeatedly expressed her gratitude. She left Zhong Tiyun behind to share some heartfelt words with her. Zhou Shuwan then went down. Zhou Shuwan then timely offered a cigarette, smiling. Director Wu, how much is the rent? Our family will cover it, and we hope you can help us out. Wu Bin was indeed a heavy smoker. Going a day without smoking was unbearable for him. However, after the apocalypse, buying things was not as convenient as before, and food prices soared, making cigarettes and alcohol luxuries. He hadn't had a good smoke in a long time. Looking at this pack of precious golden leaves post-apocalypse, Wu Bin readily nodded. Sure, since it's a request from Brother Dahai, I definitely can't refuse. We actually have more than a dozen empty houses in the community. Oh, choose whichever one you like. Once a person dies, the ownership of the house falls under property management. Zhou Shuwan said. Uncle Wu, we want to find a place on the 6th floor, preferably with a sunroom on the rooftop terrace, so we can grow some vegetables and raise animals later. I see. I heard from Xiao Qi that your two families are involved in planting and raising animals, and you must be very busy. Wu Bin smiled, thought for a moment, and then said, all right, you all go back and wait for my news. As for the rent, it definitely won't be much. Your aunt's situation falls under the assistance category. Okay, Uncle Wu, thank you. Then we'll go home and wait for your news. If Zhou Shuwan was willing, she was quite savvy in handling human relationships. Coming out of the property management, Zhou Jianghai couldn't help but laugh. I think Director Wu was charmed by that cigarette of yours, which is why he was so accommodating. One pack of cigarettes to exchange for a house is definitely worth it. Zhou Shuwan laughed. The cigarettes, alcohol, and tea she had stockpiled were originally meant for future favors. It's true that nothing is more important than food. That evening, Uncle Zhong had Aunt Zhong prepare a large pot of stew at home and invited the Zhou family of 4 to eat. The meal at Uncle Air's house wasn't as generous as at the Zhou family. What was claimed to be a sumptuous feast was actually a big pot of stew made with canned meat, sweet potato flour, yuba shiitake mushrooms, and kelp, served with steamed rice. Even so, Aunt Zhong's family ate without lifting their heads. After finishing the meal, Zhong Tiyun pulled Aunt Zhong aside, saying, Sister, these are clothes Wan found for you, all new and never worn. Take a look. Are there even clothes for the children? Zhong Tixia was surprised when she picked up the cute little baby clothes. These were all gathered from outside before. Clothes don't take up much space, so I brought them back, and there are even some for little. Zhong Tixia nodded repeatedly. Zhong Tiyun then pulled out a box of baby formula, saying, The housewife, your baby is still small. I noticed he has lost a lot of weight these days. This formula is for him. Zhao Qianqian's eyes turned red instantly. They had been trapped in that dilapidated building. The adults could manage with a little perseverance. But her baby Chun Chun was only a year and a half old. How could he endure hunger and thirst? He cried until his voice was hoarse and quickly lost weight. Each time she held her son, who weighed only a few pounds, her heart ached so much she wanted to cry. This box of formula contained 6 cans, which combined with food would be enough for the child for half a year. Alas, don't cry, Qian. Your aunt feels bad too when you cry. Zhong Tiyun held Qian in her arms, gently patting her. In life, one will encounter many obstacles, but as long as you overcome one after another, you'll fear nothing. Qian nodded emphatically. The next day, news indeed arrived from Wu Bin that at the top floor of Building 6, one of the terraces had been converted into a sunroom using tempered glass that was quite sturdy. The rent was merely 5 pounds of grain per person, with infants excluded. Uncle Zhong insisted on sharing the cost equally with the Zhou family. Originally, as the elder brother, he should have contributed more when his third sister was in trouble. However, given the family's limited means, he gritted his teeth and offered half. Zhong Tian didn't refuse either. The two families jointly provided 20 pounds of white flour for Zhong Tixia's family. After moving in, they found that the owner's belongings were still there. The Zhou family brought new blankets, bedding sets, and new dishes and cups. Zhou Shuwan specifically got a thermos for Chun Chun, making it easier for him to drink milk powder. Uncle's family sent a bag of 50 pounds of white flour and 10 cans of pork. The Zhou family contributed 2 bags of rice, totaling 40 pounds, along with 10 cans of meat and several packages of dried goods. They also sent several planting boxes with soil, along with vegetable seeds and sweet potato stems to cultivate quickly so that they wouldn't lack vegetables at home. Nearly 100 pounds of staple food would last them for some time if used sparingly. Cousin Jiping from Uncle's family and Cousin Dayao were not far apart in age and had a good relationship since childhood. At this moment, Jiping handed over a bag, saying, These are several buckets of protein powder I bought before for Xiao Fei's recovery. Now let your wife drink it. If she doesn't eat well while nursing the baby, how can the child eat well? Shuetao immediately wiped away his tears, tightly gripping the string of the bag, unsure of what to say. Jiping patted his shoulder firmly, saying, It's fine, you'll recover quickly. Shuetao nodded earnestly. After settling various matters, the two families took their leave. Zhou Jianghai still wanted to make another trip to Jian Mountain. The fish resources in the reservoir were abundant. He couldn't bear not to catch a few. Zhou Shuwan understood. Just right, there were fewer adult males in their family, and the Qi family lacking manpower, while uncle and aunt's family had plenty of strong laborers. It would be good to go together to look after each other. On the way back, Zhou Jianhai thought for a moment and said to Yun Wanwan, "What do you think about taking your aunt and uncle with us to Jiyun Mountain for a trip? Moreover, it's about urgent relief, not long-term aid." Currently, aunt's life was quite tight. Sending them to find supplies without experience and lacking strength would be very dangerous. Furthermore, what was currently lacking in the market were meat and vegetables. If they could catch enough fish in Tianyan Lake Reservoir, whether to keep for themselves or to exchange for other supplies, it would be extremely worthwhile. Zhou Shuwan considered and replied, "It's possible, but the tsunami has passed for several days now. I suspect the households in Jiyun Mountain have already moved back. If that's the case, guarding a natural reservoir with a continuous supply of fish, it's likely that the villages in Jiyun Mountain would block outsiders from entering. The mountain is so large, and there are only a few households there, they can't gather enough people to block the road." Zhou Jianhai had clearly thought this through. Jiyun Mountain, being a famous 5A scenic spot, had its former residents operating hotels and restaurants, making a fortune, and buying houses in the provincial capital, sending their children out to develop. The apocalypse came so suddenly that it was uncertain how many households had moved back. However, Zhou Shuwan truly intended to go up one more time. There were treasures atop Jiyun Mountain. She nodded, saying, "All right, Dad, let's discuss it thoroughly when we get home." Qi Mingyu also wanted to go up to fish again to exchange for more supplies. Jiyun Mountain is now the only place in our city that hasn't been polluted by the flood. Grandma wants to go find wild vegetables and transplant them back. As Qi Mingyu was leaving, he greeted Zhou Shuwan Wanwan him heading back first. Zhou Shuwan responded slowly with an "oh" and nodded absent-mindedly. Her attitude was somewhat cold. After Qi Mingyu left, Zhong Tian reproached, "Child, why are you so indifferent when Xiao Yu is saying goodbye to you?" Zhou Shuwan casually replied, "I was thinking about what to prepare for our trip to Jiyun Mountain tomorrow. Right, this time we are all going as a family, we need to plan what to take carefully." Zhong Tian's attention was immediately diverted. Aunt and uncle's family were all going. Zhou Shuwan's family was taking 2 rubber boats and 1 motorboat, while the Qi family was bringing 1 speedboat and 1 motorboat. Uncle Zhong borrowed 2 kayaks in the community. With over a dozen people, they set off in grand style. The motorboat pulled the kayaks behind, moving at a decent speed. With their large number, others on the road saw them and kept their distance. After more than an hour, they arrived at Jiyun Mountain. However, they did not rush to land, but instead circled along the shore, confirming there was no one before stopping the boat. "There are people in the mountain." Qi Mingyu took down the binoculars, looking seriously at Zhou Shuwan. In the distance, one could clearly see wisps of smoke rising from the mountain. Everyone immediately became tense. Zhou Shuwan glanced in the direction and said, "Someone from the village must have returned." "Yes, but the Tianyan Lake we are heading to is in a scenic area quite a distance from the village. As long as we are careful, we shouldn't be discovered." Qi Mingyu nodded. They were all reluctant to disturb the locals, or regardless of who owned the Tianyan Lake Reservoir, being discovered would inevitably lead to a lot of back-and-forth arguments. "Let's go." Having had an experience before, they were better prepared this time. They had brought several small carts for easier transportation of goods. They had also taken 7 or 8 wheels generously provided by Zhou Jianghai's hardware store. With many hands, the women hardly had to lift a finger, while the men took on all the heavy lifting. To avoid drawing attention, they remained quiet throughout the journey. Qi Mingyu, Zhou Shuwan, Zhou Jianghai, and Zhong Tian were the strongest among the group, taking on the task of keeping watch. 2 in the front and 2 at the back, armed with bows and arrows, listening attentively. Fortunately, the Jiyun Mountain scenic area is vast, and one usually needs to take the scenic bus to travel between the small attractions. It would take at least 2 or 3 days to explore the entire scenic area. The villages within the scenic area had also moved several miles away, and the usual hustle and bustle consisted of tourists and local business people. Locals were quite rare. The Tianyan Lake Reservoir, as its name suggests, is situated in a very high and steep terrain, with the villages settled on lower flat land. Thus, after Zhou Shuwan and her group arrived at Tianyan Lake, they were not discovered. It seemed much the same as when they had come last time. Only Qi Mingyu, being meticulous, observed for a while and pointed to some footprints in the grass, saying, "Someone from the village must have come to fish." He then gazed at the reservoir for a while and added, 2 sightseeing boats are also missing. Zhou Shuwan's heart jumped to her throat. At the same time, she silently complained, wondering what good it did for Qi Mingyu, who had once been a special forces soldier, to have such keen eyesight. The reservoir is vast, covering over 500 square kilometers, and from here to the Bay Area, it is still quite a distance. He merely glanced and already knew that 2 boats were missing. Zhou Jianghai and Zhong Tian, who were aware of the situation, felt somewhat awkward. However, they bravely remained silent. Qi Mingyu looked around again and finally said, "There probably aren't many people coming to fish. Let's hurry up." However, with people living in the village, it was impossible for them to stay peacefully in tents and smoke fish as they had previously planned. Now they could only try to catch as many fish as possible and find a way to take them away. After all, the weather wasn't hot and fresh fish wouldn't spoil for a few days. Everyone divided the tasks, carefully rowing, fishing, and killing fish to remove their gills. Everything was organized efficiently. Tianyin Lake is backed by a cluster of mountains, and last time Zhong Tian found wild leeks with Granny Pang on the mountain. This time with more people their roles were minimized, so they took a basket and went up the mountain with Momo. Zhou Shuan told her father that she was going to check the situation on the road. Qi Mingyu furrowed his brows and immediately said, "I'll go with you." Zhou Zhonghai knew that his daughter had come to Jiyun Mountain for a purpose, but he felt uneasy letting her go alone. Zhou Shuan, however, was quite calm. "I'm not going far. Xiaoyu, Dad, the most dangerous place on Jiyun Mountain right now is Tianyin Lake here. If one of you comes with me, the rest will be in danger." Zhou Zhonghai glanced at Qi Mingyu. The latter's brow was knitted, seemingly contemplating how to prevent Zhou Shuan from acting alone. Zhou Shuan smiled and patted her backpack. "I have my bow and handgun, so don't worry. If anything happens, I will alert you." In this tranquil, deep mountain, the sound of a gunshot would serve as the best alarm. Qi Mingyu pressed his lips together, neither responding nor nodding. "Then I'm going. Dad, Xiaoyu, you hurry." Zhou Shuan glanced at her father, implying that he must help her keep Qi Mingyu at bay. After 20 years as father and daughter, Zhou Jianhai understood his daughter's hint and helplessly nodded, patting Qi Mingyu's shoulder. "Let's go, Xiaoyu, we will help over there. Wanwanchi has a plan." Qi Mingyu could only remind Zhou Shuan, "If anything happens, fire a shot, and I will rush over immediately." His tone was very serious. Zhou Shuan hurriedly nodded. "Don't worry, I know the gravity of the situation." She thought for a moment and took out 2 flares from her backpack, handing them to him. "If there is trouble, immediately fire a flare. I will definitely see it." Qi Mingyu's first thought was not where she got the flares, but rather, "Is the place you are? Only if it is far enough could one not hear the gunshots and rely solely on the flares in the air to detect enemy movements." Zhou Shuan calmly shook her head. "No, I'm just afraid I won't hear the gunshots. It's an extra layer of insurance." Qi Mingyu lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes covering all the emotions in his eyes. When he looked up again, he had already regained his composure. "All right." Without asking anything more, Zhou Shuan let out a big sigh of relief. She waved goodbye. After coming down from the reservoir and reaching the main road, Zhou Shuan observed that there was no one around, so she released an electric tricycle from the corner and rode towards the parking lot of the scenic area. It was only during her last visit to the scenic area when she suddenly thought about how the apocalypse had come so suddenly and the staff and tourists of the scenic area had hurried home. With flooding spreading, many cars should be unable to leave, so they should still be parked in the high-altitude scenic parking lot. Thus, when she left last time, she decided to make another trip if she had the chance. Besides vehicles, there was another place she wanted to go. Bringing Qi Mingyu along would mean she couldn't expose her space, which would be very inconvenient for her urgent stockpiling. So even knowing that he was concerned for her, she had to resolutely refuse. It was quite a distance from the reservoir to the scenic parking lot. Zhou Shuan rode the tricycle past 2 villages, not passing through the village entrance, but turning into a small road nearby to avoid the settlements. Fortunately, she was familiar with the area since she often went up the mountain with her family. After a 40-minute ride, she finally arrived at the parking lot. The parking lot is located in a lower area of Jiyun Mountain and is considered the flattest piece of land. The rest of the area is mountainous, winding steeply uphill. When the scenic area was constructed, explosives were used to blast the mountains to reduce the distance, creating paths through the perilous peaks and digging tunnels, greatly shortening the distance from the foot of the mountain to Jiyun Mountain. The villages in the scenic area are all built against the mountains, one layer upon another, standing like terraced fields. Only here at the parking lot is there a sizable flat area. Here it was deserted. Zhou Shuan drove her tricycle straight through. Sure enough, among the thousands of parked vehicles, she found what she wanted. In the middle of the parking lot, a nearly new RV was parked. A smile involuntarily spread across her face. During her previous visit to the scenic area, she discovered that Jiyun Mountain was expansive with fresh air and breathtaking scenery far from the city, making it ideal for RV tourism. Thus, it was not uncommon to encounter tourists driving their RVs up here. Although there were no keys, difficulties were always more numerous than solutions. First, she would secure the RVs. After driving a short distance, she found an older RV, and with 2 RVs, she had more than enough. On her way back, she spotted a particularly cool modified off-road vehicle and decided to take that as well. At the entrance of the parking lot, there was a row of small electric trucks used for transporting goods. Once she reached the survivor base where everything was in disarray, these small trucks that only needed charging would be particularly favored for exchanging supplies. Zhou Shuan simply stored them all in her space, totaling 12 vehicles. Next to the trucks were over 30 large buses from the scenic area. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Shuan rode her tricycle and turned towards the ticketing hall of the scenic area. Naturally, the hall was closed, but this posed no challenge for Zhou Shuan, who had survived by scavenging in her past life. With no electricity or surveillance, she quickly opened the ticket hall's large door, using some small tools. The hall was vast, containing many rooms inside. She searched room by room and indeed found the keys for the buses and small trucks in one of the locked offices. The buses at the scenic area were usually returned to a dedicated management office during driver handovers managed uniformly by the administrators. With the keys, there was no worry about those buses being unusable. Zhou Shuan placed the string of keys into her space without rushing to collect the buses. Instead, she exited the ticket hall and went to a nearby building. This was an area specifically designated for tourists to buy local specialties. Inside, there were several jewelry stores selling not only gold and silver ornaments, but also various jade pieces. Zhou Shuan Pride opened the doors to several shops, maintaining a calm exterior while her heart was filled with joy. These gold and silver ornaments and jade were indeed unexpected delights. She collected all the jewelry from 5 or 6 stores into her space, causing her space to expand by over 2,000 square meters in an instant. Aside from these jewelry stores, other shops mainly sold local specialty snacks branded with local logos, including chips, cookies, and sour plums, which were hardly noteworthy, yet Zhou Shuan collected them all into her space. At the last shop, she saw products for camping. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over to gather tents, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, outdoor lights, portable chargers, barbecue grills, and outdoor sportswear from the store. The quantities weren't abundant, but with additional stock from the small warehouse, she gathered a considerable amount, all of which she stored in her space. Exiting the specialty shop, Zhou Shuan matched the keys and stored 20 buses into her space, which she planned to use later to exchange for essential supplies. The remaining keys were placed back into storage as they were. Looking up towards the direction of Tianyan Lake, the sky showed no flickering signals, everything appeared normal. It was just past 3 in the afternoon, enough time for her to make a trip. She then stored her tricycle and drove one of the buses. At the peak of Jiyun Mountain, there were several abandoned coal mines. During the prosperous coal era, many people became immensely wealthy coal bosses by mining coal at the foot of Jiyun Mountain. However, later on, these privately mined coal pits were all shut down and prohibited from operation. But as she knew, the small coal mines on Jiyun Mountain were still secretly extracting coal. Zhou Shuan wanted to take this opportunity to stockpile some coal for herself. However, driving the bus, she could not take the small roads. Unwilling to alert the villagers, Zhou Shuan stopped at the turnoff to the small road, stored the bus in her space, and released the tricycle, navigating through the small paths and successfully bypassing several villages. Zhou Shuan confidently drove the bus up the mountain. The terrain around Tianyan Lake was already quite high, and the area where the coal mines were located was even higher and steeper. Zhou Shuan drove through tunnel after tunnel, and after passing through more than a dozen tunnels and driving for about an hour, she finally stopped by the roadside. At this time, she was already far from Tianyan Lake. If she stood at the summit of these mountain ranges, Tianyan Lake would be halfway up the mountainside. Though distant, her elevated position still allowed her a clear view. Looking to the side, she noticed a small path branching off nearby, which led to the other side of the mountain range. At the end of that path once stood a small village, almost cut off from the world. Beneath this small village lay abundant coal deposits. However, once they were mined out, the entire village had relocated down the mountain. Zhou Shuan cautiously drove the bus forward. This road was steep, unpaved, with asphalt remaining as it was from the past. The coal bosses had paid out of their own pockets to have it simply repaired during the coal industry's heyday, so the road was not too narrow, allowing large trucks to pass. Yet one side of the dirt road was a steep mountain peak, while the other was a cliff. Those lacking driving skills would not dare to venture through. Zhou Shuan remained unfazed, smoothly maneuvering the vehicle to one of the coal mine factories. She exited the vehicle and looked around, quickly finding a simple large warehouse, opening the door to reveal it filled entirely with coal. Zhou Shuan did not take all the coal. She left 1/5 behind and stored 4/5 of the coal into her space. She then went to the second coal mine again, taking 4/5. In a short time, she visited 3 nearby coal mines and extracted around 1,000 tons of coal. This was a bountiful harvest. Thinking for a moment, she took 10 burlap sacks to fill with coal. She thought it necessary to have something to show for her outing, and bringing back 10 bags of coal could be considered a small achievement. Following her original route back, she got out near Tianyan Lake, parked the bus by the roadside, and walked down. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and the sky was overcast, as if it were about to rain. A group of people was bustling with activity. At first, they were typical novices hesitating while fishing, but after experienced Zhou Jianhai and Qi Mingyu led them a couple of times, they gradually became proficient. A dozen people were divided into 5 teams, paddling 5 kayaks in the water, dividing the reservoir into 5 areas, each fishing in their respective domains. The remaining few, including Qian, were on the shore in charge of gutting the fish and packing them. They brought many nylon bags, quickly cleaning the fish and packing them for easy transport. When Zhong Tiyun and Grandma Pang came down from the mountain, they also joined the fish gutting and packing team. By the time Zhou Shuan arrived, the 5 boats had already caught nearly 1,000 fish. Indeed, many hands make light work. Qi Mingyu kept an eye on the shore and hurried over to greet her upon seeing her return. Examining her closely, his brows slightly furrowed. Zhou Shuwan had been in and out of 3 coal mines, and she was covered in dust. They were all locals, and everyone knew about the coal mines on Jiyun Mountain.